Hi, I'm Luna. I'm 16, and while most people see me as just another shy girl, my life is anything but ordinary. I keep to myself, lost in books and daydreams, trying to navigate a world that doesn't quite seem to fit me. But my life is a delicate balance of hiding and longing, and a secret I guard with everything I have. My family and I recently moved to a small town called Whispering Pines, nestled in a deep forest. My mom, Celine, said it was for a fresh start, but I knew better. She was always anxious, her eyes darting around as if expecting something to jump out at her. She constantly reminded me to stay hidden and keep your secret. Okay, back to my secret. Each night, as the moon rose, I slipped into the woods and transformed into a unicorn. It's a magnificent form with a shimmering white coat and a horn that glowed like moonlight. In the forest, under the cover of night, I was free, a creature of magic, running wild and unbound. But by day, I was Luna, the girl who avoided mirrors and hid under a hood. I was isolated, not quite fitting in with any group at school. I didn't seek out friends or companionship because getting close to anyone could have put me in danger. So I remained on the fringes, living a double life that was both exhilarating and exhausting. Then there was Jasper. He's an artist with a sketchbook perpetually in hand, always drawing and observing. There was something different about him. His eyes seemed to see beyond the surface, and he had been curiously watching me ever since I arrived. His presence was a mix of intrigue and unease for me. One day, after school, he cornered me by my locker.
Hey Luna, I've noticed you always wear that hood. Is there a reason?
I shrugged, attempting to sound nonchalant. Just like it keeps me warm. He raised an eyebrow, unconvinced.
There's something more, isn't there? You're always hiding.
I laughed nervously, trying to deflect. What about you? Always drawing? Jasper flipped open his sketchbook to reveal a detailed drawing of a unicorn. My heart skipped a beat.
The other night, while I was walking through the woods, I found these strange tracks in the snow. So I did a little research, and maybe, just maybe, there are unicorns out there.
I tried to maintain a casual demeanor, though anxiety bubbled beneath the surface. Unicorns aren't real, Jasper. He looked at me, his eyes sparkled with curiosity.
What if they are? What if there's something magical out there that we don't know about?
I forced a smile, feeling a sense of dread. Maybe. But I wouldn't worry about it. Despite my attempts to dissuade him, Jasper's curiosity didn't wane. He continued to question me, probing with a mix of genuine interest and persistence. His questions, though innocent, hit too close to the truth and made me uncomfortable. The next day, while I was walking to the local bookshop to get a new journal, I saw 3 men and 2 women exiting a large black SUV, all wearing the same black suit and tie. As I stayed hidden in the shadows, I got close enough to hear them speaking to Whispering Pines local sheriff, Marty Luca. They told him they belonged to a government agency of environmental researchers, but their high-tech gadgets and probing questions suggested otherwise. It was clear that they were searching for something, and I couldn't shake the feeling that it might be me. Later that night, I told my mom about the mysterious group of strangers that had arrived. Immediately, my mom's anxiety reached new heights. I watched as she ran to the closet and pulled down an old photo album from behind a row of hat boxes. She fluttered the pages until she stopped at an old newspaper clipping with a photo of the same people I saw earlier that day.
Luna, we have to be extra careful now. The OSS is here, and they're not what they seem.
I looked at her, confused. What do you mean? Who is the OSS? She gripped my shoulders, her voice trembling.
Office of Supernatural Sightings. They're looking for magical creatures. If they find out what you are, they'll capture you and use you for their own purposes. You must stay hidden.
But I need to go out at night. It's the only time I truly feel alive. My mom's eyes filled with tears.
I know, sweetheart, but it's too dangerous. Please, promise me you'll be careful.
I nodded, but in my heart, I knew it was a promise I may not be able to keep. The allure of the forest and the freedom it represented was too strong. That night, I snuck out as usual, but the OSS's presence was palpable. Their advanced sensors and patrols made it clear they were on the lookout for something. My heart raced as I navigated the forest. I was careful to stay out of sight, but in my panic, I accidentally left behind a few strands of my magical mane caught on a branch. The next day, Jasper found the strands while sketching in the woods. He was intrigued, examining them closely. Later, he approached me in the school hallway, holding the strands out with a mixture of curiosity and excitement.
Luna, look what I found!
He held them up to the light. They sparkled with cosmic energy.
They're different, almost magical.
I tried to dismiss his concerns with a laugh, but Jasper's gaze was unwavering. Magic? Are you sure? He nodded, his eyes serious. Then he looked deeply into my eyes, like he could see right through me.
There's something about you, Luna, and you've been acting so strange lately.
I felt a rush of anxiety. I don't know what you're talking about. Jasper's frustration was evident.
Come on, Luna, I'm not trying to pry. I just want to understand. Is there something you're hiding?
I hesitated, torn between fear and the desire to confide in someone who seemed to care. But the moment was interrupted as my mom approached and pulled me away from Jasper. What's wrong?
The OSS is intensifying their search. They set up traps in the forest. They're using tracking technology, and they're questioning the townspeople.
My mom's fear became even more apparent, urging us to leave town immediately.
Luna, it's getting too dangerous. We need to leave before it's too late.
I crossed my arms in defiance. I'm not leaving. I've been running all my life. I want to stay. Mom looked over my shoulder at Jasper.
You can't risk everything over a boy. You don't understand how serious this is, Luna.
I do understand. And Jasper is my friend. I trust him. My mom scoffed and walked away, clearly frustrated. I approached Jasper and took a deep breath, my heart pounding in my chest as I looked into his eyes. Jasper, there's something I've been hiding from you. Something I thought you could never understand. My hands twisted nervously. I took Jasper into an empty classroom so we could talk in private. I'm not like everyone else. I'm a unicorn. As the words left my lips, a soft, ethereal glow surrounded me, and a single shimmering horn slowly appeared on my forehead, illuminating the night with a radiant, magical light. I watched his face, waiting for his reaction, fearing he would turn away, but hoping beyond hope that he would stay. Jasper's face softened, and a smile slowly spread across his lips. He reached out and gently touched the glowing horn, his fingers trembling with awe.
I always knew there was something magical about you. Thank you for trusting me enough to share this.
He let out a soft laugh, his eyes bright.
You're beautiful, Luna. All of you.
In the following days, Jasper and I spent countless hours together, working on a plan to outsmart the OSS. His artistic talents became crucial. We created detailed maps and tracks to mislead them, and in the hours we spent together, the bond between us grew stronger. Jasper's presence was a source of comfort. For the first time, I felt that I wasn't alone, that there was someone who truly understood and cared for me. One afternoon, Jasper voiced a troubling thought.
What if they catch you, despite our efforts? What if they find out everything?
I took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. They want to control me, to use me for their own gain. But having you help me is everything. I've never had someone stand by me like this before. Jasper reached out and gently touched my arm.
I won't let them catch you. I'll do everything I can to keep you safe.
His words brought me a sense of relief and hope, but also a growing fear. The OSS's search was becoming more relentless, and time was running out. The night of the final confrontation arrived. The OSS's search had become more intense, with advanced tracking technology and sophisticated traps. My mom was even more frantic, and her anxiety made it difficult for her to focus. Jasper arrived with a determined expression.
We have one last chance. If we can make them believe the unicorn has left town, they'll stop searching.
We worked tirelessly through the night, setting up a series of diversions and false evidence. Jasper used his artistic skills to create elaborate fake tracks, leading the OSS in circles. I used my unicorn magic to add an extra layer of deception, making it appear as though I had been everywhere at once. The process was exhausting. We were both drained, but driven by hope and the desire to protect my secret. As dawn approached, the OSS's frustration was evident. They started to back up, convinced they were following a false trail. Jasper turned to me, his eyes filled with concern.
Are you okay?
I nodded as tears welled up in my eyes. I'm just grateful. Thank you, Jasper, for everything. He smiled, though there was a hint of sadness in his eyes.
I'd do it again, in a heartbeat. You deserve to be free.
As the OSS retreated, I felt a sense of peace I hadn't known in a long time. The weight of my secret was lighter, and I was comforted by the knowledge that I wasn't alone. Jasper had been a beacon of hope in my darkest moments. With the OSS gone, my mom's fear slowly subsided, though the threat of their return lingered in the air. As the weeks passed, the town returned to a semblance of normalcy. I continued my life as Luna during the day, but the nights were still mine. Jasper and I maintained our secret meetings, and our friendship grew deeper with each passing day. He became a confidant, someone who understood both my human and unicorn sides. Then, Then, one evening, as we walked through the forest together, Jasper turned to me.
Luna, what do you want for the future?
I thought for a moment, the weight of my dual existence heavy on my shoulders. I want to find a place where I can be both Luna and the unicorn, a place where I don't have to hide. Jasper smiled, his eyes shining with determination.
We'll find it together.
We continued our walk in companionable silence as the moon cast a gentle glow on the path ahead. There was still uncertainty, but there was also hope. Jasper's presence was a reminder that I wasn't alone, that there was someone who cared about me and believed in my future. In the days that followed, Jasper and I continued to navigate the challenges of keeping my secret while building a life in a small town. We shared our dreams, fears, and hopes, and our friendship deepened. Jasper's sketches were a chronicle of our journey, capturing the magic and struggles of our shared experiences. One night, as we sat together by a small stream in the forest, Jasper asked,
Luna, what's the most important thing you've learned through all of this?
I reflected on the journey, the challenges, and the moments of connection. I've learned that even in the darkest times, there's always a light. It might come from unexpected places, like a friend who believes in you, and sometimes the magic we seek is within ourselves. Jasper nodded, his gaze thoughtful.
I think you're right, and I believe that with your strength and our friendship, we can face whatever comes our way.
We sat together in the moonlight, the stream's gentle murmur, a soothing backdrop to our conversation. The future remained uncertain, but with Jasper by my side, I was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead.
I never knew my father, but Mom and I were really close. We didn't need anyone else. We both loved to talk over a cup of hot chocolate in the morning and tell each other the most interesting things we read on the internet. Fact-checked, of course. See? This male model is walking on the ramp with heels. Guess what? Apparently high heels were originally for men. After that, we biked to school most mornings on Mom's way to work. One day, when we were in a little bit of a rush, Mom and I raced through a light just as it turned. I didn't pay attention to a car making left turn, crossing the intersection and nicking Mom's back tire, sending her flying off her bike while it sped away. Rage rushed through me and I threw rocks at the car before it sped away without looking back. Oh no! Mom! I'll call 911. We need to get you to the hospital.
Did you see who did this?
No.
Well, let's not wait for the ambulance. I can take you to the hospital right now.
And here I am, getting into the story without even introducing myself. Hi, I'm Aurora. I used to live in Pennsylvania, and now in Australia. Before I tell you the rest of the story, please like and subscribe. The man introduced himself to us as Carrie, and he was so kind that he checked on us every day for the week Mom was in the hospital. Once Mom came home on crutches, she tried to go back to work at the chocolate factory. But instead, they let her go. No job meant we were about to lose our tiny one-bedroom apartment too. We were struggling when, like a guardian angel, Carrie showed up at the door. He came to meet us as it was his last day in Pennsylvania, and when he heard about everything, he had an idea.
I have plenty of room, and I'd really like to help you and Aurora.
The next thing I knew, we packed and left everything I liked and moved with Carrie to Australia. He had an enormous mansion. I had my own bedroom and my very own study with an art corner. Carrie even hired Mom to be his office assistant, and we never had to cook or clean anything. The upstairs housekeeper made our beds, and the driver took me to school along with Carrie's twin nieces, Julie and Jackie. You'll have to sit in the boot, like the dog we never had. There's plenty of room in the back seat. It's a big SUV. We're not sitting next to you. Just because our uncle took you in does not mean we have to change our lives to make room for you either. So yeah, I sat in the back. Didn't try to make friends with their friends, and I kept to my passion, which is art. When I wasn't finding art to look at, I was drawing. That one guy, Lee, who looked like a rock star, had his locker right next to mine. And one day, I accidentally hit him with my locker door, giving him a start.
Watch it, loser. You almost tore my jacket.
Your wardrobe looks like you can take it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. The door just swung open kind of fast.
Don't let it happen again, or you'll see how fast I can fight back.
He walked away, and I felt really weird. Like, was that a threat? Was he actually dangerous? Or just liked acting tough? He surprised me the next time we were both there at the same time, when he picked up a drawing that fell out of my notebook.
This looks like a cross between an old famous Degas and a cool Banksy. Way to mix decades together.
Wow, I'm surprised you know who these artists are.
Maybe you shouldn't judge a book by its cover.
He did dress like a rebel, and I'd seen him drive a flashy scooter. Lee was one of the most popular boys in school and super handsome. but that didn't mean he wasn't smart. Well, when the book speaks in cliches, you don't expect much.
Touché, mademoiselle. I'll try to be more original. Maybe you should crack this book open to see more of the story.
Are you asking me out in a very roundabout way?
It sounds like you want me to, new girl. I could oblige, but I don't want to be late for class.
He walked backwards, keeping his eyes on me for a moment, and then turned and went ahead. That afternoon, our English literature teacher separated the class into two halves. My half of the room wrote our names on tiny slips of paper and dropped them in a hat. The other half of the room each picked one of our names. Julie and Jackie got each other, which seemed fitting.
I got Aurora. What do you know?
You can put it back and pick again. I don't mind. The class laughed, but the teacher said there were no swaps, and we found out that we had to act out a scene from a Shakespeare play.
Oh, this should be fun. I bet you want to do Romeo and Juliet.
No, why would I pick that when I could play someone who hates you?
I thought you didn't like cliches.
Obviously we should do. And then we both said it at the exact same time.
Much ado about nothing. A play where the world could be blowing up.
And people are more concerned with the petty, stupid stuff.
Shakespeare really is timeless.
Yeah, stupidity hasn't ended in hundreds of years. Isn't it always the handsome ones who are the worst? All the way home, I had to bear Julie and Jackie taunting me about Lee while I sat behind them in the car. Is that play where you get killed by the boy you're paired with? That's definitely the one you should do with Lee. You two are thinking of fairy tales. Maybe you should do Cinderella and see how that goes. I ignored the rest of their jabs. The next day, I was studying in the library when Lee came over, plopped his smelly shoes on my table, and gave me a weird look. I snapped. I picked up the heaviest book I could find and threw it right at his feet. Oh, sorry.
Ouch! Ouch!
I laughed as I walked away. He still followed me, then blocked my path with his arm.
Come to my place after school?
What? Are you nuts?
Don't we need to practice the play? My house is perfect for it.
And what? You've got blisters on your feet? Can't make it to my place instead?
Ugh, does your place have a library and a stash of theater props?
Not sure. But okay, I'll come over. But first, apologize for the locker incident, now.
And then it would be a yes. Promise.
Yes.
I'm sorry, beautiful.
Did you hear that? Or is it just me? Okay, apology accepted.
Anyway, I'm good at lying, but you promised me. So, see ya.
Ugh. He stormed off and I went to his house after school that day. Only his parents' house was an even bigger mansion than Carrie's, and the art on the walls was better than a museum collection. Originals of every artist I'd ever heard of. Wow. Wow. Wow! Lee sprayed his mouth with some breath freshener before we started reading some lines together. That's weird.
It's not weird. It's chivalrous.
I think you should also do the same for your feet. What other fun facts should I know before I have to stand close to you?
Okay, Miss U.S. of A. Let's just focus on the homework, shall we?
When Carrie's driver came to pick me up, he asked Lee why he hadn't been around, as he knew him well, but that must be because Julie and Jackie had invited him to some party at home. As I reached home, I was surprised to see Mom and Carrie sitting close, watching a movie together. Well, I didn't mind. But later that week, Mom seemed upset after a nice dinner out with Carrie. When I asked her what was wrong, I was shocked at her answer. Carrie and I have gotten closer, so I guess he felt comfortable telling me the truth. He was driving the car that hit me. What? He deceived us and I thought of him as an angel all the time. He should be in jail. I'm going to call the police and tell them everything. Mom tried to stop me, but I stormed off and took a bus to the police station. The kind officer told me that they had no jurisdiction for something that happened in a different country. I was so angry. So I started to think of ways to hurt Carrie like he hurt Mom. I could let the air out of his tires, but that really only hurts his driver. I could mix salt into his coffee, but it might not bubble over like a soda would. I ended up taking scissors and cutting a slit in every pair of pants he had. But in one day, they were all replaced and Mom made me apologize. Aurora, you have to forgive him. I have. He's giving us a better life than I ever could. But he hurt you, and he lied? He didn't mean to, and he cares deeply. Maybe he has you fooled, but I am not. Because of everything, I was so distracted, even while doing my homework at Lee's house. I guess he noticed how quiet I was because he did something I least expected. Salsa! He kept on dancing, making these silly faces, and then he started tumbling over the furniture like a circus clown, which made me laugh till I cried. Eventually, he sat down next to me and took me by surprise when he hugged me. Why'd...
You look upset about something, and I've learned over the years that a hug is like magic. I wish I had them once, but since I didn't, I'd rather give them to people whom I like. A lot.
I didn't push him away. I knew that I needed that hug. But in that moment, I knew he needed it maybe more than me. I was happy, and we started spending more time together. He even offered to carry my books, started sitting with me at lunch, and when I told him about the chocolate factory where I used to live, he had hot chocolate waiting in a thermos for our next rehearsal.
We should rehearse the scene all the way through since we have to do it in class tomorrow.
He asked me to be his girlfriend, and I said yes. When I went home that night, I completely understood the expression, walking on clouds. Maybe our life in Australia was better than it ever might have been. I wanted the good vibe to last, so I couldn't face riding with the nieces to school the next day. I took the bus. On my way to class, I noticed Lee talking to Julie and Jackie, so I ducked around the corner so I could listen without them seeing me. Then, I was shocked when he leaned closer to Jackie.
Well, I am that good of an actor.
Okay, but you can quit now. I don't like this anymore. You were just supposed to spend time with her to see how Jackie and I are so much better. I'm missing my boyfriend. Aren't you missing me too?
Of course, I'm doing this for you, right? You two came up with this plan.
Plan? Getting close to me was all some sort of game for them? He didn't want me any more than Carrie wanted us. I was fuming. I raced to the bathroom to pull myself together and set my own plan in motion. When it was time to perform our scene in class, I put on the low-cut costume our maid delivered for me with an extra prop I asked her to bring. Lee whispered in my ear before we began.
Aurora, you look amazing.
Wait for the next surprise. When he tried to squeeze my hand, I conveniently pulled away to grab my little paper bag with the prop inside. In our scene, we worked out that Lee would casually take a bite from an apple. We ad-libbed and made up some added dialogue when I handed him a caramel apple instead.
What a treat to have caramel. You'd think it was my birthday.
I tried to keep from laughing, but his face was priceless as he took a bite and found it was a caramel onion. The whole class laughed at him, but he kept going, like he wanted to prove he'd do anything for me. After class, Lee grabbed my arm.
What was that?
Maybe Jackie, your real girlfriend, has some of your mouth freshener for you.
Wait, how'd you find out?
I didn't want to hear any of his lies, so I ran out and left school early to go home to find Mom. I begged to move back to Pennsylvania, but Mom showed me a giant new ring right before Carrie walked in. Aurora, I know it's fast, but Carrie and I feel it was fate that brought us together.
I didn't know that my trip to America will help me find the two people I care about more than anything in the world. I'm very sorry that it had to be through an accident. It was an honest mistake, and I don't want to lose both of you.
I was beginning to soften toward Carrie. He was really showing he cared. I guess that look in his eyes was the dad moment I'd been missing. I'd been overthinking it, but he'd done so much for us. Clearly, my anger took the best of me.
And if you still don't agree, I'm not going to press your mom to stay. And you know, I've had enough punishment as I had those piles you wished for me. At least take it back.
I'm sorry. But I never want to go back to that school, though. They're hateful. As I told them what happened, I didn't see that Lee had been let into the room.
You only think that because you don't have all of the information. Didn't you say you liked to fact check?
In that moment, I knew it was time I took charge of my own narrative. Lee looked like he'd been crying, but even his explanation didn't change my mind.
I never meant to hurt you. I was trying to find the right time to tell Jackie that she and I were through and how much I really do like you. That getting to know you was absolutely the best thing ever.
Wow, that's sweet. And I know what I'm doing. Lee, you're exactly the kind of guy I want to be dating. And Carrie, you've done so much for Mom and me. Only, I just realized that I don't want to be an extra in anyone's story or a prize in some twisted game. I don't need any grand gestures to know my worth or dictate my happiness either. Lee's eyes held a mixture of admiration and surprise. Carrie and Mom both looked like they respected what I was saying. I'm going back to Pennsylvania, not because I'm running away from what happened here, but because I've got dreams to chase. I want to go to art school and build my life on my own terms. Lee remained silent, but I could tell he liked what I was saying.
But what about us?
You will always be a part of my story, but it's time for me to write the next chapter in my own way. Carrie, you and Mom have a chance at happiness. I won't stand in the way of that. Lee, if what we have is real, it'll survive the distance and the test of time. The room was filled with a sense of understanding as Carrie told a maid to pack my things. When I hugged my mom goodbye, I whispered, "I'm doing this for us, Mom, so we can both be strong independently." I left the mansion with my head held high, Not as a girl swept up in a whirlwind of events, but as a young woman taking her first steps into a future she was crafting for herself. On the plane back to Pennsylvania, I sketched a collage of lessons learned over the past few months, friendships formed, and a path leading to a bold, unapologetic future of my own design. Of course, I included a kiss with Lee in that future. Stay tuned for the story of when he visits me.
Hi, I'm Apurva from India, and I live with the cheapest person in the world, my mom. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. I don't know if mom has always been a miser or raising me alone made her one, but boy, could she pinch pennies. I never had birthday presents, Christmas presents, or any toys to play with. Well, not really. She always told me to use my imagination and make my own toys. Here's an empty carton I got from work. It will make a great dollhouse.
Mom, I don't have any dolls.
She picked up 2 hard-boiled eggs, drew faces on them, and handed them to me. There, these can be your dolls, and we can eat them later too. All my clothes were hand-me-downs from neighbors and cousins, but when I had to start school, Mom obviously had to buy me a uniform, and she bought it 3 sizes too large.
Mom, I've tripped twice on this skirt. It's too long.
Just pull it up a little higher. You'll grow into it before you know it. Well, that couldn't happen fast enough, and I got laughed at in school. A lot. But Mom really went overboard in 8th grade when I just started my period in school. We stopped to buy pads on the way home, and her eyes nearly fell out as she looked at the prices. No way I'm buying these. I'll make them for you at home, Apurva. I'm an expert.
Mom, can you please, for once?
Can I have the attention of the ladies here? These companies are robbing us blind. Make your own pads for yourselves and your daughters. Let's boycott these. Oh my God. I just vowed that I'd have a different life when I grew up. I wanted to be rich, a millionaire. A good job could make me rich, except that I hated studying. But watching TV, I felt that acting would be the easiest way to earn money. And also, I was pretty, though no one ever said that to me. But whenever I looked in the mirror, I saw a beautiful girl. One weekend in 9th grade, I heard about an audition for a TV series in our town, and I was so excited. When I reached the venue, there was a long line, and I noticed there was a spot boy who was letting rich-looking girls stand first in line even if they came later. But when I tried to stand in the front, he pushed me. Poor girls at the back. What? You swollen piggy. Just then, a glamorous-looking girl walked in, and the second the casting director laid eyes on her, he shouted, "Yeah, this girl looks like a star. We've got our actress. Girls, you can all go home." Wait, what? Just because she was rich, she was selected without an audition? Stupid director, stupid audition. Stupid you, out. That day I realized it was very difficult to get launched in the showbiz industry unless you're extremely rich or have connections. So I decided that I'd get into the biggest school in town where lots of celebrities' kids went to. I had to make friends with the right people, and the only way for me to get in there was through a scholarship, which meant studying hard. But my craziness to become rich got me studying day and night. Oh, Apurva, I feel so emotional when I see books in your hands. Keep working hard, and one day you'll achieve all your dreams. Thank you so much, Mom. Just try studying more in the day so you don't need to keep a light on all night. I pay the bills, you know. Oh God, Mom, you'll always stay the same. Before I could say more, Mom ran away. She was impossible. I took the entrance exam a couple of weeks later, and I got in. Luckily, the new school had a uniform, but I still used up my savings to buy a nice bag and some shoes. I had to dress to impress. On the very first day, I walked into the classroom with all the confidence of someone super rich. Just then, my shoes were splashed with water, and I looked up to see a pretty girl holding an empty bottle. OMG, my expensive shoes! I got them for $200 just a week ago from Europe. Oh, I'm so sorry. I was just having fun with my friends. It was an accident. Oh, okay, yeah, no worries. I've got like 5 more pairs of these. It turned out that the girl was Sitara, the daughter of an actress and a film director, and we instantly became friends. She'd often want to talk about her parents and their lives, and all I could think about was how much I wanted to be like them. One day when I was walking down the hallway, I saw Sitara with her minions bullying some poor girl. Where'd you get these clothes from? The garbage? And this cloth bag? Ew. Did your mom make it? Sitara snatched the girl's bag, and just as she was about to rip it, I ran forward and took her hand. Come on, Sitara. Why are you even talking to this lame girl? We're rich. We're born to give fashion advice to poor idiots. Let her go. She just seems like a hopeless case, not worth your time. I returned the bag to the poor girl, and she ran off like a scared rabbit. I hated Sitara's behavior, but I had to put up with it. As we all sat down in the cafeteria, Sitara announced she was having her birthday party that evening, and I was excited to attend. That is, until she said, "Hey, Apurva, would you like to go shopping with us after school?" No, I have to go home. Mom needs me for something. Then what will you wear to my party? Oh, I'll wear anything from my closet. Seriously? Like, you'll wear the same outfit twice? Oh, of course not. I was just kidding. I'll definitely go and buy some new clothes. See you all at the party. I didn't have anything nice in my closet. I ran to the mall after school and bought an expensive dress, but I didn't remove the tag. I'd return it after wearing it. When I reached Sitara's place, I was stunned at the size of her mansion. She then introduced me to a handsome boy who was her brother, Rocky. I liked him at first sight, and he seemed to like me too. But just when Sitara was about to cut the cake, her minion suddenly said loudly, "Apurva, why haven't you removed the tag on your dress?" Oh, I didn't? I don't know how I forgot to. I'll do it at home. But just then she pulled the tag away. See? It's so easy. Gosh, how would I return it now? I was cursing that girl inside as I smiled at her. I was worried about the dress, but Rocky distracted me soon enough by asking me to dance. He danced with me all evening, and it was amazing. The next day in school, Rocky sat next to me at lunch, and soon we became very good friends. We'd often go out together, and I loved spending time with him. Once we were at the park getting ice cream when we spotted some beggar kids playing nearby, and Rocky bought ice creams for all of them. That was really sweet. Those kids were sweet. By the way, you got something on your nose. What? This. And then he rubbed his ice cream on my face and ran away laughing as I chased him. I was fast falling in love with him. And I was on freaking cloud 9 when he told me he loved me too. One evening when I was walking home, someone suddenly called out to me. It was Sitara in her car with her friends. Apurva? Come on, I'll drop you at home. Walking is what poor people do. No, it's okay. Actually, I just had a very heavy lunch today, so I'm just trying to digest it. But she insisted that I get in the car. My heart was pounding as Sitara was asking me the way, and I was randomly telling her to turn left and right. Just then, I picked out a big house and shouted, Stop the car. This one's mine." Ooh, nice home. But it looks like it's locked. Oh, actually, I'm all alone at home today, so I locked it when I went out. Gosh, where are my keys? Never mind, I'll find them. You mean these keys? And Sitara fished some out of her bag. I have them, because this is one of the 6 mansions my family owns in the city. I was always suspicious of you, Apurva, and I was right. You're a liar and a fraud. How dare a poor beggar like you befriend me and date my brother? Just look at her, shameless moron. Sitara, let's beat her. And as this girl came closer, I pushed her hard away from me. Hey, back off. I'm not scared of anyone. I don't live on your charity, so I'm not gonna put up with any of this nonsense from you. I stormed off, but by the time I got home, I was in tears. I felt so mad, not because those girls had insulted me, but because I'd been so stupid pretending to be someone I wasn't. I thought these were the people I needed to be friends with, but I was wrong. And I was done. I thought I'd call Rocky and tell him everything, but he was out of town for a few days, and I decided to wait for him to return. The next day, as I entered the school, I saw everyone staring at me like I was some kind of criminal. Of course, Sitara had told everyone about me. Just then, a ball hit me in the head. I turned to see Sitara and her minions. How can anyone be so shameless? I didn't think you'd be able to show your face now. But gosh, You just have no self-respect. Just then, I spoke loudly in the hall so everyone could hear me. Everybody here? Attention, please. I'm poor. What am I? Yes, poor. And I'm not ashamed of it. I'm here because I'm smart, not like these morons whose parents paid bribes for them. Hearing that, Sitara charged me and we broke into a big fight. And we both landed detention for a month. But the only thing I cared about was Rocky finding out. I was afraid he'd think I'd fooled him with my lies and he would dump me. And I really didn't want to lose him. The next day, I saw a poster for some acting auditions on the bulletin board. They were for a role in a TV series, and I immediately signed up. But just then, Sitara pushed me aside and signed up too. Oh, look who's aspiring to become an actress. Babe, these things are meant for rich people with connections. Don't even bother. If you don't want a bruised face right before the audition, better shut up and keep walking, Sitara. I'll see you on the stage. The next couple of days, all I could do was practice for the auditions. Even Mom was excited to come see me. But when I got there on the day, I was taken aback to see Rocky there, next to Sitara. I warned you about Apurva, Rocky. I know poor girls like her. When they can't get rich, they find a rich boy. Why else would she lie about it? I just couldn't make eye contact with Rocky and started walking away. But he caught up with me. Apurva, you're not even going to talk to me now? You think I care if you're rich or poor? I love you for who you are. You'll always be the same for me, no matter what anyone else says. I stared at him in shock, and then I hugged him tight. Rocky, are you crazy? She's no match for us. Get away from her poor butt. But Rocky totally ignored her, and Sitara angrily stormed off. Rocky wished me luck, and the audition went well. When the results were to be announced, I could hardly breathe. So, the winner is up. Just then, a guy ran onto the stage, whispered something into the announcer's ear, and then turned to the mic again. So, the winner is Sitara. The ground under my feet slipped while Sitara screamed out for joy. I couldn't believe it. I really thought I had it this time, but I just wasn't rich enough to buy myself the part. As Mom and I stepped out of the venue, Rocky joined us and offered us a ride home. After he dropped us off and drove off, Mom said, "Wow, this boy is a catch. Isn't his dad a famous film director? Good job on trapping someone like him, Apurva. With connections like these, I promise you'll become a successful actress one day, just like you always wanted." Mom, you are... But just then, the door opened and Rocky walked in. Apurva, you forgot your bag in my car. Oh, thanks, Rocky. Come, sit with us. I can't right now. I'm in a rush. I'll see ya. And he left. The next day in school, as I looked for Rocky, I walked into the cafeteria and found him sitting with Sitara's group, while she was standing on the table, busy making fun of me. Oh, you should have seen that beggar's face when she didn't win. I'm sure she went home and cried like this. And then she dropped down to the floor and started kicking and screaming while everyone laughed. Wow, Rocky. So you're just gonna sit there and watch her mock me? Yeah, I think I will. It's what you deserve. And he walked away as I stared in shock. But then I went after him. What have I done that you're behaving like this? Isn't being poor a good enough reason? Sitara was right. I'm way out of your league. He walked away and I was left in angry tears. How could I have been so wrong about him? He was just like a sister. He stopped loving me because I was poor? Well, I would forget the jerk too, ASAP. Soon after, I found out that the TV series Sitara was selected for was filming the first episode in our school. I joined the crowd and had gathered to see the shooting. On the director's cue, Sitara started saying her dialogue, but she immediately forgot them. And even after 100 takes, she couldn't deliver one line of dialogue properly. The director was so frustrated that he banged his head on the desk, and I laughed out loud. Who laughed? Who is that? Come out. I raised my hand. How dare you laugh at my shooting? You think acting is easy? Yeah, I think it is. Oh, really? The director snatched the script from Sitara and gave it to me, thinking I'd make a fool of myself. But when I delivered the dialogue perfectly, he looked stunned. Oh my God, you're so talented. I know. The emotions, dialogue delivery, everything was just amazing. I know that also. Thank you so much, sir. Team, take up this girl. She's gonna be my lead actress. And throw this good-for-nothing Satara out. These rich people think they can buy anything with money.
Gosh, was I dreaming? Was I finally becoming an actress? I immediately called my mom to give her the news, and from that day onwards, my dream life began. I graduated from school soon and worked in many TV series, and soon became a celebrity. And I had the life that I'd always wanted. Years passed, and one day when I was being interviewed on TV, the host asked me,
Miss Apurva, our audience really wants to know more about your love life. Are you dating someone?
"Oh no, I just try to stay away from love. I did love someone very much once, and I thought he was a good person. But I wasn't rich back then, and that's why he rejected me. So now I really can't trust anyone." I'd spoken lightly about it in the interview, but it was true. Later that night, I was in my room when I got a call from an unknown number, and I nearly dropped the phone when I heard the voice.
Apurva, please, don't hang up on me. It's me.
Why are you calling me, Rocky?
Because I saw your interview and I realized I'd been the world's biggest fool. All those years ago, I overheard your mom saying you'd planned to be with someone rich, and that just broke my heart. But when I heard you say you loved me once, I couldn't help calling you.
I was speechless. All these misunderstandings had kept us away all these years. Rocky, it's been a really long time since I've seen you. Can we meet tonight?
I'll be right there, Apurva.
Smile, please. Click. You should be on the cover of a family magazine. So perfect. I fake a smile and walk past the photographer. To the outside world, we have it all. A big house, cars, money, and my parents' perfect marriage. But what goes on inside the house is another story. Hi, I'm Fatima from Afghanistan, and this is how I made my jerk dad regret having me as a daughter. But before I continue, click like and subscribe. Mom and Dad were high school sweethearts, but their parents were dead set against the match from the start. Dad took a stand and got married to her anyway, cutting off all ties with his family. Mom was so blindly in love with him after this because she thought he was her real-life Romeo. But sadly, it didn't last. Dad was pretty mean with me and my elder sister Sasha when we were growing up. Once, I ran up to him excitedly to show him my report card full of A's. He tossed it aside without even looking at it.
So what? Anyone can study and get good grades. It doesn't make you special.
He never let me participate in any math international competition, saying,
"You can't leave the country. Girls should be raised to be good wives. Period."
Once, the principal called my parents and told them I should be transferred to another school for gifted students. Dad lost his mind and started yelling at the principal.
"You all feminist women, trying to poison our daughters."
As soon as we hit our teens, Dad made our lives a living hell. Suddenly, we weren't allowed to do anything or go anywhere on our own. Soon, he started criticizing the clothes we wore and said they were too revealing. Once, we were getting ready to go to a wedding. When our dad came to our room to see if we were dressed properly, he took one look at us and lost it.
"Go, wash your face. You look so ugly."
We were angry, but we did as he said. When we reached the wedding, though, once again, he became the doting father. What a hypocrite! Men and women are separated in these weddings, so I told Sasha that we could put our makeup on again and enjoy our night. And so we did. My brother didn't have these problems. He was Dad's little pet. God, he even got a cell phone at 8. Dad kept telling him he was the man of the house, and he had to keep us women in check. It seemed like Dad was getting more paranoid by the day. He shifted our computer in the lounge so he could see what we were doing. He threatened to kick us out of the house if we even mentioned having social media accounts. One day, when Dad wasn't home, I decided to set up a Facebook account. I wanted to join all the math groups on Facebook, but as soon as Dad entered, my stupid brother ratted me out.
Dad went from normal to the Hulk in less than 5 seconds. How dare you? I told you to never make a Facebook account. Are you that desperate to find a boyfriend? No one will want you anyway because you're ugly. Dad, I'm old enough to have a Facebook account. Dad got mad and disconnected the Wi-Fi. I tried talking to Mom about it, but it was pointless. She never saw any fault with anything he did. He's your father. He knows what's best for you. The next thing we knew, he pulled us out of school and enrolled us in an all-girls institution. I couldn't believe it. This is so unfair. All my friends are here. You can't do this. I can. And I have. If you want to live under my roof, you will do as I say. I couldn't let him get away with it. If he wanted to play hardball, then I'd learn from the best. He invited his friends over for dinner a week later, and it was the perfect opportunity to get a little revenge. When Sasha and I came down to greet the guests, Dad almost choked on his tea. What are you wearing? You said we should dress to impress your rich friends. Dad shot Mom an angry stare, and she hurriedly dragged us out of the room. Strike one, and Dad was livid. For our stunt, he cut off our allowance and refused to give either of us any money. It was worth it. And it was okay because I was one of the best students in the class and kids were always asking me to tutor them. I lied to Dad and said my math teacher was forcing me to take extra classes because I was really dumb. And he easily bought it. So I started tutoring a bunch of kids after hours in school. And I was making good money. A month went by and one afternoon at school, right in the middle of a lesson, the door suddenly burst open. I turned in horror to see it was Dad, looking mad as a raging bull. You take me for a fool, girl? Pack your things this minute. I felt humiliated in front of my classmates, and I didn't want to make things worse, so I left with him. When we got home, he screamed at me some more and insisted I give him all the money I'd made tutoring, but I refused. Fine, but make sure it lasts, because there's no way you'll be making any more. Dad kept a strict eye on me after that to make sure I got home right after school. At first, I thought there was no way I could teach anymore, but then I came up with a brilliant idea. Dad was always away hanging out with his friends in the evenings, so I decided to sneak students into my basement. I told Sasha all about my plan, and it was her job to make sure Mom and my brother wouldn't find out, and I was back in business. A few weeks later, while I was teaching, the door suddenly opened, and my brother was standing there. Sasha was right behind him, crying and saying that she was really sorry. My brother took one look around the room and said, "Just wait till Dad gets home. You'll be in so much trouble." I ran after him and grabbed him by the shoulders. "Listen here, you little idiot. What will it take to keep your mouth shut?" He thought about it for a few moments and then told me I had to give him half of whatever I was making. As if I was going to tell him how much that actually was. I agreed to it, and he kept his mouth shut. But I was always a little afraid he'd rat me out. A few days later, when the kids were entering the basement, I saw a boy staring at me. He was a few years older than me. He stepped closer and was about to say something when my brother jumped out from behind him and said, "Are you lost, kid? Need any help?" He was so annoying. The boy looked embarrassed and left. That night, I knew a new family moved in next door, and I was excited to have new neighbors. That evening, they came over to introduce themselves. With them was the boy I'd seen earlier. He was their son. Mom and Dad were so warm and welcoming with the neighbors. I smiled at how nice it felt to have a normal moment, but it didn't last. The moment the neighbors were out the door, Dad was at my throat again. "I saw the way you were looking at him. We know nothing about them. He could be a criminal." The next thing I knew, Dad was boarding up the windows in my room. He really was a lunatic. After that, things just kept getting worse. I'd saved up enough money to buy myself a phone, and I was so excited the day I got it. I snuck into my closet and took it out of the box and started browsing and downloading apps. I was finally able to access my Facebook account too. My excitement was short-lived though, because I came across a page that made my heart stop. Dad was on Facebook, and his profile was just pictures of him with strange women. The things on his page and his friends list made me cringe. I had no idea he was such a cheater. What would Mom say? I quickly ran to Sasha's room to show her what I'd found. She scrolled through the pages and sank down on the bed in disbelief. He wasn't trying to keep us safe from the cruel world. He was only trying to save himself from being exposed. and make sure we never found out the truth about him. It's disgusting. Come on, we have to tell Mom. We ran to Mom's room where she was busy fixing her hair in front of the mirror. Mom, I need you to look at something. I don't have time. Your dad will be here to pick me up soon. But Mom, it's about Dad. She looked at the phone and then back at us. I was expecting her to be angry with him, but instead, she started yelling at us. How dare you talk about your dad like this after everything he's done for you? And with that, she stormed out of the room. We were in shock. Was she really that stupid? Or just in denial? The next morning, when Sasha and I reached school, her friend came up to her and said, "Sash, isn't this your dad?" I wanted the ground to swallow me up. Dad was trying to befriend girls from my school? The man was disgusting. It must be a fake account. Sasha walked quickly away to her class. Mom was still in denial. It was so annoying to see her make his favorite dishes every day and do his laundry. Ugh, I just need to get her to open her eyes somehow. When Dad left on another overnight trip, we tried to talk to Mom again. We showed her Dad's Facebook page along with his friend requests to the girls at my school. But her reply shocked us. "You girls are ungrateful. Making a fake account just to get me to agree with you? You should be ashamed." Mom, you've got to be kidding. You can't still think he's innocent. We were trying to convince her when we saw a shadow block the doorway. The blood drained from my face. Dad was standing right behind us. You're back early, honey." Dad looked like he was gonna erupt. He walked up to me and wrenched my phone out of my hand. "You wretched creatures, openly going against me, feeding lies to my wife? And where did you get this phone?" I stared at him silently, and my brother popped up behind him. "She teaches kids in your basement, Dad." Dad let out an angry snarl and smashed my phone against the wall. After that, Sasha and I were grounded and weren't allowed to leave our rooms. Then a few days later, my mom came in holding a fancy dress. "Get dressed, Sasha, and come downstairs." We looked at each other without moving. "Now." There were a lot of people in our living room. "Ah, there's my sunshine. Come, sit with me." I felt like throwing up. My heart was pounding, and all eyes followed Sasha as she walked across the room. I recognized the guy next to Dad as his business partner, but I had no idea who everyone else was. "Ron has always been interested in marrying you to his son." What? She was only 18. Sasha tried to get up, but Dad grabbed her hand and kept her from doing so. I was boiling inside. I wanted to tell them to get lost, but I knew that wouldn't end well. Mom and Dad were on their best behavior, and you'd think there couldn't be more loving parents in the world. It was an Oscar-worthy performance. After they left, Sasha stormed into my parents' room. "How could you even think about marrying me off? And to that nincompoop? His family is really rich. He's a high school dropout. I plan on going to college, and I want a career. You can't do this to me. Watch me." I stood rooted in the corner. I couldn't let this happen. I had to do something to save my sister from this monster, our dad. That night, when I went to throw out the trash, the boy next door was in his yard. He smiled when he saw me. I walked straight to the trash cans, too afraid that Dad would see me. When I was walking back, I saw something on the fence that wasn't there before. I picked it up and ran up to my room. Over the next few days, he started leaving little swans for me to find. It was the sweetest thing. No matter how horrible my day had been, the swans would make me smile. Maybe one day I'd be able to talk to him. As the day of the wedding got closer, tensions rose higher. Dad got crazier, Sasha got angrier, and Mom just went about being a robot as usual. The day of the wedding arrived, and Dad was running around frantically, making sure everything was perfect. I walked into Sasha's room and gave her a tight hug. "Listen to me carefully. I have a plan." The guests had arrived, and the groom and his family took their places. I knew everything was going according to plan when Mom came running in. "Why are you acting like a fool?" Sasha. "What happened to Sasha?" "She's gone. She's run away." "What?" The groom and his family were livid. Ron grabbed my dad by the collar. "We've never been this humiliated in our life. You will pay for this. Please, Ron, we can work this out." As I ran up to my room, I saw not one, but 8 swans, and my heart swelled. I didn't know how I'd ever thank the boy next door for helping me with my plan. I could hear Dad trashing the house downstairs. I needed to make Sasha run away on the wedding day, so Dad would be too ashamed to look for her and get her back. Just then, the door to my room opened. "Pack your things now. We're leaving." "What do you mean, leaving?" You two have destroyed his reputation. Dad's lost his business partner, and you're asking why we're leaving? With that, he slammed the door and left. Dad followed every move of mine like a hawk. I wasn't allowed to go to school on my own either. One day when I came back from school, Mom was sitting in the lounge, but she looked different. Dad walked in and sat on the couch. Make me a cup of tea. Mom didn't move. Didn't you hear me? Make me a cup of tea. I didn't know what was happening, but I was loving it. Get out of my house, you cheater. Dad was shocked. That's when I saw his phone in her hand. All this time, I thought the girls were lying. But this? Get out. Get out. Now. I thought Mom was going to pop a vein. I secretly hoped she'd kick my brother out too, but you can't get everything you want in life. Dad tried to fight back and feed her lies as usual, but she wasn't listening this time. When he realized there was no way out, he yelled, "If I didn't need your money, I'd have left you a long time ago. You were always useless, and don't think you're going to get much from these ungrateful kids." With that, he left, and that was the last I saw of him. Things started to get back on track. I had a life, friends, and a Facebook page. I started up my tutoring gig again, too. I was also able to track down Sasha eventually. I sent her a message on Facebook. I told her how Mom finally woke up and kicked Dad out, and how our brother was finding it difficult to adjust to life where he had to do his own chores. Even though Mom had finally done something brave, I could tell that she was depressed and heartbroken. I asked Sasha to come and see us. She had worked multiple jobs to put herself through college and was about to graduate. I was so happy for her. A few weeks later, the doorbell rang and I ran to the door. I let out a cry of joy when I saw it was Sasha. Mom heard the noise and came running to us too, crying happy tears as she took Sasha in her arms. As she wiped her tears, Sasha turned to me with a smile. "There's someone waiting for you outside." I stepped out onto the porch to see. It was the boy from next door. He was holding a paper swan. I smiled at him and held out my hand where he gently set it. "Let's go for a walk. I'd love to finally get to know you." Hi, my name is Caroline, and from the day I was born, Mom has thought of me as a nuisance. No matter how hard I try to please her, I just always end up doing the wrong thing. You see, I was always clumsy, and I'd been causing minor disasters around the house even since I was born. Like one time when I was 2 years old, I climbed onto the bookshelf to take down a book and somehow managed to bring the whole thing down. Mom and Dad were freaked. They fired my nanny then, and since Dad was always away, Mom had to quit her job to look after me full-time. I think that's when she started hating me. She thought everything I ever did was wrong. On my 6th birthday, she said to her friends, "She's so annoying that she chose to come out in the middle of my pedicure. I had to go to the hospital with half my nails painted. Can you imagine? So annoying." I was so embarrassed that I tried to run out of the room, only to run smack into my cake. I sat in a pile of cake and felt so embarrassed, and Mom looked so annoyed that I did the stupidest thing on the planet. I ate a fistful of cake and said, "Yum, chocolate." Everyone just laughed harder, and someone said I was an idiot. Turns out, it was Mom. Later that night, I heard Mom on the phone with her friend, and she was crying like a baby. I just miss the good old days. I had a life. I felt so bad. I decided to surprise her with something awesome. I took a screwdriver and ran to the garage. I started to draw with it on the car. I made a whole scene with me and Mom in our house. She was gonna love it. I excitedly nudged her awake from her nap and led her to the garage. But I was so shocked when she went totally ballistic on me. "You're so dumb, Caroline! Your birthdays for the next 5 years are canceled!" And it doesn't get any better from here. You see, I grew up really insecure about my looks around Mom. She was beautiful herself, and her snarky comments always made me feel ugly. She'd say things like, "Your nose is just like your father's mother's," or "You really can't pull off that pink color," or "Do you really need to eat chocolate?" But one time, when I was in the 7th grade, she had some friends over, and I heard her say it loud and clear. "I just wish my daughter was beautiful like me." I ran off to my room and stared at myself in the mirror. The only thing I had in common with her was my long black hair. I decided I would never cut it, but Mom was right. I was ugly. I was so upset with my reflection that I threw a shoe at the mirror, and it broke. Mom heard the noise and came running to my room. "What'd you do now? Clean that up." The next few years went by like that. Dad was a constant no-show most of the time. He sent money and gifts to make up for it though, and Mom insisted I needed to be a different person, while I had found a brilliant new hobby. You see, the day before my 16th birthday, I had found a gorgeous old set of sculpting tools in the attic. I didn't even bother asking Mom whose they were because I was afraid she might make me throw them out. Just then, Mom knocked on the door. She said she'd bought me a dress to wear on my birthday the next day, but to no one's surprise, it turned out to be the wrong size. I tried really hard to fit into it, but I just couldn't. "Why did you buy me such a small dress, Mom?" "To push you to eat fewer cookies and more veggies. The way you're eating, you're never gonna fit into anything nice." "But Mom, clothes are supposed to fit you. You aren't supposed to fit them. If you'd gotten me the right size, I would have looked just fine." "Just fine isn't the same as beautiful, Caroline. That's chubby girl talk." I was so angry with her and disappointed that I had nothing nice to wear, so I just canceled my birthday party and shut myself up in my room, blasting away loud music and doodling furiously in my art pad. A few hours later, I heard a knock at the door. Mom banged on the door saying Dad's gifts were here. After she left, I opened the door and pulled my gift inside. To my surprise, it was a fancy new set of sculpting tools and clay. He'd remembered. Over the next few weeks, I ended up turning my room into my studio. I started sculpting every day. I started to get obsessed. Cars, people, horses, toy, everything. I even started doing it at school. One day, as I was rushing from class to the art room, I bumped into someone and all the miniature sculptures in my bag fell out and scattered everywhere. "Oh my God, I'm so sorry." "No, it's okay. Just help me." I looked up and saw the school's basketball captain, Ron. I'd had a crush on him for a while, but he didn't even know I existed. And now he was helping me pick up my scattered miniatures. Suddenly, Ron looked at my work and let out a whistle.
"Don't tell me you made these. They're brilliant."
"I'm pretty sure I'm very capable of making something brilliant, Ron."
No, of course. I meant you're really good. My aunt's a sculptor, and I just know she'd love your work."
Then he invited me to his home after school. I could not believe my ears. Ron's aunt was crazy talented, and she did seem really impressed with my work. Before I knew it, we had become friends. Not just us, but Ron too. I started hanging out more and more often at his place and sculpting in his aunt's studio. Before I knew it, we had become great friends, and my crush was back. One day while I was at Ron's place, his aunt showed me a poster of the sculpting contest, and wow! The prize was a scholarship to study art at the university. Ron said,
"If anyone can win it, it's you."
The way he said it gave me butterflies, and I decided I'd give it my best. I came back home thrilled, and I told my mom about my project, but Mom was anything but impressed.
"A sculptor? I was hoping you'd become a doctor, a lawyer, or something that won't make you starve. Actually, on second thoughts, maybe that's not such a bad thing."
I tried to not let her get to me, but she made me so mad. I shut myself up for the weekend and sculpted with such passion that I dirtied the floor and sent clay water splattering onto the walls. I wouldn't even go down to eat with her. I just ordered pizzas and had the delivery boy hand them to me through my window. A few days later, as I was leaving for school, she barged in and was beyond furious. She completely ignored my beautiful pieces and only looked around at the mess with crazy eyes. "What are you, a cave woman? You're not going anywhere till you clean this garbage dump." "I'll clean it up, Mom, but why do you always see the ugly side of everything? Don't you have anything nice to say about my art? I couldn't care less about your stupid art." And with that, she walked away. I was so furious, I decided to do the only thing I knew would really get to her. I decided to cut all my long black hair and dye it. It was the only thing my mother and I had that was similar, and now I was different. When she saw me with bright blue short hair, she dropped the plate she was holding and simply said,
"Ah, completely ugly now."
I started spending as much time away from home, returning late and not answering my mom's calls. I spent most of my time at Ron's house working on my sculpture of Grace O'Malley, a fierce Irish pirate. She was such an iconic woman. One day when I returned home, I couldn't find my sculpture anywhere. So I asked Mom, and she casually said, "Your room looked like a dump." So I threw away everything. "You what?"
Mom, I spent weeks on it. The competition is just 4 days away. I told you to clean up your mess. I couldn't tell the art from the trash. I was horrified and did the only thing that made sense. I turned around and ran out of my home. That night it was freezing outside and I didn't know where to go. I started crying, sitting on the street. Suddenly a car approached me. It was Ron. He said, since I hadn't shown up at his place when I was supposed to, he thought I might be in trouble. When I told him I'd left my house, he said I could stay at his place as long as I wanted. The next 3 days were crazy. I skipped school and worked on my sculpture all day long. I blocked Mom's number because she wouldn't stop calling to yell at me. But the day before the art contest, someone knocked at Ron's door. It was Dad. He wanted me to go home to Mom. Are you coming?
No, honey. I have to catch a flight in 30 minutes. Now, hurry up.
Forget it, Dad. I'm tired of how you and Mom have been. You're literally never there in my life. And Mom just hates me so much. I'm not going back to her.
She doesn't hate you. She loves you.
Yeah, of course. Now go, Dad. I don't need you either. I have other friends who can be there for me when I need it. With that, I slammed the door in his face. On the day of the art contest, I was very anxious. I tried to look around and find some familiar faces, but none were there for me. I looked at other people's art pieces, and I suddenly felt they were all better than mine. I wanted to go away. I took my small little statue and ran out of the exhibition crying. But at the door, I found Dad. He took one look at me and smiled. You came? How?
No one else gets to be my daughter's best friend and biggest support. Now tell me, you weren't running away, were you?
My work is really bad, Dad. It's not good.
Why don't you let the judges decide?
He led me back inside, and long story short, 2 hours later, I walked out with the first prize, 100% scholarship to my dream university. Just as I was about to leave the gallery, I saw something that surprised me. Mom was walking away from the far end of the crowd. I couldn't believe she'd come to see me tank, and now that I'd done well, she was just walking away? Well, she could do whatever. I was going to start college anyway. I started art school and started dating Ron, who asked me to be his girlfriend the day we graduated high school. After I finished college, Ron and I decided to buy a small gallery for me. I found a gorgeous little place, and the very first day, we found a lovely little sculpture tucked away in its storage. The real shocker, though, was that it looked very familiar. The gallery owner said, "Oh, it's just been collecting dust for 20 years. The artist was not very successful. Then she stopped working when she had a kid. This was her last piece. She called it Baby Caroline." I was stunned for a second when I realized why it was so familiar. The baby was wearing a necklace exactly like mine. My mom made this. I told the owner I was keeping it and wrapped it up. On Christmas that year, I took the sculpture and decided to see Mom. As soon as she saw it, she burst into tears and said, "I'm so sorry. I'm a horrible mother, aren't I?" She said she'd gotten jealous when she saw me sculpt. "I gave up my career for you, and you were so good. I got so upset. I'm so sorry." As angry and hurt as I was, I knew that Mom had given up a lot for me, so I hugged her and showed her my second gift, the old sculpting tools I'd found in the attic years ago. She cried as she held them. They were hers. Well, now the two of us often sculpt together in my studio, except we have a third edition, my little girl Maria.
Hey guys, how's it going? Okay, you're probably wondering why I only have one half of an eyebrow. It's just that I was waxing my eyebrows and I had a little accident. But no biggie, your girl's gonna pencil them in just as soon as I find my brow pencil.
Ruby, you're gonna be late for school. Again.
What am I supposed to use? Lipstick? Ugh! Oh, magic marker. Guys, please don't give me that judgy look. I can't go to school without eyebrows. Oh, wait, sorry. I meant to introduce myself. I'm Ruby, and I live in Montana with my parents as an only child. Oh, before I continue, would y'all mind hitting that like and subscribe button? Sorry, my director will fire me if I don't tell you guys that. Anyway, I live with my parents, but I'm not really close to them, and I don't relate to them either. It's not that Mom and Dad are bad parents, it's just that they're possibly the most boring people on the planet.
Oh, let's face it, you won't ever be a normal, responsible adult. You silly thing. You probably wouldn't even notice if your own head fell off.
Whoa, rude. Also, I'm only 13, Mom. I don't want to think about marriage. But Mom disagreed. In fact, she wanted to get me engaged right now. Okay, maybe I'm exaggerating. She just wanted me to meet my potential fiancé,
hoping he'd fall in love with me and propose after high school. So in 8th grade, she introduced me to her friend's son Grayson, who was a couple of years older than me, and a triple package: handsome, smart, and planning on starting his own company one day. So, Gremlin.
Grayson.
Totally. So, your biceps, they're huge. I've never seen biceps that big before. And not that they look bad. They look very, very fine. Sorry, did that sound creepy? I swear, I'm not a creep.
Please kill me.
Oh, I can't kill you. Sorry, I really can't go to jail for murder right now. At least not until the new Wednesday series gets canceled. Anyway, this has been a lovely meeting, Mr. Healthy-looking biceps. Keep up the good work. Boy, that was awkward. I guess Grayson won't be my future husband after all, but secretly, I did really want a boyfriend. So, that summer before 9th grade, I decided to give myself a makeover. A new skincare routine, a healthier diet, and a better wardrobe. Though, when I was shopping at the mall for my wardrobe, things got a little crazy. While I was picking out dresses, I also decided to get some new bras. But just as I was walking into the changing room, I ran into my crush. His name was Colin, and I hadn't seen him all summer. He looked a million times more handsome. Hey, dude. Fancy seeing you here. These aren't mine. They're for my mom.
Your mom likes bras with unicorns on them?
No. I mean, what's wrong with unicorns? Do you have a problem with them? Because that's just racist. I ran off before Colin could answer. That didn't exactly go well. And when I got home, things just got worse. I found out Mom's friend's son Grayson was gonna start volunteering for her company. Remember that handsome snob with the enormous biceps? He wasn't exactly thrilled that we'd be seeing each other all the time at the house and at social gatherings. Pfft, as if I was excited about it. Ignore stupid handsome Grayson. Back to my glow-up makeover. Not to brag, but I looked like a knockout the first week of 9th grade, and everyone showered me with compliments, including Mom and Dad.
Finally, you cleaned yourself up a little. Look, sweetie, our ugly duckling has turned into a swan.
Mom!
She looked beautiful before, and she looks beautiful now. I don't get what the big deal is. She just caked on 10 layers of makeup to make herself look like a Barbie doll and put on flashy clothes.
I just rolled my eyes hearing that. Of course the jerk had nothing nice to say about me. Well, his opinion didn't matter, because the following week at school, guess who finally noticed me? My longtime crush, Colin. Even after our embarrassing unicorn bra encounter, he asked me out to a movie, and a couple weeks later, we started dating. Talk about the perfect start to a girl's teenagehood and high school career. Colin writes me good morning texts and takes Instagram selfies with me. I remember the olden days when I was a sad, lonely girl, but now my life is perfect. On the night before winter break, Colin took me to an exclusive cool kids party. But just as I was getting ready to leave, I saw Grayson waiting for me outside. What the frick was he doing here? And how did he even know where I was?
Your parents asked me to come check on you and then drive you home. You're at a midnight party with your boyfriend, Ruby. Someone needs to supervise you.
Who do you think you are? My dad? You can do whatever you want, but I don't need any supervision. I meant to do that. Anyway, I'm gonna go kiss my boyfriend now, so bye!
I just hope he's available to kiss you. I saw him looking pretty happy talking to some other girl a few minutes ago.
Yeah, because it's a crime to talk to other girls when you have a girlfriend. Grayson, get a life. He was really starting to get on my nerves. So to stick it to him, I took the bus home, and he had to drive all the way back to his house for nothing. It served him right for being such a control freak. Unfortunately, though, I couldn't see Colin after the party because he was going on vacation. I knew he'd be busy, but a week went by, and he didn't call or text at all. Okay, no reason to panic. Couples need space. I totally get it. I had other stuff going on in my life. I went to a yoga class, read books, painted my nails. Finally, when we got back to school, I searched everywhere for Colin. I didn't have much luck until I wandered into the school garden to find him kissing another girl. Ahem!
Oh, Ruby. Sorry, I meant to tell you. I'm getting back with my ex-girlfriend. We've sort of been on a break, which is why I asked you out, because I was still getting over this precious girl.
So I was just your rebound? You are such a jerk! How could you use someone like that?
I'm sorry. You're really great and all, but I just wasn't feeling those magical sparks between us, you know?
I just smacked him across the face and told him we were done. And then to really stick it to him, I texted Colin, "We're done," 3 more times over text message. The truth was, though, I felt really depressed about my breakup. I mean, yeah, I was mad at Colin for what he did, but I was more mad at myself for believing he'd actually cared about me. I distracted myself the next few days by hanging out at the pet shelter and keeping the kittens company. It was exhausting exactly the heartbreak therapy I needed. I was even starting to feel better until Dad called me, begging me to come home and help him prepare for a fancy work dinner. But when I arrived at the house, Grayson was already in the kitchen with his sleeves rolled up. Ugh, I just knew my parents had told him about my breakup, and he was waiting to rub it in my face.
I asked Grayson over to help us cook since your mom isn't home yet.
Yeah, and also, because your dad told me you don't know how to cook. Did you seriously start a fire trying to deep fry ice cream? First of all, the fried ice cream disaster wasn't my fault. I just happened to forget to watch the tutorial first. And second, I've had a really hard couple of days, and I don't have the energy to handle you right now. So just go away and don't talk to me for the rest of the night. But you can hang out in my room if you want and use my computer if you're bored. May I recommend MSA videos? Watch them on YouTube though, not TikTok, because TikTok's bad for your attention span. But anyway, see ya. Unfortunately, Dad didn't let me get rid of the idiot that easily. And as expected, Grayson took full advantage of getting to boss me around and talk to me like I was an idiot.
Go salt the water. Don't put sugar, put salt. You're not allowed to touch the knife. I don't trust you around a knife.
I felt just about ready to punch him until Grayson came up behind me and guided my hands in rolling the dough with his big, strong arms. It even made my heart rate go fast. I guess it was a good form of cardio exercise.
Nice job. You know, you actually don't suck at this.
Mom was quite late, but when she finally came, she was with her boss, and his arm was around her. What was that about? Then at the dinner table, Mom and Dad's boss made an announcement.
Excuse me, may I have everyone's attention? I would like to introduce my new co-owner of the company. Audrey, darling, congratulations. That also brings me to my other news. The two of us have decided to restart our business in Australia, and we'll be moving there in a month. What do you mean? We're gonna be moving in a month?
No, I'll be moving. Actually, I'm divorcing you. I'm just not happy with our life here, and I need a change. I hope you'll understand. My heart stopped as I saw Dad's stunned face and all the guests staring at us. Many of them were strangers I barely knew. The whole thing was just this surreal, unexpected mess. And fast forward 2 months later, Mom was gone, Dad was a wreck, and I was still numb with shock. I didn't exactly have time to cry and grieve though, cause I had to take over the house since Dad wouldn't leave his bedroom. 3 guesses how that went. Yeah, I broke our dishwasher, also our oven, and killed all our houseplants cause I forgot to water them. Not that I was surprised. It was like Mom said, I was just too dumb to ever be able to take care of myself, let alone Dad too. One day, I just couldn't take the stress anymore and literally fell asleep on the kitchen floor. When I opened my eyes, Grayson was staring down at me, and for some reason, it made me feel relieved.
Ruby, are you okay?
No, I'm not.
You know, you don't have to do this all by yourself. I can help you. I'm here for you.
I don't want your help. You don't have to suddenly be nice to me now just because you feel sorry for me. I know you hate me.
Who said I hated you? I don't hate you at all. All those times I insulted you, I was just teasing. But I'm sorry. I guess I just don't know how to act around a girl I think is cute.
Wait, Grayson thought I was cute? No, that wasn't possible. Perfect, handsome, and smart guys like him don't think girls like me were cute. Well, okay, with my glow up, I'm a little bit cute, like Ariana Grande, K-pop cute, but my cuteness was all I had going for me. I didn't have any other good qualities. So yeah, I didn't believe Grayson's words for a second. But for some reason, he stuck around for several days after that and basically forced me to rest and take care of myself. One night, I was even having cramps and he made me tea. Thanks for all this. I really appreciate it. Just one follow-up question. You said I was cute the other day, right?
Yeah, what about it?
What do you see in me, man? I mean, I know I kinda got pretty after my makeover.
Again, with you and your dumb makeover that I never even cared for. Ruby, you're funny, you're charming, you're interesting, and hands down, the kindest person I've ever met. Why isn't that enough for you? How come you don't believe in yourself?
Grayson's words really caught me off guard. I didn't really have an answer for him. Well, actually, I kinda did. The truth is, it's hard to have confidence in yourself when you're always bumping into walls, losing your stuff, and eating soap. Okay, calm down. I've only eaten soap once, and it was an accident. Basically, I was in some fancy hotel, and they had some tiny soap bars in the bathroom that looked like candy, so I ate one. I don't actually eat soap on a daily basis, but you get my point, right? Animator, show the reference scene of 14-year-old me making myself over that summer. Remember when I felt super confident after my major glow-up? Yeah, that wasn't real confidence. Real confidence isn't based on stuff like outside beauty and high IQ. Real confidence comes from loving yourself no matter what. So I guess now it's time for makeover number 2, feeling good on the inside. And a few months later, I did start to feel a lot better. And apparently, confidence is a lot more attractive than looks anyway, because one morning, freaking Colin showed up at my doorstep begging me to take him back. Which do you want? A bouquet of roses or lilies? Or would you prefer chocolates? A life-size teddy bear? What do you want from me? I'd like for you to get off my porch. Also, I don't like either of these bouquets. I'm just not feeling a magical spark. I was about to throw the flowers in the loser's face when suddenly Grayson showed up behind me because he was already over at my house. We'd gotten super close over the last few months, and between you and me, I've developed major feelings for him. I guess that explains why I was happy when he sprung onto Colin and tackled him to the ground. The boys were like animals, full on rolling into the bushes, and I certainly didn't mind watching the spectacle. Come on, ladies, admit it. Who doesn't love it when boys fight over you? Finally, though, Colin ended up leaving, and Grayson pulled me into a very pleasant hug. So, when do we get to have our first kiss? Maybe we can have a beach date tonight? Because I really don't want to kiss you next to loud traffic. Animator! Hey, me again. Can Grayson and I maybe have a nicer setting for our first kiss? Yeah, keep going. This is supposed to be my romantic moment, dude. Oh, yeah, I like the sunset. Perfect. Thanks. Anyway, I hope y'all enjoyed hearing my insane drama. If you want more stories in this style, make sure to comment below. Ruby, our craziest MSA character. Hi, I'm Rachel from Pennsylvania, and I'm Amish. Please like and subscribe. The Amish community believes in a simpler lifestyle than the rest of the modern world, and this is reflected in our clothes and our simple ways of living. Some of us don't even have cell phones in the 21st century, including me. But I was always curious about the world and wanted to experience everything. Once when I was 5, I found a lost doll on my way to school. And in our culture, dolls aren't supposed to have faces, but this one did. I was thrilled to find it and took it to school with me. But as soon as I took it out of my bag, the kids screamed.
OMG, a doll with a face. Where did you get this thing from? I guess it belongs to some tourist who must have visited the area and... So you stole it from her?
No, she forgot, and just then the teacher came running. She took the doll from my hands and tossed it into the dustbin. But I wasn't giving up so easily. After school, I snuck into the classroom and took the doll out of the bin. And then I heard the teacher's voice. What do you think you're doing? The teacher took me to the principal, and soon the news spread across the town that I was evil. But my parents didn't care.
I'm so sorry, Mom and Dad. I caused you trouble.
Oh, it's okay, honey. We know that you're a good girl who is just curious about things. You don't have to be sorry about anything, love. And then she hugged me real tight, but no one else liked me after that. Not much changed until I turned 16. And then it got worse, because this was the age that girls in the community started getting married, and I didn't want to. I was confident no one would ask for my hand in marriage since everyone thought I was evil. But to my horror, it happened. One day I had some guests over and my parents told me, "Oh dear, Jim has decided that he wants to marry you, and even we think you both are a great match. So, what do you say?" Say? I didn't know what to say. I pulled the guy aside and asked him to say no. No, I can't do that. What? Are you crazy? They'll get us married if you don't. That's what I want, Rachel. I've been in love with you ever since I saw you, and Rachel, stop. Please listen to me. He was a sore loser, and I didn't want to marry someone like him. I tried to talk to my parents, but they said it was for the best. Really? Now I had no option but to run away. I left home and kept running until I reached the main road. And there, I saw a bus approaching me. The bus stopped and some kids got down. And that's when I saw the most shocking thing. A girl, just like me, was standing right in front of me. What the freaking pigeon? She looked just as shocked and walked towards me. Wow, you look just like me. That's so amazing. I'm Lindsay. What's your name? I'm Rachel. Well, Rachel, your clothes? They look so cool. Where did you get them from? I don't know why, but I told her my entire life story. And suddenly, Lindsay smiled at me and told me this crazy idea. Rachel, Do you want to trade places with me? What? Well, I want to see your community, and maybe I'll get some time off my stupid life, and you get to live the life you want out there. Well, I was speechless. I was really scared to do it, but when I thought about the marriage proposal waiting for me at home, I said yes. Rachel and I exchanged our clothes, and it felt so different. All these colors on my body were crazy. Suddenly, the bus honked, and Lindsay told me to get on it. She hugged me and said goodbye and ran back towards the direction I pointed her to. I got on the bus, and it was all so weird. All the kids were calling me Lindy, and she seemed to be a super popular girl. But then suddenly, a girl came to me and slapped my face really hard. What the heck? This is the last time you kiss my boyfriend. You hear me? Her what? I was in shock. I'd never kissed anyone. But then I realized probably Lindsay did. I didn't know what to do, so I just went to the back and sat there. When we reached the school, a lady standing by a car waved at me.
Lindsay, how dare you go on this trip without informing me? And why are all your teachers telling me you're a brat? That's enough. Not another word from you. I'm taking away your phone, young lady.
My phone? I don't have a phone. Lindsay probably took it with her, and her mom looked furious now. She asked me to get into the car, and just as we reached home, she said,
"You sneaked out when you were grounded, and now I'm extending your punishment. You're not leaving this house for another week."
OMG, this was like back to where I started from. Lindsay's mom sent me to her room, which was mine now. And this room was full of things I'd never seen in my life. A TV, a computer, a closet full of colorful clothes. This place was heaven. And then I jumped onto her super soft bed and fell asleep. Suddenly, I felt like I was kissing someone in my dream. But I screamed my lungs out when I realized it wasn't a dream. There was a boy in my room kissing me. He tried to hush me and said in a low whisper,
"Why are you screaming? It's me, Toby. Your boyfriend."
Boyfriend? Lindsay betrayed her boyfriend and kissed some other guy? She was really something. Suddenly, he came closer, and I could even see in the dark how handsome he was. But what are you doing here this late?
"I come here every day ever since you've been grounded, remember? What's wrong with you, babe?"
He touched my forehead so gently, I couldn't help but melt a little. Then he took out a beautiful necklace from his pocket.
"I bought this to mark our first month together. Shall I put it on you?"
He was doing all this for Lindsay, who betrayed him for some other guy? For a moment, I started to hate her. I decided I was going to tell him that I wasn't Lindsay. But just then, I heard her mom walking upstairs.
"Lindsay, I heard some noises. Are you okay?"
Toby and I looked at each other, super scared, but he quickly ran out of the window, and both of our butts were saved.
"Were you talking to someone?"
No, of course not. I don't even have my phone on me. I left it on the field trip, remember? She looked at me suspiciously and then went away. A few days passed, and I was just stuck at home. All thanks to Lindsay, the brat. But thank God for Toby, who visited me every day, and every time I wanted to tell him the truth. But I was afraid he'd get mad and stop seeing me. One night when he dropped by, he got up to leave after 20 minutes. I asked him why, and he said,
"Babe, I play volleyball at the beach every Saturday night, remember?"
"The freaking beach?" I leapt up excitedly and said I wanted to go with him. He looked really surprised.
"But you hate the beach, and the sand, and volleyball. And you also hate my friends and never want to hang out with them?"
Wow, what was wrong with Lindsay? Oh, I guess I've just been cooped up for so long. I really just want to go out. He looked super happy, and we both snuck out the window. I had to stop myself from gasping when I saw the sea for the first time. It was so beautiful. I had an amazing time with his friends, and after his game, we took a moonlit walk on the beach. I closed my eyes to feel the wind in my hair, and when I opened them, I saw Toby looking at me curiously. He stopped and took my hand.
"Lindsay, I don't know what it is, but something about you has changed. You're enjoying all these things you never do with me, and you even look different. I haven't seen you much without makeup, and I have to say, you're even prettier this way."
And with that, he pulled me in close and kissed me. And I just couldn't help kissing him back, even though I felt so guilty. I'd been so caught up with Toby, I hadn't even thought that much about Lindsay, and I decided to check up on her. I sneaked into her mom's bedroom one evening and took her cell phone. I found Lindsay's contact there and called her, but she just cut my call. I tried again, and she kept rejecting it. Ugh, this girl. Then I sent her a text message saying it was me, Rachel, and then she replied with a picture. What? No, this girl was insane. Suddenly, I turned around to find Lindsay's mom standing right behind me.
You're not Lindsay, are you?
What? How did she know that? Suddenly, she put her hands around my face.
You guys look so alike. I can't even tell you apart.
What are you talking about? Do you know who I am? And who are you?
My name is Sabrina. I grew up in an Amish community, but I never felt connected to anyone in it except for my sister, your mother.
She was my mom's sister?
At the age of 20, I got pregnant with twins, and I knew my sister could never have any children. So before leaving town, I gave you to her.
Wait, what? So you're my mother?
Yes, but that doesn't mean my sister isn't. She loves you more than me, I'm sure.
Well, of course she does. She didn't leave me like you did. And you're a terrible woman. I can't believe you abandoned me and thought of only yourself. I hate you. I just got up and ran out of there like crazy. It was raining heavily and I kept running until I bumped into someone. Toby!
Lindsay, are you okay? What happened?
I was so out of breath, I couldn't speak. I started to cry, and Toby hugged me tight and took me to his home. After some time, he gave me some hot chocolate to drink, and while I was drying myself by the fireplace, Toby came and hugged me from behind.
Lindsay, it's okay if you don't want to tell me anything, but I want you to know that I'm falling in—
Toby, stop! I turned around and he looked confused.
Is everything okay?
No, it's not. I'm not Lindsay. I told him everything about the switch and even that Lindsay cheated on him. You're a good guy, Toby, and you deserve so much better. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner. Toby stood there stunned. I hugged him tight and left. It was almost dawn and I decided I was gonna go back and stop Lindsay from ruining her life. But just then a car stopped in front of me and Sabrina jumped out. Rachel, there isn't a day that I haven't thought about you. It was really tough for me, but I don't regret what I did. My sister is a very good human being and she deserved happiness. And you, tell me, would you give her up as your mother? Suddenly, I realized that she was right. My mother was amazing, and I was so wrong to leave her like that. I turned to Sabrina. We have to leave now. Lindsay is getting married. She drove with the speed of light, and when we got to the farm, I ran to my house, and there, I saw Lindsay kissing Jim in the front yard. Lindsay, stop! Are you crazy? Jim looked at me like he'd seen a ghost and ran away like crazy.
Everyone was right. You're a witch. A witch!
What are you doing here? And Mom, I swear I didn't do it. It was Rachel's idea to switch places. No, it wasn't. You've got to stop with these lies and stupid things that you do. I can't believe we're sisters.
We're what?
Sabrina told her everything as she stood there in complete disbelief. Just then, Mom came out and hugged Sabrina. Oh, sis, it's been so long. I missed you so much. And then she turned to me and pulled me close. Rachel, my child, I heard everything and I'm so sorry, honey. I should have told you that I'm not your mom. No, you are. You are my mom and I love you. I shouldn't have fled without telling you. I like my life with you and Dad, but Mom, I just wanted to see more. You were always a curious one. Sweetheart, if that's what you want to do, you can have it. And there will always be a home for you here to come back to. As I hugged Mom tight, suddenly Lindsay let out a loud squeal. OMG, Toby, baby, what are you doing here? Did you come all this way for me? He gently pushed her aside.
No, I didn't, Lindsay. We're over. You can kiss or marry whoever you want.
He pulled me to the side and said,
I came here for you. You didn't let me finish my sentence earlier. I wanted to tell you that I'm falling in love with you. With you, Rachel. And if you're moving to the city, I'd love to ask you out on a proper date.
I'd really like that. And I love you too, Toby.
Come on, babe. You don't really mean it. You can't just leave me. Give me another chance. You know I love you. But Rachel, my ex, didn't care one bit. She yelled at me to get lost and left me in the dust. Man, getting rejected like that hurt. A lot. But between you and me, I didn't mind. I actually kinda liked it when she said no. Yeah, it broke my heart, but it was also kinda fun. Hi, my name is Brad. And let's just say, I'm sure I'm not like any other guy you know. After my rejection, I ran home, with my aching heart in my chest. As soon as I got home, was barely through the door, when two of my sisters, Clara and Trish, ran up to me. They were both asking me for help, frantically, and I could barely hear what each one of them was saying. Things had been really hard since my mom had gone, but I had a lot of things to deal with, and my sisters just couldn't seem to understand. Clara was crying and saying that she needed new shoes because her old ones were worn out. She said, "The kids at school all make fun of me. Can you take me to get new ones?" I told her I was too busy to do it right then. But before I could leave, Trish was crying too. She said her friend was having a party and that she needed to get a present. She said, "This is the first time I've been invited to anything." But I said, "Sorry, I'm way too busy with stuff." I went to my room and I got on my computer to message Rachel. I wasn't ready to give up on her yet. I typed, "If you take me back, I'll give you my dad's car." But while I waited for a reply, I messaged a few other girls from school. It doesn't hurt to have some backups, right? While I was typing away, my third sister, Lindsay, burst into my room. She said she was hungry and wanted a sandwich. But I said back, "Make it yourself. I'm busy here." She saw that I was chatting to girls online and not studying, but I didn't care. She left without a word, and I went back to my business. Eventually, Rachel messaged me back and finally agreed to meet up with me the next day so we could talk. Jackpot. Just then, my dad suddenly appeared in my room. I quickly made it look like I was doing homework on my computer. He started yelling at me. He called me lazy and selfish, saying I never did anything to help since my mom had passed away. I shouted at him, "Leave me alone! I've had enough of you all today!" I got up and ran out of the house. The next day, I arrived at the restaurant Rachel had agreed to meet me at. I sat down and things went well for a while. It seemed like she might take me back. But I remembered how weirdly fun it had felt to get turned down by her. So I started to do things that no girl would like. I checked out the waitress as she left the table and asked Rachel to repeat things all the time, as if I wasn't paying attention. I made sure to order the most expensive meal in the menu. And she said she would do the same. That seemed to calm her down. Until the check arrived, that is. And I told her that she'd have to pay because I didn't bring my wallet. That was the last straw. She stood up and threw her glass of water all over me. The whole restaurant was staring as she stormed off. It was so embarrassing. But even though I was rejected again, it felt more thrilling than it did yesterday. I couldn't enjoy it for long, though, because my dad called me right after that moment. He yelled, "Where the heck are you?" I shouted back, "I'm not a little kid anymore. You can't tell me where to be all the time." Dad told me that there was an emergency at home, and I needed to get back right away. I cut the call because Dad always exaggerated everything. I felt bad for a moment, but then I remembered that I'd just been dumped. Again! I was feeling bad and good at the same time. And when you feel like that, you gotta be out in the rain. I headed home soon after, and the house was in a panic. Lightning had struck a big tree outside our house, and it had fallen down and destroyed our kitchen. I ran up to my dad, who was talking to some firefighters, while my sisters cried. Dad screamed at me, "Where the heck were you? I said it was an emergency!" I yelled back, "I didn't think you were serious!" My dad was complaining about how expensive it would be to get everything fixed. He told me that I need to get a job to help pay for it, and I said, "No way!" I told him, "I don't have time to get a job. I was way too busy." Yeah, I felt bad, but it was my dad's house, and he has to figure it out. I had a lot going on, and I was heartbroken. My dad thought I was talking about being busy with schoolwork, so he said that he'd just have to get a second job. He said, "Listen, idiot, I pay a lot of money for your education, so you don't end up like me. You better make the most of it and work really hard." I told him to stop pressuring me and stop worrying before I left the room. Luckily, my bedroom hadn't been hit by the tree, so I can get right back to business. I spent the next few days trying to chat with more and more girls while my dad got a second job. I felt guilty, but I wouldn't be young forever. I needed to have fun while I still could. Later, my dad came home all happy, saying that he met a lady at work that he really liked. He said, "This woman is going to help me forget all my sorrows in life, including you, my son." The next day at school, I was shocked to see Trevor, a guy from school, holding Rachel's hand. I couldn't believe it. She was already with another guy? I ran over to them and yelled, "Rachel is my girl! Get away from her!" She just moved closer to Trevor. She said, "Leave me alone, you psycho. It's over between us." I offered my hand, but this time, Trevor pushed me away. He said, "She told you to leave her alone, so get lost." That was the last straw for me. I swung my fist and punched him right in the face. Soon, we were both swinging at each other until 2 teachers came to separate us. We were sent straight to the principal's office and told me I was suspended. I left school feeling like I lost everything. First, Rachel was gone, and now my dad would probably go insane if he found out I'd been suspended. Trevor's dad was friends with the superintendent. So on top of everything, he got away with no punishment at all. I got home wondering how I was going to break the news to Dad. When I saw his new girlfriend had come over for dinner, I just wanted to drown my sorrows in text messages. But then I saw that there was a gorgeous girl around my age with my dad's girlfriend. This is Laura, my niece. I was immediately hooked. I started talking to her a lot. She was so gorgeous and smart, just my type. I knew I had to be with her. Before I could get to know her a bit more, my dad pulled me into another room and said, "I really like Laura's aunt. So you need to back off, or you'll ruin my chances with her." I couldn't believe it. This sad old man had no right to control who I spoke to, so I just ignored him. I managed to get Laura's number without my dad noticing, and started texting her all the time. She was so cool, and agreed to go out with me. The next day, I was getting ready for my date with Laura, when my dad phoned and said I had to take my sister Trisha to an important interview for an international college. Right at the time I was supposed to meet Laura. At first, I said heck no. But my dad said, "I had enough of your stupid games and excuses. I'm not asking again. Take your sister or else. This is important for her future." I figured I had enough time to meet Laura and still get Trisha to her interview. So I took her with me to the mall. I told her, "Just keep your mouth shut. I have to see someone real quick." I met Laura and she looked even prettier than she had before. I couldn't believe I was on a date with her. She looked at Trisha and I had to come up with something fast. I said, "That's my sister. She has a condition where she looks 16, but has the mind of a 6-year-old. Trisha looked like she was going to kill me, but I gave her the sharpest look I could. I said, "We're just gonna hang out here for a bit, Trisha. Be good or I won't take you for ice cream later." She sat with her arms crossed, obviously mad at me, but I was too busy with Laura to care. In fact, Laura seemed to really like that I was taking care of my sister. We were having a great time, and I was really falling for her, but something was missing. The fun that I had with Rachel wasn't there, no matter how well the date went. At the end of the date, Laura gave me a hug and said she'd like to see me again. And it left me with mixed feelings, to say the least. Right after my hug, Trisha ran up to me, furious. She just looked at her phone to check the time and was really panicking. She yelled, "We're an hour late for my interview, and it's because you're so busy with girls. I'm gonna miss my chance and it's all your fault." I told her to keep her voice down, and we left, but it was too late. The next day, my dad got home in the afternoon, and he stormed into my room, angrier than ever. Trisha had told him about her missed interview, and he also found out about my suspension. He was screaming loud enough for the whole world to hear. "You're so selfish! Why can't you be responsible and stay out of trouble? You stupid boy!" I shouted back at him I was young and needed to live my life. I ran out of the house as quickly as I could and went to sit in the park. I felt bad about everything. As luck would have it, Laura was at the park too, and she said she wanted to go out with me. We hung out and we were having a good time again. But without even thinking, I tried to sabotage things with her. I pulled the same tricks I pulled with Rachel. After all, they would make any girl furious, right? I checked out other girls, acted disrespectfully, and made Laura pay for stuff. But no matter what I did, she just seemed to like me more. I couldn't understand it. By the end of the date, she should have been slapping me, but she gave me a kiss on the cheek and left. The next day when I got back from school, Clara casually said to me, "By the way, bro, Trish packed her bags and left this morning." I felt annoyed and asked her where Trish had gone, but she just shrugged her shoulders. I went up to Trish's room and saw that all her stuff was gone. My dad was already furious with me. If he found out about this, he'd kill me. Panicking, I called Laura and told her what happened. She said she knew where Trish's boyfriend lived, and she would probably be there. So we both headed off to his place. When we got there, we found them standing outside and having a fight. Her boyfriend looked so relieved to see us. He said, "Thank goodness. Your sister is crazy. She mentioned the C word. Commitment. Getting married and being together forever." Trisha was saying, "I thought you loved me. I just wanted to be with you." I stood between them and said, "Hey, watch it. That's no way to treat a woman. Leave her alone. I turned to Trisha and said, I'm really sorry you missed your interview. I've had a lot of issues lately, but I still love you. Come home with me. I'll do anything. She said, anything? Okay, I want your bedroom. Laura was watching, and I couldn't say no. So I just said, it's a deal. Just come home now. She agreed and we started to head back. I wasn't actually going to give her my room, but it made me look good to say it. Laura was definitely very impressed with me as we left. I even got a quick kiss. We drove back home and made it before my dad found out. At the front door was Rachel, looking furious. She said, is this another one of your targets? Laura asked what the heck she was talking about. Rachel said, Brad is a crazy psycho. He treated me like garbage, refused to leave me alone, and then tried to beat up a guy I was with. You should stay far away from him, or he'll treat you like that too. I thought that Laura would leave immediately after hearing that. But instead, she walked up to Rachel and said, maybe you're just too stupid and shallow to understand Brad. He's complicated, and I love him just the way he is. Before Rachel could even reply, we heard a huge crashing sound from the living room. We ran in to see my dad's girlfriend storming out. She was yelling, I can't believe you said I eat like a cow! You jerk! I don't even want to see your face right now! She shut herself in the bedroom. My dad knocked on the door. He was saying, open up! Open the door! I'm sorry! He saw us standing there and smiled. I don't know why, but I kinda like it when she yells at me like that. Rachel took a step back and said, what the heck is wrong with this family? Then she ran out the door. We all couldn't help but laugh. I've been seeing Laura for a few weeks now, and we're really happy. Since I've been with her, I haven't wanted to spend all my time looking for girls. And my dad is happy that I'm helping around the house more too. Things finally feel less crazy now that I found Laura. It feels great to be with someone that finally understands me.
I stopped to look over my shoulder to make sure no one was following me. Then I started making my way down the corridor again. It was getting rather dark now, so I switched on my torchlight. I shone the light on the door at the end. Room 217. I pushed the door and it creaked open. And that's when it caught my eye. A small china box with my name on it. Next to it was a note that said, Claire, I knew you would be here. Don't open the box now. Only after 4 days of meeting Skylar. What? And who was Skylar? I decided to go ahead and open the box. But just then I heard a small scuffling sound that made me jump out of my skin. I had to get out of here! In my hurry to leave, I tripped over the carpet and crashed straight into a tea table, knocking it over. Just as I started to cry, the door flew open and someone picked me up. Dad! Claire, are you okay? Seriously, we've had the entire hotel staff looking for you. Again! I told you this part is getting renovated and it's off limits. I tried to tell my dad that I needed to get back, but he dragged me away and made sure the door was locked. I need to get back there very soon. Hi, I'm Claire, and I've lived in hotels all my life. Dad is a famous hotelier who buys old hotels and converts them into luxury 5-star ones. These hotels have been the places for all my biggest adventures and all the scrapes I've landed in. But before I continue, click like and subscribe. My life was perfect until the day I saw that box. I didn't know what to do. The only person I thought of talking to was my old annoying sister, Hanny. All she cared about was makeup and fashion. She had a son and was now pregnant again. And no, she wasn't married. She was engaged to an arrogant billionaire, and her wedding was in 4 days. I found her doing her makeup in her room. She looked angry when she saw me come in. I'm busy here. I just have one question. Do you know someone called... Just then, a young good-looking man walked out of her bathroom. Hey, who's that? Ugh, that's my makeup artist. His name is Skylar. What do you want now? Oh, I didn't expect Skylar to look like this. Hi, Skylar. I'm Claire. I have something very important to ask you. He doesn't speak English. Oh, shoot. Yeah, you can leave now. I felt more confused now. When I was about to leave, Hanny's son, Sam, ran to me. Can you be my mommy? Why, honey? What's wrong? Mommy is always busy. She doesn't have time for me. I felt sorry for this little guy, but I had a mission to take care of. I kissed his forehead and promised him that we would spend some time together later. But now, what am I going to do with this non-English speaking Skylar? It was time for dinner, and all the guests were leaving their rooms. I decided to sneak into Dad's office. He had the key to room 217. I would just steal it and find out what was inside the box. I stood in front of my dad's office door and tried to open it, but it was locked. I knocked several times and called out to him. Dad, open the door, it's urgent! May I help you? And who are you? I'm your father's new assistant. I got hired today. You can call me Skylar. What? Oh, well, it made more sense that he might be the Skylar I was looking for and not that makeup artist. Hi, I'm Claire, and I have a question for you. Yes, ma'am. I know who you are. I was told I'm not allowed to have any personal conversations with you, and I think now it's time for you to go to bed. Excuse me? That's your father's order. You're going to start school tomorrow, ma'am. What was he talking about? I never went to school. I had been homeschooled my entire life, and the best teachers came to the hotel for me. With all due respect, Skylar, I suggest you move aside, now. He looked calm, and then he whispered something in his wrist. From the pirate Skylar to the diamond doves. Come now. What the? And then in no time, 2 maids showed up from nowhere and dragged me away. I yelled at them to stop, and I tried to break free. But man, they were strong. While they were taking me away, Skylar said, My apologies, ma'am. It's your father's orders. When I got to my room, I knew there was no point in running away, because there were cameras everywhere. And Dad would see me and send these crazy women again. I decided that if Dad was going to send me to this school, I would disguise myself and sneak out of there. And then I'd come back into the hotel to get that box. Next morning, I woke up to find the school's uniform on the couch. I put it on and put my disguise in my bag when the maids from yesterday entered the room. I can't travel by car in the morning. It makes me nauseous. Please order a helicopter for me. No need to travel, ma'am. The school is here in the hotel. What? They told me to follow them. When we stepped out of my room, they walked over to the opposite room and opened the door. This is your school, ma'am. I had never seen such a huge room in my entire life. There was only one desk with a chair in front of the teacher's desk. I turned around and yelled at the maids. This is not a school. I'm leaving. They stopped me. No, ma'am, you can't leave. Your father wants you to stay here till the afternoon. Afternoon? That's like 9 hours. But I knew there was no point in fighting. Dad wouldn't allow me to leave. I didn't understand. He was always the sweet, perfect parent. Was this a new way to discipline me or something? I walked towards the desk and sat behind it. The teacher smelled weird and had a creepy smile on his face. Hi, you must be Claire. I'm your new teacher, Mr. Skylar. I gasped. Was there any more Skylars for me to meet in this crazy hotel? I decided not to ask him about the box right away and see how things would go from there. He started with math. He looked straight into my eyes and said, There are 200 rooms in this hotel with children in them, and 16 rooms with newly married couples in them, and 1 room that is still getting renovated. How many rooms do we have in total? I thought for a second. The answer was 217, and then it hit me. That room with the box in it was room 217. Did he give me this word problem on purpose? The answer is 217. With a creepy smile on his face, he nodded. How many boxes does room 217 have? Oh, he did know about the box. I was about to tell him what I'd found in that room when the door of the room flew open and Sam entered the room crying. Hey, you're not supposed to be here. Sam ran to me and hugged me tight, and the 2 maids ran after him. I held him and yelled at the maids to leave. Ma'am, he can't be here. Listen, all of you. This boy is not leaving this room unless I leave with him. So you better shut up and leave us alone, or else. The teacher didn't say anything, and the maids left. Sam looked at me with tears in his eyes. It's Hanny. She is mad. He always called his mom by her first name. And did he say she was mad? Hanny turns into a monster when she gets angry. The entire hotel staff gets scared when they hear her scream. Jeremy is mad too. He is gone. Jeremy was Hanny's fiancé. I felt like she had never loved him. I didn't understand why she wanted to marry him when they fought so much. Suddenly, Hanny barged in, looking super furious. Behind her, Skylar the assistant was running. Ma'am, I think you should calm down. And I think you should shut up. And I think I should leave you guys alone, the teacher said and left. She leaned towards me and whispered, I don't know what you're up to, but whatever it is, keep Sam out of it. And she grabbed Sam's arm to take him away. I don't want to go with you. I want to stay with Claire. Fine. And she left the room glaring at me. What was this crazy woman talking about? What did she think I was doing? I felt very confused and lost. I let out a loud sigh when Sam looked at me with his adorable eyes. Don't be upset. I know Hanny loves you. She always say that. Pfft. Yeah, right. I took his hand and left the stupid room and went to mine. 2 days passed and I wasn't able to find anything more about the box or the right Skylar. And since no one wanted to help, I knew just how to get Dad's stupid assistant to tell me something that might help me understand what was going on. I waited for the right moment, and as soon as I saw he was alone, I dragged him into my room. There's something I have to tell you. Yes, ma'am. I hate it when you call me ma'am. Call me Claire. As soon as I'd cornered him, I kissed him. To my surprise, though, not only did I find myself enjoying the kiss very much, but he kissed me back for a second. Just then the door opened and Sam came in. I immediately pushed Skylar away and he ran outside. I can't tell you anything, ma'am. It's your father's orders. God, Sam! I decided to take him to Hanny and tell her everything. She should help me. When we got there, the door was slightly open. I was about to enter the room when I heard Hanny talking to someone. You need to leave this hotel, Skylar. I know, Hanny, I know. I don't know what to do now. I sneaked to see that she was talking to the makeup artist. Wait a second. She said he didn't speak English. I opened the door. Oh, I can see that he speaks English better than me. What are you doing here? Giving you your son back. You should take care of him, you know. You're his mother, in case you forgot. Hanny was about to say something when she stopped. I could see she was hurt by what I'd said. Then the makeup artist left the room quickly. I gave Sam to Hanny and ran after the makeup artist. Darn, he had disappeared. Then I saw Jeremy coming towards Hanny's room. He opened the door and started yelling at her. Is Sam back now? You're such a worthless, good-for-nothing woman. I heard Hanny crying. I would have punched him in the face if it was me. Such a jerk. But for now, I had to do something about that box. I felt so helpless, though. Dad's office was always locked, and no one was willing to help me. And I had no idea who the right Skylar was. Oh, God, help me. The next day, I woke up even earlier than the crazy maids did and went to school. The creepy hot teacher was already there, writing something down in a notebook. He quickly closed it when he saw me. Good morning, ma'am. Just tell me what's in that box, dude. Ma'am, yes, about the box. Just then, the two maids barged in. Ma'am, you're not supposed to be here. Tonight is your sister's wedding, and your father said you need to get ready. I don't care about her stupid wedding. Just leave or I... But before I could finish my sentence, the maids held me by my arms and dragged me away. As I was leaving, the teacher said, Don't worry. We will solve the box riddle tomorrow. It's on page 5. I expect you to do your homework. What riddle? What box? What homework? I'm talking about something else. This dumb teacher knew nothing. The maids shut the door and took me to my room. There, I found the makeup artist. What are you doing here? Why did Hanny say you should leave? Oh, she was worried about my immigration status and that I would be sent away. That's why she didn't want me talking to anyone and told you I didn't speak English, so no one would snitch on me. Okay, so he wasn't the right Skylar either. This left me with only one Skylar, the assistant. I knew it was him. My gut feeling was right. The moment I was done getting ready for the wedding, I ran to look for the assistant. I found him talking to one of the maids, and he tried to run away when he saw me. Please, I can't do this, ma'am. I tried to think of something really fast, so I lied and said, Sam is stuck in my bathroom. I need your help before anyone finds out he's missing. I could see the serious look on his face. Yes, ma'am. And we both went to my room. I locked the door behind me. Give me the key to room 217, now! He looked shocked and confused. I don't know what you're talking about, ma'am. Don't ma'am me, you idiot. Just give me the key. It's in my dad's office. Ma'am, please calm down. I have no idea what's going on. But since you want this so badly, I can open your dad's office for you. And it's a big risk, ma'am, but I will do it for you. I couldn't believe my ears. Finally! Someone was helping me. I kissed him and took his hand, and we both ran to Dad's office. He opened the door for me and waited outside. I walked towards my dad's desk when I heard some noise. I froze. Who's there? There was no reply. I gathered my courage and continued walking, when suddenly a young man got up from under the desk. I yelled, Oh my God! Calm down, please. Who are you? I'm Skylar. Oh man, this was too much. I couldn't take more Skylars this week. What are you doing here? I'm Hanny's friend. I was supposed to arrive 4 days ago, but my flight got delayed. I need to get you into room 217. You know about the box? Yes, but I don't know what's inside it. I can't explain much right now. You're the only person allowed to open that box. Why? Who said that? Your sister. Then he gave me the key and told me to hurry before it was too late. I was confused. I opened room 217 and went straight to the box. I opened it and I found a letter there. I started reading it and... Oh my God! I needed to leave this place now. I tried to open the door, but it wouldn't budge. I freaked out, and what was worse, my phone wasn't with me. I kept kicking and pushing against the door. After 2 hours, someone opened it, and it was Skylar, the assistant. The wedding started and I didn't see you around. I checked the cameras and found out you were here. And I also know who locked you in. Me too. I gave him a kiss on the cheek and thanked him. I ran to the ballroom as fast as I could. It was in the same hotel. I screamed when I entered the ballroom. I object! I object! This wedding can't happen! The room fell silent and everyone stared at me. Then Dad came running to me. What's wrong, honey? Dad, Hanny is not happy. She can't marry Jeremy. He is a psycho who never loved or respected her. She's scared, Dad. Jeremy was furious. That's impossible. These are all lies. Tell them, Hanny. Hanny started crying, and then Jeremy started shaking her by the shoulders, screaming at her to say something. Dad ran to him and pushed him away. "You can't talk to my daughter like that!" And then to Hanny, he said, "Honey, why didn't you say something?" "Dad, I was scared. I'm sorry, Claire, for the way I treated you. I was just frustrated at everyone and everything. It was a toxic relationship. I was lost and angry. And..." Then Hanny's friend, Skylar, showed up and went to hug her. "Oh, who is that? It's him, huh? He is Sam's father. I knew you were such a..." Then Dad lunged at Jeremy and punched him in the face. 2 security men came running in and dragged Jeremy away. I felt sorry for Hanny, and things between me and her got better and we became closer. She got back with Skylar, her ex-boyfriend, and she gave birth to an adorable baby boy. And guess what she named him? Oh no, not Skylar. Just Liam.
My story animated will give $1,000 to someone who subscribes in the next 7 days. So tell your sister, your brother, your mom, or your friends that if they subscribe, they may win $1,000.
Hi, my name is Chinami, and I moved to America all the way from Japan when I was 12 years old. The first thing I noticed about being here was just how big everything was. The houses, the food portions, the cars, everything was huge in America, and I loved it. I ate as much food as I could at every restaurant I went to with my mom and always asked for seconds, which left her totally embarrassed, but I didn't care. I didn't even want to move here, and I had to break up with my boyfriend before we left because I wouldn't see him again for so long. We both cried a lot. So that's why I figured I would have as much fun as I could in America since I didn't really have a choice about moving. As you may have guessed, some of the kids at school were horrible because I looked different and couldn't speak English very well at first, but I didn't let their awful hazing make me feel bad. I was confident and knew who I was, so I always walked with my head held up and didn't let anything anyone said or did make a difference in how I felt about myself. The bullies were not used to this approach at all. It just left them confused and scratching their heads. I guess they never met anyone quite like me before. Good. So eventually, they just left me alone. One day, my mom asked why I had no friends at school, and I told her they were all jerks. I don't believe that. I'm sure a lot of them are exactly what you say, but there must be some nice ones too. I love how independent you are, but everyone needs a friend. The truth is, my mom knew something I was trying to hide, which was, as comfortable as I was with myself, I was terrified of making friends or dating anyone new. In Japan, we had moved at least 6 times because of my mom's job. Each time we went to a new town or city, I had to say goodbye to one of my best friends or boyfriends. My heart broke every time it happened, and I always asked my mom if we could just stay in one place for at least a couple of years so I could have some real friends, but she said she couldn't guarantee that. So I decided to only rely on myself, but the truth was, I was getting pretty bored and lonely hanging out with only myself and my cat all the time. But still, I couldn't do it. I was too scared. I ate lunch alone, walked home alone, and spent every weekend playing video games or dressing my cat up in fun costumes. Until one day when I was in 8th grade, a boy called Max came to my lunch table and sat across from me. He started talking as if we knew each other our whole lives, and I didn't even have time to be scared like I had been with everyone else because, well, he just didn't give me a choice. I told Mom I wouldn't talk to Max anymore in case we had to move, but she told me this time we would be living here for a long time, so I may as well try to find a real friend. From then on, Max and I were best friends. He helped me to learn English and I taught him some Japanese, but he was terrible at it. I know what you're thinking. We're gonna fall in love because we're such good friends, but nope, we just stayed friends. Even as we grew up and went to high school, neither of us had feelings for each other. Thank God too, because he was my biggest helper when it came to boys, which is ironic since he was constantly getting broken up with. I tried to warn him about the girls he was dating. They were all shallow and absent-minded, but he didn't care. As long as he had a pretty girl beside him, he felt like he was on top of the world. But of course, they would always break his heart and leave him for someone else, which only made him more sad and want to date prettier girls to prove that he wasn't, as he put it, a total loser. And the cycle would begin all over again. You really deserve better, Max. Not according to the girls I date. They always leave me for someone stronger or smarter. Because they don't care about anything other than how popular they are. You're kind and fun and really thoughtful. Why don't you date someone like that? Look who's talking. You don't date anyone. What do you mean? I go on dates all the time. Yeah, one date. And then, no matter how cool they are, you stop talking to them.
So many really cool guys want to at least try to be your boyfriend, and you never give them a chance.
Like who?
There was George with the gelled hair and nifty vest, Tom, who asked you to the dance, and Pete, who, well, doesn't have a lot going for him, but he's really nice.
What's so wrong with being single anyway?
What's wrong with dating around?
You only do it because you're insecure.
And you're only single because you're scared. It's a miracle we even became friends. All you ever want to do is be alone with your stupid cat. If you're not careful, you're gonna miss out on a lot of great things in life. And what if you meet the one and don't give him a chance?
Well, if it's up to you to meet the girl of your dreams, you'll probably pass her up for someone with an expensive car and a pretty face who doesn't even know where Japan is.
You know it's happened before.
All of a sudden, he stopped talking and just stared off. I thought maybe I really insulted him or something, but then he smiled and said,
"You're right. What if we switched lifestyles for a month just to see what happens?"
Switch lifestyles?
Yeah, you go out with one of those nice guys who likes you for at least 3 dates, and I'll ask out someone who knows where Japan is, and maybe who won't dump me for the football captain for once.
Date someone for 3 dates? That's practically a relationship. I can't do that. All of a sudden, I couldn't breathe, my palms got sweaty, and I got nauseous.
Well, what do you say?
But before he had a chance to ask again, I ran out of the cafeteria and hid in the bathroom. I avoided him all day after that and ran home so fast he could never catch up. I guess I was even more afraid than I realized. Mom saw how frazzled I was when I got home and asked,
"Honey, what's wrong?"
"Max wants me to date someone nice and be happy."
What a jerk.
I know.
I was kidding.
Oh, well, I don't need a boyfriend anyway.
Well, there we agree. You're not even allowed to have one.
What? Since when?
When you were little, it was okay, but now you have to focus on your schoolwork, so no boys.
You're the reason I can't get close to anyone, and now you won't even let me if I want?
You have too much to do to prepare for college. Sorry, honey.
I ran to Max's house right away and told him I was in.
What changed? You freaked out earlier.
My mom said I couldn't.
Ah, yeah, that makes sense. So, you aren't too scared anymore?
You mean, what if I fall in love only to have to move again and maybe it just doesn't work out and I'm left broken and hollow and sad and crying like every other time I ever got close to anyone?
Yeah.
Well, that's easy. I just won't fall in love. And you? You're gonna be able to date a normal girl who doesn't look like a supermodel?
Hey, I'm not shallow like that. I just date them because it makes me feel good about myself. But I know, you don't have to tell me. That's not a good reason to be with someone.
Then why do you do it?
Because if I date a girl I actually like and she breaks up with me, it won't be because she wants to be more popular. It'll be because I really wasn't good enough for her. I don't know if I can take that.
Well, I won't do it if you won't.
You have to. You can't be scared your whole life.
And you can't be insecure your whole life and just date girls who don't even care about you.
Fine, but we both have to do it.
Okay. We shook hands and made it official. As scared as I was, at least I knew I wasn't alone. Now, all I had to do was find someone I liked, but didn't like enough to actually fall in love with. I stalked the halls trying to find the perfect guy who wouldn't be boring or too full of himself, but also wasn't very cute or smart or caring. This was a lot harder than I expected. I liked Peter, who played basketball and was very confident, but that made him way too attractive, so I kept looking. Eventually, I found Sean, my neighbor who was quiet, respectful, but he didn't play any sports or do any plays. He had only one friend, and I think he got mostly C's in class. He was perfect. Not too confident, not too smart. He was just average. Hi, Sean. Do you want to take me on a date? Cool. Come to my house tonight at 7 and pick me up. At home that night, I got dressed and ready and just paced the house waiting for him. But by 7:30, he still hadn't shown up. Hey, you were supposed to pick me up.
No, I wasn't. I never agreed to date you.
Wait, what? He didn't want to date me? My whole life, I never met a boy who didn't want to date me. Except for the bullies, of course. Are you a bully?
No, I just don't want to date anyone. I'm happy as I am.
Really? Me too.
So why do you want to date me?
I'm just trying to get over my fears.
Oh, so you're just using me.
OMG, I was using him. How could I do that? I'm so sorry. You're right. I'll go away forever now. I left thinking about what a jerk I was for doing that.
I have to go to the store if you want to come.
We walked and talked, and it didn't feel like a date at all. Only 2 new friends hanging out. I couldn't believe how smart he was, and and how comfortable he was talking to me, who he barely knew. We ended up getting dinner and ice cream, and he even paid. I guess it became more like a date than we realized. That night, I realized I had been so judgmental, thinking he wasn't confident just because he didn't play sports or act all cool. He was just being himself. And even though he was very smart, he only got C's because he wasn't that interested in school. Then I realized I really liked him. And oh no, maybe I was falling in love. Max, we have to call it off. I went on one date with Sean and I'm already falling for him.
Okay, good, because I asked out Ariana, but then I realized I loved how she's so kind and nice and smart and caring, and I just can't handle being rejected by someone like that, so I stood her up.
You did what? That's so mean. She's the nicest girl in school.
I know, I feel terrible, but I just can't. I'm too scared of what it could do to me if she doesn't like me or we break up.
I guess I know how you feel. I feel the same way. I really like him, and now I'm too scared to even talk to him. He could totally break my heart with only a few words.
Okay, so we agree. We will end this here.
Agreed. We shook hands again. After school, I tried to avoid Sean while Max avoided Ariana. We snuck out with our heads down in the halls as classes were dismissed, trying to blend in. And as we turned the corner, there they were, both Sean and Ariana. He was smiling at me, but Ariana was glaring at Max. She marched up to him, almost knocking Sean out of the way, and planted herself right in front of Max. Just because I'm nice doesn't mean you can do that to me. I was ready and waiting and deserve respect. What do you have to say, huh? Oh, so when you ask me out, you're all smooth, but when you get confronted, you're all like, I don't know. Don't talk to me again.
Wait, I'm sorry. I was just scared because you're so nice and so great and everyone loves you. And if we went out and you didn't like me, I would feel so worthless. But you're right. It was so wrong and I'm a coward for not talking to you about it and trying to avoid you. I'm so sorry, Ariana.
Say more about how great I am.
Everyone knows you're the nicest girl in school, and it's true. You're always doing things for other people. But you also don't take any disrespect from anyone, and I love that. The truth is, since we were little, I liked you, but I just didn't have the courage to tell you because if you didn't like me, I couldn't handle it. So I date girls who are shallow and not nice at all because they're so different from you. And when they break up with me, it doesn't hurt as much because they're not you.
Wow, I had no idea he felt that way about her or about anyone. Ariana kissed him right there in front of everyone and left together. Then Sean came up to me. My turn to be honest. Hi, I'm sorry, but I was going to avoid you too. I know now I was just scared.
Of me?
Of myself, and how I don't think I'm strong enough to handle it if I fall in love with you and it doesn't work out.
How do you think people become strong? They take risks, and when they get hurt, they learn and grow. I can't promise we'll be happy forever, but I can tell you I like you and I had fun, and I think that's enough to try.
He took my hand and we left together. I don't know what's gonna happen. Maybe Sean and I will be together forever, or maybe I'll have to move again and lose the only guy I ever really loved. And maybe Ariana will end things with Max and break his heart. But what I do know is that just because some things end doesn't mean they weren't important and that it didn't mean anything. I can't control what happens, only how I feel and what I choose to do with it. And I will never again let fear stop me from doing what I want or being with someone I love. Because whatever happens, this is my life, and I will choose to live it.
The heir of that painting is a young, charming millionaire, and you will get to know him. You need to earn his trust completely, so he lets you into his life and his home. Then, when the time is right, you will steal the painting from a high-security vault inside his house and bring it back to me.
Do y'all remember Eric? You know, the guy Meredith and I were fighting over the night Mom went into a coma? The guy who was so hot he made boiling water look cool? The guy whose smile shone brighter than the sun and whose eyes were deeper than the Amazon rainforest? The guy who...
He looks familiar. Oh my god, I've kissed this guy once.
Yeah, the guy who stole my heart the minute I saw him. And then Meredith kissed him.
Do you girls know him?
Not super well, but I'd rate him number 8 on my list of good kissers. And I've kissed tons of people, so that's pretty high. Oh, Pierre, you really gotta see his brothers. They look like
Ugly old girls, I know. I know everything about him, but how well does he know you?
He and his family lived in our neighborhood only for a month, and that was years ago. I don't think he'd recognize me now.
Yeah, she's not that memorable.
You're still going in disguise. We have to convince him that you're just a stranger who has randomly bumped into him with no agenda. Also, he must believe you're very rich, so he doesn't think you're a gold digger.
From Pierre, we learned that Eric's mom had passed away at his birth, and his dad had remarried a woman years later who already had children of her own, the quadruplets.
The world makes sense again. Thank you.
Eric's maternal grandmother recently left the painting to him in her will. His father is a big business tycoon, so they always have security at the mansion. But the painting is even harder to access. The only way you'll make it in and out of there is if you're welcomed into their home.
I couldn't believe that of all the millionaires in the world, I had to pretend to like Eric, make him fall for me, and then rob him blind. And how was he even better looking now? Over the next few days, I took on the identity of Christina Delafour, a wealthy socialite with a law degree who lived in a beautiful apartment in a posh area and wore only designer brands. Wow, this Givenchy coat is stunning.
It's Givenchy, you moron!
Okay, geez. Also, Pierre, can't someone do a background check on me and easily find out that I did not graduate from Harvard and that I don't have parents who made a fortune out of selling toilets in India and now live there?
If anyone runs a check, they'll find all this information to be accurate. I've made sure of it, and no one is interested in the law or toilets. So they won't ask you many questions. Now, show me how to walk in heels like a rich lady.
Fine. Meredith, pass me the Jackie Chim Chews.
Oh my god, they'll know you're fake in a second.
I was joking. Relax. I've hung out with enough rich people to pick up a few things. I got this. And then, a week later, I was inserted into Eric's life. We talked over coffee for an hour, and I thought it was going really well. But when it was time to part ways, he didn't ask for my number and just left. Ugh, I'd failed to capture his interest. I'd have to plan another encounter without seeming suspicious. As I was walking away distracted, I ran straight into a garbage can and stubbed my toe hard.
Son of a biscuit! Holy mother of fudge!
I was still hopping around when I crashed into a woman pushing a stroller, and a doll went flying out of her hand onto the road. Just then, the car ran over the doll and turned it into a pancake.
You destroyed my child's precious doll!
I'm so sorry. It was an accident. I'll get your little girl a... Wait, your child is a cat?
Yes, and that was my childhood doll, which I passed on to my baby.
Look, here's some money. Get your baby another doll.
She loves that one, and they don't make those anymore.
Your baby is a cat. She doesn't love that particular doll. She probably doesn't even love you. She'd eat your face in your sleep if you weren't the one to feed her. Now please. Just then, someone tugged hard at my purse, and I saw a thief running away with it.
You've got to be kidding me!
I took my heels off and sprinted after the thief. He jumped over a fence into a park, and I followed. I was gaining on him and sent a flying heel at his head. Just then, someone ran past me, pounced at the thief, and pinned him to the ground.
Gotcha!
Eric? The park security immediately arrived on the spot and took the thief away.
Aren't you glad I followed you and came to your rescue?
My rescue? I hit him with my shoe to slow him down and was about to catch him, but then you swooped in at the last minute, and now you want credit?
Whoa, easy. I was just flirting with you.
Oh, sorry. Wait, you said you followed me?
Yeah, I felt stupid that I left without asking for your number. I definitely want it now. You became even more interesting when you stubbed your toe, murdered a doll, yelled at the cat lady, and chased a robber.
Eric and I started seeing each other, and even though I knew it wasn't a real relationship, it still felt wonderful. We both hated rom-coms, but were always up for watching horror movies. We supported different baseball teams and had heated debates about who sucked more, and we both loved eating from street vendors and walking around the city at night. I enjoyed his company more than I cared to admit, and my heart skipped a beat every time he took my hand or gave me a goodnight peck on the cheek. And then one night, as we watched a fireworks show in the park, he pulled me close and kissed me, and I practically melted in his arms. Soon enough, he told me his parents were hosting a party at their house, and he wanted to introduce me to them. This was the first time I'd be in his mansion, and I needed to make sure I got invited often enough to find out where the vault was. Eric's dad was lovely, but his stepmom looked at me with a stare so icy, it could make hell freeze over. I escaped from the party for a while when the dancing started. Yeah, that's when Meredith dropped by as Catwoman with a cheeseburger. But soon enough, Eric came around to call me in for dinner, where the quadruplets also joined us.
So, Eric told us your parents sell toilets in India.
Yeah. It's a great business because everyone needs a toilet, right? And you know the population of India. Multiply that with toilets and you have a fortune.
What is the population of India?
Well, I don't have an exact figure. It's just a lot of people. Suddenly, I had a queasy feeling in my stomach.
Didn't you get made fun of as a kid? If you were in my school, you'd be called the toilet princess. Grabber queen. Duchess of poop.
Guys, cut it out. You're not in high school anymore.
Wait a second. Have we ever met before?
What? No, I really don't think so. Oh God, why was my stomach churning?
You know I'm really good with faces, and you remind me a lot of this girl we met in a neighborhood in Connecticut years ago. Guys, remember? She had a twin sister. Oh yeah, I remember those twins vaguely. The blonde one was prettier, right?
Dang it! Has to be someone else. I'm an only child, and I've always lived in Boston until I moved here.
Yeah, Eric told us you're a lawyer from Harvard. So who's the baddest person you put behind bars?
Not that kind of lawyer. I'm actually an environmental lawyer. I was really feeling sick now. Maybe it was that burger I ate?
Like you have trees as clients? What do they pay you with? Leaves? Hey, why are you turning green? You love trees so much that you're becoming one?
Can you guys stop? You're not even that funny.
No, look at her. She's green.
I think I'm gonna hurl. Eric called the doctor immediately, who said I had food poisoning. He gave me some medicines, and Eric insisted I stay over for the night in one of their guest rooms. I fell asleep immediately and woke up a few hours later feeling thirsty. As I made my way down to the kitchen, I realized I had the perfect opportunity to try finding the vault. Just then, I heard some low voices from some room, and I slowly crept up to find Eric's stepmom talking to one of the bodyguards in the library.
Were you able to figure out how to unlock the vault?
There's no way. I've tried everything for weeks. I only have to use a tiny explosive device to destroy the lock. The vault is all the way up in the attic. No one will hear a thing. But we have to steal a painting the day after tomorrow while your husband and Eric are away on business. Are you ready for this?
And then he pulled Eric's stepmom into his arms.
I can't wait to run away with you, James. I'm so tired of seeing you secretly, and I am completely ready.
As the two locked lips, I turned around and tiptoed away as fast as I could. Okay, so the vault was in the attic, the lock could only be destroyed with an explosive device, and I couldn't let Eric's cheating stepmom and traitorous bodyguard run away with it. The next morning, when Eric came to check on me, I decided to tell him the truth for once. Eric, I have something really difficult to tell you. I got up last night to get some water, and I heard your stepmom and this bodyguard James talking.
They were talking late at night?
Yeah. Do you have some vault in this house with some painting inside?
How do you know that?
That's what they were talking about, breaking in and stealing the painting. They're planning to do it the day after tomorrow, and your stepmom said something about running away with James. I saw them kiss. I'm so sorry. I wish I hadn't.
No, I'm glad you did. This is gonna be a huge blow for Dad. But it would have been much worse if we'd found out everything afterwards. Thank you for telling me. And please, keep all this to yourself. I know I can trust you.
Eric kissed me gently before walking away, and 2 days later, when the bodyguard and Eric's stepmom were about to escape with the painting, police officers immediately arrested them.
This is fantastic! They might link the museum robbery to the bodyguard and stepmom too, and assume the painting is now safe. So it'll be easier for you to steal. Good job, mon chéri. I knew you was a smart twin.
After Pierre left, I sank into my armchair, but then I noticed Meredith staring at me. What?
You should be happy, but you don't look happy. What's up?
Nothing. I just can't wait for this job to be over.
You can steal the painting soon, right? You know exactly what to do, and Eric trusts you. By the way, have you two kissed?
I've been dating him for 2 months. Of course we've kissed.
We text every day and you never mentioned it.
I didn't know I had to.
So, how is it?
It's fine. It's whatever. It's like kissing anyone.
My memory's a bit fuzzy, but you know I've kissed him.
You never let me forget.
And I definitely wouldn't call it a whatever kind of kiss.
Yeah, okay, it's nice. It's good.
Nice? Good? Oh, wow, don't make me jealous with all the passion.
Okay, you want to know what kissing Eric is like? It's like flying through space, like a meteor that explodes into 1,000 stars, and then jumping into really cold water that makes you feel alive all over, and then feeling warm and tingly down to your toes, like having hot chocolate next to a fireplace on a snowy winter night.
So, I'm guessing it's better than kissing the pillow you used to practice on?
I did not! Shut up!
You're in love with him, aren't you?
I was about to snap at her again, but then I just sighed. Yes, I am. The night of the heist arrived, and I felt sick to my stomach, but I just wanted to get it over with. Eric's dad was away, and Eric was holding an important shareholders dinner with which most of the household staff was busy. I'd volunteered to host the dinner with him, and got ready to leave before their meeting started.
Thanks for your help tonight. You're the best.
Oh, it was nothing. Don't thank me.
So, I'll see you tomorrow at our coffee shop?
It's a date. As Eric walked away, my heart felt like it was breaking into a million pieces. This was the last time I'd ever see him again. I gulped down my tears, and instead of leaving, I sneaked up unnoticed to the attic. Inside, I found a heavy metal door to a vault. I took out the tiny explosive device Pierre had given me, placed it on the lock, and activated it. In a few seconds, there was a tiny pop and a sizzling sound. Then, I heard the lock click open. I walked into a tiny, dark vault and found the painting under a glass case. Praying to every god that no alarms would go off, I lifted the case carefully, put the painting in my bag, and started sprinting down the stairs. But just as I'd reached the second floor landing, one of the Ninja Turtles blocked my way.
What are you doing?
Hey, bro! You know when I stayed over a few weeks ago? I dropped a necklace, and I was looking for that guest room, and I got lost. But it's fine. I'll just get new earrings. See you later. He suddenly grabbed my bag and pulled out the painting.
Do you think I'm a moron?
A moron? You? No way! Sorry, which one are you?
Michelangelo.
Okay, no one has time for that. Now listen, Mike. You're definitely the smartest of your brothers, and just a tiny bit better looking than all of them too.
We're identical.
That's what they want you to believe, but I know you're better. I think you and I can strike a deal, okay? I'll sell this painting, and you and I can go halvesies on it. Just give me an account number and I'll wire the money to you.
No, you're not leaving with it.
Okay, look, dude. I'm doing this for your mom. I have to sell this painting so I can pay for her bail and get her a really good lawyer. Don't you want that?
No, my mom's in jail because she did something wrong, and she abandoned us all. She shouldn't have stolen Eric's painting.
What do you care about Eric? Don't you hate Eric? He's so good looking and smart and perfect and gets all the ladies. It makes you guys look even worse than you really are. You should want to hurt him. So let me take the painting. That'll really hurt him.
Eric's the best brother in the world, and I love him.
Okay. I have an offer you can't refuse. How about I become your girlfriend? I bet you've never had one.
I'm gay.
Jesus! All right, I surrender. Just one last thing. Without warning, I punched his face so hard that he went reeling back with shock and dropped the painting. Then I kicked him into a room and locked the door shut. I'm sorry, Mikey. You're a really good guy. I sprinted down another flight of stairs and jumped out of the first-story window. I ran across the garden to the fountain, climbed the tree next to it, jumped onto the wall, and then landed softly outside on all fours. Just as I got up, I found myself facing Eric. Hi guys, my name is Maya and I'm from Jordan. I have two sisters who are a couple of years older than me. They both have blonde hair, blue eyes, and fair skin, while my eyes are black like my curly hair. My sisters thought they were prettier than me and they made sure I never forgot that. Once when I was in kindergarten, I came home to show everyone the family tree I'd made. My oldest sister, Layla, the meanest girl on earth, snatched the card from me and said,
Aw, you drew this?
I can't deny it's beautiful, but I think you missed something. And with that, she colored my face with a black crayon.
See? Now it looks better.
She threw the card at me and left laughing with my other sister, Selma. I cried, but Mom hugged me tight. Oh, Maya, ignore your sisters. They're jealous of your beauty. Mom always cheered me up, but I realized she was lying when I was 8 and some guests came to visit. One of the women said to my mom, Your daughters are pretty, but this youngest one is quite unlucky. I doubt she'll ever get married. Oh well, she can take care of you and your husband in your old age. I think Maya is special in her own way. And then Selma spoke up.
Mom, she is ugly. Just face it. Stop being stupid and shut up already. Don't talk to Mom like that, you witch.
I pounced on her and bit her arm so hard it swelled up. She had to put on a bandage for a week. As if my sisters weren't awful enough, Dad was a jerk too. He didn't love Mom at all. He was only with her because she was rich. He thought I was ugly too and always blamed Mom for giving me her genes. Since I was Mom's favorite, she did her best to make up for the rest of my terrible family. When I was only in the 7th grade, I had a big closet full of the fanciest clothes and makeup brands. I liked that, but what I really wanted the most was to join an international school in the capital city. Mom said we'd move, but my sisters threw a huge tantrum when they found out.
Why would we leave our amazing lives and friends and go live somewhere else? It's not our fault that Mia is ugly and no one likes her here. Mom, Mia is worthless. She would be more useful if we used her as our broom. Her ugly curly hair is perfect for that.
The two witches started laughing like maniacs. Just then, Dad walked in and shouted,
"Listen, woman, if you decide to move out, you can consider yourself divorced."
Mom, that's amazing. Mom smiled at me and decided to leave. And Dad did divorce Mom. My sisters had no choice but to come with us. And now they hated me even more. My birthday usually fell on the first day of school and Mom would always throw a huge party. But this time, I told her that I didn't want to celebrate my birthday anymore. Why would someone celebrate losing a year of their life? To celebrate getting older? That's just weird. Baby, why are you saying this? I see celebrating a birthday as being grateful for living another year. Listen, why don't we just celebrate it at school? I'll give all the kids fancy presents and they'll like you from the first day. No, Mom, I don't want to buy anyone's love. I just want people to love me for who I am. Well, the new school wasn't a lot better than home. On my first day, I met a girl named Noor. She was a redhead and her beauty was unique. When I entered the classroom, she stared at me from head to toe, then said, "Ooh, attention everyone. We have a new baby here, but we all know our classroom only has pretty girls with fair faces and light hair. What are we going to do with this ugly duckling?" The room fell silent and everyone was staring at me. Suddenly, I just snapped and started screaming, "Shut up! Shut up! You and everyone here, just shut up! I hate you! I hate you! I hate you! You shallow people!" Everyone looked shocked and they started whispering. Just then, my sister showed up from behind me.
"Oh, excuse her. She's our sister, but she has some issues.
We are so sorry for her bad manners." With that, they pushed me aside and introduced themselves to Noor and started taking selfies with her. Ugh, these horrible creatures. It was obvious that this Noor ruled the school, and I knew after my outburst, she wouldn't leave me alone. But to my surprise, she did leave me alone. I was the invisible girl. No one dared to talk to me or sit next to me because they knew Noor would be mad. Things went on like that for weeks, until one day a couple of boys sat next to me at lunch. Hey, listen, I'm speaking on behalf of all the boys in the school. We all think you're very pretty. What? Are you making fun of me? Why would we? Those big black eyes, this long curly hair, and that tanned, flawless skin? God, I really wish Noor wasn't around. You're so pretty, Maya. Oh, so you're man enough to confess your feelings, but only when Noor isn't around. You're like scared mice in front of her. Just go away and leave me alone. Told you. She's not only pretty, she's brave too, and always speaks her mind. Man, I think I'm falling in love. Just then, Noor passed by and the boys ran off like little baby rabbits. Later that day, when I walked past the bathroom, I heard some girls scream whispering and cursing. I opened the door and found Noor and Layla pushing another small girl who was screaming in fright. I immediately pushed Noor aside. "What are you doing? Stop this." "Oh, look who's here. And what are you gonna do about it? Touch her again and I will hurt you." "Oh, really, Robin Hood? Watch this." And then she pushed the small girl again. I was about to attack her when Layla jumped in and the two pinned me against the wall. Just leave before you regret coming to this school. They let me go and I ran away, straight to the principal's office. If they thought I'd let them get away with being bullies, they were so wrong. And I was so happy when Noor and Layla got suspended for 2 weeks. Layla and I didn't talk at home, and I didn't tell Mom about anything. One day during lunch, the cute boy from the other day came to me and announced in front of everyone,
I think you're right. I can't be scared forever. I like you, Maya. Can we be friends?
Just then Noor came running to us screaming, "Heck no!" Suddenly she attacked me and then she ripped my t-shirt so that everyone could see the burn scars on my stomach. I got these scars when I was 3 and I'd never told a soul about them. Everyone, just look at her. She's a freak. Why would you want to be with someone like her when you could have a perfect girl like me? The boys were staring at my stomach, speechless, and so was everyone else. I was shocked. Of course, only my sisters could have told Noor about my scars. Angry tears started rolling down my cheeks. Oh, look at this crybaby. Not only do you have an ugly face, it's just that everything is so ugly about you. Just stay home and say goodbye to high school. And you, say goodbye to your shiny, smooth, red hair. And with that, I jumped on her and started tearing her hair out. She started screaming and crying until some of the students and teachers pulled me away. The principal demanded that I come to her office, but I pushed her away and ran out of the school. Mom was furious when she heard the whole thing. She said she wanted to come to the school. I said no and tried to convince her to stay home. But the next day, Mom turned up at school. The moment she saw Noor, she started walking towards her angrily to shout at her. But just then, Layla pushed Mom away and she fell on the ground. Don't you dare touch my friend. Instead of coming to school to embarrass yourself, stay home and discipline your little Maya. She's a monster, not a sister. I couldn't take it anymore. I jumped on Layla to attack her. Suddenly, Selma came running too, and I knew I was about to get my butt kicked. But to my shock, she slapped Layla and pushed her away from me. Then she helped Mom get up, and I couldn't believe my eyes. Did Selma just defend me and Mom? That's enough, Layla. I would never choose a stranger over my family, especially a jerk like Noor. She promised to keep Maya's scars a secret, and look what she did yesterday. And that's why I'm ending my stupid friendship with her and you, Layla. Layla looked furious. She took Noor's hand and they both stormed off. Later that evening, I barged into Layla and Selma's room to get something off my chest. I just came here to say, you two have mocked me and bullied me all my life, but to tell my biggest secret to someone like Noor and let her humiliate me in front of everyone, that's really low, even for you. And I'm done with you guys for good. But Maya, I'm on your side. I'm not dumb, Selma. I only know you defended me and Mom because you probably got into some dumb fight with Layla and wanted to tease her. Just then, Selma started to cry and got down on her knees. I swear I've changed. Maya, I've been a mean, jealous jerk. I've always envied you for your beauty and even more for your amazing personality. You're confident, brave, smart, funny, and kind. You're amazing, my little sister. You're amazing. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Selma was jealous of my beauty? I helped her get up and hugged her tight. And for the first time, she said, I love you, Maya. I truly do. I'm sorry about all the pain I caused you. Please forgive me. It's all right now. I forgive you. And I love you too. Ew, I think I'm gonna barf. I still think you're ugly, Maya, and I don't regret telling Noor anything. I'd choose my gorgeous BFF over you two losers any day. I can't even share a room with you anymore, Selma. You disgust me. And with that, she picked up her things and moved to the attic. Some weeks later, Layla had to make a presentation on Earth Day in front of the whole school, including some important guests like the Minister of Education. When it was her turn, she went onto the stage confidently and turned on the slideshow. But to my horror, I saw pictures of me on the screen with terrible things written about how dark and ugly I was.
Layla, what is this nonsense?
She looked as shocked as I felt. I swear, sir, I have no idea. This is not the slideshow I made. Suddenly, I spotted Noor in a corner laughing her head off. Of course it was her. Sir, I'm her sister, and I know she didn't do that. She wouldn't. It's that girl, Noor. Shut up, Maya. Who asked you to defend me? No, babe. She's right. I just hate her. And you're just so dumb. And made it so easy for me to ruin your sister. I'm the queen of this school. And no one can replace me. And imagine if it was a dark, ugly girl like her.
That's enough. I will not tolerate this awful behavior anymore. Noor, Layla, you're both expelled.
Just then, the minister rose from his seat.
Not only expelled, I'll make sure that you only get enrolled in a strict Catholic school so you can learn some manners and discipline. You're such a disgrace to this school. Bullying people for how they look? Everyone is beautiful in their own way.
The whole auditorium started to applaud as the two stormed off. By the time we got home, Mom told us that Layla had packed her bags and moved back with Dad. I think Layla and Noor got what they deserved. I won't let anyone manipulate me like they did anymore. I'm beautiful and strong, just as I am.
Hi, I'm Lily, and when I was 13, my parents moved to the seaside and opened a seafood restaurant. We lived in an apartment right above the restaurant, and I got to swim in the ocean every day, help my dad catch fish on our sailboat, and eat the most delicious seafood. Life was perfect. At least it would have been if it wasn't for Enzo. Who's Enzo, you ask? He's a nightmare, a monster, a terrible, diabolical fiend. Oh man, I need a moment to calm down. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. Enzo was my age. His family owned the restaurant next door, and they were the absolute worst. They were always trying to steal our customers. One time, Enzo and his dad put a sign on their restaurant that claimed that their food was better than ours. Of course, I wasn't gonna let that go, so I made a ton of flyers saying that our restaurant was the best and posted them on dozens of mailboxes, street signs, and lampposts. 2 minutes later, I caught Enzo pasting his flyers on top of mine. What are you doing, you jerk?
What does it look like, pea-brain? I'm saving the people of this town from eating your lame food.
Take it down or else. Enzo laughed in my face. I got so mad I ripped off his flyer. He ripped mine, I pushed him, and he shoved me back. Then I slipped and scraped my knee on the ground.
Sorry, I didn't mean to push you so hard. Are you okay?
I grabbed a cold fish out of my dad's cart and hurled it at Enzo's dumb face. Enzo ducked, and the fish hit Enzo's dad in the head, who lost his balance, fell down, and broke his arm. For a week, Enzo's restaurant was closed because his dad was their only chef. At first, I felt really bad, but the next day at school, I opened my locker, and a bucket of sardines fell on my head. The stench was so bad, I had to sit outside during class, and all the kids started calling me Fish Face. And if that wasn't enough, during our dinner rush, I caught Enzo creeping around behind our restaurant. I chased him off, but a few minutes later, our power went out. All of our customers left and went to Enzo's restaurant, and we couldn't get the lights back on for a week. Enzo was evil, and he was obsessed with destroying me and my parents. Every time we saw each other, we'd give each other death glares. But then one day, the strangest thing happened. My parents invited Enzo and his parents over for dinner, and then they made a huge announcement.
We've talked it over, and we've decided
to go into business together. I couldn't believe we were joining hands with the enemy. Enzo and I begged and pleaded for our parents to change their minds, but they didn't budge. After the restaurants merged, Enzo worked at the restaurants on the weekends, just like me, and I tried avoiding him as much as I could. But things at school were worse. The kids loved making fun of me thanks to Enzo and his stupid prank. So I kept to myself and focused on my studies. But then one day, a new girl named Yasmin sat next to me in history class. She was beautiful and wore the most fashionable clothes, and everyone wanted to be her friend. The teacher partnered us up for a huge assignment that was almost half our grade, and we met at the library to work on it. Ugh, I can't do this anymore. My brain is on fire. My eyes are about to go numb. We've been working on the assignment for less than 10 minutes. I'm not a machine! Yasmin had a meltdown and ran off. She didn't come back for hours. I finished the assignment on my own. Just as I was about to leave, Yasmin came back with a brand new outfit on, looking like she'd stepped off a runway. Where have you been? We were supposed to work on this together. Sorry, girl. I had to get ready for my date. Are we almost done? What do you mean, we? You didn't do anything.
Then these mean girls walked up to us. Gosh, Yasmin, you're so cool and pretty. Why are you talking to that fish face? Drop the geek and come hang out with us. I thought Yasmin would join them immediately, but she didn't even laugh at their jokes. Hard pass. Have you looked in the mirror lately? Your face is hideous. Your dress is so last year. And that cheap perfume you're wearing smells like rose-scented turds. The girls were speechless. I was shocked. It felt so good to have someone stick up for me. So, about that assignment, you gonna add my name to that or what? After that, Yasmin and I started hanging out all the time. I helped Yasmin with all her homework and helped her pass her tests. No, it wasn't cheating. I just liberated the answers and shared them. That's what besties do. Hanging out with Yasmin was the best. I got to sit at the cool kids table at lunch, even if it meant carrying Yasmin's books around. She had delicate arms. I couldn't let her strain herself. One day during cheerleading practice, I was getting Yasmin a bottle of water when a football came flying toward my head. Then Kurt, the most beautiful boy in the world, came out of nowhere and caught it. Kurt winked at me with his dreamy green eyes, and my brain turned to mush.
Hey, fish face, is that for me?
He grabbed the water bottle out of my hand, took a sip, and handed it back to me.
You're sweet.
His finger touched mine, and I fell in love. I felt like I was walking on a cloud, but I must have wandered onto the football field because all of a sudden someone crashed into me. Of course, it was Enzo.
What's the matter with you? This isn't a sidewalk. Stop daydreaming and watch where you're going.
You watch where I'm going. Trust you to ruin everything.
Are you having PMS?
You're having PMS, jerk! Later that day, I saw Kurt in the hallway surrounded by a dozen beautiful rich girls. My heart sank. He was totally out of my league. That night, I looked up into the stars and made a wish to be pretty and rich just so that I could have a chance with Kurt. The next morning, my life turned upside down. This huge celebrity had eaten at our restaurant and posted an amazing review online. That night, people were lined up outside our doors. Within 2 weeks, our restaurant became one of the most popular in the city, and we made a ton of money. Soon enough, my parents bought a new house and gave me a credit card.
You've worked so hard, honey. Go buy yourself something nice. Whatever you want. You deserve it.
I told Yasmin all about my new credit card, and she suggested we go on a shopping spree. I bought us a ton of matching outfits, expensive shoes, and jewelry. Bestie, I'd love a day at the spa. How about we go tomorrow? Your treat? No problem. I didn't mind picking up the bill at all. Yasmin was a great friend. She even invited me to a cool party. She did my makeup and my hair, and I looked like a goddess. When I walked into the party, all the boys noticed me, even Kurt. But when he waved at me, I got really nervous. What's wrong? You look like someone pooped on your shoes. I told Yasmin all about my crush on Kurt. Don't be shy, girl. Go get him. I gathered up the confidence to ask Kurt to dance, but just as I was approaching him, Enzo stepped in my way.
Hey, Lily, you look great.
Get out of my face, Enzo.
No, really, I'm being honest. You look amazing. Listen, I've been meaning to talk to you. I want to apologize for always being a jerk to you. I guess all the pressure from working at the restaurant and school was getting to me. I was hoping we could have a fresh start.
Just then, Kurt walked up to me.
Hey, beautiful, you want to dance? Excuse me, we were in the middle of a conversation.
Actually, we were at the end of it, and I'd love to dance with you. I ditched Enzo to dance with Kurt. After the song was over, I asked Kurt out, and he said yes. On our first date, we went to a really nice restaurant, but when the bill came, Kurt asked if I could pay.
Sorry, babe. I forgot my wallet and my other pants. Oh, so embarrassing.
But no big deal. I'll handle it. I paid the bill. Then Kurt pulled me close and kissed me. That kiss was so magical. I couldn't stop smiling for days. Soon, we were a couple. Kurt loved it when I bought him nice gifts and took him and his friends to concerts. But after a while, things didn't feel right, so I talked to Yasmin about it. Oh, don't be so shallow. Kurt's the boy of your dreams. Girls buy their boyfriends gifts all the time. By the way, can I borrow $500? I've had my eye on this Gucci purse. Yasmin and I went shopping, and I felt so much better. For a while, my life felt like a fairy tale, with the perfect boyfriend and the best friend in the world, though Enzo was still a troll. Ever since the party, he's been acting so strange. Whenever he saw me and Kurt, he'd shake his head and walk the other way like he was disgusted. He even had a problem with Yasmin. Like this one time, he saw her leaving my house with a bunch of shopping bags from our latest shopping spree, and he lost his mind.
Are you an idiot? Kurt and Yasmin are using you.
You're wrong. You don't even know them.
You're Yasmin's personal ATM.
Yasmin's parents cut her allowance. She's accustomed to a certain lifestyle. I can't stand by and watch her suffer.
Kurt flirts with every girl on Earth.
No, he's just a nice, friendly guy. He likes giving hugs.
Jeez, you really are a moron.
I got so mad I slammed the door in Enzo's face. I refused to let him drag me down. So I decided to avoid him forever. But my plan failed because later that night, Enzo and I had a meeting with our parents.
We're opening up 3 new locations. We'll need you two to manage the restaurant while we're away. No problem, whatever you guys need. This is awesome.
Enzo and our parents were so excited, but all I could think about was how much I'd miss hanging out with Kurt and Yasmin. Sorry, that won't work for me. I have plans.
Well, you'll need to change them.
I tried arguing with my parents, but they insisted that I help out or they'd take away my credit card. That would be a nightmare. So I agreed to their terms. I got so busy with school and work that I hardly saw Yasmin and Kurt, and I really missed them. So one day, as I was taking a cash deposit to the bank, I decided to stop at Yasmin's house to say hello. But when I got there, I saw Yasmin and Kurt kissing on the porch. I felt someone had stabbed me in the heart. Suddenly, I lost my balance and fell back into a trash can, which caught Yasmin and Kurt's attention. What's going on? I saw you kissing.
Lily, it's not what you think.
Yeah, we were just practicing. Practicing for what?
That play, Romeo and Suzette.
You mean Romeo and Juliet? Right, that one. When did you guys join the drama club?
Oh, silly. We told you weeks ago. You must have forgotten. You know my heart belongs to you.
Kurt hugged me and I started crying like a baby. I do. It's just, I'm tired of working all the time. And Enzo is the absolute worst. He's been saying all these mean things. Forget about Enzo. You've got us. Yasmin and Kurt spent the rest of the afternoon cheering me up. They even walked me to the bank. From then on, Kurt and Yasmin joined me at the restaurant to protect me from evil Enzo's mind games. It was really nice to have their support. But one time, Kurt and Yasmin were hanging out with me in the back office as I was doing some accounting when Enzo burst in like a crazy maniac and pulled me to the side.
You can't have them in the office. It's for employees only. All our cash is in the safe there. I told you, they can't be trusted.
Neither can you. I pushed Enzo aside and walked back into the office. A few weeks later, Kurt and Yasmin stopped hanging out with me. They said it was because they couldn't stand Enzo. Then, the day I was supposed to make the deposit, I opened the safe and the money was gone. I panicked. I searched everywhere for it, but I couldn't find it. I even asked Kurt and Yasmin about it.
Are you accusing us of stealing?
I thought we were friends. After that, Kurt broke up with me, and Yasmin stopped taking my calls. My parents came home the next week, and they were furious. They told me that the accountant discovered that the money from the deposits had been short for weeks. I looked at the calendar, and I noticed that it all began when I started hanging out with Kurt and Yasmin in the office. I realized that I'd opened the safe in front of them on numerous occasions. We checked the surveillance cameras, but they had mysteriously stopped working when the robberies began. The last image we saw was of 2 kids in masks sneaking into the office, spray painting the cameras. One of the robbers was wearing a fancy bracelet and a pair of really expensive sneakers. The same bracelet and sneakers that I bought Yasmin months ago. My blood boiled. I marched straight to Yasmin's house, where I found her and Kurt hanging out by the pool with a bunch of their popular friends. Hey Lily, what's up, girl? How could you do this to me? I didn't do anything. You and Kurt stole from my parents' restaurant. I showed her the footage of the robbers. Ooh, that girl's got style. She's rocking those shoes and that bracelet. I know it was you. Admit it. I called the police. Hello? I'd like to report a robbery. My friends Yasmin and Kurt. Before I could finish my sentence, Kurt ran away and Yasmin snatched my phone. Yasmin and I fought for the phone like a pair of wildcats. I slipped on a towel, hit my head, and fell into the pool. The next thing I knew, I was in the hospital. Enzo was sitting by my side, holding my hand.
Please, Lily, you have to wake up. I miss you. I never got to tell you that.
He paused, then looked away. I should have let Enzo know that I was awake, but I was so curious to hear what he had to say, so I pretended to be asleep.
I love you. I was an idiot before. I should have just told you earlier. If I had, then maybe none of this would have happened.
Enzo started to cry. I squeezed his hand. It's not your fault. I was the idiot. Then Enzo kissed me, and it was so sweet. As for Yasmin and Kurt, they fled the party after my accident, but they didn't get very far. The police arrested them at a bus stop and hauled them off to jail. Our family's restaurant eventually recovered from the robbery and got 10 times more popular. Enzo and I started dating.
And after college, we started to run the business, got married, and lived happily ever after. So, yeah, I was wrong about Enzo. He wasn't an evil monster after all.
Wait, what now?
It's a long story.
You know those stories about the sons and daughters of famous people? Well, that's not my story. I mean, I am the daughter of an Oscar-winning actress, yes, but my story is far crazier. My name is Layla, and I live in a huge mansion in Beverly Hills with my mother. It had always been just the two of us. I never knew my dad, and Mom never spoke of him. I didn't have siblings because Mom said pregnancy ruined her perfect body once, and there was no way on earth she would let that happen again. But Mom was delighted to have me. You see, I had my perks. I was a beautiful baby, so much that by the time I was 3, Mom had me cast hundreds of ads and made sure my face was everywhere. Magazines, TV commercials, formula, even diapers. But I didn't care much for it. On my 4th birthday, she woke me up saying we were late for a photo session.
Mommy, I don't want any more photos. I want to watch Cinderella. It's my birthday.
She rolled her eyes and tossed the CD aside. Cinderella is poor and filthy. You have nothing to learn from her. We did not watch Cinderella. But while Mom was super proud that I had started my career so early, I just thought feeling lucky was a pretty crummy feeling. I was always tired and so bored. We were always traveling, and Mom only paid attention to me to explain how important beauty creams and lotions were. Once I asked her to read me a bedtime story, and she laughed and tossed the book aside and said, "Oh, sweetie, stories are for dumb, ugly kids. You need to know how much more important it is to start using this lotion early." I wasn't even 5 yet. Mom decided that I should be homeschooled since my schedule was tight and there was no room for school. But by the time I was just 6 years old, I started to try to learn about creams and beauty processes because when I didn't, Mom stopped talking to me and ignored me. The first time I tried a DIY face mask, my mother was thrilled. She picked me up and swirled me, saying, "I knew you weren't dumb." I was so happy with her attention that by 7, I was practically a professional. I knew everything there was to know about beauty, and trust me, I knew a lot. Day creams, night creams, shower creams, astringent lotions, and flowers. So many flowers. We lived in a pretty big house, and Mom and I had started cultivating all these flowers when I was 8. By the time I was 12, it was hard to distinguish which part was the greenhouse and which part was the rest of the house. We practically lived in a jungle. Mom loved flowers and was always talking about how pretty I would look because of them. "You'll look like a flower too." I was so curious that I tried to add some flowers to my plate, and to be honest, it didn't taste bad. But Mom wasn't the only one obsessed with beauty, and once she finally allowed me to go to school, I began to realize everyone was obsessed with beauty. Not only was I famous, but I was also a living encyclopedia of DIY beauty hacks. So obviously every girl wanted to be my friend. One day they all started to beg me to take them home. "We'd love to see where you live." I was thrilled. I'd never had any friends over. But as soon as we got home, they ran to Mom and said, "Oh, MG, we thought we'd never see you." One of them actually said, "Adopt me so I can be as pretty." My mother was delighted with my new friends. She turned to me and said, "At least you're smart enough to be friends with the right kind of girls." Then she spent hours talking about flowers and beauty. Pretty soon I realized that I didn't have any real friends. Everyone just liked me so they could be beautiful. I talked about flowers at home. I talked about flowers at school. I was beginning to lose my mind. Luckily, around that time, Mom took me to the Cannes Festival. That's when my entire life changed. We went to see an art exhibition of this famous artist and the paintings. That was a whole new world for me. And suddenly, I realized I wanted to do that. I wanted to paint flowers. I immediately signed up for art class at school. I became obsessed with it. A few years of practice, and I was getting really good at it. It was my hiding place because my friends just wanted to drag me to the mall all the time. "You're so lucky to have your mom. Mine doesn't understand anything about beauty or fashion. She lives in flip-flops." Oh gosh, don't even get me started on mine. She doesn't even know what a primer is. But now I started to care even less about fashion, and that translated to my clothing quite quickly. One day, we were walking through Rodeo Drive, and my mom looked uncomfortable. I was enjoying a greasy bagel.
"Honey, people are staring at you."
"So?"
"You're not even wearing makeup."
"So?" She stopped walking and looked at me desperately.
"You look
ugly. I realized we were in front of the beauty salon. I sighed and we got in. It was still nice to share a moment with my mom from time to time. This was the only place where she was really happy. Layla, it's been so long since the last time you were here. The shop owner put on her glasses and scanned my face closely. Oh, that porcelain skin, no makeup at all and still perfect. It reminds me of your mom's younger days. My mom looked at her annoyed and didn't smile again throughout the entire day. I got the impression that something changed inside her after that. She became more obsessed with creams and lotions and makeup and fashion, and the day I said, I want to go to art school when I graduate, she snapped. That beautiful body of yours is not going to last forever, you know? Do you know how lucky you are to have inherited my genes? All your friends would kill to be in your place. Maybe I don't care about beauty or fashion. Maybe I don't care about your stupid creams. You seem to like my friends more than me, so why don't you throw me to the street and adopt them? Oh, honey, they are not even half as pretty as you are. I went to my art studio and continued to paint. Mom followed me and looked at all my pieces with disgust. There's no future in the art world, honey. You should take advantage of your beauty while it lasts. Like you did? It doesn't look like it worked. What are you talking about, you little brat? Look around you. How do you think I got all this? You really think you'll get all this with those stupid drawings? I don't care if I get all this. I never cared for any of this. All I ever wanted was to be with you. Mom rolled her eyes and said, Drama, drama, drama. I wasn't going to leave my dream aside, so I applied to every university in the country that had a good art program. My mom looked at my computer monitor from behind and said, I'm not paying for this nonsense. I don't need your money. My art will speak for me. I received acceptance letters from 6 different universities. High school was finally coming to an end, and I would probably choose the one with more miles between it and my home. I felt invincible and free. But when I got home that afternoon, not only was my mom not there, but all my paintings were gone. I started panicking. I needed my work for university. I had over 50 pieces. Where the hell were they? My phone started to buzz with hundreds of messages. Your mom is so awesome. I didn't know your mom was such a gifted painter. Your mom rocks. And emoticons everywhere. Mom? A painter? I saw a picture of my mother with all my paintings, and behind her, the place, National Museum of the Fine Arts. I jumped into an Uber and rushed there. There were photographers everywhere. There she is, it's her daughter, and blinded me with her flashes. I saw my mother waving at me and smiling. That witch! She came to me and said to the reporters, My beautiful daughter, isn't she beautiful? She's always there for me. For you? You stole my art! She stole my art! The flashes stopped for a moment, and then my mother started laughing. Everyone laughed too and followed her back inside. You will not get away with this! But it was too late. I was alone. I went back home and directly to my now empty art studio. I got a message on my phone. It was a video of me shouting at reporters. It went viral in an instant. The very next day at school, everyone was looking at me like a freak. I heard their laughs and whispers. I went to the art room. It had been my refuge for years. Now I felt like an imposter. What's wrong, honey? I looked around and saw my art teacher. She must not have seen the video. Before I knew it, I had broken into tears. My mom stole all my art. I felt helpless. No, she didn't. I looked at her and she was smiling.
She didn't steal these ones, and I have you on video.
What?
I always film my students. It's for academic purposes.
She handed me a tape with a smile. I looked at it for a moment. I was so angry I thought of taking it directly to the news. But then I thought of my mother. This would ruin her.
This is your art, your life. Don't let anyone take that away from you. Fight for it.
And so I did. I went to the news and gave them the tape and explained everything. And that too went viral. And it did ruin my mother. I didn't want to see her again, but I had no choice. I went home and saw her sitting in the dark. But that woman wasn't my mother. The container was the same, but her spirit was gone. I felt awful. She looked at me and said, You did the right thing. She had tears in her eyes. Huh? I got scared. What? You're leaving for college. You have your whole life ahead of you. I'm so proud of you, but I don't know how to live without you. I got scared. Oh, Mom. I hugged her. I'm not going anywhere. I already decided to go to USC. It's 10 minutes away. Okay, yes, that was a lie. The night after she stole my work, I wanted to go as far away from her as possible, but then I realized I don't need to leave her to paint. I can do that from anywhere. I was happy on my first day of college. USC was huge. Some people knew who my mother was, but nobody knew me, and that was okay. A few months later, I did my first art exhibition, and it was a huge success. I sold all my paintings and my mom was there for me. She stole a few flashes, but I was happy to know that now we could share time without any makeup or fashion involved.
Charlie turned around to see Maddie, and his heart skipped a beat.
What happened while I was gone? Since when did you girls start mingling with nobodies like him?
Suddenly, Charlie walked over to Maddie, and he pulled her close.
There you are. I've been looking for you everywhere. I've missed you.
And then he kissed her on the lips, and Brianna was even more surprised than Maddie at Charlie's move. Elijah gritted his teeth and walked away.
Wow, what was that about?
I've been wanting to say it the whole week, but not on the phone. I do feel the same way. I care about you too, Maddie, a lot.
Madison hugged him and smirked at Brianna. Once everyone knew that Maddie and Charlie were dating, his life in school took a 360-degree turn. People stopped to smile at him, say hello, crack jokes.
Why does it feel like even the teachers are nicer to me?
The other two Barbie angels welcomed him into their gang, and being with Madison was a dream. They went on long walks, watched sunsets, ate ice cream, and kissed on top of a Ferris wheel. But later that night, Brianna and Amber cringed hearing Maddie throw up.
Is Charlie trying to kill me? That gross ice cream at the amusement park made me sick, and my feet hurt from the long walks. And what is so fascinating about freaking sunsets?
I think it's sweet.
Yeah, 'cause you're not the one suffering. But there is one thing about Charlie. He sure can kiss. Makes you feel like you're the only girl in the world.
Ugh, please, spare us the makeout details.
Okay. Listen, Brianna, try giving him a hint about planning fancier dates for me. I know he's poor, but come on, he's dating me.
The next day, while Charlie was watching football practice, the ball suddenly came in his direction, and he gave it a strong kick back.
Hey, kid, you play football?
I used to, but I don't have time now.
Come on, grab some shoes and join for a game.
Just then, Charlie caught Elijah looking at him like he was a bug, and that motivated him. Elijah was coming at him aggressively, but Charlie dodged him and kicked the ball straight into the goalpost.
Charlie, you're a natural. You have to join the team.
Sir, I really don't think I can commit to practice.
Kid, just try it out for a month and see if it works, okay? Elijah, you better watch out. He's gonna give you a run for your money.
Charlie ran off to the locker room to put back the cleats. But when he walked out, someone had pushed him to the ground.
What the heck, dude?
I just don't understand why a low-class idiot like you is in this school.
I'm here on scholarship, which means I earned my spot here.
But that doesn't mean you belong here.
Well, Maddie doesn't think so, and the coach.
Don't let the coach's stupid words get to your head. And as for Maddie, gosh, you're a moron. Do you really think?
Just then, someone pushed Elijah away hard. Dude, seriously, what is wrong with you?
Why are you jumping to his defense?
Because he's my friend. And what, are you threatened by a little competition on the field?
Oh, please. This loser just had beginner's luck today. I'll crush him next time. And you won't have mommy out there to defend him.
Elijah and his friends went out laughing as Charlie picked up his bag and fished out a broken snow globe.
Great, this was for Maddie. She's so excited about her Vogue photo shoot coming out, and I wanted to give her something thoughtful.
Maybe you could do something a little extra? Rent a car, get some flowers, go out for a nice dinner? Girls like being pampered.
Wow, yeah, that sounds nice. Thanks, Brianna. Also for saving my butt. Also for calling me your friend.
You're welcome.
This is the place you were raving about? And why don't you have a reservation?
It's walk-ins only, but it's so worth the wait.
After 30 minutes, when they finally got a table, the place was dirty and loud.
Isn't the energy of this place something else?
Yeah, it's something. Oh my god, I just felt something on my foot.
Maybe it was my foot.
But just then, a mouse jumped onto Maddie's lap. She screamed and started jumping around like a maniac. Then she tripped on her dress and went crashing straight into another table.
Ah!
Oh my god. Madison, I am so sorry.
Why would you bring me to this horrible place? And did you see all those people who were making videos of me? This is gonna be all over the internet.
I get why you're upset. But you know, today's video is tomorrow's old news. No one remembers these things.
Excuse me? Are you gonna explain to me how fame works? People don't forget anything. Once something's on the internet, it stays there forever. People can pull it out anytime they want. Ugh, this is officially the worst day of my life.
With that, Madison stormed out of the car. Brianna couldn't stop laughing as she watched Madison's video posted online, but now she had to do some damage control, so she called him as Maddie. I've had some time to cool down, and I'm sorry for going off on you like that.
And I'm sorry about the mouse and the video. You're right. I don't know what it's like to be famous.
It's the best and the worst. It's great to have people look up to you, but sometimes they talk about you like you're not even a real person. And imagine having your failures or embarrassing moments splashed across the news as entertainment.
It sounds brutal. I'm almost glad I'm a poor nobody.
As they were talking, Charlie ended up telling Brianna all about his amazing grandma and how she'd made him apply to the school.
I just want to get myself into a good university so I can make something of myself and spoil my grandma rotten. She deserves the whole world.
Well, you're definitely the guy who'd get it for her, Charlie. Over the next few weeks, Charlie found himself bewitched and confused by Madison. He felt closer than ever over their late-night talks, but in person, she was totally unpredictable. One moment, she'd be all over him, and the next, she was snapping his head off.
Charlie, do you think I'm fat?
No.
Why did you pause before answering?
What? No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. You said, no. You even looked at me before replying.
I shouldn't have looked?
Why would you look? Don't you just know?
Maddie, you're being irrational.
Now I'm crazy, am I? Well, I'm not fat. I'm PMSing, so I'm bloated.
I hadn't noticed. Really?
Ugh, you're so insensitive. You have no idea what it's like to go through this every month. Right now, I feel like killing someone. And I also really want that Thai red curry ice cream.
I'll get it for you, babe. Whatever helps you feel better.
You getting out of my face would make me feel better. And yes, the ice cream. Now.
You got it.
Amber and Maddie started laughing hard as soon as Charlie was gone.
I really hope he gets a few tubs of that ice cream. Sounds delicious.
I'm pretty sure there's no Thai red curry ice cream, but let's see what he does. Anyway, for Christmas, my parents and I are going to our ski resort as usual, and I'm inviting you girls with your parents. Should I invite Charlie?
You have to, right? He's your boyfriend.
Yeah. And at least 3 of my exes will be there. And I'd rather not show up single, but I'm gonna have to give Charlie a makeover before I take him.
On his first day at the resort, Charlie slipped out of his room at 5 in the morning and found Brianna waiting in the kitchen.
Oh, you're here. I almost thought you wouldn't come.
I almost thought that too. I don't know why I agreed to this early morning skiing lesson.
Because you're a good person and you like me?
I'm just saving Maddie some embarrassment, because you'll definitely make a fool of yourself without my help.
Couldn't agree more.
They headed out to one of the smaller slopes, and she explained skiing techniques to him. I think you're ready. Well, as ready as you'll ever be.
If I die, please break the news gently to Grandma.
You play football against Elijah. You'll survive this too. Now don't be a wuss. Time to go! Brianna whizzed down the slope, and the cold wind in her face made her feel alive. She turned around to look at Charlie, who looked like a baby goat learning to walk. Charlie, just loosen up! Come on, I'm racing you down to the end! Charlie took a deep breath and relaxed. He was gaining momentum and actually starting to enjoy it. Brianna was flying ahead effortlessly, but he was catching up. But then suddenly, he was going too fast. He tried to slow down, but he just couldn't. And moments later, he felt himself crashing straight into Brianna, and they went tumbling into the snow.
Oh my god, Brianna, are you alive? Is your neck broken? Please don't die. Say something.
Oh, can you shut up for just 1 second?
Yes, of course. Oh, I thought I'd killed you.
Charlie pulled her into a bear hug.
You're really okay?
Yeah, I just got the wind knocked out of me.
Imagine the headlines if something had happened to you. Stupid, worthless nobody injures beautiful teen goddess.
You think I'm beautiful?
Well, duh. That's not even opinion. It's just a scientific fact. The sun rises in the east, water boils at 100 degrees, Brianna's beautiful, you got some snow on your face.
As they started making their way back, Brianna felt her heart racing. Oh, shake it off, Brianna. You cannot be attracted to your best friend's fake boyfriend. After an exhausting day of skiing, Charlie wanted to crash, but he had to dress up for a fancy dinner instead. The seats next to Maddie were taken, so he quickly took one next to Brianna.
Please tell me, why are there 6 forks in front of me, and which one can I use to stab myself in the eye?
Oh, definitely the meat fork for a quick death. Madison watched the two laughing, and she didn't like it.
I don't want her getting more attention than me, even if it's from stupid Charlie. Hey, Charlie, could you sit next to Amber, please? Her parents couldn't come, and she, broke up with her boyfriend. She could use some cheering up.
Charlie nodded reluctantly and took the seat next to Amber.
So, Amber, you want to talk about your breakup?
Okay, sure, why not? It happened 3 years ago, and his name is Leo.
And that's what you're sad about today?
That's a bit offensive. I'm not sad. Do I look sad to you?
Just then, Brianna's mom, who was sitting opposite him, spoke.
So, Charlie, where were you studying before?
Well, I was in public school in another town. I got a scholarship here, so I moved with my grandma, who raised me.
And what does your grandma do?
She's an amazing healer. She cures people with herbal medicines and different techniques.
So she's not a real doctor?
No, not in the typical sense.
And this healer thing, it makes her enough money?
Mom, stop!
It's okay. Yeah, she earns enough. And I work at the cinema, and I also DJ on the weekends. We manage to take care of each other.
There was an uncomfortable silence, and Charlie felt his face turning hot. Then, Maddie's mom spoke with her country accent.
That's sweet, honey. You seem like a brat kid, and I'm sure you'll go places one day. It's funny how life turns around. I mean, look at me. I was raising little Maddie as a single teenage mom in a trailer park with nothing. And then, boom, one day I won the frickin' lottery, and we were rich. Soon after, I met my husband, and life's amazing now. Let's raise a toast to our blessings.
Brianna looked over at Madison, who looked like she was gonna crush her glass. She always felt ashamed of her past and that she wasn't born rich like everyone else. Just then, Amber said she wasn't feeling well, and as she was leaving, she tripped over the carpet and fell down.
Amber, are you okay? Did you hit your head? No, I didn't. But it hurts so bad lately. And even my eyes, like sometimes I wake up and it takes me like 2 seconds to see the light, and I swear the lights are on. You know, I'm a scared cute mouse, right? I don't sleep in the dark.
Okay, I'm gonna take her to her room to rest.
When Madison returned later to the main hall, she suddenly overheard Brianna's mom and another woman talking.
That woman sure loves to tell her trailer park story. She's been rich for years now, but she still sounds so trashy.
Money can't buy class. And now look at Madison's choice of boyfriend. I mean, he's sweet, but no amount of designer clothes can hide where you really come from.
Madison's ears burned as she stormed off and ran straight into Charlie in the hallway.
Hey, I was looking for you. How's Amber?
Why did you say all that nonsense at dinner?
What?
Oh, I'm on scholarship, and I work at the cinema, and my granny does voodoo.
It's not voodoo, and why would I hide all that? It doesn't embarrass me. And even your mom was poor, and she's not ashamed of it.
Well, she should be. I don't know why she keeps telling that story so proudly. No one respects her for it, and I don't want to be reminded of the cheap start of my life. She said all that stuff because of you.
I've been trying to please you all day, Maddie, but I'm really tired now. I hate skiing, these clothes are pretentious, and I don't like talking about my grandma like that.
Charlie stormed off to his room, packed his things, and called a cab. Charlie didn't speak to Maddie for a few days, but he gave in after all her apologies.
I'm really sorry, okay? I just wanted my stepdad to like you, and he's a bit difficult. But I shouldn't have asked you to act differently. I like you, just as you are.
Well, if you really want to make it up, you'll have to spend more time with my family now.
Of course.
I volunteer at the community center for old people and take grandma there every Saturday. You should come.
Can't wait.
Madison had begged Brianna and Amber to accompany her.
Eek. Oh, this place smells like disease and something rotten.
Shut up, Maddie, and just act normal. After they'd all met, Charlie asked Maddie to help him set up a game of musical chairs, while Brianna joined his grandma.
I'm so glad to meet you girls. Charlie was certain he wouldn't make any friends at his new school.
You've raised a pretty nice guy.
Oh, trust me, I didn't do much. That kid was born with a heart of gold. Once when he was 8, he came home saying he'd lost his bicycle somewhere, and I was so mad. Well, a week later, I found him 3 streets down, teaching a little girl how to ride that bicycle. He told me that she'd lost her brother recently, and the cycle made her happy. She needed it more than he did. That's what he said. At 8. He's always been special.
Later that night, Brianna's heart felt heavy when she got Charlie's text.
Thanks for today, Maddie. It meant the world to me, and I love you.
I love you too, Charlie. The next day, when Brianna showed Maddie the text, she was ecstatic.
Finally! The 3 golden words! It's time for phase 3 of Project Plaything. Dump his sorry butt.
Yay! Then sushi in Tokyo.
But Maddie, he really cares about you, and dumping him out of the blue feels cruel. Can't we think of an easier way to let him down?
But this was always the plan. Are we supposed to care about his feelings now?
Well, yeah. We've gotten to know him. And I just think he would take this really hard.
You know what? You're right. He is a bit oversensitive. Maybe I can be really difficult the next few weeks, and then he'll just get sick of me and be happy to break up.
That sounds better. Thanks.
After Brianna walked away, Madison turned to Amber.
Who does she suddenly think she is, Mother Teresa? I'm tired of Charlie, and I want to pay him back for the times he was rude to me. I have the perfect plan to dump that loser. But don't say anything to Brianna, okay?
Oh, I love it when we have secrets. Just the two of us.
3 days later, it was Madison's birthday, and she was having a big party in a dance club with Charlie as DJ. Then suddenly, she climbed onto a table with a mic.
May I have everyone's attention, please? I have something to say to our resident DJ.
Everyone fell silent, and Brianna suddenly had a horrible feeling.
As you all know, I've turned 17 today, and I just want to start this year fresh. So Charlie, I'll start with you, 'cause I just can't fake things anymore. You were just a game to me, okay? To us. I got bored, so my girls and I decided to make you fall in love with me as a challenge. Actually, Brianna was the one who brought you to my attention. It's been fun messing around with you, but it's just made me realize that dating below my league isn't for me. I don't relate to you and your third world problems, dude. But thanks for a few fun weeks, and I'm sure you'll find a nice average girl soon. Ciao.
Charlie just stared at her, frozen in his place.
Hey, look at that weird monster man. That's my dad. Watch your mouth. Well, he looks like a freak, and so do you. Why are you wearing that mask anyway? Do you have ugly, crooked witch teeth? I kicked her in the leg and ran off. What was the point of explaining my dust allergies to an idiot? And how dare she make fun of my dad? Hi, my name is Daisy, and I go nuts around sand, dust, dirt, you name it. I can't even smell a flower without all those tiny things making me sneeze like crazy and making my skin itch. I'd been homeschooled for a really long time, but I just wanted a normal life. I insisted on going to high school, and Dad reluctantly agreed. Sweetheart, you've missed the bus. Let me drop you off today? No, I'll just walk, Dad. I knew I was going to be so late, but I didn't want the other kids to see him. I knew how people looked at him, and I'd heard the hurtful things they said. I was a little ashamed to admit that I was afraid everyone would make fun of me too. My life was hard enough at school. Ow, watch where you're going. Eat dirt, termite. Lana. She'd had something against me since the day I got here. Why did all the mean girls have to be so pretty? Every boy in our class probably had a crush on her, including Keith. Oh, Keith, that boy's smile made my knees shake, and seeing Lana get all cozy with him made me send mental curses her way. May you get fat, Lana, and never fit into that cheerleading outfit again. Hey, that's a cool shirt. I just smiled at him. I could tell Shane was kinda into me, but who cares? He was no Keith. As we walked towards class, I nearly jumped out of my skin when Keith turned to me. Love your shirt. OMG, I was so glad I'd bought this. Love you too. What did you just say to my boyfriend, idiot? I'm not your boyfriend, Lana. I thought we talked about this. I muttered some lame excuse and ran away to the bathroom. Gosh, you'd think there were rocks in my head instead of a brain. Just then, one of Lana's minions came into the bathroom and said that math class had been moved to the art room. I splashed some water on my face and was ready to go when I noticed my mask was gone. Jeez, these girls were so petty. I quickly made a makeshift mask out of paper towels and went to the art room. Of course there was no class. How stupid of me to fall for it. Just Lana and her gang of meanies. Hey, ready for some arts and crafts? And before I knew it, Lana had thrown an entire jar of glitter in my face. I couldn't see a thing and dropped my mask. I felt my skin ballooning up. Oh God, I could barely breathe. Keith grabbed my hand and rushed me to the nurse's office. This would have been such a Dear Diary moment if I didn't feel like I was dying. The nurse gave me an anti-allergy shot and a cream for the rash. I felt drowsy after the shot. Keith offered to drop me off at home. My hero. I couldn't believe I was inside Keith's car. What? Why was he slowing down? I just wanted him to drive on and on. We're here, sleepyhead. He opened the door and helped me out, and I suddenly stopped in my tracks. I was wide awake now. I panicked seeing my dad standing on the porch. Oh God, what would Keith think? What if he told everyone? What if he said something hurtful? Who's that? Oh, just a distant relative visiting. So I was wondering if you'd like to go out with me on Saturday. Seriously? The Force really was with me today. I should have worn this t-shirt a month ago. What about Lana? She has nothing on you. I saw you without your mask the other day, and you're the prettiest girl I've ever seen. I felt like I'd shot straight to heaven in a galaxy far, far away. When Keith had driven away, I took Dad by the arm and went inside. Dad, we've talked about this so many times. I don't want my friends to see you. I was worried. I know, but you know how mean people are. When I went down to the kitchen in the evening, I was surprised to see a big basket on the table and a note. It said, "Hope you feel better really soon." Who knew Keith was such a romantic? I couldn't wait to see him tomorrow. The next day at school, I caught up to Keith. Thank you for yesterday. Come on, it was nothing. As we were walking to class, I saw Lana next to her locker. I had to mark my territory and fast. I nervously put my hand in his back pocket. He smiled and put his arm around me. Yes, it was the perfect payback. I thought Lana was going to choke and pass out. I knew I'd have to watch my back, but it was totally worth it. I was loving every minute of being Keith's girlfriend. I'd just skipped so many steps on the social ladder, and he was just so sweet. My mask broke one day, and Keith immediately pulled one out from his pocket. I always carry a spare for you. I just melted and sank into my chair. Another day, I got to school and saw Keith by my locker covered in dirt. I ran to him, but I had to keep my distance. What happened? Are you okay? I can't believe she'd do this. Who? What were you doing in my locker? I wanted to surprise you, but when I opened it, I got covered in dirt. I wanted to hug him and clean him off, but I couldn't risk triggering my allergy. Just then, Lana rushed over. OMG, Keith, what happened? Here, let me help you. You! Look what you've done! Get your filthy paws off my boyfriend. Cut it out, Lana. You and I are never gonna happen, you obsessed psycho. I tried to go after him, but I knew I couldn't help him. But I knew someone who could. Shane, could you do me a favor? Could you please help him and see if he's okay? Keith just seemed to be in a bad mood for the rest of the day. Nothing I said seemed to get him out of the grumps. I thought the day couldn't get any worse, but boy was I wrong. As I was about to head home, I saw something across the street that made me stop in my tracks. What the hell? My dad was here to pick me up. We would be laughingstocks. Why doesn't Dad ever listen? I slipped through the sea of kids and quickly ran to get away from school and Dad. I ducked into an alley to take a shortcut. I was halfway through when 3 boys blocked my way. What did these jerks want? The boys didn't look much older than me, but they seemed strong. Where do you think you're going, Precious? I told them I didn't have any money, but they kept trying to snatch my bag. Suddenly, I lost my balance and fell into a puddle of mud. I could feel my arms starting to itch almost instantly. They were about to run away with my bag when I saw a shadow looming behind me. Why don't you pick on someone your own size? I knew that voice. Shane! I couldn't have been happier to see him right now. One look at Shane was enough to make them drop the bag and run off. He helped me up and quickly cleaned the mud away. I felt kind of warm and fuzzy looking at him. He offered to walk me home. I had forgotten how easy and fun it was to talk to Shane. I had been so focused on Keith I didn't realize how much I missed this. As soon as I got home and saw my dad, I felt irritated. Dad, why did you come to pick me up? You don't know the kinds of things people will say at school. When I turned to Shane, I saw that he had a strange look on his face. Was he going to say something about my dad? Instead, he sounded really disappointed. Why do you even care about those jerks? I thought you were different and didn't care about what people thought, but maybe I was wrong. He turned and left. Why was he judging me? He didn't know how hard my life was. The next day at school, Shane avoided me. I couldn't care less about what he thought. I was Keith's girl, and he was all I needed. Someone rang the doorbell the next morning, and I opened the door to find a huge bunch of daisies on the doorstep. I gingerly picked up the note, which said, "Some daisies for my Daisy. Happy birthday, babe. Can't wait to take you out tomorrow. Hugs and kisses, Keith." I let out a huge sneeze and slammed the door shut. Sweet, but really dumb. It wasn't even my birthday for a month. He should know better. One day, Lana's minions started following me home after school. I was afraid they'd try and hurt me, but they just turned around and left once I got home. The next day when I got to school, everyone seemed to be laughing at me. Did I have something on my face? Was there a hole in my pants? I quickly walked to my locker and froze. I felt like the world had collapsed around me. There was a picture of me with Quasimodo. It said I was a freak and we should be in a circus. I looked down the hallway and the walls were covered with the same pictures. She had made me into a freak because of my dad. I tore the poster off my locker and ran out of there. I couldn't stop crying all the way home. My dad was surprised to see me back so early, but I just shrugged and went to my room. A little while later, he walked into my room, and I froze when I saw what he had in his hand. The damn poster! He sat down on the bed and held his head in his hands. I saw him shaking. I was horrified and ran over to him. "Dad, I'm so sorry your life is difficult because of me, Daisy." "No, Dad, I would never change a thing about you. It's not your fault those people are awful." I burst into tears. I felt so terrible for all the awful things he'd read about himself. And I knew it wasn't his fault, but my life in school was going to be hell now. Thank God summer break was just around the corner, and I wouldn't have to deal with school. At least I had my boyfriend to hang out with over the summer, but he seemed to be a bit busier than usual, too. Over the weekend, Keith invited me to a beach bonfire, but me and sand don't go well together. My dad tried to stop me, but I wasn't going to let my allergy get in the way. I wanted to be the perfect arm candy for Keith, and I sure wanted Lana to eat her heart out. The beach party was raging by the time Keith and I got there. Keith couldn't keep his eyes off me, and I was super pleased. He pulled me close and kissed me. Wow. I was still reeling from the kiss when I saw Lana staring daggers at me, and a few feet away, I spotted Shane. But tonight was my night, and I wasn't letting anyone spoil it for me. Keith and his friends were hanging out close to the fire, but the ash was making me sick. I told Keith we'd have to move away. He looked annoyed but didn't say anything. After a while, he said he was going to go catch up with his friends for a bit and just started playing beach volleyball, leaving me all by myself. I was getting bored and decided to see the match up close. All of a sudden, someone bumped into me and I ended up face-palming the sand. My allergies went haywire. My eyes were so swollen I could barely see a thing. Keith pressed my inhaler to my mouth and rushed me off to the hospital. When my allergies had subsided, I looked around for Keith, but found Shane instead. He told me Keith was in the middle of the match and had asked Shane to take me to the hospital. The doctor said that my allergies were really aggravated and I would have to stay indoors for at least a week. I couldn't believe how selfish Keith was. Dad tried his best to look after me, but I didn't make it easy for him. Keith hadn't even come to see me once. He hadn't even bothered to text. How had I not seen this before? As soon as I could get out, I went over to his house. It was obvious that he totally wasn't expecting me. Oh, hey you. What are you doing here? What kind of boyfriend are you? If I'd known how selfish you were, I'd never had gone out with scum like you. We're so over. He paused. Whatever, if that's what you want, babe. It's kind of exhausting being your boyfriend anyway. You suck the fun out of everything. Just then, I heard a girl's tinkly laughter from inside. Lana, you two deserve each other. I turned around and left. I wasn't going to lose any sleep over this relationship. Over the next year, my allergies kept getting worse and worse, to the point that I had to wear a hazmat suit to avoid contamination. Good thing was that nobody cared. I was back to being invisible. Dad decided it was time for a fresh start. He moved us to the countryside where the air was much cleaner, and I could focus on getting better. I didn't really miss anyone from back home, except Shane. He'd always been there for me, and I'd taken him for granted. I wrote him a letter and said I was sorry for everything. One day when I got home from school, I was surprised to see some people at our house. They told me they were from Child Protective Services and were there to take me with them. What do you mean, take me? We don't think Mr. Smith is a suitable guardian for you anymore, given your current health situation. Guardian? You must have the wrong house. I live with my dad. No, Daisy. When all of the foster homes refused to look after you because of your allergies, he adopted you. I couldn't believe it. My dad was a hero. He chose to love me and look after me when no one else would. I realized he was even more amazing than I'd ever given him credit for. I told the social services people that I was old enough to choose where I wanted to live, and there was no way I was leaving my dad. They said they would review my case file and left. In a few days, the matter was cleared. I didn't have to go anywhere. Over time, Dad and I mended our relationship. I was no longer afraid for him. I couldn't be prouder of the man who raised me, even though I was such a brat. I would watch videos on my favorite channel, My Story Animated, about all these psycho dads who were so mean to their daughters, and I couldn't help feeling even more grateful for my amazing dad. One day, as I returned from college, I found a basket of my favorite things on the doorstep. Keith? I turned around and was amazed to see Shane. Of course it had been him. Keith couldn't have sent a thoughtful present to save his life. I got your letter, and I heard things between you and your dad are better. It turned out that Shane's mom was a protective agency worker who had handled my adoption case from the start. She'd told Shane about it, and he'd confirmed Dad was an amazing guardian for me. I was stunned. He'd always been in my corner. I've always loved you, Daisy. Why didn't you ever say anything? I was afraid you'd laugh at me. Shh. Growing up as a skinny nerd, I thought that I would be in for a life of teasing and loneliness. That's what the movie said anyway. In reality, though, I ended up being pretty popular because I was a nerd. Instead of being an outcast, I was actually welcomed into places because I had straight A's. People would ask me for help on tests and borrow my class notes at the end of every lecture. I guess people are getting smarter. I was 12 when I made my first payday. Hey Tracy, how's $10 sound for tomorrow's algebra homework? Said Todd. Somebody I had never met before. I would have done it for free back then, but hey, he offered, and I wasn't going to say no to some cold, hard $10. But just when I was starting to believe that I would just be a nerd my whole life, one moment changed everything. Being the nerd wasn't as easy as everybody made it out to be. Everybody always looked at the result. They saw me for what was on the surface. They saw straight A's and perfect scores from a girl who walked around like it was easy. What they didn't know was that it was only the studying part that was easy. Getting to that part, that was the hardest challenge for me. Whenever there was a test coming up, I would get nervous, really nervous. I felt as if everybody had expectations of me and there was no way I could let them down. The pressure was intense. I spent hours alone in my room doing nothing but overthinking and worrying. Luckily for me, though, my dad took me to a party at our uncle's place to celebrate his promotion. I was 14, but I didn't usually go to parties because I get annoyed by large crowds. But this time my dad promised that he would get me the latest edition of Pelican highlighters if I went. Let's be honest, what 14-year-old girl is going to say no to a set of brand new highlighters? What happened at that party changed my life forever. I was sitting on a sofa in the corner of the living room and reading the biography of Bill Gates when I suddenly heard music start playing. My family jumped up and started dancing to some Christmas Carol remix. It was one of the most ridiculous dances I had ever seen because nobody really knew how to dance. My dad's eyes met mine for a moment, and he was smiling widely as he motioned me over to come and join in. I shook my head and returned to reading. It was then that I heard my dad yell, "I'll make the eggnog!" over the sound of the music. I quickly raised my head. He really does make the best eggnog, I thought to myself. I put down my book and went over to see how they were moving. To my surprise, there was no pattern. My cousins, my parents, my uncle, they were all just throwing about their arms and legs randomly. My dad noticed I was just standing there and walked over to me. "You don't prepare to dance, you just dance," he said encouragingly. I waited for him to stop staring at me, and he eventually took the hint and went back to dancing. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, imagined his eggnog, and started moving my arms and legs. I'm not sure how I looked or how good I was. All I remember is the feeling of peace. I started moving my legs to the beat, and my hands were acting as if they had a mind of their own. I don't know how long I was moving like that, but all of a sudden, the music stopped, and I opened my eyes to see everybody staring at me. I realized I was panting and there was sweat on my forehead. Everybody burst into laughter, and my dad walked over to pat me on the head. "Well, I definitely won't be asking you to do that again," he said laughingly. Little did he know I would be doing that a lot. The rest of the night, all I could think about was dancing. Not how I looked, but how I felt. I felt more relaxed than I had ever been. The next day, there was a quiz announced. I sighed as the usual wave of people turned to me to try and make eye contact so they could silently book their slots with me. I was too nervous. Well, as usual. I just said hi to my best friend Cindy, then I went straight home. Once in my room, the familiar feeling of nervousness started to come at me. What if you run out of ink during the test? What if you don't get a perfect score? So many what ifs. I cut my own thoughts short with a bright idea. I could only start studying once I was relaxed, and the feeling from last night was still fresh in me. I took out my phone and placed it on my table. I wanted to see what I looked like this time, so I turned on the camera and started recording. Then I turned on my laptop and searched for the same Christmas Carol remix from the party. I closed my eyes and tried my best to do exactly what I did at the party. I was surprised at how easy it was for me to remember the moves. At least I think I was doing the same moves. All I know is that my arms and legs were moving almost naturally, as if they had already practiced this routine before. Before I knew it, the feeling returned. All the stress seemed to fade away with every step. I felt myself smiling. As soon as the song ended, I opened my eyes and ran to check my phone. I pressed play on the video it recorded, and my jaw dropped. I look utterly ridiculous. I wasn't even following the beat like I thought I was. It was a complete mess, but I couldn't help but laugh. There's no way I could show this to anybody. At least you're not fighting pressure, I told myself. I suddenly felt a burst of positive energy. I finished studying for the test in the next hour and started replying to people who had asked for help. I was actually surprised with the number of people who were asking me for help. By the time I was 17, I could compete with the hottest jock in school for a popularity contest. People would ask me to help them study for a big test, do their homework, and this one guy even texted me to write his grad school application for him. But unlike the hot jock, I was also cashing in. The money wasn't reliable, though. My parents somehow gave me the brains to divide 270 by 13 in 5 seconds and memorize pi to the 12th decimal when I was 9, but couldn't teach me how to say no to people. It just didn't work for me. People would ask for help, and some part of me, actually almost every part of me, would feel horrible at the thought of asking for money from this poor creature who has come before me to be saved from the evil of academia. The one thing that I actually could rely on, though, was that everybody said to me every time after I was finished helping them, "It must be great being so smart. Thanks, you really have life figured out." These notes were written by the hands of an angel. Okay, maybe that last one was just the guy trying to hit on me. The point is that everybody seems to think that I'm the happiest kid in the world because I'm always at the top of the class. Things weren't any better at home. My mom was always going on about what a great child I am because of my grades, and even brags about me to her neighbors. Sometimes she brags a little too much, and I wonder if she's really complimenting her own genes in me. She even keeps trying to get me to eat mushrooms. She says they're good for my brain, but ew. What I'm trying to say is that even at home, it's like my grades are defining how happy I should be. The truth is, they don't. By the time I was 20, I had already been practicing dancing with a passion. I had learned professional moves and discovered new music too. I could only seem to get into the mood for it before a test, when I had negative thoughts to get rid of and focus on something. Otherwise, I would just close my eyes, and that natural feeling just never seemed to come. I started to get sad sometimes when there wasn't a test to prepare for. Cindy thought I was being a show-off when I told her this, so I let her in on my dancing secret. She thought I was joking at first. Shaking that booty helps you relax? There's plenty of dancers out there already. You can be a brilliant scientist or something, she said. I know she meant well, but I realized she wouldn't get what I'm after, so I quietly agreed on the outside. On the inside, though, I realized I would need to get a professional opinion. It was time to take this to the next level. Right after school, I went and looked up dance competitions until I found one that was accepting submissions for talent. There was one competition that was judging people based on 5 videos from their TikTok accounts. And all you needed to do was use their hashtag to get noticed. Sensing an opportunity, I immediately downloaded the app. I was about to upload a few of my videos, but then I stopped. Am I ready to go public? I thought to myself. My hands started shaking. I remember what Cindy said and decided I needed to prove myself first. I would need an alias, so I created a TikTok account under a fake name, put on hair extensions and sunglasses, and prepared for my future. I can define myself how I want, I assured myself. I spent the next week recording and uploading videos to the account. The feeling of nervousness didn't want me to mess this up, so the moves came to me naturally. I was also surprised at how quickly my followers were increasing. There were lots of people who started commenting on my videos and sending virtual support. I ended up uploading way more than 5 videos on my account with the hashtag. On the day the results were going to be announced, my TikTok fans were all rooting for me. I replied to most of them and thanked them all, but I was more nervous than I would ever admit. I was watching a live stream of the results being announced, and the host went, "And the winner is Ricardo from Detroit." My heart sank, and my phone started buzzing immediately. People I had never met were sending condolences and cursing the judges on my behalf. I didn't have the energy to reply to any of them, so I just went to bed. My dad's words echoed in my head. "Won't be asking you to do that again." I stopped dancing altogether for the next year. My heart just wasn't in it anymore. The pressure before every test returned, and I wasted hours trying to get rid of it because my body just wouldn't move like it used to. I always ended up with a lot of extra time on my hands and nothing to do. By the evening of each day, I was all out of things to study and chores to do. I tried to talk to Cindy more and more, but she couldn't be talking to me all the time because she had to study on her own. I started to wonder if being happy is really that important after all. Maybe I could just let my grades define me. Then I remembered the one time I got an A- because I had the flu and had to skip a test, but my parents took me to the doctor to get my brain checked as if it were the end of the world. So I decided this wasn't a solution either. Cindy noticed I was getting sadder. The pressure of higher level tests were taking a toll on me, but at the same time there was a talent show at our college in a couple of days, and it just brought back bad memories for me. She offered to buy me lunch one day, and I reluctantly agreed. Halfway through the meal at the restaurant, my stomach decided to realize it was forced to eat mushrooms for dinner last night by my mom. I excused myself and ran to the bathroom. When I got back, Cindy seemed like she was in a trance while looking down at her phone. "Hey, sorry about that," I said. "Oh, don't worry about it," she replied with a beaming smile that creeped me out a little. Something was definitely up with her. She went on, "It's just that I got a text saying that they need an extra pair of hands to help set up the college talent show tomorrow, and I signed us up both." "What?" I exclaimed. "Oh, just think of it as charity work," she replied with a grin. I tried to find the guts to say no, but couldn't. On the day of the talent show, I arrived and met Cindy outside. She led me to the auditorium, and we helped arrange the seats and some decorations. There was a special area reserved for volunteers, and Cindy insisted we sit for the show. I cursed my nice DNA and agreed yet again. I thought the first few kids were good, though. One guy's talent was to make fart noises from his armpits to the tune of Taylor Swift. After he was escorted off the stage midway through his performance, the announcer stated that the next talent is an anonymous video they received. They played the video on the big screen, and I was dumbstruck. It was my TikTok video. My eyes widened with shock, and I turned to look at Cindy, who was smiling way too widely. "It's not my fault you left your phone unlocked when you went to the bathroom," she said sheepishly. "It started ringing and there were all these messages from your TikTok. You are amazing." I transferred it to my phone and thought that this is a perfect opportunity to show people you're more than just a nerd. I was just trying to understand what was going on. The crowd in the room was cheering and hooting. I sat quietly without making a noise. Surely they won't know it's me, I thought to myself. At that moment, the video ended and the announcer said, "Give it up for our very own Tracy!" The crowd started chanting. "Encore! Encore!" "Oh, and I might have told him your real name too," piped up Cindy. I couldn't believe this was happening. Real people actually loved me, and for something I chose to define myself with. I felt Cindy lean over and whisper in my ear, "They want you. How long were you going to hold back?" I got up and nervously walked to the stage. The crowd suddenly fell silent, as if they were expecting a different Tracy. I cleared my throat and stood there. The sound guy started playing a song, so I closed my eyes and waited. Within seconds, my instincts took over, and I could feel myself moving. I heard whistles and clapping through the music. The familiar feeling of peace was returned to me, and I danced my heart out. When I opened my eyes, I was out of breath, and the music had stopped. The crowd burst into clapping and a standing ovation. I had never felt more alive than I did in that moment. I took a bow and went back to my seat, brimming with a new feeling of energy. Cindy greeted me with a strong hug. I was too out of breath to say anything, so I just hugged her back. We sat down, and the next few performances went by in a blur. I was controlling a wave of adrenaline as the announcer made his way on stage to announce the winner. Against all odds, this year's winner is Jeff for his armpit fart genius. Half the crowd booed. The rest cheered in wild laughter. Jeff went on stage to collect his trophy. I smiled through it all. Winning didn't matter to me. I made a difference. I proved that I'm more than just a nerd with grades, and that meant more to me than a plastic trophy.
Hi there, my name is Mishka, and for the longest time, I was the only girl in my whole village. Before we continue, please hit like and subscribe. My village was stunning and bountiful, but for ages, our people thought this land was cursed. Before me, no girl had been born in this village for 50 years. Everyone just kept giving birth to boys. Some couples had 14 babies just to get one girl, but they all failed. The villagers had to find women from other towns, like my mama, to marry their boys. They were beginning to think Mother Nature had abandoned them, when one day, my mother finally gave birth to a baby girl. Me. The whole village wept with joy and relief. The curse is finally lifted. The divine feminine has returned. The day of my birth was declared a holiday, and I became the town's princess. People came to worship me, taking turns to kiss my feet and be blessed with a daughter themselves. I was made to sit on every pregnant woman's lap. They thought my magic would turn the unborn babies into girls. Being a girl wasn't my only talent. I stunned the entire village when I uttered my first word at only 6 months old. By the time I was 4, I could read long paragraphs. The princess is a genius. I was too precious to be sent to school, so expert tutors were brought in from other cities just for me. Shockingly, I was smarter than most of them. One time, my teacher tried to eat a random mushroom growing in the dirt. I slapped it right out of her hands before she could take a bite.
"There's white stripes on the stem. That's poison."
She ran through the town screaming, "The princess is an angel! She saved me! She saved my soul!" The entire village worshipped me even more now. If I was spotted, everyone would fall to the ground and start bowing. People showered us with gifts and jewels that filled our vaults to the ceiling. One man even gave away his sons to become our servants for free. "Take 2 of my boys to serve our precious princess. I don't need these 2. I have a lot of them." At first, I kind of enjoyed the attention, but as I grew, I became more beautiful, and that's when things started getting crazy. One day, my teacher told me about a special new library full of books. "I can take you there. Jump into my cart."
"I want my mama to come with me."
She grabbed my wrist. "Come on, princess. You don't need mama anymore." She tried to cover my mouth, and I bit her. "Ah! Mama!" My screams echoed in the mountains, and the villagers jumped on her. "I want the girl for my son. She will give birth to girls. Give her to me." She wasn't the only one losing it. Fights between angry villagers started breaking out in front of my house every day. They were fighting over whose son I would marry. The village was breaking down into chaos. We had to put a stop to this. When I turned 10, the village elders declared that a contest would decide my future engagement. All the boys in town would compete, and I would get to make the final choice when I turned 16. Mama, this sounds weird. This is the only way to keep peace in our village, Mishka. Don't worry. We'll be with you the whole way. So, every few days I was dressed and primped to perfection to attend the marriage contest. Archery, hunting, sword fighting, mathematics. There were several levels for the boys to compete in. I was so bored. All I did was sit there and look pretty. I was really starting to wish I was a boy. They got to play games and run free in the village while I was caged like a bird. When I turned 12, I put my foot down. I want to go to school, Mama. It's too dangerous, Mishka. I'll dress up as a boy. I'll wear a wig. Please, Mama. I need a life. After a lot of begging, she accepted my request. She bought me a wig and helped me pick out boyish clothes. Soon enough, I was ready to start my second life as a boy. I was so nervous on my first day. What if someone found out about me? I should have been more worried about the school bully, Carl. Once he saw me, he said, "Do everything I say, or we'll throw you in the lake." What? I refused his orders, and he actually threw me in the water. He was horrible, not just at school, but also during the marriage contest. He said, "My stunning princess, if you choose me, all of my lands will be yours, and all of my body." Ew! I would never choose a horrible bully like him. One day when he threw me in the lake just for fun, again someone came to help. It was Ren, the son of the village chief. He was really quiet and aloof, and he was the only boy in the town who had refused to participate in the marriage contest. Thank you, I said in my best manly voice as I took his hand. Suddenly he started staring at me like I was a ghost. Your hair. I touched my head and nearly screamed. My wig was gone. My long hair was loose right in front of Ren. You're the princess. I ran out of there as fast as I could. I was finally caught. What was I going to do? When I went to the marriage contest the next day, I was literally shaking. Did everyone know my secret already? I was stunned when everything was just normal. No one suspected me or accused me of anything. Had Ren not told anyone? Why would he do that? Not only was Ren keeping my secrets, he started following me around in school to make sure no one would mess with me. I told him I could handle myself, but he'd always say, "I'm the chief's son. It's my job to protect the princess." One day I just snapped. I'm not a princess. I'm Mishka. If you're here because you think I'm blessed or something, you can just go away. I don't think you're blessed, but you could get hurt if anyone finds out about you. Was he actually just nice? I started trusting Ren, and before I knew it, I was actually falling for him. He was the kindest, strongest person I'd ever met. One day I lost all control and I kissed him. I was so amazed when he kissed me back. I didn't want to do that stupid contest anymore. I just wanted to be with Ren. At the next event, I made a public announcement that the contest was over. People went mad with rage, but I ignored them. Surely they'd get over their disappointment soon enough, right? Wrong. One day, some unexpected guests showed up at home. The entire town, with Carl and his family standing right ahead. They had pictures of Ren and I kissing and hugging. She has been pretending to be a boy to enter the school, and she chose a husband without the consent of any of the villagers. No! None of you have any right to choose who I marry. You're the only girl. We own your future and your destiny. You own nothing. I'm not just a girl, I'm a person. I slammed the door shut and ran up to find Mama. When I got there, I found her puking on the bathroom floor. Mishka, I'm pregnant. Holy wow. 9 months later, Mama gave birth to a new baby, another girl. The whole town rejoiced at Kira's birth, and they started worshiping our family even more. I thought another girl would set me free, but Kira being born was one of the worst things ever. As she grew up, Kira learned about our village's history. She realized that if it weren't for me, she would be the only girl in this village. I wish you were never born. Then all of this would be mine. She would lock me in a room every time Ren came over the house. Why should you get the chief's son? It's not fair. Open the door, Kira. Only if you dump him. Kira tried to get rid of me about 100 times a year. Fake jobs out in the city, framing me for theft so I would go to jail. She tried everything. She was my baby sister, and I was never going to go against her, but she had no problem going around the whole village bad-mouthing me. Carl and his family joined her happily. Mishka is a fake. She wasn't even born in this town. People actually believed her lies. My parents got threatening letters asking them to remove the fake princess. One day, Kira broke all her limits. She showed up to our house with a whole crowd of angry people carrying torches who demanded that I leave our village forever. I told them to eat dirt, and my sister tried to drag me out of the house. That's when the rest of the town showed up.
What are you doing to our princess?
She's a fake. She's adopted. And she needs to leave our village. We saw her being born, you idiot.
You're the idiot. You...
Before I knew it, the entire village was at war. People pitched tents in our yards to sleep there so they could protect me the entire day. The chief tried to settle the dispute, but they refused to calm down because Kira would keep riling them up. I will not live with this fake. We need to split the village in half. What? Draw a line through the village. You take one half. I take one, and we never see each other again. No matter what I tried, I couldn't change her mind. It took months of deliberation, but we finally managed to create the line, white chalk that divided our land's resources. I took the people that trusted me and began my own village. We are going to do things differently from now on. We will learn and improve our village. While I took an oath to change things, Kira wanted things just the way they were before. She restarted the marriage contest in her village. She loved being the judge. She could dress like a queen and have men fight over her. While my home stayed the same, Kira built a castle just for herself. She made the boys do it to prove their love. I focused on building schools, playgrounds, and filling up our libraries. One day, a little boy came to me and said, "Princess, I want to see the stars." "Sure you will. I promise." So I bought them a telescope. "The princess brought us magic." Wow! My people loved me because my work showed results. They became happier, wealthier, and had more comforts in their life. Unfortunately, things on Kira's side were really bad. One day, Kira chose the same boy twice for a date. The other boys got really mad.
"If this is really happening, I'm gathering my family to fight your family, and I will bring more people to kick your butt." "What did you say?"
And a war broke out between the families. One time I woke up to the sounds of people screaming. When I ran out, I saw a cloud of smoke on top of Kira's crops. They were burning. If the fire spread, her whole village could go hungry. I moved my people to put out the fire as much as we could, but we had to stop once Kira showed up. "Get back to your side. I'm helping you, you idiot. If I ever see you on my side again, I'm throwing you all in jail." She didn't care about the fire one bit. If we don't have crops, we will have fish. She made her villagers fish the lakes dry. By next year, they had totally run out because none of the fish had survived that season. This was a disaster, and her people were the ones suffering while she sat in her castle. I had to do something. I started sending grain and fish to their side secretly. I sent them tools, books, clothes, really anything my village could spare. One day, we were shifting a huge box of bread to the other side when suddenly a dozen people surrounded us with bats and sticks in their hands. "I thought I told you to stay away, sister. I'm trying to keep your people alive. You were stupid to do this, Mishka. Now I'm going to throw you in jail, and the rest of the village will be mine."
"We don't think so."
Kira's villagers were here. They pushed her men away from us.
"Mishka has done more for us than you ever could. We were fools to believe you."
But I'm the princess." "You're a moron. We will not suffer and ruin our land for you anymore. We choose Mishka." Kira was shunned to the side, and that day, my home became one again. The villagers who doubted me wept with apologies, but I couldn't let their tears flow too long. This was a time for celebration. We joined together and finally rebuilt our homes. Years later, I married Ren, and we became chief and chieftess of the village. Even Kira showed up for the ceremony. She fell to my feet when she saw me and began to beg for forgiveness. "I'll kiss your feet. I'll clean your house. I'll do anything, Mishka." I grabbed her shoulders and pulled her up. "I don't know if I can trust you, Kira, but lucky for you, I believe in second chances. Home will always welcome you back. She began to cry and joined our people in celebrating their new leaders. I finally had full power to improve my home and my family, with true love by my side.
It started off as a dare, but it went too far. I was trapped in a trunk, and there was no way of escaping. They piled more and more luggage on top of the trunk. I beat on the trunk, trying to force it open. I even screamed and shouted, but it was so loud that no one heard me. By the time things quieted down, it was too late. The jet's engines began to rumble. My heart sank. We were getting ready for takeoff. I suddenly regretted this whole idea. Why did I want to meet a millionaire in the first place? Let me explain. My best friend's brother works at the airport. He lets us help out in the special hangars from time to time. We carry luggage and pack the small aircrafts for a bit of money. Today, he told us we were packing a private jet that belonged to a millionaire. I've always dreamed about meeting a millionaire. My friends and I joked around with the idea of hiding in the luggage compartment. Then he dared me to do it. I don't like backing down from a challenge, so I climbed into one of the millionaire's unlocked trunks and hid in there. It was only meant to be for a minute, and then my best friend was called away. Now there was nowhere to go. I felt the aircraft take off, and then I imagined what the police of another country would do when they found me. With nothing else to do and nowhere to go, I calmed down, measured my breathing, and started counting in 1, 2, 3, out 1, 2, 3. It worked. At some point, my adrenaline-drained body got tired. I passed out. I woke up in the dark, cramped trunk. My body was aching. My phone was in my pocket. I reached for it and found that it didn't have any signal. We traveled like this for what seemed like days. But when I checked my phone, 5 hours had passed. That was when I felt the jet touch down. I heard the luggage doors open. Then people were talking in a strange language. Soon they rolled the trunk I was in down a ramp. I was loaded into a car, I think. My heart was racing. I knew that any moment they would open the trunk and find me here. But no one opened the trunk. I remember hearing an elevator and someone grunting when they tried to pick up the trunk. Some guy sat on my trunk and farted. It was terrible as the smell seeped in. I had to stifle a grunt of displeasure and hold my nerve. A few minutes later, I heard the sound of people stopped. I heard a door click shut. I waited a few minutes to make sure, then I pushed open the trunk to peek out. This time, it opened. I was in a hotel room, a very nice one. This was a penthouse suite filled with beautiful furniture, Persian rugs, and the most breathtaking view of the city. And lucky for me, the suite was empty. I walked around and looked out the windows and figured out by the language I was seeing that I was somewhere in France. I found the hotel's Wi-Fi password and logged in. I remembered that my parents would be looking for me soon. So I sent my parents a message. I told them I was going on vacation with my best friend's family. They didn't mind. It was summer vacation and they'd encouraged me to get away for a bit. I called my best friend. He couldn't believe my story. He begged me to tell the millionaire what had happened. I couldn't, though. If I did, my best friend's brother would lose his job. No, I was going to need another plan, and I needed it fast. As a kid, I was always great at playing hide and seek. I knew how to be quiet and steer clear of people. So far, my hiding skills had worked. With a bit of planning, I thought I could keep hiding and have a nice little holiday in the process. I decided to try this out. What did I have to lose? Now that I was in the suite, there was no need to get back into the trunk. I found all the hiding places in each room and was always ready just in case the door opened. I ordered myself room service and charged it to the room. I ate quickly and hid the evidence. I hoped that no one would notice the extra billings. I went through the millionaire's luggage, trying to find out who she was. It was definitely a woman. She had a good fashion sense, but a weird obsession with sweets. Half of her luggage was filled with gummy bears, licorice, and other exotic candy. I wasn't proud of what I did next. I took some money that she'd left in the hotel room. Not to spend it, but to have as a backup plan to get home. If this blew up in my face, I was going to need some cash to get me back home quickly. At 9 p.m. that night, the door opened and the millionaire came back. I couldn't believe my eyes. She was a fashion designer. I remember seeing her in different magazines. Fashion wasn't my thing, but this lady stood out. She was eccentric and colorful. She was also known for being impatient and even had a temper when it came to answering silly questions. In the photos, she always wore the most extravagant, even ridiculous outfits. Tonight, she was so exhausted that she literally flopped onto her bed and started snoring. When I was sure she wasn't going to get up, I fell asleep in the far corner of the next room. The knock on the door the next morning woke me up. I heard the millionaire fashion designer speaking to someone from the hotel. She was telling them that she didn't know what they were talking about. She didn't order any room service. She sounded irritated. My heart started beating faster. The door closed, and she started getting ready for the day. I relaxed. It was a close one. I was going to have to be more careful from now on. I spent the morning watching TV and reading the documents that she'd left behind from her meetings the day before. I also found her diary and looked at her schedule. I saw that this would be her final day in the city. For the next month, she would be visiting 15 countries around the world. Part of me was excited by the idea of all this travel, but another part of me cringed. It meant a lot of time hiding out in the trunk. The silver lining was that with her busy schedule, I may get a chance to see cities I never dreamed of visiting. Now I just needed a way of affording this little holiday. It didn't take me long to think of an idea. My best friend back home is a computer geek who's obsessed with auctioning stuff online. I was sure this fashion designer had raving fans from around the world who would pay good money for her belongings. I went online and found recent photos of her. I matched what I saw in the photos to what I found in her wardrobe: rainbow-colored stilettos, a blouse that reminded me of a blue marshmallow, and a scarf that looked like an electrified boa constrictor. I contacted my best friend. Within an hour, he had created an online auction for these items. I hoped it would work, and within 2 hours, I couldn't believe what was happening. People from around the world were making huge bids for these items. I didn't feel great about stealing from her, but I knew that right now I didn't have many choices. We sold the stilettos to someone in India an hour later. My friend wired me some of the money. I snuck out of the hotel, making sure that I had a spare room card with me. I found a company that packaged the shoes and shipped them off to the lucky bid winner. While I was out, I bought myself new clothes and saw different parts of the city. I knew my host would be out until 7 p.m. that night, so I arrived back at the hotel with plenty of time to spare. Over the next few days, the millionaire followed her schedule like clockwork. She may have been eccentric in the way she dressed, but she was seriously organized. We traveled to a new city. The trip was much shorter and my time in the trunk was easier. I wasn't so stressed out this time. I opened the trunk in a new hotel suite. It was just as luxurious. Lucky for me, just as empty. Days passed like this. I snuck out, saw a bit of the city, and got back before the millionaire arrived home. We traveled through 5 famous cities in this way. I was getting used to this routine. Well, I was until the millionaire decided to do something that wasn't in her diary. On a Saturday afternoon, I listened from the closet as she changed her plans. She was going to have a party in her suite, and it was going to start in 30 minutes. I had nowhere to go. I was stuck in this closet. I listened as people flooded into the suite, bringing food, music, and entertainment. The party began. I listened from the closet. It sounded like people were having a good time. I would have fallen asleep like this if I didn't hear the closet door opening. I held my breath. It was the millionaire. She was trying to hang up her coat, but she kept missing the hook inside the door. She giggled as she did this. She was behaving very differently to the way she normally did in her room. She was much more relaxed. I tried to make myself as small as possible, but the coat kept falling. It landed on me. She reached for it and squealed when she touched my hair. I tried not to move, but I couldn't help it. She pulled the coat off me, seeing me hiding in the corner of this tiny closet. I knew that it was over now. My mind raced with what would happen next. Would she send me to jail once she found out I had stolen her items? I was about to apologize to her, to tell her that I was sorry for hiding out and selling her things, when she interrupted me. "My dear, what are you doing in the closet?" she said to me. "Don't be shy. Guests need to mingle." She helped me out of the closet and welcomed me to the party. She told me that there were better places to hide if I didn't want to speak to people, like the balcony because of its view of the city. I noticed the glass of wine in her hand and I felt relieved. The alcohol was making her a lot friendlier, even to someone she'd found in the closet. There must have been 100 people there. I don't think she knew more than 5 of the guests, and she thought that I was one of them. I spent most of the night talking to the millionaire fashion designer. It turns out she was a pretty cool person. We actually had a few things in common. In fact, we were both from the same small town, the home that she grew up in. She told me how boring most of these parties were, but she was really enjoying this one for a change. We spoke about what she planned next in her business and how she'd become so successful. We danced, laughed, and had an amazing time. I met some very interesting people at this party. I also ate a lot of candy, and eventually I fell asleep on the couch. It felt great not having to hide for the first time in almost a month. I woke up the next morning on the couch. There was a cleaning crew tidying up the mess from the night before. Most of the guests had left. Some were still sleeping on the couches in the suite. The millionaire was dressed and getting ready to leave. She saw me and thanked me for the company last night. She told me that the next time she was home, she'd stop by and visit me. She called the reception, and a few minutes later, 5 men were carrying her luggage out of the room. They took everything, including my traveling trunk. I tried to keep cool and smile, but seeing them carrying out my travel trunk made me panic. I shouted for them to stop. The millionaire looked at me strangely. I smiled at her and told her that it looked like something that belonged to me. Then she stopped and turned back to me. She asked me if I had seen anyone wearing a pair of rainbow stilettos. By the way she looked at me, I was sure she knew that I'd taken them. I took a deep breath and shook my head. She paused for a moment and then shrugged. She said it was one of the reasons she didn't like these parties. So many strangers would take little souvenirs home with them. They were her favorite pair of heels. She shook her head and gave me a goodbye wave. I waved back and watched her leave. Standing there in the middle of this empty hotel room, a knot was forming in my stomach. The knot was still there as I walked out of the hotel. I didn't need to sneak around anymore. I felt great about that, but at the same time, my holiday was officially over. The good news was that I wasn't far from home. I was at least on the same continent. I took 4 trains and 3 buses to get back. It took me another week of traveling. Eventually, I arrived. Standing outside my house, I realized how much I actually enjoyed all the traveling. My best friend was relieved to see me. He told me how much money we'd made from auctioning the millionaire's stuff. I couldn't believe it. We were almost millionaires now too. And I had an idea then, one that my best friend liked. About a month later, my doorbell rang. It was the fashion designer. I couldn't believe it. She told me that she remembered me telling her where I lived. She invited me out to lunch. I'll be honest, it was kind of strange to be speaking to her again. Strange because I felt kind of guilty for everything I had done. But at the same time, it was fun. We really got along quite well. She told me about her recent trips and the new clothing line that she was launching. She brought up the rainbow stilettos again, telling me how hard it was to find a good pair of shoes. I tried not to look guilty, but I think it showed. The fashion designer told me about how traveling was becoming more and more of a pain because of all the luggage that she carried around with her. So many people were always giving her things that she didn't want, but she didn't want to hurt their feelings by refusing the gifts. And then I had the idea, a way that we could work together. My business idea was simple. I would take some of the items that she didn't need anymore and auction them online. She listened carefully and nodded. She liked the idea. All she asked was that some of the money be donated to her favorite charity. I agreed. Together with my best friend's help, we began auctioning off her unwanted items. Over the next few months, she sent me all sorts of clothing, shoes, and jewelry, along with photos of her wearing these items. My best friend loaded them up onto the online auction site. The lucky winners received a box, along with a real letter from the fashion designer, thanking them for their purchase. What started off as stealing turned into a legal business for my best friend and I. Within a year, we were millionaires. And best of all was that we now had a millionaire business partner. There was something that bothered me though. The rainbow stilettos, I still felt guilty about them. So I tracked down the original buyer. By now, we had the money to buy back the rainbow stilettos from her for twice what she paid for them. She agreed to sell them. You should have seen the fashion designer's face when I gave her a box with the rainbow stilettos. She was so happy. She asked me how I found them. I told her it didn't matter. She paused, closed the box, and pushed it back to me. Keep the shoes. Just remember to send a fraction of the money that you gain from the auction of these to the charity. My gaze dropped, and I shook my head furiously as she sipped her coffee. Did she even know what I had gone through to get these silly shoes back? We sat in silence, wondering how much she knew. Then I relaxed. It didn't matter now. As I looked back at the past few months, I realized how crazy this all was. From being locked in a trunk to being business partners with a millionaire fashion designer. Sometimes, life takes you on a wild ride. All you have to do is hold on tight and see where it goes.
All my life, people have told me I must be magic. Hi everyone, I'm Tanya from San Francisco. Please like and subscribe to hear my secret. I have a unique skill that makes me popular with almost everyone I meet. When people come to me for advice, I'm able to help them achieve their goals. Making the varsity soccer team, asking out their crush, acing a big test. Somehow, I was always able to get them what they wanted. In truth, there was no magic to it. I was a good listener and tried to give the best advice I could. It always just seemed to work out. Eventually, it gave me this reputation for being a miracle worker. My friend Elaine thought I should be paid for it. You really should be charging for this. I like helping people. Hey, nothing wrong with getting paid for doing what you like. By the way, my boyfriend loved the birthday gift you suggested. And we're going to the restaurant you recommended later. Try the chocolate cake. Ironically, my own life was kind of a mess. My grades were good, but not great since I was so caught up with everyone else's problems.
I didn't have a boyfriend, and in general, my future seemed both uncertain and scary. Not to mention, I had the most embarrassing dad in the world. A few years back, my dad fell in a manhole on the sidewalk and sued the city. He won so much money in the lawsuit that he quit his job in big tech. Now all he does is sit on the couch and watch YouTube videos.
You gotta see this video, honey. A baby panda sneezes and scares its mom.
I have school, Dad. You have fun, though. So, that was my home life. As helpful as I was to most people, I just couldn't seem to work the same magic for me or my dad. I don't think he even wanted me to be honest. He ignored every job posting I showed him and never left the house, no matter how hard I tried. It scared me to think that I might turn out like him someday. But I always felt better when I helped someone. At school, this really agitated girl stomped up to me in the hall. I talked to my mom about spending the summer in France, and she said no. I knew I should have asked my dad instead. Everyone says your advice is foolproof. Did you give me bad advice on purpose? What? No, of course not. I would never do something like that. Maybe you misunderstood what I told you? I did exactly what you said, word for word, and it blew up in my face. You're a fraud. I was stunned. This had never happened before. I tried to remember what my advice had been, but so many people came to me for help that the details were hazy. Shake it off, Tanya. It was upsetting, but just that morning, 3 people had approached me and said I was a lifesaver. This had to be a weird freak accident. It wouldn't happen again, right? But then later that night, Elaine called me crying. She and her boyfriend Joe had gone to the restaurant I recommended, but the server insulted Joe and they got into a fight. Joe almost got arrested. Why would you tell us to go to that place? The server was a criminal. Maybe he was new. The service was great last time I went. You ruined Joe's birthday. I don't have a crystal ball, you know. I'm a human being. I make mistakes like anyone else. Maybe your boyfriend shouldn't have punched out the waiter. Whatever, Tanya. Keep your advice to yourself from now on. Did you at least try the chocolate cake? I did. It was dry. What was going on? Had I lost my touch? If I couldn't help people anymore, then what was I gonna do? I guess I could try fixing my own life. That night, I dreamed that everyone who ever came to me for advice confronted me and accused me of ruining their lives. No matter where I turned, I couldn't escape. When I woke up, I knew something needed to change. If people only cared about me when I was solving their problems, maybe they didn't really care about me at all. You know what? Fine. You can all solve your own problems from now on. At school, I turned away anyone who asked for something. I didn't like saying no, but it got easier after a few times. During gym class, we were playing dodgeball when a boy approached me.
Hey, you're Tanya, right? I'm Matt. I heard you're a miracle worker.
I'm retired.
Could you make an exception? I'm trying to get my ex to take me back, and you're the only one who can help.
Trust me, you don't want my help.
What if we help each other? Like a trade. There's gotta be something you want too.
That was different. Not many people ever offered anything in return. Not that I expected them to pay me back, but it was nice to be asked. Okay, here's a challenge for you. I want to figure out what my thing is. I spend so much time giving everyone else advice that I've never had a chance to figure out my own goals. If you can help me do that, then I'll help you get your ex back.
Sounds like a deal to me.
Matt and I met after school to get started.
So what do you think I should try first? Send her a dozen roses? Write her a song and play it outside her bedroom window?
Do you want her to take you back or file a restraining order?
Then what's your great idea?
Why did you two break up anyway?
She said I don't pay attention.
I have some thoughts, but before I tell you, we're focusing on my thing first. Did you come up with any ideas? All he did was smile. Uh-oh, what was I getting myself into? Turns out, Matt had a whole day planned out for us. We explored cool architecture in the city like the Golden Gate Bridge, baked sourdough bread, volunteered at a local animal shelter, and even visited Alcatraz to see what a real prison was like. Matt was patient and a great guide throughout all our adventures. At the end of the day, we stopped at Pier 39 to grab some ice cream. I always loved seeing the sea lions flop around and bark at each other out on the bay.
So what do you think? Architect, baker, veterinarian, prison guard?
To be honest, I really don't see any of those things being my career. I had a lot of fun though.
Good. I've got more planned for tomorrow.
What about your ex?
She can wait.
Hold on a second. Was someone prioritizing my problems over their own? I could get used to this. The next day, we did it all over again, except this time with brand new activities. We tried photography, fitness classes, and went on a ride-along in a police car.
Nothing yet?
No. I mean, I'm still having a good time, but I can't picture myself doing any of those things for the rest of my life. Maybe I'm being too picky.
Hey, you gotta choose what's right for you. This is everything I had planned, but I can definitely come up with more.
You've done a lot already. Let's work on your goal for now. I want you to write a letter to your ex tonight, and tomorrow we'll go over it together.
You're giving me homework?
You'll survive. The next day, Matt shared his letter with me, and I read it during lunch period.
Well, what do you think?
This is all about your feelings, your memories, your regrets. There's almost nothing about her. This could be about any girl.
I worked really hard on that.
You said yourself that she thinks you don't pay attention. This letter doesn't really prove otherwise. What do you like about her? Is she smart, empathetic? Does she tell funny stories? Matt had to think about it. I didn't understand why he found it so difficult.
She's a good big sister, and I like how she sings along to every song on the radio, even when she doesn't know the words.
That's more like it. Matt revised the letter. I hid around the corner and watched while he approached his ex to give it to her. She looked surprised, but seemed to appreciate the gesture. Finally, progress! More people came up to me that day to ask for help, but I kept turning them down. I even had to say no to a teacher. A football player got really mad when I refused to help him.
We all know you're not really retired. I saw you help that Matt kid. Guess you only help guys you like.
Excuse me? Who did this jerk think he was? It's not like that. Matt and I are helping each other.
So if I take you on a date, you'll help me too?
Suddenly, Matt appeared and shoved the football player into a locker.
Speaking of your little boyfriend, I'm not her boyfriend. Apologize to her.
Just then, I noticed Matt's ex. She looked at me like I'd stolen her boyfriend or something. I didn't stick around to see what happened next. I needed to get away. I'd never been so embarrassed in my life. Everything was such a mess. My recent advice had all backfired. Matt wasn't any closer to getting his ex back. I was fighting with my best friend, and I still had no clue what I wanted to do with my life. When I got home, my dad was snoring on the couch. For all I knew, he hadn't left that spot all day. Ugh! Before, I could at least feel proud about how many people I'd helped. Now, I didn't even have that. The next day at school, I decided to tell Matt our deal was off.
What? But what about our plan? You're gonna let some jerk football player push you around?
That's easy for you to say. You're not the one who's being treated like an outcast just for saying no to people. And our plan isn't working anyway. I haven't figured out my future, and you haven't gotten your girlfriend back.
I don't care about getting her back.
For a second, I almost thought I heard him wrong. Then what's the point of everything we've been doing?
I cared at first. I really did miss her, but I realized we broke up for a reason. If you want the truth, I'm having fun and I want to keep spending time with you.
I felt so confused. This was too much all at once. Then maybe just ask to hang out like a normal person. I thought you were helping me figure out my future.
Tanya, why are you so obsessed with your future? We're in high school. You don't have to figure it all out right now.
My dad threw away a great career and now he's a slug. People need a purpose. All I could think about the rest of the day was escaping. We had a big assembly that afternoon and I was considering skipping it and locking myself in my room. But why should I have to leave? They're the one acting like jerks. So in the middle of the assembly, I did something kinda crazy. I stole the mic. Almost every single one of you has come to me for advice. Did I ever say no before? Did I ever ask for anything in return? No. I did my best to help you all because I wanted you to be happy. But the second something goes wrong, or I decide to take some time for myself, what do? You turn on me, talk behind my back, blame me for your problems. Now I know I was just being used. I handed the mic back to the teacher, and she awkwardly cued the cheerleaders to begin their performance. After school, the doorbell rang a bunch of times. I snapped at my dad while I stomped to the door. Don't get up. I'll get it.
Honey, you have to see this. A baby tiger pounces and scares the heck out of his mom.
Dad, those videos are super old. I opened the door and was surprised to find Elaine on the front steps. She was holding a chocolate cake as a peace offering. It was such a relief to see a friend that I almost cried. We ate chocolate cake on my bed and caught up. I'm sorry. It was totally unfair of me to act like what happened was your fault. All you've ever done is try to help me. And advice should be a two-way street. I hope you know you can come to me when you're struggling too. Want to see a video of a baby tiger? Maybe I didn't need to run away. I felt stronger with Elaine in my corner. The next day, the football player came up to me again. I tried going around, but he wouldn't let me.
Hey, it wasn't cool of me to say those things to you. I'm really sorry.
I have to admit, I didn't expect an apology from him. When I got to my locker, something even more surprising happened. It was filled with flowers and about 100 thank you cards. All day, students surprised me with gifts, cards, or sometimes just a hug. I guess my big speech at the assembly had gotten through to people. After school, Matt found me on the bleachers reading some of my cards.
You okay?
It hasn't been easy lately, but yeah, I'll be okay.
I never set out to trick you, you know. When I first asked for help, I thought I wanted my ex back. You helped me realize that we weren't right for each other.
You helped me realize something too.
I did? What?
That it's okay if I don't have it all figured out. It has to happen naturally. And maybe my dad will never go back to work, but I'm not him. I know I'll find my purpose someday.
So I guess we did help each other.
I guess so.
Maybe we could hang out sometime? Like normal people, instead of as part of some deal?
I'd like that. Things got a lot better after that, and I realized something else. That no one can give perfect advice 100% of the time. But that doesn't mean I should stop trying. I liked helping people. I was gonna keep doing it, even if sometimes I failed. The people who mattered most to me would be in my corner no matter what. And the times when someone told me I'd made a difference in their lives, no matter how small, made it all worth it. There I was, standing alone on the edge of a cliff, when someone suddenly tackled me to the ground. Aloha, I'm Hannah from Hawaii. Please like and subscribe. I had an amazing life with my two moms. Mom, my birth mother, and Mom, who's from Australia. They managed one of the top hotels on the island, so every day was a vacation. We were always happy, and they gave me so much love and cool stuff, but my life took a wild turn when I turned 15, and some billionaire bought that hotel, firing my moms and all the staff to bring in his own people. My moms had to start working at the small local hotel, cleaning rooms, and money was tight, so they were always freaking out about the bills. Don't waste water. I still have shampoo in my hair. Turn off the lights. Do you think I own the power company? I'm in here. Use candles. One time, the bottom of my sneakers fell off, so they tried to duct tape them together, but no luck.
No problem. You can wear mine.
But your feet are huge.
So put extra socks on.
But even with extra socks, I face planted trying to walk in them. Okay, fine. We'll get you new shoes. The next day, my moms presented me with their idea of new shoes, which they got from the hotel's Lost and Found. I was disappointed that they weren't brand new, but they were kinda cute. Later that day at lunchtime, my friends and I were talking about boys and boys and boys as we were walking to the table when this dude popped up and got down on one knee in front of me.
Ah, my darling Maria, my señorita, my Juliet. Where have you been, my love? How could you have forgotten about your Romeo for so long? No, stop! You can't abandon me!
Let go of my legs!
Hey, these are my cousin's old shoes. She came last summer to stay. How did you get them?
No, they're mine. You must be mistaken.
No, look.
I was about to kick that jerk, but he lifted me on the table, then pulled my foot up and pointed at the bottom.
See? Those are her initials. We did this together.
That was Brooks, the famous prankster at my high school. By now, all of his friends at lunch had heard and were laughing and making fun of me. I stormed home, only to find my mom's going wild over the grocery bill. Dishes flew, shoes were thrown, and doors slammed. I've never seen them like this. The next day wasn't any good. So after school, I decided to stop at the beach to listen to the waves and look at the surfers to cheer me up. Just then, I saw this amazing surfer doing all kinds of flips on the waves. Who's that? Oh, him. We call him Mr. Abs. His parents bought half the hotels on the island. Holy Paris Hilton? My brain spun at the thought of meeting a hot guy. And bonus, once we started dating, I could tell his dad how thoughtless he was for firing my moms after all their years of work and that he should totally give them their jobs back. This would solve all our problems and we would be happy again. So, I walked over to him. He was standing with a bunch of other hot guys. Hey, nice to muscle to meet you. He avoided me? I love a challenge. So I came up with a plan to bump into him and accidentally spill my smoothie on him. Then he would have to talk to me.
Hey there, cutie. Slow down. You almost ran into me.
Oh my god, he thinks I'm cute. I had to keep the conversation going. Oh, yeah, it's 'cause these creepy guys were chasing me.
Are you okay? Where are they?
They went that way. But wait, don't go after them. I'm really shook up. I need you here in case they come back. He held my hand and offered offered me a seat like a prince offering his throne.
I'm Chris. Do you want me to call someone for you?
Hannah. I'm Hannah. No, I just need a minute.
Why were they chasing you?
Yeah, so this guy at school likes me, but I told him I don't want to go out with him, and now I see him and his friends everywhere I go.
Don't worry, I'll safely take you home.
As we were riding home in his Jeep, I tried to find out as much as I could about him. So, your family just moved here when they bought the hotels?
Yep. But I don't like to talk about it.
Oh, I get it. Low profile. Nice. He looks humble. I wanted to know more about him, so I asked around and found out he doesn't like fries and loves jazz. As he pulled up to my house, I had to come up with a reason to see him again. Thanks for the ride.
You're safe now.
Those guys also come around in the morning before school, and my moms can't take me. They have this rare disease called, chew poops.
A chew what?
You've never heard of it? Oh, yeah. It's a new stream of COVID that's been going around. If you meet someone with this, or if they sneeze, you could have diarrhea for a week. Thankfully, I'm immune, but who knows about others? Just then, I heard my moms. Hannah, is that you? I needed to keep my moms away from him before they ruined my plan, so I rushed him off before he could say anything. Great, so see you tomorrow? Thanks. The next day, my moms were already at work when he picked me up, so I didn't have to worry about them meeting. And when he dropped me off at school, everyone thought we were dating. I figured it would be happening any day, so I didn't deny it. I was in heaven for the next few days, but that changed one morning.
So I'm thinking, you seem to be out of danger now and...
No, I mean, that's him.
Where?
I was looking in the parking lot for someone to point the finger at. You didn't see him? Then I spotted Brooks, who had made fun of me. A perfect target. Him! That's him! Brooks! Before I could say anything, he jumped out of the Jeep and confronted Brooks. I was on cloud 9. Everyone saw my gorgeous, soon-to-be boyfriend protecting me against my bully.
Why are you stalking her? Don't you have anything better to do? Oh man, what are you talking about? Stalking? Who?
As he pointed to me in the car, I pretended like I had dropped my phone on the floor.
Is this about the shoes? I was going to...
Then Chris took a swing at Brooks, but missed, and Brooks punched him right in the nose and knocked him out cold. I jumped out of the Jeep, ran over, and slapped Brooks. Back off, my boyfriend! Fortunately, Chris didn't hear it as he was out cold. Unfortunately, the principal only saw the end of the fight, and I was the one who got detention. My moms were so pissed because they missed work and came to talk to the principal. Hannah, you know we can't afford to take any time off work, and you're slapping people now? You're lucky that boy isn't pressing charges. But it was his fault. You're grounded for a week. I was feeling upset, but I wasn't about to let them ruin my plan. After all, I was doing this for them. I'm sure they would be so happy about it later. The next day, I snuck out of the house to go see Chris. He had his nose all taped up. We were just hanging out when some girls came up to us, batting their eyelashes at him. Aw, Chris, even with that nose, you still have a beautiful face. Yeah, handsome. Do you need someone to take care of you? Get away from here!
Hey, is everything okay?
Yes. I just saw some fruit flies. Before any other girls showed up, I grabbed his attention. Chris, I need to go home right now. And when we pulled up to the house, I blurted out the only thing I could think of to get him to sympathize with me. So I was upset because my moms got super pissed when I got detention, and now they're gonna lock me in the basement and feed me spiders again.
What? They've done that to you before? I'm taking you to the police station to report them.
No, I mean, maybe I could get an interview with your dad at the hotel, and then I would have money to move out. I did feel guilty about lying, but I knew he would forgive me once he saw I was doing all this for a good reason.
But first, let's talk to them.
Wait! Before I could stop him, he had already confronted my moms. I could tell they were hurt by the things I said they did. Hannah, not only did you sneak out of the house, you told those horrible lies about us too? We don't even have a basement.
Is anything you told me the truth?
He turned to leave, and I grabbed his arm. I can explain.
I'm done with your lies.
Embarrassed, I ran out crying until I wound up on a cliff overlooking the ocean. I needed to figure out how to fix things. After some time, I finally calmed down enough to notice the beautiful view and took out my phone to snap a picture. As I stepped closer to the edge, I heard a voice yelling,
"Hey, what are you doing?"
Then someone tackled me to the ground. It was Brooks. Stay away. I don't think I'll get detention if I slap you on a cliff.
What is your problem?
Well, global warming for one, but I think that's everyone's problem. So I'll just say you.
Me? I've been trying to apologize to you at school, but you had your boyfriend attack me, and then you slapped me.
You tried to apologize? He got really quiet and then looked at me with the most sincere brown eyes.
I am sorry. I didn't mean to embarrass you that day. I'd always just thought of my jokes as a way to have fun at school. It never occurred to me that it would hurt someone, and when you got detention, I felt bad and asked one of your friends for your address. That's when I saw you running out the door, and here we are.
I still wasn't sure, but he looked very genuine. We talked a lot as we walked down the mountain, and much to my surprise, we actually had a lot in common. I know! I mean, who doesn't eat fries?
And who likes jazz, Taylor Swift, all day, every day?
Just then, I saw my mom's had been blowing up my phone with texts. I have to go. I'll catch up with you tomorrow at school.
Okay. You have my number if you wanna...
I was so panicked about how mad my moms were gonna be that I ran off before he could finish talking, and the second I walked in the house,
You are in so much trouble. Why do you always have to disobey us? We raised you better than that. Why are you doing all this?
you have no idea what I've gone through. I can't take it anymore. You are both only concerned about saving money that you don't think about how it might affect me.
So, because you don't have branded clothes or a fancy car, we are terrible parents?
I don't care about those things. Forget it. I'm grounded, so I'll be in my room. I ran to my room, and even though it all went sideways, I spent the night thinking of any way that I could fix this and still get their jobs back. The next day at school, Brooke saw how upset I was.
Didn't go so well at home?
That's putting it mildly.
You know you can trust me, right? I meant what I said about not wanting to hurt you on purpose.
I told him everything. It felt so good to finally be honest. Keeping up with all the lies was exhausting.
Why did you lie to him? Shouldn't you be with someone that likes you for who you are?
Absolutely. I think I just started and it snowballed, but I have a plan. I just need one more shot with Chris to make him introduce me to his dad.
Honestly, I think even though you have good intentions, you're doing bad things to people to get what you want. Trust me, I know a little bit about that.
I got so mad that I yelled at him. No way! What you do and what I do are completely different. After school, I went to talk to Chris and begged him to listen. If you would just listen, I could explain everything. I wanted to get to know you because I really did like you.
And when you like someone, you tell them so many lies that they don't know who you really are?
Well, no, that wasn't the plan. I just kept thinking if we kept hanging out, eventually you could talk to your dad about my moms and get their jobs back.
So, you only like me for what I can do for you?
No, you're just twisting my words. Just then, a man walked up.
Hey, Chris, the guests in Cabana 3 need more towels.
Right on that, boss.
Wait, you work here? So you're not the son of the billionaire hotel owners?
Nope, that would be Harlan over there. He lets me borrow his surfboard, and sometimes when cute girls think I'm him, I just let them.
I can't believe you lied to me. I could never be with someone who lies like you do.
Hello? Pot meets kettle. All you've done since we met is lie.
Then, like a ton of bricks, it hit me. He was right, and I was mortified because I wasn't just like him. I was quite possibly worse. It did make me realize I needed to change my life and be better. First thing I needed to do was to come clean to my mom's. That night, when my moms came home, I made dinner for all of us, and I explained everything to them.
You should have come and talked to us instead of coming up with some crazy plan. We do worry about money, and life isn't easy. We may fight, but every loving family fights. We're sorry for making you feel like we're not happy. We love each other, and you. That stuff money can't buy.
I'm so sorry, too. I know I acted terribly. I just wanted you to be happier and not worry about money.
We love you, and we forgive you, but you're still grounded.
And maybe you could also let me run the water until I've gotten all the shampoo out of my hair?
Don't push it.
The next day, I started helping around the house. I also started doing odd jobs in the neighborhood to help my moms with the bills. A few weeks later, a woman called asking me to paint her fence. When I got there, she walked me into the house.
My son has told me all about you.
Your son?
I'll leave you two to work it out.
I turned around to see Brooks. I'm sorry.
It's okay, I think. I should have been more supportive.
Actually, I'm glad you did. I needed to hear the hard truth, and I'm just happy that I have a good friend who isn't afraid to tell me that stuff.
Not a good friend, a best friend.
So, I'm guessing your mom doesn't need the fence painted?
Oh no, she does. But it's a job for two.
So, just remember, every lie has two lies. The lie we tell others, and the lie we tell ourselves to justify it. Or like we say in Hawaii, it's better to lie down with a lay than lay with a lie.
One day, my oldest brother Derek was walking me and my twin brother Ryan home from kindergarten when a masked man leaned out of a car and grabbed me as he drove by. I screamed at the top of my lungs, and before I knew it, the police were following us and it was a high-speed chase. The masked man accidentally slid off the road and crashed the car into a tree. The last thing I remember before being reunited with my brothers was seeing him knocked out with his mask off. He was staring at me angrily. Hi, my name is Maggie, and I'm about to tell you why I can't watch Pirates of the Caribbean. I found out about my problem straight away at the hospital. Dad said, "Baby, are you okay?" The nurses looked shocked as I screamed at the top of my lungs. Monster! They thought I was traumatized, but the psychologist had another diagnosis. Turns out I had something called pogonophobia. It means a fear of beards. I know it sounds stupid and funny, but I promise it's a real disease that nearly ruined my life. I couldn't even look at someone with a stubble without throwing a fit. I mean, I broke the TV during an episode of SpongeBob because a character with a beard scared me. Even normal things like shopping were a nightmare. My parents took me to a grocery store once, and I got so scared by a cereal box with a bearded man on it, I knocked over the whole display and made a huge mess. It was a lot of stress for my parents. In fact, I overheard them talking to my brothers about me one day. Mom said, "She's crazy!" Dad said, "I know. We need to send her somewhere else. I can't handle her anymore." I burst in on the family meeting, crying hysterically, and my parents looked uncomfortable. They said that I could come back when I was fixed. That's when my second brother Joe came in. "Family sticks together. Either you keep Maggie or you lose all of us." Derek and Ryan stood by his side, and my parents shot each other an awkward look. And then they packed their bags and just left. Since then, Derek and Joe kind of became our parents. They had tea parties with me, took care of all the chores, and most importantly, defended me because of my condition. Derek was dropping me and Ryan off on our first day of school when I saw my bearded teacher and had a meltdown. Ryan said, "Didn't you get the memo about BEARDS?" My teacher replied, "Wait, that was serious? I don't have time for this." Derek said, "Oh, we are very serious when it comes to our beautiful sister." He handed the teacher a razor and told him he would watch the class while he did his job. Derek was kind of intimidating, so the annoyed teacher turned white and ran to the bathroom to shave. I have to say, I'm pretty lucky to have the brothers I have. Later that year, when Ryan and I went to the school's Christmas party, I cried when I saw the Santa banners everywhere. I hid under a desk and covered my eyes. Everyone in class laughed at me, except Ryan. Ryan said, "You can open your eyes now." I said, "I can't, I'm scared." He said, "Trust me." When I looked around, I saw that he'd cut the beards off of all the Santa decorations. I was so happy, but everyone thought I was weird because of my fits. I didn't need friends though. I had my older brothers and Ryan. They were more than enough for me. One day though, I found out I wasn't enough anymore. It was our last week of middle school and Ryan decided to go on an overnight trip. I said, "But we never go on overnight trips." He said, "Well, maybe we can start. Don't you want to make friends?" I said, "No, we don't want anyone else." It turned out I didn't want anyone else. Ryan tried so hard to convince me to go, but I refused. Finally, he said he didn't want to miss out on things because of me. He tried to assure that nothing was changing between us. He said, "I'll just be gone a week. You won't even notice I'm gone." I have news for you. When we're in middle school, things change overnight. The next week, Ryan came back from the trip with a little bit of stubble. My other brothers shot him daggers as I started to sob in the corner. I asked, "What's that on your face?" He said, "I thought I'd try something new." Without even asking me? I ran upstairs and locked myself in the bathroom. Ryan came to the door and tried to explain that he wasn't trying to hurt my feelings. But this girl he had a huge crush on said she loved facial hair. I hadn't had an incident in so long. He thought I'd grown out of it. I didn't want to mess up his chances with his crush, so I agreed to try it out. My brothers were so proud I was doing well. They thought I was cured. In reality, I was purposely looking away all the time, and it was eating me up inside. One time, I was trying so hard not to look at Ryan that I fell down the stairs. See, as time passed and his stubble grew into a real beard, it was getting harder and harder to deal with my feelings. The day Ryan told me that he and his crush were finally going out, I broke down and begged him to shave it. He said, but she really likes my beard." I said, "You're already dating." He asked, "What if she doesn't find me attractive anymore?" I asked, "Is that more important than your own twin sister?" After a day of guilt tripping and a little convincing from Joe and Derek, Ryan walked into my room the next day, beard free. I ran up and hugged him. I was so happy. The next day, Ryan seemed really upset, but wouldn't say why. Joe decided to take us out to the new pizza place to try to cheer him up. Ryan asked, "Can Maggie even handle going there?" I said, "Sure I can." I tried with all my might to stay calm. Even when the restaurant was filled with bearded people, I could only do so much though. Then the waiter showed up and said, "Large pepperoni pizza for table 8. I screamed and knocked the pizza out of the bearded waiter's hands and splattered sauce all over Joe and Ryan. Ryan said, "I told you this was a bad idea." I said, I'm really sorry. I just wanted to cheer you up." He said, "Do you even know why I'm upset?" It turned out that his girlfriend had broken up with him the night before. When she heard he shaved his beard for me, she got mad that he did whatever his sister asked. He told me that I'd ruined everything. He wished I was normal. As he left, I started to cry. I wish I was normal too. Joe tried to tell me that it was okay. Ryan would get over it. He was just sensitive because of the breakup. Joe said, it'll all be better in the morning. It wasn't. Ryan ignored me at school the next day. I nearly cried when I went to sit next to him and he told me the seat was taken. I ate lunch alone for a couple of days, till this really cute guy sat down next to me with 2 cookies, handing me one. He said, pretty girls like you shouldn't be sitting alone. Hi, my name's Matthew. A boy sitting next to me was sure to catch Ryan's attention. He was angry the whole time before coming up to us. Ryan said, is this guy bothering you, sis? I said, oh, now you're talking to me? I was just upset. I'm sorry. Don't worry. Nothing could ever come between us. He was looking right at Matthew when he said that. He then sat down next to Matthew, took out his notebook, and started firing questions at him. Ryan said, are you serious about my sister? Have you ever had a beard? How often do you shave? Matthew turned red and nearly fell out of his chair, saying we just met. I was ready to kill Ryan when we were all saved by the bell. Later after school, I caught up with Matthew and said I was sorry for Ryan's behavior. Matthew said, don't worry. I get it. He's your brother. I am serious about asking you out though. I totally wasn't expecting that. And of course I said yes. I immediately texted my brothers asking if it was okay, and they surprisingly agreed to a movie date and said they would pick us up. The car ride was really uncomfortable. Joe was the driver, Derek was looking as scary as ever in the front, and Ryan sat between us in the back seat. I couldn't wait to get to the date when the biggest surprise ever happened. Why are we parking at the house? Derek turned to me and said, for your date, of course, silly. Poor Matthew had no idea what kind of date he was in for. I walked into the lounge with popcorn to see Derek grilling Matthew. You'd think he was a murder suspect being questioned by the police. Are you planning to grow a beard? What does your beard mean to you? Do you consider it a sign of your manhood? If you were with Maggie and a bearded man came over, what would you do? You have only 3 attempts to answer that. Go. I said, oh my god, leave him alone, Joe! Matthew, let's pick a movie? Just then, Ryan walked in and said, yeah, what are we watching? My brothers decided we were all watching a movie. Matthew wanted to watch a romantic movie, but Derek picked Frozen. I said, guys, we aren't 5. Can we watch something less lame? Ryan said, what are you talking about? It's epic. You know, when Anna and Elsa reunite. Aww. Then Joe said to Matthew, hey, can you make some room? Derek said, yeah, just a little more to the left. Just like that, Matthew and I were sitting at opposite ends of the couch with all 3 of my brothers between us. At the end of our date, if you could even call it that, Joe drove Matthew home alone. I was so mad. They tried to assure me that they were just being big brothers and this was all normal. Yeah, well, tell that to Matthew. He avoided me all day and didn't respond to any of my texts. I didn't see him at lunch that day either. I was crying in the ladies' room when I heard a knock at the door asking if I was okay. It was Ryan. He said, is there anything I can do? I told him he had done more than enough by ruining my chances with my first date. I was also silent the entire drive home from school. They bought me flowers and chocolates, trying to show me I didn't need a boyfriend since I had such great brothers. I yelled at them, saying how I wasn't going to be their baby sister forever before locking myself in my room. A few hours later, someone knocked on my door and I walked over to shout at them to go away. When I opened it, it was Matthew. I've been crying all day, and now I look like a mix between a raccoon and the girl from The Ring. I covered my face and told him not to look at me right now. He gently took my hands away and said, I don't care about all that. Listen, your brothers found me and apologized for ruining the date, and wanted to make it up to us by letting us go on a real date. My brothers were actually really sweet about it. Joe even helped me pick out an outfit and did my makeup. Matthew's jaw dropped when he came to pick me up. He said, oh wow, Maggie, you look gorgeous. Of course they came with us to dinner and taught Matthew how to scan the room for any bearded men and shield the lady till she was safely seated at her table. But thankfully, they sat a few tables away. Baby steps. After a year of dating, my brothers really started to trust him more. I would even say they became friends. They constantly made jokes about how he better not grow facial hair now that he was a man, and never to mess with my sister or else. It really did all seem like jokes until the day he came back from summer break. When he showed up at my house after his 2-month family vacation in Europe, he brought a lot more surprises than a postcard. He walked in, sporting a scruffy beard, and I immediately screamed, ah! Help! Derek! Derek rushed in and started screaming at Matthew. What were you thinking? We told you never to pull stuff like this! Matthew kept insisting that he thought it was just a joke because of a problem I had as a kid. He thought I would have grown out of it by now. That was it! Matthew was lucky my other brothers arrived when they did to hold Derek back. Ryan shouted at him to not come back till he had shaved again. He came back with a clean face a few hours later to apologize and talk in private. My brothers, reluctantly, let us talk alone. Matthew said sorry and explained he thought I would find it attractive, and he didn't mean to scare me. I forgave him, but I could tell my brothers weren't happy with him anymore. After Matthew left, they argued I should break up with him because he knew what he was doing. I kept trying to tell them it was all a misunderstanding, but I could tell something was up between us, and he was different now. He started making a lot of mean jokes about me. One day, I asked him if he wanted to go out to eat, and he said, are you sure? You're not going to cry like a baby if the waiter has a mustache? I said, why are you acting this way? Come on, be nice. He raised his voice and said, I am being nice. Putting up with your stupid condition. It's pretty hard not to have a normal girlfriend and do normal things because you have a freak out wherever we go. I was really upset and went home crying. When my brothers tried to ask me what was wrong, I said I'd just seen a bearded man on my way home and gotten scared. Ryan came to check up on me and said, well, Matthew should have at least walked you home. I told him that Matthew wasn't my keeper. Nobody was. I decided to really push my boundaries one day. I decided I would surprise Matthew by going to the homecoming dance. I knew he was going alone because I avoided places with too many people. I only told Ryan about my plan. He kept begging me to let him come, but I insisted I needed to do this on my own, and he had to promise not to tell the others. He reluctantly agreed, but said I needed to check in every 15 minutes. I promised I would keep in touch as he dropped me off at the dance. I was trying really hard not to find anyone with a beard in the crowd, but then at one point, I caught a glimpse of a guy with some facial hair, and I screamed and knocked over the huge punch bowl. All eyes were on me. That's when I found him. Matthew asked in disbelief, what are you doing here, Maggie? His jaw was wide open in shock, and his arms were around another girl. The girl leaned closer to him and asked, you know this weirdo, babe? I ran out of the gym and into the hall, furious. Matthew came out and ran over to me. He wasn't trying to apologize, though. He was angry with me. I cried, you're cheating on me! He started rolling his eyes and shouting, this is all your fault, you know? It's really hard to date you, and I do my best. Seriously, if you break up with me, you won't find anyone who cares about you as much as me. His face turned white when he heard Derek say, oh, buddy. She already has 3 men that care about her more than anything. All 3 of my brothers emerged from the hallway. This time, no one stopped Derek as he chased him screaming down the hallway. Joe and Ryan rushed over to make sure I was okay. I asked, how did you know I was in trouble? Ryan winked and said, I didn't hear from you every 15 minutes. Needless to say, Matthew and I didn't work out. But that didn't stop me from trying to get better. With my brothers by my side to support me, I knew anything was possible. I started going to therapy, and I made a lot of progress. In fact, I persuaded my brothers to let me go to a college out of town. My favorite moment ever was when I came back home and my macho brother Derek met my new boyfriend with tears in his eyes. He has a beard and everything. We all hang out every weekend, and I couldn't be luckier.
The room was lit by only our laptops. Sabrina and I were deep into our usual AFK journey match. As expected, Sabrina was nailing it, and me, well, I wasn't. You got lucky this time, Sabrina.
Luck's got nothing to do with it. It's all skills.
Yeah, right. Stop showing off. If you know so much about the game, I wish you'd actually get sucked into that game. Now that'd be something. I bet I'd still win. I suppose she was right. She'd still win. After all, she was Sabrina. My sister always shone bright, acing tests, grabbing the spotlight, and unbeatable in games, while I was just Ella. Plain, average Ella. The next morning, I woke up late, which only happens if Sabrina forgets our alarm. We were about to be late for school. Come on, Sabrina! When I checked her room, there was no sign of Sabrina. Then I saw her slippers near her laptop, like she disappeared. Really? Trying to make me think you're in the game? I laughed, but suddenly, I felt the pull towards the laptop, like I was being sucked into it. And just like that, I was in a place straight out of a storybook. Huge trees with colorful leaves, bright skies, and tall mountains. There were little streams shining in the sun, and I could hear strange, beautiful sounds everywhere. It was so amazing. This had to be a dream. Ouch! Nope, not a dream. Right then, I heard someone behind me. Turning around, I almost fainted. Dianelle stood there, looking hot.
A new face in Asperia? You look lost.
OMG, you're Dianelle. I know everything about you. How you can soar into the air, becoming untouchable while unleashing a storm of sword attacks on your enemies.
Seems you know a lot about me. How about you share your story?
So I spilled the beans, telling him everything.
Fear not. I'll help you find your sister. You can't search for her alone.
Just then, Lucius and other heroes joined us, and Dianelle introduced me to them.
We Lightbearers stand for justice. Esperia will show you both its wonders and dangers.
Lucius's words hit me hard. Sabrina could be in trouble. But as I set out to look for Sabrina with Dionel, Lucius, and the rest, I started to feel hopeful. Right in the middle of our journey, we bumped into some Hypogeans blocking our way. I was worried, thinking we were in for a tough fight. That's when Dionel gave me a look, like he had a plan.
Watch this.
And then suddenly, everything started moving super slow. Dionel jumped up, sword ready, and it was like I could see every little detail of him slicing through the air. How's everything so slow? What's going on? Just then, Lika fired her ultimate ability, Star Shot, shooting a deadly arrow that mesmerized me as it seemed to float in slow motion before forcefully pushing back her opponent.
Be gone.
Wow!
It's called bullet timing. It lets us slow down time to hit just right.
Suddenly, Rainier, a villain from the Hypogeans, tried to sneak attack me, but Lucius jumped in front of me super quick, his shield up, stopping Rainier's attack, making him step back.
Go back to the hell that spawned you!
Wow, thank you so much. As we moved ahead, we entered the Dream Realm and saw Necrotraken, a beast straight out of a nightmare. We have to beat this thing?
Yes, we do.
The fight started, and Necrotraken unleashed his fearsome dragon's breath upon us. But Lucius was swift and blocked the attack, while Lika, Dionel, the others, and I kept on attacking Necrotraken. Finally, after the battle, the beast fell, and we saw a path. Following it, we found Sabrina. Ella, I found you! Can you believe we're actually inside the game? Yes, it's incredible. Right after I arrived, the Necrotraken captured me. Ella, when I play, I am fully immersed. It's like I'm not just playing a game, I'm living every moment of it. That's my secret to winning. But you've discovered something even more crucial, the power of working together.
You've shown great courage today.
Remember, the bond between heroes is the strongest weapon.
And never forget, in Esperia, we stand together against any darkness.
This journey, it was more than just a rescue mission. It was about discovering our strength and the magic of teamwork. And it's just the beginning. There's a whole world out there in Esperia, waiting for us to explore.
Maybe next time. I think it's time for you both to leave.
The heroes then led us to a portal, telling us it would take us back to our world. Goodbye. The next morning, when I woke up, everything seemed normal. Was it all just a dream? Did you have a dream too? About AFK Journey? Yes! We were both stuck in the game! I don't think it was just a dream. Ella? What's that under your bed? Curious, I leaned over to look and saw it. The sword Dionel had given me. It was all real. AFK Journey isn't just any game. It's an epic adventure that brings together strategy, courage, and friendship. With its unique art style, innovative gameplay features like bullet timing, and a story that unfolds across a beautiful 3D world, it's an RPG experience unlike any other. Available on PC and mobile, it's where you'll find your next great adventure. Esperia awaits. Are you ready to join us and discover the magic that follows?
Hi, I'm Aisha, and I live in India. My dad passed away when I was 4, so I don't really remember him. But since then, my mom has been obsessed with only one thing, my marriage.
Oh, my poor baby doesn't have a father. The only way you can do well in life now is to get married.
She started looking for potential husbands everywhere. We couldn't go to the grocery store without her distributing my picture. At the park, she'd take the numbers of all the moms who had boys my age.
I'm only 5, Mommy.
I know that. You'll get married when you're 18, but we have to start looking now, or all the good ones will be gone.
Mom was crazy and had a marriage fever. I wished she was normal. But one day when I was 11, I came home to find a necklace on the table with a note. You're a lost cause, Aisha, but I found myself a husband and he doesn't want kids, so leaving you with Aunt Pinky. P.S. This necklace is for your dowry. Don't touch it till you're married. What? Mom had just left me for some strange guy? I just put the necklace away when suddenly the kitchen door flew open and a woman barged in. I recognized Aunt Pinky because we'd met once. She was my mom's older sister, and I knew she and Mom hated each other. Behind her was my cousin, who came running to me and knelt down on all fours.
I'm Maya, remember me? I'll be your sister and we'll be BFFs for life. Come on, it's going to be our friendship game.
Auntie Pinky pushed Maya away. Just get up, you idiot. Then she pushed Maya's bags into my hands. Take these to your room and take your stuff to the attic. And hurry back. I'm hungry. I don't want to move to the attic, and I don't know how to cook. Your mom said you could. Stop lying.
Mom, Aisha and I can share her room. Right, sis?
Auntie Pinky glared at me and walked away. Phew, at least Maya had my back. Over the next few years, life was horrible. Auntie Pinky was always making me do chores around the house and wouldn't even let me hang out with my friends unless Maya begged for me. This one time, we had to get our school trip permission slip signed by Auntie, but as soon as she signed Maya's, she threw the pen on the ground and clutched her chest. Oh, my poor heart. I can't breathe. I'm dying. Leave my room, you two. But my slip, that's what you're worried about? You heartless child. Get out. Of course, I missed the trip, but that night, I added sugar instead of salt to dinner, and seeing the look on Auntie Pinky's face, I had to admit, revenge was sweet. Maybe Mom was right. Marriage was the only solution for an orphan like me. I just had to wait a little longer to leave, for good. But things really got to my head on my 16th birthday. It was the first time that Auntie agreed to let me have a party. But when I got to the lounge all dressed up, I saw all the banners had been changed to Happy Pre-Birthday, Maya. Just then, Auntie Pinky pushed me into the kitchen. Dinner won't cook itself. We can't keep Maya's guests waiting. I was furious. Suddenly, I knocked over a bottle of juice by accident, and it went spilling everywhere. The door flung open just then, and AJ, our super rich neighbor's son, walked in. Hey, let me help you with that. And before I knew it, he'd taken off his shirt and was mopping up the mess with it. I was having trouble not drooling because, boy, he was ripped. But I quickly reminded myself that Maya had a huge crush on him. Aisha, isn't it your birthday? Why are you always doing chores? Oh, I'll do lots of fun stuff once I'm out of this stupid place. You know, once I'm married. That's your exit plan? It sounds terrible. Okay, do you have a better idea? He stepped closer and pushed a strand of hair behind my ear, making my heart skip a beat. Yeah, actually, I do. Right at that moment, Maya and Aunt Pinky barged in and they looked livid. We were just cleaning up some mess.
Aisha, how could you make AJ work? You should have told me.
Look at that boy's expensive shirt. Why do you always act like a helpless princess? Go to your room, now. No, it's not her fault. I promise. You're just making things worse. Please, stay out of it. And I stormed off to my room angrily. Worst birthday ever. When Maya came to bed later that night, she looked super mad.
What's the deal with you and AJ? He just left after you came upstairs.
Maya, I don't care about him. He's all yours. Listen, I've just decided something. I gotta find a boy now so I can get married soon. I can't live with your mom much longer. She looked thrilled and promised to help me. My plan was simple. Find a boy, marry the boy. At first, it wasn't tough. All I had to do was comb my hair and put on some makeup, and every boy in school was practically fighting for my attention. My first date was a dream. The guy was totally into me. You're so beautiful. I think I want to marry you someday. I immediately plopped my ring onto the table. Why wait? I have my great-great-grandmother's ring right here. For a second, he looked shocked and then excused himself to go to the restroom, and he never came back. After that, it was a new date every night, and always the same thing. They were all declaring love at first sight, but the minute I brought up marriage, they were gone. Soon enough, everyone stopped asking me out. I was so bummed out. Until one day, as I was walking down the hallway, someone grabbed my arm and pulled me into the janitor's closet. It was AJ. What are you doing? Me? What are you doing? Are you crazy? Listen, I've no idea what you're talking about, but let me go. It's crazy how you're chasing every guy at school, but you run away from me when I... He stopped mid-sentence, and suddenly I realized his face was just inches from mine. You what, AJ? He leaned in closer. Oh my God, was he going to kiss me? But instead, he pushed me away.
when I'm only looking out for you. There's rumors that you're desperate to get married because you're pregnant.
What? I'm not pregnant. I've never even kissed anyone.
Really? Well, in that case.
He stepped close to me again, but just then, Maya opened the door and she was staring daggers at me. Oh, Maya, AJ was just telling me about the worst rumor. Everyone thinks I'm pregnant. This will ruin my chances of finding a boy. What? That's horrible. I promise I'll find out who's spreading that rubbish and make them pay. For the next few weeks, all I did was avoid AJ and try to find a decent guy. And then one day, the school's biggest jock, Zane, slid next to me during recess.
Say you'll go out with me? Not leaving until you do.
I grinned back at him and whispered, I do. We started dating, and he was sweet and romantic. A week later, I decided to bring up the marriage issue soon. But instead, Zane marched up to me in the cafeteria during recess and got down on one knee.
Will you marry me, Aisha?
Of course! Zane twirled me around and kissed me. It was my first kiss ever, and it was not that great. Where were the freaking fireworks? Later that day, I was looking at my ring. I heard someone behind me.
That's a really ugly ring.
What's your problem, AJ?
My problem is that you're being stupid and getting married for all the wrong reasons. You think marriage will solve your problems, but it will only give you new problems.
Hey, you don't get to judge me because you don't know what it's like to be in my shoes. You're a millionaire's spoiled son, and I'm an orphan. Now I'm about to get everything I've ever wanted, so why are you trying to ruin it for me? Suddenly, he took my hand and looked into my eyes.
Because I think you're amazing, Aisha, and you deserve so much more. I hope you realize that before it's too late.
And with that, he left. Ugh, the stupid boy. The next few months were crazy. Zane was even more excited about our marriage than me. One day, he was taking me out to hunt for the perfect dress. Another day, he was picking up card designs. He even brought his parents over to meet Aunt Pinky. Hey, Zane, take it easy, will you? We've still got 2 years to go before we can get married.
Oh, babe, I'm just so excited because I love you so much. I'll try to be cool, okay?
As he kissed me, all I could think was, geez, even being near AJ was more exciting than kissing this guy. And soon enough, I found out why. One day after school, I was looking everywhere for Zane when I suddenly stopped short in my tracks. I spotted him under the bleachers kissing another dude. Wait, what? I stormed over to them. The other guy ran off, but Zane looked completely calm.
Oh, it's just you. Okay, you caught me. I'm gay. Of course, I was gonna tell you, eventually.
You're gay? Then why are you pretending to be in love with me?
Because, sweetie, this is perfect. I want to hide that I'm gay, and you just want to get married. We both get what we want. Maya suggested it. The girl's a genius.
Maya? I threw Zane's ring at him and ran home to confront that witch. Oh, you found out already? Boo-hoo. What are you so angry about, Aisha? I was only helping you get what you want. I suddenly snapped. I always knew Aunt Pinky hated me, but I never knew you were such a snake. Did you spread that rumor about me too? Duh. I wanted AJ to think you were just a desperate loser. And it's not even a lie. Listen, Aisha, you're just a poor orphan, and Zane is your ticket out of here, so don't mess it up. No, I'm my own ticket out of here. Someone once told me I deserve more, and he was so right. I packed my bags and marched out, and I sold the necklace Mom had left me and moved to a hostel. I started studying harder at school and trying to show AJ that I had changed. The next few months flew by and the end of the year party came around. I was standing by myself in the corner when suddenly someone took my hand.
What have you done, Aisha?
What did I do? I swear, whatever it wasn't me. And then suddenly he pulled me close and kissed me.
I haven't been able to stop thinking about you, and I can't avoid you any longer. I'll marry you if that's what it takes to be with you. So, Aisha, will you marry me?
By then, everyone around us had stopped to stare as AJ went down on one knee. But I pulled him up. No, you were right about everything. And I'm done with all that silly marriage nonsense. But AJ, will you be my boyfriend? He laughed and twirled me around, and Maya screamed and passed out. We graduated high school and went to different universities, and then on our 5th anniversary, he popped the question again, and this time, I said yes.
As I entered the classroom, I could feel everyone's eyes scanning me from head to toe, and I felt like an alien. Had I walked into New York Fashion Week, all the girls were so dressed up and fancy, and here I was in my farm girl overalls. The teacher asked me to introduce myself, and I pushed my hair back nervously. Hi, my name is Jenny, and I just moved here from Texas. I could see a few kids snickering at my accent. A pretty blonde girl smiled at me and said, "Were you raised on a farm, Jenny? Were you friends with the cows and the horses?" Yeah, actually I was. I really miss my pals already. When I saw more kids laughing, I realized they were just making fun of me. What was so funny about being friends with animals?
Let's see how well you guys remember the last lesson. Who can give me the answer for this in 5 minutes?
As everyone frantically scribbled away on their notebooks, I raised my hand after 30 seconds. I have the answer, miss. Everyone suddenly turned to look at me. The two numbers are 14 and 5. The teacher looked stunned.
Well, that's quite remarkable. Can you please solve it on the board for everyone?
As I walked up to the front, I stopped for a second by the blonde girl's table. Just 'cause I talk slow doesn't mean I'm stupid. Hi, I'm Jenny, and I was born and raised on a farm in Texas. And this is the story of how I made the most popular, meanest girl in school beg me to love her. But before I continue, click like and subscribe. Later that day in the cafeteria, I walked around cluelessly with my lunch tray. People in the city seemed a lot more unfriendly than back home. I decided to go to the bathroom and eat alone when someone called out to me. "Hey, Jenny, come join us." It was that girl from my class. I reluctantly walked over, and she introduced herself as Katie and her friend as Amanda. "I didn't mean to make fun of you, Jenny. I think you're absolutely adorbs, and you should hang out with us. We're the most popular girls in school. We'll help you fit right in." I was really surprised, but also uber grateful that someone wanted to be friends with me. So I started hanging out with them. And she wasn't lying when she said she was the most popular girl in school. Anything Katie wore or did became an instant fashion trend. One day, she came to school wearing a ridiculous hat, saying it was all the rage in Europe. And the next day, everyone was wearing the most abnormal hats I'd ever seen. Another time, she broke the heel of her shoe and was seen walking around the corridor wearing only one. And the next thing I knew, everyone was going around wearing only one shoe. These city people were so weird. Everyone was just nicer to me now that I was by Katie's side. I was getting invited to parties all the time, and I was always getting compliments on my wardrobe, picked out by Katie, of course. I was doing really well in my classes, too. In fact, the math teacher put me in the advanced class and urged me to join the mathletes competition. It'll look so good on your college applications. But Katie was horrified when I told her. Ew, that's social suicide, babe. And boys don't ask out nerds. That was sad news for me, because I really had my heart set on one cute jock in our class, Alex. Every time he smiled at me, I had butterflies in my stomach, but I didn't want him to think I was some geek, so I didn't join the mathletes. Besides, with my busy social life and tutoring Katie and Amanda after school, I really didn't have too much time. One afternoon, the two were over at my place and I'd gone downstairs to grab some snacks. When I came back, I heard them saying something that made me stop in my tracks. Ugh, Katie, how long do we have to hang out with this loser? Shut up, Amanda. She's practically doing all of our math assignments right now. Do you want to fail math again? My dad will kill me if I do. We need the lame farm girl. Furious, I flung open the door to my room. I'd rather be a lame farm girl any day than a two-faced, backstabbing city witch. Get out of my room before I kick your skinny little butt. Jenny, come on. We were just kidding. Get out, now. I took all the clothes and shoes she'd picked out for me and dumped them in a large garbage bag. I was so stupid for trying to fit in and being like her. Just then, I noticed that something was missing from my shelf. Oh, no. Feeling panic, I looked for it everywhere. In my drawers, under my pillow, under the bed. I turned my whole room upside down and I couldn't find it. Oh my God,
This was the worst thing that could have happened to me. Katie had stolen my diary. I was sweating bullets thinking about what she'd do with it. Just then, I got a message from her with a picture from my diary. I lost my heart to a city lad's smiles. Alex, your blue eyes are so divine. You look at me and give me butterflies, send me shooting straight to cloud 9. Let's meet tomorrow for lunch as usual. Shall we? This girl was pure evil. The next day when I met her and Amanda at lunch, I really wanted to throw my traitor smug face. Katie, I want my diary back. Babe, of course I'll give it back. You just have to do one little thing for me. I want you to steal the final math exam. My jaw dropped open. Are you crazy? I won't do that. Her face looked really menacing. Oh, yes, you will, if you don't want posters of your little love poem everywhere. There's only a week left, and I can't study for it. I need you to steal it tonight. Amanda will go with you. Of course, Katie. I'll just go steal the key from the principal's office from his secretary's desk, and we'll sneak into his office at night. Easy peasy. Seriously? This girl would jump off a bridge if Katie told her to. My stomach churned at the idea of breaking so many rules, but I really didn't have a choice if I didn't want to be utterly humiliated. That night, as we snuck into the school and headed to the principal's office, I felt absolutely terrified. But Amanda was in her element. She confidently unlocked the door and we crept in. She headed straight for the file cabinet and told me to hold up the torch while she looked for the paper. Just then, we heard some noise outside and we both froze. We heard footsteps coming closer. I instantly switched off the torchlight and dragged Amanda behind the big desk. As the door slowly creaked open, I closed my eyes and started praying to all the gods out there. This was it. I would be expelled. My parents would disown me. My life would be ruined. Whoever had opened the door suddenly closed it, and I let out a huge sigh of relief. And then we heard the lock click. Oh my God, I left the key in the door. It's probably that creepy janitor who lives here. What are we gonna do now? I completely lost it. Oh, we're just gonna have to wait till morning for the principal to find us here and expel us. And you know who gets to save her butt? Katie, your best friend is a bully who doesn't care about you or anyone, Amanda. Friends don't get friends into trouble. That's not true. You're just jealous. Oh yeah? Then why didn't she come with us and sent you instead? I'll tell you why. She doesn't care about you. She doesn't care. Amanda stared at me silently for a moment. You're right. Katie really only does care about herself, and she's not even nice to me. I'm such an idiot. Listen to me, Amanda. We're not stealing anything. We have to figure a way out of here, and then we can deal with Katie together, okay? We tried opening the window, but it wouldn't budge. Suddenly, Amanda pulled at my hair. Ow! What was that for? Nothing. I just needed this hairpin. Why didn't you tell me you were wearing one? And with that, she marched towards the door and started tinkering with the lock. That stuff only works in movies. Just then, the lock clicked and the door opened. Amanda turned to me and grinned. Let's get out of here. The next morning, Katie was waiting for us at the bleachers for the math paper, and we certainly had one for her. You see, Amanda and I had spent the whole night making one up. I handed the exam to her and said, "Now can I have my diary back, please?" Not so fast. You're going to help me solve the paper and learn all the answers. You'll get the diary right after the exam. I'd kinda expected that, so it was time for me and Amanda to launch part 2 of our revenge program. She would follow Amanda secretly and find some dirt on her, and she would catch it on camera. I helped her prep for the exam all week, while Amanda hung out with her as usual, acting completely normal. One evening, Amanda turned up at my house looking super excited. I got it. I caught her on camera. I watched the video of Katie sneaking into an empty classroom, and minutes later, a boy showed up. I recognized him as Katie's boyfriend's best friend, and then the two of them started making out. Seriously, this girl was just the worst. On the day of the math exam, just before it was about to start, Katie winked at me. Wish me luck. Not that I need it. I grinned as I got the math paper and started working on it. Oh boy, this was gonna be so much fun. As soon as it ended and we all went out, Katie came charging towards me like a mad bull. She grabbed me by the arm and dragged me to an empty classroom. What did you do? I didn't know a single answer on the exam paper. Are you crazy? You made me fail the final. I'm going to completely ruin you. Not if we ruin you first. We turned around to see Amanda walk in. What are you talking about, stupid? This is your fault too. You couldn't even steal the right exam. Oh yes, I could. I just didn't. And this is what I'm talking about. And she thrust her phone in Katie's hands and played the video. Katie's eyes went wide in horror as she watched herself. Amanda quickly snatched the phone from her before she could smash it into a wall. Give my diary back, Katie, or this video is going to be making all the social media rounds in no time, and everyone will know you're a cheater. Katie screamed in frustration and took the diary out of her bag and threw it at me. Also, you just lost the only real friend you had. Being pretty or fashionable means nothing if you're a jerk on the inside. You're always going to end up alone. And with that, I put an arm through Amanda's and we walked out of the classroom. I decided I was done trying to be anyone but me. I joined the mathletes and actually won the competition for the school for the first time in years. And I'm friends with all the math nerds now. We're a pretty cool bunch. Oh, and on Valentine's Day, I wrote my lame love poem to Alex on a card and asked him out. We've been dating for 2 months now. I'm the smart one. Or that's what my mother always told me. I'm one of 4 sisters. There's my older sister, Kathy, and the twins, Debbie and Joy. And me, Stacy, stuck right in the middle. We were all born within a few years of each other, and honestly, I think my parents had trouble coping with so many little kids running around the house. When I was 4 or 5, my mom started to define us, and not in a good way. Kathy was the pretty one, I was the smart one, and the twins were special. As we got older, it only got more intense. My mom would always tell me that the world is harder on smart girls, so I should expect to fight for everything I wanted. You'll be a scientist and make a big discovery. No, Mama, I want to be a pilot one day. That would be a huge waste of time. The world has plenty of pilots. My mom would then predict the absolute opposite future for my sister Kathy. She would tell Kathy over and over how much the world loves a pretty girl. High school years were the worst. Kathy easily fell in with the cool crowd, and everything was working out for her pretty much as my mom had said. But not for me. Not so much. In the beginning, the smart kids let me hang with them, but after a while, I couldn't keep up. I mean, physics is just not my thing. Dissecting little animals in biology freaked me out, and I had no idea what Shakespeare was talking about most of the time. The smart kids figured out the truth and quit hanging out with me. It turns out that I wasn't any smarter than most of the kids in my class. I had to study really hard to ace a test and work long hours into the night on my homework. It didn't help that Kathy told all of her girlfriends that I was the smart one, and they started asking me to do their homework. At first, I said no, but these were mean girls on top of being popular girls, and they spread a nasty rumor about me. Even my sister spread the rumor around just to make me do her homework. The other kids believed the rumor, and I either got teased or ignored. High school is hard enough without that kind of pressure. I caved. I started doing my sister's homework and special project homework for her friends. They went around school and started taking back the rumor. It worked, and kids no longer whispered behind my back, but I still had no friends at all. It made me think that my mom had been right. My life was hard and Kathy's was pretty sweet. But it also confused me because I wasn't off the charts smart, just your normal above average student. The truly crazy smart kids weren't having a hard life. They were all looking at futures with fancy colleges and great jobs. I would just sit in my room and just get so angry about how unfair everything seemed. I tried. I really tried to be happy, but I wasn't. I was just lonely and overwhelmed. I tried to talk to my mother about it. I explained that I didn't feel that smart, and yet everyone was expecting me to perform at this really high academic level. I asked her if we couldn't bring those expectations down a notch because I felt like I was drowning. My mom barely heard me, and she certainly didn't understand. Oh, Stacy, I told you that your life would be hard because of your intellect. Just be patient. Things will get better when you're a grown-up. Don't you get it? I'm not super smart. The future you keep talking about isn't mine. Her eyes narrowed. She got really angry and grounded me for 2 weeks because I raised my voice. I never tried to talk to her about my troubles again, but I had to do something. My sister and her friends kept loading their homework onto my pile. I felt like I never slept, and I had big, dark bags under my eyes to prove it. To make matters even worse, my twin sisters were now in high school with Kathy and me. Whenever they got stuck on something in their homework, they'd go to Mom and ask for her help. Go ask Stacy to help you. She's the smart one. So they did. And I'd always help them because it was expected of me. I would always help them, even if it meant staying up really late to finish my own work, because that's what sisters do. One day, my dad was out working in the garage on one of his vintage cars. I slid onto a stool and watched him fiddle with the engine. Finally, I asked my big question. Dad, do you think I'm smart? Really, really smart?
Sure, Stacy. You're the smart one. You solved that puzzle before your sisters even got started when you were 5. You've always been the smart one.
I literally jumped off the stool. What? All of this smart one stuff because I solved a puzzle when I was 5? He looked at me for the first time, surprised, I guess, that I didn't know the puzzle story.
Well, yeah, Stacy. That's when your mom figured out how smart you are.
I stood there, stunned. All the pain and struggle of the past few years flooded through me. I ran out of the garage straight to my room and fell on my bed, crying. I wasn't super smart. My parents were super stupid. Okay, that's harsh, but still, my whole life had been shaped because of some silly kids puzzle. I changed that day. The next day, the twins came to my room with a project they wanted me to do for them at the last minute. Nope, I'm going to bed. They looked at me in shock, and then,
"You can't go to bed,"
the other twin finished her sentence,
"because we'll fail the class if you don't help us."
I walked over and turned out the lights and crawled into bed. They went crazy and started jumping on me.
Get up! You can't do this to us!"
Watch me. The twins were furious and stormed out of the room. I heard them complaining to my mother, and she came into my room a few minutes later to take their side. What's wrong with you, Stacy? Get up and help your sisters. They're your sisters and deserve your help. This is no time to be selfish and lazy. I ignored her too and dug deeper into the blankets. She finally left and slammed the door. I just lay there breathing heavily. It was scary to say no, but I'd done it. The twins barely spoke to me after that, just because I wouldn't do their homework. My mom never stood up for me, ever. Pretty much the same thing happened when I turned down my sister and her friends. They trapped me in one of the hallways at school. They threatened to start rumors again if I didn't get busy with their work. They were way more frightening than the twins. These girls had expected me to do their college applications and even do their final essays. They had a lot on the line and wanted me to make it all happen for them. Finally, I'd had enough. No. I won't do your work. My work is hard enough. Just leave me alone. I jerked free of my sister's grip and ran away from them. But I never got free. They did start telling horrible stories about me at school, and my sister was the worst of them. My whole time in high school was lonely and pretty horrible. But guys, don't feel sorry for me because I have good news for you. My Story Animated will give $1,000 to anyone who will subscribe in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, tell your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. When I got to college, I had a chance to make a fresh start. I made sure not to act too smart around anyone. Whenever the professor asked me a question in class, I always answered, "I don't know." But I ran into a big problem. I didn't really know who I was. I thought goth girls looked cool, so I tried being a goth girl. I started going to classes dressed in all black with black lipstick, black nail polish, and a spiked necklace. I even met a cool goth guy named Lizard. Not his real name, of course. He was my first boyfriend. It was cool for a while, but the real goth kids sensed I wasn't fully on board and started keeping their distance from me. Being goth wasn't really working out or even that fun for me. Besides, I was getting sick of wearing all black. So one day, I showed up in class wearing a pink sweater set and lavender capris. No more black lipstick or pointy jewelry. A couple of the kids didn't even recognize me. This was fun. People smiled at me more, and the teacher even called on me a couple of times. She didn't even look annoyed that I gave my standard, "I don't know" response to a question. A cute guy from class named Eric invited me to go get coffee with him afterward, and I said yes. I don't think he even realized that I'd been in the class with him all along. We had a great time talking about how hard the class was and just general life things. He asked me out to dinner, and I almost said yes until I remembered that I had a date that night with Lizard. I suggested another night, and we made a plan. All of a sudden, I was dating 2 guys. Of course, there was a catch. I dressed as a goth when I had a date with Lizard, and a preppy girl when I was out with Eric. It got a little crazy around my dorm room. One time, I was all dressed in my goth gear when I got a text from Eric saying that he was running a few minutes late. Oh my gosh, I thought the date was with Lizard. I had to change everything. I crazy fast switched my clothes, hair, and makeup and was literally out of breath when Eric arrived at the door 15 minutes later. It all came to a head when I was out at the club with Eric. We were dancing and having a fun time when I see Lizard come through the door. I freaked out and tried to stay out of Lizard's sight without Eric noticing that I was trying to hide behind him. For a while, it seemed to work. Lizard hung out with his friends and didn't really notice me. I almost had Eric convinced that I had a headache and we should leave the club when Lizard appeared in front of us. You are the most fake girl I've ever met.
I stood there not knowing what to say.
Eric jumped to my defense. Don't talk to my girlfriend that way. Well, when she's my girlfriend, she dresses goth. Is this true? Wait a minute. Are you the goth girl that used to be in class?
I'm still in class. Look, I apologize for not being totally honest with both of you.
Too late.
Too embarrassed to even look at Eric, I reached out for his hand and he jerked back.
Stay away from me. I don't even know you.
I ran to the bathroom and sobbed. They were right. I had become a fake. When I finally came out and made my way to the door, I felt people staring at me and saw them whispering behind their hands. The next time I went to class, I wore my old jeans and a t-shirt. When the professor called on me, I knew the answer, and so I just said it. I tracked down a small flight school and finally took my first flying lesson. It was magical and I was finally free. I finished college and kept up my training until I actually got my license to fly helicopters. All my mom could say was, "What a waste." I took a deep breath and just smiled at her. She'll never change, but I can. Now I fly rescue and recovery because I know how it feels to be lost. Learning how to fly is the smartest thing I've ever done.
Hi, my name is Megan, and I'm from California. I was born to a very poor family, and my dad was a complete jerk. He ran away from home when I was just 2, and mom had to work as a maid in rich households to raise me. Once when I was 4, I fell really ill, and mom had no money to get me medicine. She asked all the rich people she worked for, but none of them helped her. I hear these excuses all the time. Do you even have a kid? Mom felt helpless and decided to steal money from them to save my life. I recovered fine, but mom was taken away by the cops, and now I had no one to take care of me. So I ended up in an orphanage. The caregiver there was a very mean, strict woman. She made us work like slaves and didn't even give us proper food to eat. Once when I was 8, I saw her shouting at one of the girls because she broke a stupid china doll while cleaning it. "How dare you touch such an expensive thing with your dirty hands? Who's going to pay for this now? Your dead parents?" The girl burst into tears and I felt like banging the woman's head into the wall. Even worse, she sent the girl to her room without any dinner, but I saved half of mine and sneaked it up to her. "Here, you can eat this. I'm not really that hungry." Her name was Tina, and after that day, we became the bestest of friends. But then one day, when I was 12, Tina's hand got stung by a bee and it swelled up like crazy. "We need to take her to the hospital." "Are you crazy? It's just a bee, not a dinosaur. She'll be fine." The caregiver refused to take her to the hospital and locked the 2 of us in the storeroom. This was it. I had to do something. I sneaked out through the window and locked the caregiver in her room. Meanwhile, Tina plucked the giant beehive from the tree nearby and threw it into her room through the window. "Open the door! Open the freaking door! There are bees in here! Someone save me!" After that, we freed all the girls from the orphanage and left that place for good. We spent hours running around the streets of California, but then we got really hungry. "Let's go to that restaurant." "But we don't have any money." "They don't know that." We went in and ordered everything on the menu. After we'd eaten up to our necks, it was time to run. Tina ran at the speed of a bullet, but I was left behind. I saw the nearest parked car in the parking lot and jumped right into its open door. "Easy there, kid. You're safe here." I looked up to see a handsome man dressed in really expensive clothes, and he was staring at me. I thought he'd kick me out of the car, but instead he asked me why I was running. I told him everything, and he looked kinda sad at first, but after a few minutes of silence, he said, "I can't change what you've been through, kid, but I surely can give you a better future. I'll adopt you." Oh my God, adopt me? This was insane. He took me to his home, and it was huge. So many fancy cars and hundreds of people working around. By the time we reached inside, his lawyer was already waiting with the adoption papers, and he just signed them off. Suddenly, my life took a 180-degree turn, and I became a princess overnight. The rich man got me the best clothes and the best education in the world. This was like a dream come true. But there was something missing from my life. Tina. I looked for her all over town, but she was nowhere to be found. One day when I was in the 8th grade, I went to this fancy restaurant with my friends when I suddenly heard a customer shouting at a waitress, "Are you freaking blind? You spilled coffee all over my white silk dress. I want to file a case against this moron." I rushed forward to help the poor waitress who was on her knees begging for forgiveness. And to my shock, it was Tina. Oh my God, Tina? What are you doing here? Are you okay? I immediately picked her up and we hugged each other tight. The old lady kept yelling until I threw some cash in her face, but Tina, she looked so happy to see me. I took her home with me and she was awestruck to see my house. "This place is huge. My entire neighborhood could fit in here." I showed her around and told her everything, and we had a blast. Tina told me that she now lived with her new parents who adopted her soon after we left the orphanage, but they weren't well off, so she worked at a restaurant instead of going to school. I felt sad for her, but now she had me. I asked Dad to enroll her into the same school with me, and of course, he did. Tina and I became the bestest of buddies once again, and we had so much fun together, until one day in the 10th grade, Rihanna joined our school. Rihanna was a spoiled little witch who picked on other kids all the time, and now her new target was Tina. One day, Tina accidentally stepped on her shoe, and Rihanna went bonkers. "Oh my God, that's my new Prada, and it's worth more than your entire family, you lowlife." And saying that, she held up her hand to hit Tina, but I stopped her. "You better not touch her or you'll regret it." "How dare you mess with me? Do you know who I am? Do I look like someone who cares?" She looked at me with blazing eyes and jumped on me like a wildcat. Just then, some kids came in and pulled us apart, but the fight wasn't over. I was so gonna teach her a lesson for this. The next couple of days, Tina didn't come to school and wasn't even replying to my messages. I got really worried about her. Later that evening, I went over to her place to see what was wrong. It turned out her dad was fired from the office and now he was severely ill. I felt so bad for Tina. I had to do something. I asked Dad to help her, and he gave Tina's dad an awesome job in his company. A few days later, all the kids from my class were having a pool party, and I asked Tina to come with me. But only a few minutes into the party, Tina was talking to a boy when Rihanna marched up to her and pulled her hair. "Get away from my boyfriend, you witch." "Your what? He was the one trying to flirt with me." Yeah, I know girls like you. You're just after rich boys for their money. What are you even doing here at this party? Don't you know it's for rich kids? I brought her with me, so buzz off. Of course you did. There's no way anyone would let a maid like her into this place without you, Megan. Rihanna, watch your mouth. Oh, but it's true, isn't it? Her dad works for your dad. Doesn't that make her your servant's daughter? That was enough. I picked up a glass of juice and threw it in her face. She ran towards me, but I just moved aside and she fell right into the pool. She came out gasping and screaming. "I'm gonna kill you, Megan! And you, Tina! You don't have anything that I might envy for you, except that face. Gosh, that face is too pretty for someone like you. I'll make sure you pay for it as well." I grabbed Tina's hand and left the party. On our way back home, she looked super sad, but I cheered her up with a bit of some ice cream. The next day when I went to school, I opened my locker and a large sealed envelope fell out. When I opened it, I was shocked. It was the question paper for the upcoming math exam. Suddenly, Rihanna turned up out of nowhere and snatched the paper from me. "What are you staring at?" "Oh my God, Megan, you're a cheater." "What? No, I don't know how this..." Before I could finish, Rihanna was off to the principal's office with the paper, and I was called in minutes later. The principal looked like she was gonna eat me alive. Ma'am, I swear, I didn't do it.
Then what about this question paper in my hand? Did it fly to your locker on its own?
No, I don't know. I didn't do any of this. Please, you have to believe me. But she didn't listen to me, and I was suspended for 2 weeks. When I stepped out of her office, I saw Rihanna running away with an evil grin. It was definitely her. I felt so terrible that I almost burst into tears as I told Tina everything, and she hugged me.
It's gonna be fine. I know you didn't do it, Megan. I believe you. We'll find some way to prove it.
She took me home and tried everything to make me happy, but I was feeling miserable. The next evening, while I was sulking in my room, I received a text message from Tina. Rihanna and her friends have locked me up in the janitor's closet. Please come and get me out of here. I immediately rushed to the school and freed Tina. She hugged me as soon as she saw me. Oh, Megan, thank God you're here. Are you okay? That witch Rihanna is really out of control. We're not letting her get away with this. Just as Tina and I were running down the hallway, we suddenly heard a loud blast. We were shocked to see a giant fire break out in the math teacher's office. I immediately called the fire department and both of us rushed out of there. The next day, I received a call from the principal's office. I didn't know what it was about, but I was really surprised to see Tina there too. And then I got the shock of my life.
You are being expelled for trying to set the school on fire, Tina. And you too, Megan.
What? We didn't set the fire.
Stop lying through your teeth, Megan. You were on campus yesterday. You've been caught on camera.
I only came to rescue Tina, who'd been locked up by Rihanna in the janitor's closet. If anyone started the fire, it's that psycho. And it looks like she set us up.
Then how do you explain this?
The principal then showed us the camera footage, and it clearly showed Tina starting a fire in the teacher's office. I couldn't believe my eyes. I was speechless. I grabbed Tina's hand and dragged her out of the office. Tina, are you insane? Why did you do that? And suddenly, Tina looked up at me with pure hatred.
To ruin you, of course. I hate this school anyway. I don't care if I'm expelled, but seeing you destroyed is totally worth it.
What are you saying? Why would you want to ruin me? You're my best friend.
No, I'm not your best friend. I'm just your sidekick, the rich girl's maid. You're this perfect Cinderella girl who went from rags to riches, but me, I got adopted by a poor old couple who couldn't even feed me properly.
But I did everything I could for you.
Yeah, I'm just your charity case, and I hate it. You're not any better than me, so why did you end up with the better life? I decided to take it all from you. I put the question paper in your locker, and I locked myself in the janitor's closet to frame you for the fire.
I couldn't believe my ears. She hated me so much while I loved her the most in the world.
I bet no college will want you now. And imagine all the shame you'll bring to your dad. He'll really regret adopting you.
I don't feel any regret or shame because of my daughter. It's you who's wrong.
What? Dad? I turned around to see Dad and Tina's parents standing behind us. They were called in by the principal too, and they looked like they'd seen a ghost. Is that what you think of us, Tina? After all the love we gave you?
Love? Love isn't everything. I need a better life, money, luxuries, everything this witch has.
That's enough. I'm sending you to juvenile prison for framing my daughter and trying to burn the school down. You need to learn a lesson, kid.
Dad, no. I don't want her to go to prison. I can't believe she did all that, but I've loved her since we were kids.
Oh, shut up. Who asked you? I don't need your pity, and I certainly don't need it now.
And with that, she stormed off and even left her parents, and I never saw her again. My name was cleared, and after some time, I went back to enjoying my life and studying hard. But now, I'm really careful when it comes to choosing friends.
My name is Joy, but I'll have to admit I was not very joyful when I couldn't stop talking about doggy turd every few hours. The story I'm about to tell you is written in my notebook. I don't actually remember any of these incidents, to be honest. The last thing I clearly remember, though, is being late for my math test. I was running to catch the bus. I was so late for my test. My parents would kill me if I missed it. Suddenly, a blind man on the sidewalk stuck his stick forward. I dodged it at the very last minute, and then I saw it, a doggy turd on the sidewalk. It was too late. I slipped on it, and I flew in the air. And well, that's my last real memory. Mom later told me I fell on my head and got a concussion that put me in a coma for 3 weeks. The doctors apparently told my parents they should prepare for the worst. She said Brody, my twin brother, kept telling her that I waved at him when no one was looking. He said I was a drama queen who was enjoying time off school. It's usual for Brody to be so annoying, but this time I guess his attention-seeking lies saved my life. The doctors were so confused that they didn't pull me off life support. When I woke up, I yelled, "I'm about to slip on a doggy turd!" Everyone got really quiet in the hospital room while Brody burst into laughter like a maniac. Finally, the doctor saw a pattern. Not only did I repeat the same thing every few hours, but I also forgot everything after that point. But to make matters worse, Mom and Dad were sad that I was spoiling their perfect life. That night, I woke up wondering what I was doing there, when I saw Mom sitting in a corner furiously typing away on her phone. I called her 10 times, but she said, "Will you please wait, Joy? I have a huge party planned for tomorrow and I have to send the invites." How could she? I needed her the most. When I came home, my parents argued about whether I should be kept in my room or be allowed downstairs for the party. Since I could go a few hours without resetting, my mom thought they could let me come home, saying, "If she's missing, I'll have to tell everyone about her condition." But she kept repeating, "Don't talk to anyone. Stay in the background. Keep your mouth shut." She knew better than to stress me out because the stress triggered my condition. Geez, my mother went from one guest to another, flashing her smile. Suddenly, she froze when I yelled, "I am about to slip on a doggy turd!" The glass fell from her hand. All eyes were on me. Oh, dear God, no, I had done it again. My dad dragged me to my room and shut the door. My mom locked herself in her room and said she would never come out. She cried, "How will I ever show my face in public again?" As if that wasn't bad enough, Brody began using my memory loss for his own benefit. Thank God for Sally, my best friend, who was there for me every time. As soon as I was discharged, Sally came over. She said, "I hate that your memory loss stops you from going back to school." So she told my mom she was going to spend the weekend with me to understand my condition and to help me cope with school. My mom was already having a really hard time accepting her broken daughter, and she gladly handed over the responsibility for me and my problems to Sally. One evening, my brother came into my room and said, "Mom told you to give me $15, remember?" When I said I didn't remember, Sally told me all about how I forget things after a few hours, so I just gave Brody the money. The next morning, I was fast asleep when Brody shook me really hard. I said, "Is everything okay? Did someone die?" He reminded me I had to give him $15 and snatched it from me and ran out. An hour later, Sally was over when Brody popped in, reminding me to give him $15 again, but this time Sally was there. She screamed at Brody, "Beat it, Brody. Stop messing with Joy or I'm telling your parents." Brody just ran out of my room so fast. He was terrified of Sally because he had had a crush on her for years. A few weeks later, Sally asked Mom if she could take me to the bookstore to see how I would function in public and to buy school supplies. Mom said, "Do whatever you want. I have friends coming over tonight." We had just stepped into the store when I spotted him. This really tall boy was looking straight at me. My heart started beating so fast I felt like it would jump right out through my throat and strike him in the face. I immediately turned to Sally and said, "That boy is going to be my husband." To my surprise, Sally just ran away from me. A moment later, she returned and handed me a new notebook and a pen and said, "Write down what you feel about the boy." I was super confused, but I wrote it all down and she said, "From now on, always keep this with you." Sally filled me in on other details and said his name was Amit. From that moment on, the notebook was always with me. Sally also set an alarm on my smartwatch to remind me to write things down. Thanks to Sally, I started school soon afterwards and things seemed a lot better at first. The reason why my parents allowed me to go back was because they thought that being in familiar surroundings would help me stay normal, whatever that meant. But that obviously didn't work out. As soon as I walked into class, I saw the most handsome guy in the world. He was tall and dark, and the moment I saw him, I wanted to be his girlfriend. The very same day, he walked up to me and said, "Hope your memory alarm won't stop you from going out with me, or I'll be heartbroken." Just as I was about to say yes, I suddenly shouted, "I'm about to slip on a doggy turd!" Sally was shocked. My smartwatch alarm hadn't gone off, so what just happened? Apparently, stressful situations reset my brain quicker and unannounced. Amit made my life worth living. One day when we were in the cafeteria, Amit made a video of us hanging out together. He realized that videos helped me remember everything faster, so he got very serious about it. He ordered a cool camera and even bought a tripod and gimbal so he could document our time together. One day, he came up to me and said, "I love you, Joy Joy." And I said, "Are you making a YouTube video? Because even though you're really cute, I don't know you." He laughed his head off and kissed my cheek, which made me blush red. A week later, Amit said he wanted to take me to a movie, and Sally said it was a bad idea. He didn't care. He and I sat together holding hands, and after a few hours, I screamed about doggy turds. Everyone would laugh, but Amit wasn't embarrassed at all. Every night, I read my notebook and smiled, knowing I was falling in love with Amit. One morning, Amit gave me a long gold chain with a real USB as a pendant, which was engraved with the words, "Watch me every day." I asked, what kind of a person needs a USB around their neck? But he just smiled really cute and left. His gift was super weird, but he was super hot, so I checked the USB. It contained videos of all the fun things we did together and footage of me screaming about doggy turds at strange awkward moments. The next day, reading my diary, I had a brilliant idea. I knew how to get back at Brody. He opened his backpack in class and his underwear fell right out. Oh, the look on his face. Sally started laughing so hard. "You need spare underwear for school? Why don't you just get diapers instead?" Brody turned red and looked like he was about to cry. Well, getting even with Brody was easy enough. It was harder dealing with how embarrassing Mom found me. A week later, Mom was hosting a brunch for all her hoity-toity friends. Before going down, she came to my room. She said, "Joy, please stay in your room for the next couple of hours. I don't want you shouting embarrassing things in front of my friends." She took my hand and wrote, "Must not go down till Mom says I can," and left. I felt really sad and curled up in my bed. I woke up and it seemed it was dark outside. My tummy was growling. I went downstairs to get myself some food when I heard Mom and Dad talking in the lounge. Mom said, "Oh, this is just so hard. All the girls today were talking about how their kids are going off to Ivy League universities next fall. And then there's Joy, who's now as dumb as a goldfish." I walked back to my room as Dad consoled her. My heart broke at their words. The only good thing was that I would forget about it in a few hours. However, things soon became even worse. One day, Amit was dropping me home when he asked me if I would like to meet his parents. I was thrilled and said I'd be delighted, and I said, "Well, I'd like you to meet mine too." Maybe when Mom found out I had a boyfriend, she wouldn't think I was the loser she thought I was. That weekend, Amit and I planned a whole meeting the parents surprise dinner. When I got to the restaurant with my parents, Amit and his parents were waiting for us with his family. Everyone looked so confused. Then Amit took my hand, just like we'd planned, and said, "We are dating." All hell broke loose. My dad screamed, "No daughter of mine is dating someone different. No, you are not dating my daughter." Mom turned into a red tomato of anger and said, "Joy isn't allowed to date." Amit stepped in and said, "Please listen." But just then, the unthinkable happened. I blurted out, "I'm about to slip on a doggy turd." That made Amit's mom stand up so quickly that her chair fell backwards. She said, "Joy is, strange." And his dad said, "I don't think our lifestyles and culture are similar. I find this girl rude and vulgar. My son can do so much better." The next day, Amit showed me a recording of it all. Amit and I were still committed to taking our relationship to the next level. But it wasn't easy. I was leaving for school the next morning when Mom and Dad ambushed me. Mom screamed, "You can't date someone like Amit. He's poor and different." And I thought that was so ignorant. But before I could say anything, Dad threatened, "If you don't break things off with Amit, I won't pay for your college education." I screamed, "Don't you get it? I can't ever go to college with my short-term memory." That just reminded them how I wasn't the perfect kid anymore. Furious, I went to school when Sally ran up to me saying, "Hey, the new principal is looking for you. We should tell him about your situation." I told her she didn't have to come with me. I said, "I think I want to try this alone, Sal." She hugged me and said she was proud of me. On my way to the office, though, someone pushed me into a dark corridor. I freaked, and that was before she said, "You cannot date Amit. I will not allow it." I was furious. I jotted down everything, but just as I was about to write the name of the girl, she snatched my notebook, my flash drive, and my watch. Then I clocked out. I don't know how long I sat there when suddenly the principal pounced upon me and yelled, "Miss Joy, in my office right now." As I followed him, my memory reset and I yelled, "I'm about to slip on a doggy turd." A few kids standing nearby laughed as he turned red. As he called my parents, I tried to explain to him that I had no idea what was happening. He simply said, "One more word, Miss Joy, and I will suspend you." Mom came in looking like a fireball. She screamed, "How embarrassing! Even Brody has never been such a difficult child." And Dad yelled, "This is all because of that stupid Indian boyfriend. I told you he was no good." Just then, Amit walked in and said, "We'll get through it, Joy Joy." My mom and Dad jumped to their feet and started yelling at the principal for allowing this sort of stuff to go on in front of him. He looked super terrified and immediately told Amit to leave. But I'd had enough too. None of this was making sense, so I walked out. The boy followed me looking super worried and said, Joy, I'll take care of you. But I yelled, I'm about to slip on a doggy turd. When I came back to myself, I was surprised to see I was holding the hand of a very cute boy. He looked Indian. I pulled my hand away and asked him who he was. He smiled warmly and said, Joy, it's me, Amit. Don't worry, I'll help you remember. It's all here. And he looked shocked then and said, Where's your drive, Joy? And your diary? I pushed him aside and called him crazy and then ran away. But as I was running away, I took one last look at his beautiful face, and for a minute, my heart hurt. Who is this boy? In the corridor, I bumped into Sally and clocked out again. Seeing how confused I was, she asked me where my stuff was. I said I didn't know what she was talking about, and she dragged me around. At the principal's office, I saw Mom and Dad leaving. Mom was crying. I ran to her and asked, What has Brody done now, Mom? She just walked away like she didn't know me. The next thing I knew, my parents had made me drop out of school. Sally reminded me of everything. At first, I couldn't believe her, but every time she said Amit's name, my heart felt warm. I asked her where Amit was, but she said she didn't know. A few days later at our house, Sally and I were sitting with Amit while he told me everything. When the bell rang, we went to check, and suddenly Amit's family barged inside, screaming. His mom yelled, We told you to keep that weird girl away from our son. Then, to our surprise, they threw something on the table. Amit yelled, Where did you get these? Then, to our surprise, his sister jumped in and said, I took them. You thought you'd just convince Mom and Dad to accept her? There's no way I'm letting that happen after they took away my love from me. Before Amit could say anything, Dad started to yell at me. I'm tired of all your drama. You're turning 18 next week, aren't you? You're a waste of time anyways. Get out of here and take all this drama with you. For a minute, I thought they were kidding. But in 10 minutes, I was homeless. But I wasn't alone. Sally asked me to live with her, and Amit moved out from his house too. As soon as he got a job, he rented us an apartment. It's been 5 years and we still live in the same apartment. Neither of our parents came to our wedding. And even though I never went to college, I'm now an established artist. Without my parents pressuring me for good grades, I could let my creativity flow freely. And best of all, my paintings don't disappear with memory. And Amit has set up video cameras and televisions in my room to remind me that I am a painter every few hours. I am now updating my diary with another entry. I'm pregnant, and I'm going to tell my husband as soon as he gets home.
Hi guys, my name is Melanie, but call me Mel. Please like and subscribe to MSA. I used to live with my older brother Mark and my parents, who usually kept super busy with their work. With them gone for hours, Mark'd be responsible for the house and me. But that didn't come easy for him because I was a mess. As a kid, I was really wild and clumsy. I'd run around the house causing trouble, and he'd had to chase after me to keep me in check. No more chocolates, Mel. They ain't good for your teeth. But they're falling out anyways, brother, so let me have my fun. Even the kids at school would make fun of me for being weird and clumsy. But it all changed as I stepped into adolescence and the gorgeous genes in the family started to kick in. By the time I was 15, the same boys who'd teased me in my childhood now started asking me out. These are for you. Happy birthday, beautiful. Same to you. Little did they know I was still the same weird me on the inside. And Mark's protectiveness was all the more reason why I'd never gone on a single date. No doubt I loved him to bits. But he'd influence all the things I did at home and school, and it'd drive me crazy. Why did you throw away my party invitations? Why did you delete my Insta account? Why'd you sign me up for a geography class? Because that'll help you in your future. You should be thankful you have a brother like me, Mel. Or else, how are you gonna survive in this world? Happily. Saying that, I stormed out of his room, but later that night he came to me. Are you still mad at me, Mel? Okay, listen, I've always wanted the best for you since you were a kid. Yeah, but I'm not a kid anymore, and you gotta stop controlling my life. Fine, you're gonna have it that ways anyways, because I'm moving out for college next week. What? I didn't know how to react, because I was both happy and sad about him leaving. But after Mark left, I had this feeling that I could take complete control over my life, especially when Mom and Dad were moving to a new city for their work, and I was shifting with them. Our new house was like a giant mansion, and my room had these big windows and a tall mirror that took up most of the north wall. But more than anything, I was excited about getting a fresh start at school because Mark wasn't here to hijack my life. So, on the very first day, I wore a gorgeous new dress to school. But just as I was making my way through the hallways, I stumbled and bumped into a girl who was holding giant paint buckets in her hands, and all of them came flying onto my dress. Holy jeez! I ended up on the floor, but the girl reached out her hand towards me. Are you okay? I took it and quickly got off my butt, but I couldn't believe my eyes. She had gorgeous blonde hair and the sweetest smile. It was like I had an instant crush. I'm so sorry about the paint. Oh gosh, I ruined your dress. Come with me. She grabbed my hand and took me to the changing room, and there she handed me a fresh pair of clothes. Try this. It's not that great, but it'll help you make a good impression on your first day. How did you know it was my first day? Oh, word gets around here fast, especially about cute girls. Okay, thank you. If that was a compliment, I mean. Was it? Oh, never mind. I'm just blabbering. Wow, you're adorable. Saying that, she went away. But indeed, I did make an impression, because that dress was all torn from behind, and all the kids were laughing at me as I walked the hallways, except for the one girl that helped me out. Can't believe Jenny would prank you like this. But then again, she is Jenny. What do you mean? And who are you? Well, I'm Lauren, and I'm definitely not like her, but she is evil. She's got these weird family issues with a mute mom and a mute stepdad who's a complete jerk, and she's turning out to be just like them. Yeah, I could tell that by now. Lauren stuck by my side for the rest of the day, and we bonded pretty well. She was fun and notorious, just like me, and had this YouTube channel where she'd make entertaining vlogs. She even introduced me to this music club that she was a part of, and I was loving her so much that I wanted to be just like her now. Within a week, it was like we were besties, with no one to ruin our adventures. Or at least that's what I thought. Because there was someone whom I felt kept a constant eye on us and followed us everywhere at school. Jenny. One time I was in the swimming class, but just as I popped out of the water, I was shocked to see Jenny right in front of me. Jeez, you scared me. What the heck? You should stay away from Lauren. She's not nice, and she's just spoiling you. Really? Who are you, my mom? And why do you care? Especially after what you did to me on the very first day. That wasn't me. I don't believe you. Just leave me alone. Yeah, okay, I'm leaving. But this is the last time I'm warning you about Lauren. Don't be stupid. I don't like stupid people. Excuse me? With that, she took my towel and left. What a psycho! But luckily, after that day, I didn't see much of Jenny, and I got busy with my music club rehearsals. The school had its very own band, with Lauren as the lead singer, and I wanted to audition to be a part of it too. So I practiced really hard and nailed my auditions. And as a treat, Lauren took me out to dinner. You were great today. I'm sure you're gonna get selected. So, what can I get you? Jenny? I didn't know you worked here. That's okay. She ain't Jennifer Lopez that we should be remembering small details about you. Lauren? After that, she took my order and went away, and Lauren turned towards me. You don't have to be so nice to her. I told you, she's a psycho. Yeah, I get that. But what you said also wasn't nice, man. She keeps following you everywhere, and the other day I saw her chasing away some guys who were coming to talk to you. God knows what she's up to. Suddenly, Jenny came back with our order, but she seemed off. That's your order, and here's something those guys sent for you. I don't like their vibe. If you want, I can make them leave. Make them leave? Are you nuts? Send them over to us. They're cute. But they seem bad. No one asked for your opinion. Now get out of here. And before I could even say anything, Lauren called them over, and Jenny walked away angrily. I also felt awkward because I was still a noob when it came to dating and chatting with guys. So I rushed towards the restroom, but one of the guys followed me there. God, you're pretty. It's like I'm drawn to you. To the washroom? I need to pee. Go away. But he came closer and tried to kiss me. What are you doing, jerk? Get away! I slapped him hard in the face, but just then Jenny came from behind and dumped an entire tray of food over his head. You moron! How dare you touch her? I'm gonna kill you! She kicked him behind his knee and climbed onto his shoulders and started pulling his hair. Suddenly, there were loud screams across the restaurant, and the managers came running. They fired Jenny on the spot for misbehaving with her customers, and I had to butt in. No, she didn't do anything wrong. She was just trying to help. Shh, let her be. I told you she was nuts. Let's just go from here. Lauren pulled me out of there, and we both went home. But later that night, I couldn't stop thinking about Jenny. She tried to help me but got fired. I was feeling terrible. But then suddenly, I heard a loud thud in my room. I got up and checked and saw the big mirror in my room was open, and it had a secret room behind it. Holy freaks! I grabbed the side lamp and was ready for action, but then the unthinkable happened. Jenny, did you follow me all the way home? God, she was really a psycho. I started backing away because I was frightened. Melanie? Tell me what you're doing here or I'm gonna call the cops. No, don't do that. Don't call anyone. I'll tell you everything. This was my home. Before my mom married my stepdad, we used to live here happily. I looked around and saw toys and Jenny's pictures with her family all over the walls. She wasn't lying about this. But then my dad left and Mom married that jerk, and he sold everything because of his gambling habits. Mom's head over heels for him, so we won't leave him. And today, when they learned that I got fired from the restaurant, they got mad at me and I just ran away. Oh God, I'm so sorry, Jenny. I had no idea. I thought you were stalking me. What? Why'd you think that? 'Cause Lauren told me you kept following me and that you'd chase away all the guys who tried to come near me. I'm not a stalker, Mel. I didn't know you lived here. And I did all that 'cause I was just trying to protect you after what happened on your first day of school. But if that's what you think of me, then fine. I'm gonna leave. It made me feel bad that she was just trying to be protective, and that reminded me of my brother. Jenny, it's all right. You don't have to leave. If you want, you can stay with me. No, Mel. You think of me as someone bad. You're not bad. The guy who tried to kiss me was bad, and I want to thank you for saving me from him. And I'm sorry that you got fired because of me, so please stay. Her face lit up, and she came and hugged me, and for some reason, my heart started racing. This was crazy. The next 2 days, it was the weekend. Mom and Dad weren't home, and Jenny stayed with me. And surprisingly, it was fun. We shared so many interests together, including MSA being our favorite YouTube channel, and she baked me the most delicious cookies in the world. Later at night, I was even having trouble working on my homework when she came and helped me. Come on, Mel, I know you have it in you. I'm not really on the smart side, but you can be on the hard-working side. Come on, it's just to pass a few grades. Okay, I'll try harder. But instead of that, I ended up sleeping like a log. And when I woke up, I saw she was sleeping right next to me. And for some reason, I couldn't help but stare at her beautiful face. Hey, what are you looking at? Oh, I fell in love with you from the very first moment, Mel. And that's why I was super protective about you. Though I may have shooed away some stupid boys out of jealousy, too. Gosh, she was so adorable. And I liked her all the more for this. Then she got up and played some music and pulled me in for a dance. We danced and played games all night long, and I was super excited to go and break this news to Lauren the next day. But instead, she gave me a shock. Watch this. I'm gonna upload this video on my channel. Psycho Witch Gone Nuts. What? No, you know that's not true. Jenny's a good person, Lauren. She tried to help me. Who cares? We'll get millions of views if we post crazy videos like this. And she's a loner. Nobody cares about her. I do. What? I told her everything, but instead of being happy about me, she looked grossed out. Ew! I can't believe you'd go for someone like her. She ain't even rich like us anymore. How does that matter, Lauren? I like her, and she likes me, and you should drop that low-leveled thinking of yours. Low level? OMG, how dare you? Do you have any idea whom you're talking to? I'm the queen of this school, and you're nothing without me. If it wasn't for the misfired prank I tried to pull on Jenny, I'd have never even talked to you. What do you mean? You were the one who tore her clothes? Yeah. I did it to get more subscribers for my channel, but then I saw you wearing those clothes and the kids making fun of you. I felt bad, so I thought I could be nice to you for a while, but it looks like I pitied the wrong person. Saying that, she pushed me. But I couldn't let her do this to Jenny, so I snatched her phone and smashed it into pieces. You witch! Suddenly she jumped onto me and we both broke into a wild fight. The teachers came running and pulled us apart. I'm not gonna spare you now. I rule this place. I'm a diva with thousands of subscribers watching me and following me. And that little music band you wanna get into? I run it. I know everything you do, and I've always admired you for it. So much that I always wanted to be just like you, but not anymore. 'Cause now I know that you're a bad person, and you use people to get famous, and I'd never want to be like you.
She's right. Lauren is just so evil. Yeah, she's not even that good of a singer. They have her in the band because of her popularity.
She's so egotistical. Suddenly, the color on Lauren's face faded, listening to all the comments and seeing the cameras around her. And then we were taken to the principal's office, where we waited for a few hours until I saw my brother walk out of there. Mark, what are you doing here? I came to give you guys a surprise visit, but Mom and Dad weren't home and I got a call from your school. And seems like you couldn't stay out of trouble without me, huh? I didn't do anything wrong. I know, and I'm proud of that. Mom and Dad told me how well you've been doing on your own. I ran and hugged him, and he told me I was being put into detention for a week, while Lauren was being expelled from school because of several complaints against her for pranking and ill-treating kids. I felt bad for her, but then I felt a gentle tap on my shoulder.
Are you okay? I heard what happened, and I got so worried. Why did you fight with her?
'Cause you would have done the same for me.
I could see the inspector getting closer, and I started to panic. I quickly closed my eyes, hoping he would leave me alone and not ask why I didn't have a ticket. But then I felt a tap on my shoulder. I tried not to move. But then in front of everyone, in the carriage, he said, "Wake up, Missy! You can't fool me!" I felt so embarrassed. I just started crying. He had his arms crossed and said if I didn't cough up the cash, he'd chuck me off at the next station. How could I have been so stupid to think I could ride the train for free? Between sobs, I begged him to let me stay on until my stop and apologized, saying I'd forgotten my purse, but he wouldn't budge. Someone said, "Hey, don't speak to her like that. Have you never forgotten your wallet before? It happens to all of us." Well, the inspector didn't like that at all. As soon as the train pulled into the next station, he ordered us both to get off the train. As soon as we were on the platform, the guy turned to me and said if I followed him, he'd help me. I was in a rush to get to my friend's party, so I said okay. Little did I know the mess I was about to get caught up in. And I mean, what was I supposed to do? We were in the middle of nowhere, and I had no money. Plus, my cell phone had 0 battery, and my friend would be waiting. The guy seemed friendly and told me his name was Travis and that he'd call us a taxi. He looked around 17, just like me, but he clearly came from money. He was head to toe in designer gear, and I looked so scruffy next to him. The taxi eventually arrived and we climbed in. I was about to give the driver my friend's address when I realized I couldn't even see the driver. Then I heard the clicking sound and the doors all locked. I turned to Travis and he was grinning at me. He then leaned in close to me and said, "I'll take you wherever you need to go. But first, I need a favor. That's only fair, right? A favor for a favor? Oh, and don't worry, I'll throw us some cash too. You'll never have to sneak onto a train again." Oh my God. What was this? I told him to let me out, and he said it wouldn't take long, and that he wasn't going to hurt me. I was freaking out and started banging on the screen between us and the driver. But he just ignored me. Was I being kidnapped? I didn't understand. He just helped me on the train, and now he was blackmailing me? What kind of a sicko does that? The next moment, the car stopped, and I almost fell off my seat. He said we'd arrived at the party, and that all I had to do was put on a fancy dress and pretend to be someone else. He handed me a bag with a designer dress inside and even a box of jewelry. So he'd planned this? I told him there was no way I was doing this, and then he just looked at me and said, "What if I throw in $10,000? Sure you don't want to join me? It's just a party." I peered out the window and noticed we were parked outside a mansion. Who even lived like this? Before I could tell him no again, he told me to put on the dress and join me outside. I know I should have just run, but guys, it was $10,000. For a 17-year-old, that's like winning the lottery. Plus, the dress was out of this world. I put it on and opened the door. Suddenly, 2 older people came running towards me and Travis grabbed my hand and whispered into my ear, "Your name is Essie. You're studying to be an actress, and we met 2 months ago. Got it?" Well, I didn't have time to reply because the next moment, the older woman was coming right up to me and said, "You must be Essie. We've heard so much about you. come and meet the whole family." Then she grabbed my hand and I realized she must be Travis's mom. This was insane. I felt like I entered a parallel universe. The house was out of this world. You could basically smell the money. And there were celebs there. I wished my phone weren't dead so I could take some pics. My friends would never believe I'd been at a party like this. There were even butlers. I felt pretty awkward. Everyone was looking at me, and I even saw some people whispering. Clearly, they knew I didn't belong at a party like this. I asked one of the butlers where the bathroom was, but as I was following him, Travis appeared and asked where I was going. Then he told me to stay by his side and that I wasn't to run off or he'd take the money back. This was so messed up. Everything in the house looked spotless. So when Travis wasn't looking, I quickly licked the mirror. It just looked so clean and I wanted to leave my mark on this house. But someone saw me. I moved away from the mirror and pretended I'd been checking my makeup. But the girl came right up to me and said, "So, you're actually real? We thought Travis was just making you up." Then she smirked at Travis before walking off. Ugh, who was that girl? Travis looked embarrassed and said that was his brother's girlfriend and that she was the devil. But it seemed like his brother and sister were worse. They kept looking at us and didn't even introduce themselves. Travis told me they were awful, but all I could think was how awful he was. Who basically kidnaps a girl and lies to their family like this? As the night went on, I'd had enough. These people were all so fake. They would smile at Travis and compliment him on his clothes and tell him how pretty I was. Then as soon as we moved away, they'd talk about how he was such a loser. I didn't feel comfortable at all, so I walked off when his back was turned. I found the bathroom and decided to climb out the window. But then something awful happened. I got stuck. My dress got caught and I thought I was going to have to shout for help. But then someone grabbed my feet. "Where do you think you're going?" It was Travis. He told me he'd give me another $10,000 if I just stayed a little longer and posed for a few photos with him. Well, I was literally stuck, so what was I supposed to do? He pulled me down and we went back out to the party, just in time for his dad to make a speech. But as his dad was talking, suddenly, Travis's brother grabbed the mic and said he had something to say. Then he got down on one knee and proposed to his girlfriend. Then in front of everyone, he turned to Travis and said, "You snooze, you lose, bro." Everyone laughed and I didn't understand. I turned to Travis, but he was nowhere to be seen. Travis's sister saw me looking around and came up to me and said, "Why are you dating my brother? He's such a loser." That's his ex up there, by the way, getting proposed to. At least she's with someone better now. Travis doesn't deserve to have a girlfriend. Honestly, I didn't understand why his family was being so cruel to him. He seemed like such a nice guy, especially after he saved me on the train like that. I'd be stuck in the middle of nowhere if it hadn't been for him. I had to make sure he was okay, so I went outside to find him and noticed him sitting under a tree. He looked really upset, and when I asked if it was because his ex was now engaged to his brother, he got so angry. He told me that this had been the dumbest idea ever, and he just wanted to get some attention from his parents. But once again, his brother had stolen the limelight. He then wrote me a check and told me I was free to go, and that the driver would take me home. All I could think about was how annoyed my friends would be that I missed the party. There was no way I could tell them where I'd been. The car pulled up, and I got in just as Travis's mom came running out. She started shouting at Travis, asking him what was wrong with him and how come he couldn't keep a girlfriend. Then his dad was there and said, "Another one bites the dust." When I got home, I had like a million texts from my friends, and they said I'd missed out on the best party ever. Well, I had a $20,000 check in my pocket, so I didn't feel so bad. I pretended I'd been sick, and that's why I hadn't made it. Over the next few days, though, I found myself wondering about Travis. His family was horrible to him. No wonder he paid me to pretend to be his girlfriend. The next weekend, I decided to wear the dress to my friend's birthday. When I walked in, everyone was staring at me, and I lied and said my cousin had lent it to me. I felt like $1 million in it, and all my friends said it was the hottest dress they'd ever seen. I went a bit crazy, posting loads of photos of me in it, even tagging the designer. But I shouldn't have done that because the next day, I got a DM from the designer asking me where I got the dress. She even accused me of being a thief. So I told her my friend had given it to me. But then she didn't reply again. I started to panic. What if Travis had stolen the dress? I tried to search for him on social media, but couldn't find him anywhere. I hadn't even gotten his number. Then, a few hours after messaging her, my friend called me and said I was such a liar and that I hadn't been sick the weekend before. I'd been mingling with celebs. I asked her what she was talking about. Then she told me to check my phone. There was a link and I clicked on it. I couldn't believe my eyes. It was the online magazine and there was a whole article about me. The headline was Travis and his fake girlfriend. And there were photos of Travis and I, and even one of me looking around in awe at the size of the mansion. I was shaking so much I could barely read the article. It said how Travis had bought me to get back at his brother for now being engaged to his ex, and that the dress I was wearing was designed by his ex's best friend. I felt humiliated. I posted photos all over my Instagram without even thinking, and now they all knew I was actually called Paula, not Essie. Now, they'd be even more cruel to Travis. I had to get in touch with him somehow. Honestly, I spent the whole week looking at photos of us. And I'm not gonna lie, I became a bit obsessed. I mean, we just looked so cute together. And once my friends forgave me for lying to them, they said I had to find him and get him to be my real boyfriend. That week of school dragged by, and finally the weekend came. On Saturday morning, I figured he'd be at home, so I took a taxi over there. I definitely wasn't ready to go back on a train, and all that money was burning a hole in my pocket. When the taxi dropped me off, there was a security guard standing there, and he said I wasn't allowed in. I told him I was here to see Travis, and he just said, "No, you are not allowed on this property." I'm not proud of this, but I even offered him some money, and he told me that if I didn't leave, he'd call the police. It was so frustrating, but I wasn't going to give up. I walked along the street, and that's when I noticed there was a gap in the hedge. I could totally crawl through there, I thought. I waited until there were no cars going by, and then I squeezed through. Of course, I got a bit stuck, and then I felt something wet on my face. I almost screamed, but then I saw it was just a dog. Well, the next second, it started barking, and I basically had to sprint all the way up to the house. The dog was chasing me, and I had bits of the hedge all over me. I looked like a crazy person. Then I heard the security guard. He was shouting after me, but I figured all I had to do was reach the house and find Travis. I kept looking back to see if the security guard was going to catch up to me, and the next second, I lost my footing and went flying right into the pool. The dog jumped in after me, and when I came up to the surface, Travis's whole family was standing there looking at me, and they did not look impressed. But instead of helping me out, they just started panicking about their precious little puppy. Travis's sister was even crying, saying her poor puppy would drown. And I tried to tell her that actually poodles are a breed of dog that can swim, but I might as well have been invisible. I swam over to the side and climbed out, and that's when I noticed Travis was nowhere to be seen. I walked towards his family, but they were busy with the dog, so I tapped his mom on the shoulder and asked her where he was. And she started shouting at me, saying that I was a disgrace and not welcome at their house. She asked what I wanted, and then told me Travis had moved out after embarrassing the whole family by lying to them and paying me to pretend to be his girlfriend. I don't know why, but I suddenly told her we really were dating. I mean, at least in my mind, we would be soon. But she wasn't listening to me. She already called the security guard over, and he was ordered to escort me to the gate. I looked like a drowned rat, but I was determined to find Travis. I begged the security guard to give me his address, and he said only if I was still offering money. So I quickly paid him $100 and called another taxi. The whole way there, I practiced what I was going to say to him, that even though I didn't really know him, and he was pretty much a stranger, I just couldn't stop thinking about him. When the taxi dropped me off, I was still soaking wet, but I didn't care. I walked right up to his door and knocked. His place was almost as big as his parents' house, and I just couldn't believe a 17-year-old could be this rich. I was so impatient to see him, so when the door opened and someone else was standing there, I almost cried. I must have gotten the wrong address. I started to walk away, but the guy standing there said, "I recognize you. Are you looking for Travis? And, why are you all wet?" As soon as he said Travis's name, my heart started racing. Then he told me to wait in the garden, and he'd go get Travis. But he seemed annoyed, like I'd interrupted something. I was pacing back and forth in the garden, going over what I was going to say, when Travis appeared. He looked so embarrassed to see me, and he couldn't even look me in the eye. Then he said, Paula. And he went on to apologize for everything and said he understood if I was mad at him. I almost wanted to laugh. I told him I wasn't mad at all and that actually there was something I wanted to tell him. He started smiling and I could see he was relieved. Then he invited me in and asked what it was I wanted to tell him. But that guy who answered the door was just standing there watching us, and it was super awkward. I said it could wait and I'd tell him later. And then he said, "Okay, great. Well, why don't you join us for lunch? My boyfriend is the best cook ever." Excuse me? I looked from Travis to the guy, and my jaws were literally hanging open. Oh my god, Travis was gay. Travis just started laughing and said he thought I'd probably figure it out by now, and that he was so sorry for using me. He just wasn't ready to tell his family yet. Then I realized who his boyfriend was. It was the butler from the party. I told him I had to go, and the butler boyfriend said he'd call me a taxi. It It was like he couldn't wait to get rid of me. But Travis ran after me and said, "But we were going to do a Disney movie marathon. Maybe even some karaoke." Well, I decided to stay and hang out in the end. I would just forget I ever had feelings for him. Plus, I wanted to stick around to see what Travis's family would say when they found out what was really going on. He even asked me to pretend to be his girlfriend again, and I just laughed. No amount of money could convince me to do that again. I mean, you've met his family, right?
Hi, I'm Phoebe from Florida. Please like and subscribe because MSA will give $2,000 to one lucky winner in the coming 7 days. My mom always told me the day I was born was quite an exciting one at the hospital. When she held me for the first time, she gasped at my eyes. They were midnight blue in the center with a light blue ring outside. The nurses were stunned too, and well, a bit confused. Blue eyes are rare, and you both have brown eyes. Quite unusual. What are you trying to say, woman? You think this isn't our child? Did you cause a mix-up in the nursery? No, of course not, sir. I was only saying. How about you keep your useless opinions to yourself? Her eyes are nothing special to talk about. And for some reason, it always really annoyed him when people noticed and talked about my eyes, which was every time they met me. And as I grew older, I started realizing that I had a strange power. I could get what I wanted using my eyes. Let me give you an example. Once when I was 6, I went with my parents to their friend's house, who had twins my age. I could tell the boy was really sweet, but the girl didn't like me much. When she left the room for a while, the boy climbed onto her bunk bed and returned with a beautiful doll.
Her eyes are just like yours. I think you should have her. Oh, wow, really? Thank you so much. Hey, thief! You can't have my doll. But your brother gave it to me. It even looks like me. It's not his, it's mine. And it looks nothing like you, witch. Let go.
I pulled harder and suddenly the doll's head snapped off. The girl burst into tears and went running to our parents. Oh boy, I'd be in so much trouble with Dad. Suddenly, I looked deep into the boy's eyes.
You'll tell everyone that your sister broke the doll's neck because she didn't want me to play with it. You'll say that, won't you?
And that's what he said, word for word. The girl's parents apologized to me and scolded her. Over time, I just couldn't help using my eyes more often to get my way. Sometimes I knew it was wrong, but it was just too easy. I only had to look at people with my big baby blues, and teachers would help me during exams. People would give up their seats on the bus, and if someone got the last hot dog at lunch before me, they were sure to surrender it. By the time I was in high school, I was quite popular with the boys and had my girl gang too. But I knew I wasn't well liked by the mean girls, especially the head cheerleader Cadence. She was the girl whose doll I'd broken as a kid, and she hated me since. One day in 9th grade, a group of cheerleaders and jocks in the cafeteria were talking about a cool new movie they were going to watch that weekend. It sounded like fun, and I wanted an invite. So I walked straight up to this boy, Zach. Hey guys, I was wondering if I could tag along to the movies with you this weekend. Zach hesitated, and then he looked directly into my eyes. I knew what his answer would be. Of course, Phoebe. Thanks, Zach. You're a sweetheart. Did you just invite her to the movies without asking any of us? What's the big deal? I don't think anyone has a problem. The rest just shrugged, and Cadence glared at me before storming off. I was still grinning when I walked over to my locker later, and I found her waiting there. You're not going to the movies. No way! I don't care what Zach said, you're uninvited. What are you gonna do, ban my entry into the cinema? You can't, so I'll see you there. I turned to leave, but she knocked my books out of my hand and stepped on them. I grabbed her by the hair and we broke into a cat fight. We both ended up in the principal's office and she immediately called our parents. I didn't do anything. She started it. I hadn't even touched her. She pulled my hair. The principal also called in a few witnesses from the hallway, and luckily for me, it was a bunch of boys I knew. I only had to look at them, and they all said Cadence was to blame. No way! She can't get away with everything just by batting her dumb eyes. She looks like an angel, but she's a lying witch who has everyone dancing to her tune. But Cadence got detention while I was let off with just a warning. On the car ride home though, Mom and Dad were really quiet. Why are you guys acting like I killed someone? It was just a silly fight over a movie plan. Why do I feel like I believe Cadence? You've always tried to get your way by manipulating people ever since you were a kid. Now it seems worse than I thought. Okay, so people are sometimes nice to me and do what I ask. What's so wrong with that?
We'll talk about this tomorrow. You are grounded for a week.
What? Why the heck?
Phoebe, enough. You heard what your dad said.
I felt really mad at both of them. But the next morning, I found them waiting for me in the dining room with a small box on the table. What's this?
Something to cover up your eyes. You need to learn that life isn't so easy, and you can't just get whatever you want.
Inside the box were brown contact lenses. They were the color of mud. Are you kidding me? You think I'm gonna wear those?
You have to wear them if you want to continue going to school.
I looked over at my mom, who wouldn't even look me in the eyes. But I could tell Dad was completely serious, and Mom just didn't have my back. With angry tears, I grabbed the box and ran out of there. It took me a few tries to wear the contacts, but I finally managed. And I hated what I saw staring back at me in the mirror. It wasn't me. At school, I was hoping by some miracle no one would notice. But of course, everyone did. Why are your eyes suddenly brown? Did your evil spell finally wear off once you got all your wishes? Everyone's comments made things hard because it felt really embarrassing to say my dad was making me wear brown lenses. I made up some lame excuse about how the doctor had recommended them for an eye condition, but it didn't seem to convince anyone. And suddenly, no one seemed to care about me much. Luckily, a month later, Dad's job caused him to transfer to another state. A fresh start was exactly what I needed. No one in school there would ever know I had blue eyes before. But it was quite strange walking into this new place and not having anyone pay much attention to me. My classmates seemed pleasant enough, but everyone just went off with their groups at lunch. I was sitting outside having lunch under a tree when someone dropped down next to me. Hello, mind if I join you? You already have, and I don't mind at all. Good, 'cause I'm too tired to get up anyway. Plus, I've been waiting for someone new to show up for ages. All these other girls just talk about boys and makeup, and they think they're from another planet. Or they think I'm from another planet, I'm not sure. Her name was Grace, and I warmed up to her instantly. We quickly became close friends, but I just couldn't tell her my stupid secret. A few weeks later, we were sitting on the gym floor making decorations for an event when some guys started playing basketball. And suddenly, the ball came flying at me and hit me smack in the face. I opened my eyes, and looking down at me was a gorgeous boy with black hair and the deepest blue eyes ever. Had I died and gone to heaven?
Hey, are you okay?
Of course she's not okay, you moron. You could have killed my best friend. Help me up, will you? Grace pulled me up, but my knees gave way and the boy swept me up effortlessly. He carried me to the bleachers and said he'd be back with some water. Phoebe, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. I see. Yeah, you aren't fine. And if he has his way, you never will be again. What do you mean? Just then the boy returned with a water bottle and knelt beside me.
Really sorry. We should have been more careful.
Oh, don't worry. I don't mind. I mean, it's just a ball, not a rocket. Now that would hurt. I don't know what I'm saying. Maybe I have a concussion, but I'm okay. O-Y-A-K. See? I can still spell. He just smiled at me and ran off to his friends. What a blubbering idiot. I turned to Grace and saw she'd already left. Later that night, I got permission from my parents to stay over at Grace's. So tell me, what do you know about the gym boy? That's Levi. He's my older brother. You're what now? Yeah, I know. Different set of genes. But Phoebe, he's a heartbreaker. He changes girlfriends faster than he changes underwear. He knows he's good looking, and he uses it to make girls like him, and then bam! 2 weeks later, some girl is crying in the school bathroom, and he's got a new girlfriend. Really? But he seems sweet. How would you know? He's my brother, and I'm telling you, he's a jerk. Is he here? Like right now? Yeah. But you don't want to talk to him, right? You're here to have a slumber party with me, and I just told you, he's a jerk, right? Gotcha. But I couldn't get Levi off my mind. Grace messaged me on Monday that she had the flu and wasn't coming to school, and I decided this was a great chance to talk to her brother. On the bus, I was thinking about what I'd say to him when someone sat down next to me.
Sorry, seats in the back are full.
Holy lady luck! It was Levi, but it seemed like he hadn't recognized me and just started reading a book. What you reading? He turned the cover to me without looking my way. Oh, nice. I've never read that.
Okay, good to know.
Wow, he did seem like a bit of a jerk, but I wasn't giving up yet. If it's good, maybe I'll read it. I'm the girl from the gym, by the way. The one you hit with the basketball.
I know that. I didn't have memory loss.
It's just that you're Grace's BFF, and she told me to stay away from you. That's strange. She didn't say anything to me. And why can't we all be friends? Grace was down with some virus and couldn't attend school for 2 weeks, and I ended up spending all my time with Levi. He was gorgeous, but he was also funny and thoughtful, and I just couldn't help liking him. And I had a feeling he liked me too. But when Grace returned, she was furious seeing us together. So what? You've replaced me with Levi now? Of course I haven't. You weren't here and we just started hanging out. And now you're in love with him, aren't you? Even after what I said, doesn't take anyone too long to fall in love with Levi. He gets anything he wants. I was upset that Grace was mad, but I didn't want to give up on Levi either. Later that day, as I was running an errand, I passed by a cafe window and stopped in my tracks. Levi was sitting there with some blonde girl I'd never seen before. He suddenly spotted me and I started walking away quickly. Phoebe, please stop. It's not what it looks like.
It's none of my business, Levi, so no need to explain. I obviously misread some signs. You should go back to your girlfriend. 2 weeks and it's time for a new girl, yeah? Just like Grace said.
She said what?
That you're a heartbreaker and that you change girls faster than clothes and that I should stay away from you?
Phoebe, she made that up, okay? I went out with her best friend a year ago and things ended badly between us. She blocked out Grace too and moved away, and it broke Grace's heart. In fact, that girl in the cafe is my ex. She's in town and wanted to return some things. And you didn't misread any signs. I like you, a lot, and I was planning to ask you to the winter dance.
I need to talk to Grace first, okay? I had a heart-to-heart with Grace, and she admitted that she'd lied about Levi. I know he's a good guy, but I don't want to lose another friend. Pinky swear, no matter what happens between me and your brother, we'll stay friends forever. We decided to go shopping together for the winter dance, and I found a beautiful blue dress. As I looked in the dressing room mirror, I suddenly took my contacts out and called Grace.
What happened to your eyes?
I told her all about how I'd get whatever I wanted because of my eyes, so my parents made me cover them up.
That is ridiculous. They can't make you do that.
I know, but maybe it hasn't been the worst thing. I got you and Levi, and it has nothing to do with my eyes. But yeah, I think I just want to be myself now. When I got home, I walked into the lounge where my parents were watching TV.
What have you done?
I'm tired of covering up my real eyes. This is who I am, and I won't hide it anymore. I'm done with your controlling nonsense.
You'll do what I say as long as you live under my roof.
Then maybe I won't live under your roof. I went upstairs to gather my things so I could go stay at Grace's house when suddenly Mom came in.
I need to show you something.
She pulled out contacts from her eyes, and they were the brightest blue, just like mine.
Your dad hated the attention I attracted, and after we got married, he made me cover them up. But you're brave to stand up for yourself, and I don't want to let you down again. I'm leaving with you.
We packed our things and left Dad for good. We checked into a hotel until we could find a place, but for the first time, I saw Mom happy and free. The next day, I put on my blue dress for the dance, and Levi came to pick me up.
Grace told me about your eyes. You look beautiful.
You think so?
Yeah, but no matter what color they are, I'd think that anyway.
I bet some of you think that your parents are annoying or embarrassing, but mine are downright evil. It took me a long time to realize that my life wasn't normal, and it all started when I was little. My parents had very high expectations of me. We're talking about crazy stuff. You seriously won't believe what they did to me. See, my parents were both incredibly successful, and they expected me to be the same, and they certainly didn't know anything about how to deal with children or how to raise them correctly. Because of this, I never learned how to interact with other small children. Instead of giving me cake and ice cream, my parents convinced me that vegetables were a reward. I didn't get candy either, just vitamins. When I was 3, my parents had already started dressing me in fancy pantsuits. I never got them dirty or anything either. My parents encouraged me to develop my professional skills at a very young age. I only read textbooks or watched the news. The weirdest thing was that at the end of every week, I needed to make a report about what I had learned and how I could improve. Sometimes these reports were 10-page essays. Other times, they were full presentations. My parents told me I was going to grow up to be the best businesswoman of all time. They had my entire life planned out and had decided to train me towards it as young as possible. I didn't realize what was fun until I was about 4. I always felt jealous when I watched the neighbor kids playing with each other. Even though I'd never had a friend before, I felt so lonely. I decided to make a report about how a companion would increase my productivity. I got all dressed up in my little pantsuit and did a 45-minute presentation in the middle of our living room. They were impressed, and I really thought I'd won. My parents agreed to get me a companion, but it wasn't exactly what I expected. That's when my parents decided to hire a new nanny. At first, I was disappointed. I thought another adult just meant more fun evenings reading news articles and organizing files. Well, I'm happy to say I was wrong. My nanny was the only thing I had in my life growing up. She was my everything, and nothing at all like my parents. I was shocked when I first met her. I had only ever worn gray, white, or black for as long as I could remember. My nanny walked in on her first day wearing a bright, flowy dress. She danced and sang songs, and even taught me different ways to do my hair. She was actually the one who convinced my parents that letting me choose my own clothes could be good for fostering creativity. My parents didn't always agree with her, though. Thinking back, there were lots of times when she did things with me in private that my parents wouldn't have tolerated. She snuck me fun snacks and let me watch cartoons when my parents were away. I always thought of our activities as our little secret, as I didn't think my parents would react well if they found out what we were up to. Let's just say I wish I'd kept my mouth shut. It started with my 6th birthday party. That is, if you could even call it a party. No friends and no treats meant that my birthday celebration was pretty dull. My parents made a big salad with the 6 spelled out in tomatoes. Instead of fun hats, we all wore very fancy suits. Even my nanny was told she had to dress appropriately. We didn't play any fun games or sing any songs. We just took turns reading about famous publications that happened on my birthday. It was so boring. To be honest, it was even more boring than a regular day. And when it came to my present, it was a calculator. I started crying about how a doll was the only thing I'd ever asked for. My parents were incredibly annoyed by my tantrum. They sent me right up to my room for being a brat. I lay there sobbing into my pillow for about an hour when my nanny popped in. She handed me another rectangular box and told me to keep it a secret. I opened the box slowly, skeptically, and expecting another disappointment. Inside that box, though, was a Barbie. I was so excited and hugged her very tightly. She put her finger up to her lips and shushed me. She told me to stay quiet and to be sure to hide it. My parents left me in my room for the rest of the day. It was supposed to be a punishment, but being in my room playing with my doll all day, it was honestly the most fun birthday I'd ever had. One day, I guess I was having a little too much fun because I didn't even hear the footsteps approaching my room. Without even knocking, my mom burst in and asked what was so exciting about my being in my room. I quickly hid the Barbie behind my back, but it was too late. She ran over and ripped it from my hands. She accused me of stealing the doll and said I was in for a huge punishment. I cried so hard and explained that I didn't steal it at all. It was just a gift from my nanny, the gift I'd asked for. I really should have kept my mouth shut. She called my nanny in and fired her on the spot. She said that from now on, she would take me to her office with her so she could watch me study. She pulled off the doll's head before throwing the pieces in the trash. I was devastated. I don't think I laughed or smiled again for another year. That's when I started school. I know a lot of you think that school is boring and serious, but my upbringing made it feel like Disneyland. I got to play games and learn about the cool things that people my age enjoyed. The other kids thought I was weird. I was overly polite and never got dirty or played outside. One time, a classmate pointed at me and laughed because I ate my pizza with a knife and fork. When I was maybe 10, I started watching all the TV shows my classmates did. I waited until my parents were out or asleep, snuck to the TV, and flipped on cartoons and dramas. I was only allowed to watch the news when my parents were around. My mom caught me once and screamed so loudly. She took away my phone and my TV privileges and grounded me for a whole month. That wasn't the worst of it, though. One day when I was crying in my room over how unfair it all was, she decided to take away my bedroom door. "Privacy must be earned," she said. I never got that door back. I wouldn't say I completely obeyed my parents from then on, but I got better at hiding stuff. I would go on regular study sessions with friends where we would just stay up and play video games. I had bigger secrets in my little private Pokemon sessions, though. The biggest secret of my entire life was Jackson. He was the love of my life. His parents owned a taco stand by the private school I went to. He was nice and attractive, but poor. Money didn't matter to me, though. He took me to the movies and snuck me into parties. Best of all, he introduced me to painting. He would spend hours in the studio with me while my parents thought I was earning credits to diversify my application. He was my greatest supporter, and I truly loved him. We dated for about 7 months before my mom caught us kissing at school. We were normally very careful, but I didn't expect my mom to actually show up on time. She dragged me into the car and didn't even acknowledge him. I was crying so hard, but my mom let me know that it was over. You can date who we tell you to date, she explained bluntly. She took away my laptop and my cell phone as punishment. She said that from now on, she would be monitoring me much more closely. I told her that she couldn't stop me from dating somebody I loved. I was almost an adult. She said that was true, but good luck trying to date with all of these restrictions. She drove me to and from school and made it almost impossible for me to spend time with anyone she didn't know. The few times I did try to kiss Jackson goodbye, she just glared at him from the car window or made rude comments about how he didn't deserve me. It would ruin the moment. Eventually, he stopped showing up at my school altogether because he was so uncomfortable. The only time we were together was at the painting studio, which my mom still thought was for school credits. But even that was ruined when my mom decided to become a member and accompanied me to the studio. We tried to keep our romance blooming, but without my laptop or cell phone, it naturally faded away. Jackson said he didn't want to date someone whose mom hated him so much. I ran to my friend's house and wept for hours that day. My mom was so smug about the whole thing and said that Jackson just wasn't right for me. My mom tried to set me up with a boy. I figured my mom wasn't that mean after all and that she'd seen how sad the breakup made me. She walked me into this very fancy restaurant. We met at a table with one of her colleagues and his gross son. Carl was a complete jerk. I was disgusted by him, but my mom and Carl's dad kept pushing me to talk to him. I tried to be polite, but he was so weird. He talked with his mouth full and was super mean. Everyone at the table was laughing about how he threw a soda on a homeless man and bought the last ice cream at a cafe and made a little girl cry. They just thought he was hilarious. All I saw was a nasty jerk I never wanted to see again. When we got to the car, I told my mom I wasn't interested in him at all. She told me my options were to date her friend's son or date no one at all. My mom told me that while I lived under her roof and used her money, she owned me and all of my decisions. So I stayed single. While all of my friends were off at dances and dating, I was stuck at home studying. I thought that was the worst of it, but I was wrong. It all started again when the topic of college came up. My parents were incredibly excited. I applied to 10 schools and got into every single one of them. I got to choose literally whichever I wanted. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that business wasn't for me. In fact, I hated business. I wanted to do something that made me happy. I actually wanted to go into art. When my final acceptance letter came in the mail telling me I got a full scholarship to the most prestigious art school in the world, I was so excited. I thought my parents would be excited too, you know. Apparently, my dreams didn't actually matter, though. After I received an award for my academic achievements, my parents took me out for a big fancy meal with all of their colleagues. I should have been happy too, but something didn't feel right. I slouched deeper and deeper in my chair as they continued to talk about how much better I was than everyone else, and how it was all because of their excellent parenting. Worse, when all of their colleagues started asking them what their big secret was to raising a perfect daughter, they talked about how I studied all the time and they enforced strict rules. They even laughed about how they broke up my relationship with some bum. I was going to talk about my big plans privately with them, but they were being unbearable. I got so angry when they started making fun of how sad they felt for the parents of pathetic art students. In fact, I was so angry that I decided now was a better time than any to share the great news. Actually, I shouted over the voice of my mother boasting, I have something I'd like to tell all of you. I've never seen my mother flip around so quickly in my whole life. She had an evil glare on her face that almost made me change my mind, but I felt I had to do it. I gathered up all of my courage and let them know that I'd been accepted into a famous art school. Their colleagues seemed pretty impressed, but my parents were shocked and upset. They didn't talk to me for the rest of the dinner, but in the car? That was a whole other story. They screamed at me for embarrassing them and betraying them in front of their colleagues. They shouted about how I was never going to do something like art. They even tried to tell me that they'd never seen my art before, which wasn't true because my mom had gone to the studio with me. They just never paid attention to me at all. When we got home, I handed them my portfolio. It was full of the paintings and sketches I'd applied to the school with. These paintings had taken hours to create, and I was really proud of them. I thought it would convince them that I had real talent, but I was wrong again. My parents ripped it to shreds in front of me. They told me I wouldn't be going to any school but the one they chose. We are paying for everything after all. I was so angry and explained that I got a full scholarship to the art school so I wouldn't need them. They continued on about how they'd wasted their whole lives for me to betray them. My mother was crying and my father started smashing things. They threw me out of the house. I stayed with a friend and explained everything. I had nothing with me at all. I called up my parents and they asked if I had changed my mind about school yet. When I said no, they told me I wasn't welcome back. I asked if I could at least come and pick up some of my stuff. I was stuck wearing the same elegant evening wear from the dinner before. They agreed, but I felt as though they had an evil plan. When I showed up, they handed me a little plastic bag full of paper. "What's this?" I asked. My parents laughed and explained it was the art I loved so much. I told them it wasn't funny and pushed past them to run to my room. It was completely empty. They explained that they'd sold all of my belongings to make back some of the money wasted on me. They'd literally sold all my possessions just to get their revenge, only because I wasn't interested in business. All of my furniture, clothes, and even priceless gifts and photographs were gone, and they said that I would regret everything. I went to art school in the fall. I had to rely on food and clothes from my friends. Luckily, my scholarship covered most of my supplies, and I got a job pretty quickly thanks to a little help from my friends. It wasn't all bad in the end. During my first day working at a grocery store, I ran into none other than Jackson. He was surprised to see me working at a place like that. I broke down and explained everything, and he invited me out to dinner to celebrate my newfound freedom. Jackson and I reconnected, and things have been going great with us. He now owns his family taco truck, and even if he's not rich, he's very happy. In fact, I just posted about our proposal on Instagram. We plan to get married in a couple of months. It was a lot of work, but I have to say it was completely worth it. I'm a successful artist now, living my dreams. In a way, I'm happy my parents pushed me like they did, as it gave me passion, but that doesn't mean I'm grateful to them. My parents never apologized to me for anything. In fact, they did something even worse. Without any warning or hello, they called me and demanded money. They explained that they'd heard how successful I was and that I should now be able to pay them back for all the money they'd wasted on me at private school. Plus, they said I owed them for embarrassing them for bringing that taco boy back into my life. They told me I had 1 week to break up with him or else. I don't know what else means, but I don't think I ever want to find out. Jackson said that my parents are just being dramatic, but I know my mom, and whatever she has planned can't be good.
A young Chinese couple moved to the U.S. with their baby, and for 4 years, they were struggling to make ends meet. So, when the woman found out she was pregnant again, she was really upset. Another child? Even one is too much. Just then, her husband burst in and said he'd found an investor for his business. "Oh, honey, our luck is about to turn." And it did. Within a few months, the man's business was booming. They moved to a lovely house where they welcomed their second child, who was me. Hi, my name is Gia, which means extraordinary. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. My parents could spend hours gazing at me. They thought I was perfection itself, and they gave me everything. I literally grew up with a silver spoon in my mouth. All was perfect, except for one problem. My older sister, Fen, she was weird. All she did was glare at me, or pinch me awake at night and make some strange faces at me. But this one time, she put me in a pram and pushed me down our sloping driveway. As my pram rolled straight onto the main road, Mom came running out of nowhere and stopped it, just in time. On my first birthday, my parents threw a huge party for the entire neighborhood. As everyone gathered around the table, Fen suddenly jumped onto it. I've never had a birthday party. I've never even had a cake. Why does she get everything? Is that girl your daughter? You never mentioned any other kid than Gia. Fen screamed, and then she went all Godzilla on my cake. She was banned from the party, and my parents arranged for another cake within minutes. As I got older, I started realizing that my parents were really unfair to Fen. When I was 5, I got all the presents I wanted for Christmas, but she looked really mad at hers. Why would you give me these ugly socks? And a geography book? What's wrong with the book? If you opened one sometimes, your grades would be better. Why are you guys always like this with me and never with Gia? Because Gia is perfect. She's just easier to love. I felt terrible as Fen's eyes welled up, and she stormed off. She wouldn't even join us for the Christmas party, so I took food up to her room. "Hey, Fen, I brought you all your favorite." She viciously slapped the plate out of my hand. "Don't even bother, witch. Nothing you could ever do would make me hate you less." Well, turns out I could give her a reason to hate me more. The next day, I was flipping through Gia's geography book when Mom said, "Oh, honey, you won't understand that. You're too little." "Yes, I do, Mom. And I just learned the names of all 50 states. Want to hear them?" I rattled off the entire list, and everyone stared at me. "You little genius! You just keep amazing me. This has to be some kind of world record, right?" My parents called every newspaper in town to come interview their wonder kid. And I was suddenly famous. Mom and Dad were showing me off everywhere. But even worse, they enrolled me in a fancy private school. Not the public one where Fen was. As I was going in our limo on my first day, we drove past Fen walking to her school, and I felt sad. "Why can't she go to my school, Mom?" "Because she's dumb, sweetheart, and your school is so expensive. Why should we waste money on her? You're the one with the big, bright future, so you're worth it." Fen and I just kept growing further apart. Once in 5th grade, my parents were helping me prepare for the National Spelling Bee when Fen walked in and we gasped. She dyed her hair bright pink and was wearing the most amazing makeup. But my parents went bonkers. "What did you do to your hair? It was the one nice thing you inherited from me. And I never put on makeup till I was a married woman." "Everyone here wears makeup, Mom, and people tell me I'm really good at it. Maybe I could be a makeup artist one day." "Wow, we came all the way from China and struggled to give you an education so you can be some clown artist? Why can't you be more like Gia? You're an embarrassment to me and all our ancestors." She left angrily. "Guys, you need to stop this. She hates me because of you." "Oh, baby, who cares what she thinks?" "I care." I went after Fen and told her she looked beautiful. I expected her to be mean as always, but she kind of smiled at me. "Thanks, kiddo. You've always been nicer to me than the rest of them." Was I hearing some kind words from Fen? In this rare moment, I asked her if she'd like to come see me at the spelling bee, and she said yes. I was nervous at the event because it was being shown on TV, but I aced all the rounds and I won. Just then, I heard Fen screaming, "She's a cheater! She won by cheating!" She was shouting that my parents had been helping me by spelling out the words. My parents were furious, but when the camera footage was pulled out, we saw that they were mouthing the words, but I wasn't looking at them. I spelled the words myself, but the judges disqualified me immediately. The minute we got outside, I attacked Fen. "Why do you hate me? What did I ever do to you? You were born, and you took everything I deserved." My parents pulled us apart and told Fen she was grounded for eternity. Totally worth it. "Fen, we can't go on like this. We're sisters. Wouldn't you rather have a fresh start instead of hating me forever?" "No, I'd rather hate you forever. It's just easier to hate you." As she stormed off, I decided I was done with her, and we hardly ever spoke after that. In the 8th grade, Dad announced one day that a friend's daughter, Sophia, would be coming from France to stay with us for some months. When she walked into our house, we were all awestruck by her beauty and style. She could also speak 5 languages and was a math wizard. "Wow, you're the perfect friend for Gia. You're like the big sister we wish she had." Even though Sophia was 3 years older, we had a lot in common, and we got close. One day, we heard some voices from Fen's room, and we peeked inside. She was in front of her phone recording a makeup tutorial for TikTok. The minute she spotted us, she looked mad. "Why are you jerks spying on me? Buzz off, and don't breathe a word of this to Mom and Dad, or else." We immediately checked out Fen's TikTok account, and to our shock, she had 1 million subscribers. She was really talented. Later at dinner, Fen came downstairs with a new hairstyle, and Mom just couldn't control herself. "Is this what you do all day? Playing with your hair? What's going to become of you?" "Oh, I don't think you need to worry, Mrs. Chang. Fen is practically a TikTok star." "What on earth is a TikTok star?" And then Sophia showed them Fen's account on her phone. I could just see Dad turning purple. "I'm supposed to tell my relatives in China that my daughter is some internet idiot? We've been way too easygoing with you, Fen, and that was a mistake." He stormed off to her room, took Fen's phone, and flung it at the wall. Then he broke the tripod in half. "What are you doing?" "Are you crazy, Dad? Stop it!" Fen burst into angry tears and ran out of the house. When my parents stormed off, I turned to Sophia. Why did you do that?
I didn't know they'd react this way. I was only trying to help poor Fen because they're always putting her down. I thought they'd be proud of her.
Well, Sophia had no idea how crazy our parents really were. She tried apologizing, but Fen wouldn't even open the door for her. Weeks passed, and I was busy studying with Sophia for an important exam. The day before the exam, though, my parents had to go out of town. "We'll be back tomorrow morning, darling. Good luck." The next morning when I woke up, it was super late. I'd set the alarm for 7, and now it was 11. The exam was over by now. My parents would be devastated. I ran downstairs when suddenly I stopped short. Fen was sitting in the living room with our parents and a very elegant woman. "Your daughter has a supermodel's face, and people already love her. We want to collaborate with our makeup brand." When my parents saw the check she handed, their eyes almost popped out. As Fen signed the deal and the woman left, I saw something extraordinary. My parents started hugging Fen. "Oh, darling, I had no idea you were so talented." I was still super upset about my exam, and I burst in. "Mom? Dad? I missed my exam and..." "What exam?" "Oh, for that high school? Who cares? Didn't you just hear Fen's amazing news? Come, darling, let's go for a fancy brunch." What the freaking fish just happened? And suddenly, I was living Fen's life. My parents couldn't stop showing her off, and I was invisible. One day, they told me Fen would be using the limo, and I could take the bus to school. It's time you learned to be a grown-up anyway. One day, we weren't here, and you just slept through your exam. So irresponsible. Wow, who were these people? Sophia was my only ally here now. Mom and Dad threw a huge party to celebrate Fen's first modeling campaign. In the middle of it, the owner of the makeup brand burst in, and she marched up furiously to Fen. "You stupid girl, how dare you post something like this about my brand? What are you talking about? This!" It was a post on Fen's Instagram with some makeup and the caption, "These products are tested on rabbits who are kept in terrible conditions. Boycott this cruel brand." Fen protested that she'd never posted this, but the woman wouldn't listen and threatened to sue her. As she stormed off, Fen suddenly pounced on me. "You did this, didn't you? You couldn't stand that I was getting the limelight for once. Get off me, you psycho! It wasn't me!" My parents tried to calm Fen down, while they shouted at me for ruining her career and grounded me. This was crazy. Later that night, I was going down to the kitchen when I heard Sophia's voice from Fen's room. "You just turned 18, and you can leave these terrible people. Gia hates you, and your parents were awful to you before you became famous and rich. Forget them and come with me to France. You'll be even bigger there." And then suddenly, it all clicked. It was Sophia creating all this chaos. "Sophia, it's you! You made me miss my exam, and you posted that on Fen's Instagram." Sophia suddenly looked really evil. "Yeah, I did all that, but can't you see? I've only exposed the truth about your greedy parents. They've always treated Fen like dirt, till they thought she was worth something, and now they're treating you the same way. Well, you can stay here, Gia, and maybe you'll be their favorite daughter again. But Fen is going with me, because I actually love her, and I'll treat her like a queen." Fen and I were both stunned. "Sophia, you're crazy. You almost ruined my career to make me go with you? I don't love you, and I'm not going anywhere with you." Sophia started screaming and throwing things around like a complete psycho. Our parents came running in at the noise, and when we told them everything she'd done, they sent her packing to France on the earliest flight. But the whole fiasco was a wake-up call for me and Fen. Sophia might be crazy, but she was completely right about our parents. "Mom, Dad, you can't treat us like we only deserve your love if we're worth something. And you never let us have a normal relationship. This has to stop. I'm not even waiting for you to change anymore. I'm moving out. Gia, would you like to come with me? And maybe we could have a fresh start." I instantly said yes, and no matter how much our parents begged, we decided it was best for us to move away from them. Maybe we'd forgive them one day, but it was too soon for that.
Hey friends, I'm Sarah from North Carolina. Please like and subscribe. Ever since I can remember, I've had to fight for my mom's attention. And it was all because of my elder sister, Amanda. She was the family's golden child, and Mom loved her to bits. Amanda was great in studies and sports and looked like a porcelain doll. Sometimes I wondered why God had to make her so perfect. Gosh, how I envied her. One time, we got her report cards from school, and as usual, Amanda had aced all the tests. Wow, Amanda, I'm so proud of you. My daughter gets an iPad. Show me your results, Sarah.
Mine didn't come yet. Liar, liar, pants on fire. Mom, it's in her bag. She must have failed again.
Amanda then ran and brought my report card, and I just wanted to kick her hard. C's, D's, and an F again? When I go to school, teachers can't believe you're Amanda's sister. When Mom left, Amanda kept laughing at me and telling me I was a dumbhead. No, I wasn't. I just didn't want to try because I knew no matter what I did, Amanda would always be one step ahead of me. We both had our birthdays in August, and Mom would always throw a combined party. On Amanda's birthday, one time Mom even forgot to have my name written on our cake. But I was glad Dad was always on my side. He'd spoil me rotten. Every time Mom would scold me for having bad grades or making some mistakes, Dad would defend me and take me out for ice cream.
I know your mom has a lot to say. For me, her arguments go in one ear and out the other.
Wow, I should do that too.
Dad was the best. But in 5th grade, something awful happened. He suddenly left us and settled in Europe. He promised to come for me soon, and I waited for weeks. But he never did. Even his number became unresponsive after some time. That was a huge blow for me. Mom and Amanda tried to talk to me, but I just shut them out. I knew Dad had left because of Mom, yet she still acted like she was innocent. Sweetheart, I know how you feel. Just know that I'm here for you.
What are you talking about? I'm fine. And please don't be here or anywhere for me. Because of you that Dad went away.
Saying that, I ran to my room and slammed the door shut. Things were pretty much the same at school. I had no friends, and Amanda was like the most popular girl. One time during recess, I was looking for a place to sit, and seeing an empty chair at the table, I pulled it. But just then I heard someone yell. OMG, a girl was about to sit, and I had pulled the chair without realizing it. Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't see you there. Really? Are you blind? I think you were just trying to be funny. I'll teach you a lesson. Saying that, she took my tray and rubbed it all over my face. The entire cafeteria burst into laughter. But the worst thing was spotting my very own sister laughing at me too. I instantly ran out and hid in the janitor's room and cried. Just then, I felt a hand on my shoulder and jumped in surprise.
Who's there? I know karate and I'm not afraid to use it.
Just then, someone turned on the light, and I saw a boy my age. It was Eric. He was a new admission, and since he was cross-eyed, the kids made fun of him all the time. Hey, I was here first. It's kind of my hiding spot, so you have to leave.
Nope, not happening. I'm not going out there.
I can understand. Why do people have to be so awful?
No idea.
We both sat there for some time, and then Eric handed me a cloth, and I cleaned all the icky food from my clothes. We have to go out at some point. Maybe we could support each other and go out together? I really liked Eric's idea. We took a deep breath and stepped out of the janitor's room, acting like nothing had happened, and pretending like we couldn't care less about jerk bullies. It totally worked, and for once, I had a friend. Eric and I started hanging out together all the time, and we grew really close. One time in 7th grade, we were having the most boring history class ever, and Eric was hating it the most. I think I'll start crying. She's just dragging the lesson. Aw, anything can be fun if you know how to draw. I showed him the sketch I'd made of our teacher, and he nearly burst out laughing. You are the ultimate jerk. But the teacher heard his comment and sent him to detention for using the word jerk in the class. I couldn't just sit and listen to her blabbering, so I stood up. Yes, Sarah, do you have something to say?
Yes. I want to say jerk. Everybody is a jerk.
Detention for you too. When I went to the detention room, Eric actually thanked me for getting him kicked out of that boring class. And I knew you'd be here within minutes because you can't stay too long without me. He was so right. He then had this awesome plan of sneaking out of the school to visit a fun fair nearby. How could I say no? Eric and I had an amazing time. We took so many rides and ate tons of ice cream. For a while, I remembered all the fun times I had with Dad and thanked my lucky stars for sending me Eric, my best friend. But when we returned to school, I was shocked to see my mom and Eric's parents there. What were you thinking, sneaking out of school? Are you crazy? You never do such things, Eric. What's gotten into you? Oh, I'm sure it must have been my daughter. She's really a handful. But Mom, it was both of us. Yeah, it was my plan. But no one would listen to me, and in the end, I was the only one to be suspended. I hated Mom so much for that. She didn't even once try to be on my side like Eric's parents did for him. Once we got home, I had the worst fight with her. I wish it was you who'd left. Dad was the one who loved me. All you can see is your perfect Amanda. Oh yeah? Well, guess what? Your dad left because he was selfish. But you never see that I'm the one doing everything for you. I'm the one who's stuck around. Selfish? Dad? How? I am not having this discussion with you. Just go to your room, right now. I went to my room and I was so angry that I knocked everything off the table, even the picture of Dad and me. But I regretted it instantly because I loved that picture. Just as I was picking it up, I accidentally cut my hand on a piece of glass. And that's when Amanda walked in and totally freaked out. Oh my God, Sarah, you are so careless. Let me see your hand, come on. She cleaned up the wound and put a bandage on it. Why are you suddenly acting like you care about me? Because I do care. No matter how dumb and hot-headed you are, you're still my sister. And I love you. You and Mom are the only family I have. Look, I know I've not been the best sister or made things easy for you, but I will try to be better, okay? Fine, I don't hate you either. Amanda chuckled and so did I. She asked me why I got into trouble, and when I told her that I'd bunked school with Eric, she seemed really amused. So, is he like your boyfriend or something? Yuck, ew, gosh no. Eric is my best friend. Ew, please don't ever use the B word again. We both burst into laughter. After that day, things were somewhat better between Amanda and me. She even started helping me with my studies, and it was because of her I cleared my exams and entered freshman year of high school. During summer vacations, Dad suddenly seemed to remember that he had kids and sent tickets for me and Amanda. Amanda refused to go, but I was really excited. But when I got there, I learned Dad had a new family.
I'm sorry I hid this from you, kiddo. I wanted to tell you everything a while back, but there was never a good time.
I was so angry at him, and now I was stuck here for a month. The only thing that got me through was talking to Eric for hours every day. He told me that he'd started seeing a girl, and I was really happy for him. When I finally went back home, I was so eager to meet Eric.
Dork, I missed you so much.
Me too. So tell me, who's the mystery lady? Won't you introduce me to her?
Sure, I'd love to. How about we meet tonight at the pizza joint?
Awesome! In the evening, when I went to the pizza joint, the girl sitting next to Eric made the earth beneath me shake. It was Amanda. I felt like someone had punched me. The moment Eric and Amanda spotted me, they smiled, but seeing my angry face, their smiles dropped. Wow, awesome. This is like the cherry on top of my terrific life. Well done, sister, for stealing the only friend I had. And Eric, are you stupid? You know how Amanda is. All the guys are after her, and she chose you just to mess with me. Don't you see it? Sarah, how can you say that? I finally thought things were better between us. Why do you always have to be so bitter? I'm not talking to you. Eric, come on, let's go. I want to talk to you alone. Seeing how he didn't even budge, I felt angrier. Fine, but don't come crying to me when she dumps your sorry butt. It was as if the whole world was against me. My mom didn't like me, Dad abandoned me, my own sister stole my best friend, and he proved to be the worst. He stabbed me in the back. For days, I was angry and avoided everyone. Even though Eric kept trying to talk to me, I refused to listen to a word. Some weeks later, the spring dance was announced, and when I learned that Amanda and Eric were going together, I felt so alone. But luckily, a guy from my class asked me to the dance, and that made me feel better. Mom, I want your purple dress. I'm gonna make some changes. I am so excited for the dance. Of course, my dear. You'll look lovely in that dress. Sarah? Do you want something of mine? Or perhaps we can both go shopping and get you a new dress for the spring dance? Please? The way she said please made me give in, and I went shopping with her and got myself a new dress after trying so many. I actually had a really good time with Mom. Maybe she wasn't so bad after all. On the night of the dance, Eric and Amanda looked like $1,000,000. Mom took so many pictures of them while I waited for my date to come, but he just didn't show up.
Come on, Sarah. You should just come with us. Forget about that guy.
Yeah, you look amazing. Just join us. As your third wheel? No thanks. I hated the pity in their eyes. I went to my room and climbed out the window. I just wanted to run away from everybody and everything. I was so lost in my thoughts that I didn't even realize it started raining. I ran into a park and sat under the gazebo as I cried. But then sometime later, someone swept me into their arms. It was Mom. Mom, how did you know I was here? Magic.
No, I just followed you. Tell me, baby, what's bothering you? Is it the Amanda and Eric thing?
Honestly, I don't know. I think it's everything. You love Amanda more than me, Dad leaving us to get another family, Eric choosing Amanda, all of it. Mom hugged me tighter.
I love you both equally, sweetheart. Because you had such a strong bond with Dad, I felt like I needed to be more caring towards Amanda. She always felt left out when you and your dad had fun.
And it made so much sense. I'd never put myself in Amanda's shoes before.
Honey, no family is perfect. We argue, we fight, we even stop talking to each other at times. But in the end, family is family, and the love will always be there. Come on, those two are soaking in the rain for you.
When I looked up, I saw Amanda and Eric. They both came running to me, and we all hugged. Well, the spring dance went amazing. Amanda had Eric, and I got asked by a really cute boy to dance. We had fun like no one was watching, and for the first time in many years, I felt happy and loved.
Hi, I'm Elena, and I got stuck in a parking lot with my crush. Sounds juicy, right? It definitely was. It was the summer after 10th grade, and my very best friend Rachel and I were learning to drive, but she said that she had a great idea. As much as I loved Rach, the very idea of her great ideas horrified me. But before I could try to talk her out of whatever it was, she pulled into the dump. The dump is haunted, was all I managed to choke out. But Rachel just laughed and said, I've got a great idea for TikTok. We'll be in and out before you know it. I sighed. I just started recording Rachel when I heard a loud rustle. Felt like someone was watching us. I looked around nervously, but Rachel kept demanding my attention. Suddenly, there was a loud crash through the entire building, and I screamed. Then I heard footsteps, loud, echoing footsteps, coming closer. Steven? Standing just behind me was the man of my dreams. As I stumbled away from him, he put his arm around my waist to stop me from falling. Whoa, easy there, he said softly. My heart went wild. Did Steven just touch me? Steven had been my crush for like forever. He told us he'd seen her car parked outside and wanted to check if she was okay. What an absolute sweetheart. She laughed and said our car had broken down. What? She winked at me. What was she doing? Then, Steven turned his glorious eyes to me. Who's your friend? He asked. My heart broke at his words. He didn't even recognize me. She's Elena, you idiot. She goes to our school. She's in our grade. Don't tell me you've never seen her. Rachel laughed, and I just wanted the ground to swallow me whole. Steven looked a bit embarrassed and smiled at me. He asked if we were done with the TikTok. I'll drop you guys at home and have someone come for the car, he offered, like the gentleman he was. Rachel was thrilled. Clearly, she'd hoped he'd ask. We started towards his car when suddenly Rachel remembered she'd forgotten her wallet in the car. I'll catch up with you, she said, and sprinted away before I could say anything. With butterflies in my stomach, I walked beside him toward the parking lot, which was below the mall. I shivered as we went below. It truly felt like a scene out of a horror movie, but I felt safe with Steven. There was a buzzing throughout the entire parking lot, and then there was a loud crash. We dropped to the ground, afraid that it was an earthquake, but I quickly realized what it was. I ran upstairs to try and leave, but the door was closed and locked. We were trapped. I banged on the door as loud as I could, but I knew that it was no use. There was nobody to hear our screams for help. I checked my phone. Of course, there was no signal either. Steven checked his phone too. I can't call anyone. What are we gonna do now? I asked. Now that the door was closed, it was even darker. If I didn't know any better, I would think the shadows in the corners were alive and coming for us. It's gonna be okay, Stephen said soothingly. Then he did something unexpected. He took my hand and led me away from the door. Let's look for an escape. We started exploring. My heart hammered wildly, and electricity seemed to run up my arm from the hand he was holding. Yes, I was stuck in an awful place, but I was holding Stephen's hand. We looked for a way out, our hands clasped together the whole time. I wanted this moment to last forever, but then I saw a narrow ledge next to a window a few feet above us. If we climb to that, we can yell for help, I said. Stephen wasn't sure, but we managed to pull ourselves up. There was an alley running just behind the mall, but it was too risky to jump. That's when I noticed a man sleeping next to the dumpster. He looked homeless. He had a thick beard and his clothes were torn. Hey, you! I yelled as loudly as I could. The man woke up, but he seemed very angry and started cursing. We're stuck up here. Can you please call somebody for help? I said when he saw us. The homeless man said, Give me some money and I'll let you out. What a selfish jerk. I didn't have any money, so I turned to Stephen. He shook his head. No money, no help, the homeless guy said and walked off. I wanted to cry in frustration. Suddenly, the stool I was standing on shook, and my left foot slipped, making me fall off. I screamed. I fell into Stephen's arms, and he didn't let me go. When I looked up, his eyes stared into mine. He looked so strong and handsome. We stayed like that for a moment, and I almost thought he would kiss me. I wanted him to kiss me so bad, but the moment was interrupted by a loud horn. I looked at him in horror, but he looked like he hadn't even heard it. Was my imagination playing tricks on me? I looked around, shivering slightly in the cold. The place was getting really scary, and I couldn't wait to get out. I had the feeling of being watched again. To distract me, Stephen offered to play some songs on his phone. I recognized the first one right away. It was one of my favorite singers. Just then, the music turned to static, and scary voices came out. That's weird, Stephen said, frowning at his phone. I clutched his arm tighter, terrified. Stephen told me to stay where I was, while he went to look for his car. We would be safer inside it, he assured me. I wanted to go with him, but my ankle hurt from falling. After he left, I sat on the floor when I noticed a shadow move. I froze. Then, all of a sudden, a huge black figure raced towards me. I turned around to run, but fell flat on my face. Panic welled up, and I started to scream and cry. No, please, I begged out. What I heard next was the sound that terrified me worse than any ghost ever could. I heard loud laughter. I opened my eyes and saw that it was Rachel. She was clutching her stomach and had tears rolling down her cheeks. She was laughing so hard. Stephen stood next to her. He wasn't smiling, but of course, he'd been in on the joke the whole time. Worst of all, I saw one of Rachel's hands was in Stephen's pocket, and she was holding a video recorder in the other hand. Rachel, why would you do something like this? I cried. I couldn't believe it. You're such a loser for even falling for this, she said. I started to cry harder. I couldn't help myself. My best friend had betrayed me, and she seemed to be enjoying my misery. Why did you do it? I asked. Don't take it personally, she said, rolling her eyes. You were just easy bait because you're such a scaredy cat. I ran out of the parking lot in tears and called my older sister to come pick me up. There was no way I was going anywhere with those two. Before the day was out, the video was already on TikTok. By the next day, it had gone viral, and I was the school's laughing stock. While this was happening to me, Stephen avoided me like the plague. At least he looked guilty, but it was Rachel who truly hurt me. She pretended as if I didn't exist. So much for childhood best friends. When the sadness and shock faded, I was angry. So angry. I wanted revenge. I had done nothing to them, and they treated me like dirt. To top it all off, Rachel and Stephen were getting closer. They'd even started dating. This was something she'd done before. Whenever I had a crush on a guy, she would also start liking him, date him, and then dump him after a few weeks. This time, I decided enough was enough. I was going to take Stephen away from her, and I knew how to do it. I made an Instagram account and hired a professional to take some pictures of me where my face wasn't visible. I wanted to make myself seem mysterious, and my plan began to work. Once my account took off, I followed Stephen. After a week of suspense, he followed me back. I slid into his DMs. I flirted with him, and at first, he didn't flirt back. But over the next few days, we texted each other all the time. And I began to think he liked me. Back in school, I was still a big joke, and Rachel encouraged the meanness. I couldn't understand why she hated me so much all of a sudden. I tried to find comfort in the fact that I was going to have my revenge soon. Stephen texted me without fail every day, and soon enough, I realized he had feelings for me. He had told me literally everything about himself. The only problem was that I was afraid I would fall for him again. He was such a sweetheart. My heart fluttered every time he messaged. But this was revenge. No mercy. Then I decided it was time to test my power. When he was sitting with the other jocks and Rachel, I texted him asking him to meet me outside. He immediately left the table without telling Rachel or the others anything. I laughed for the first time in days. Revenge was mine. 2 days before the homecoming dance, the time I had set for completing my revenge, I was cleaning my locker when I saw Steven. The hall was empty. I ignored him, but to my surprise, he walked up to me to talk. "Hi, Elena," he said shyly. I had no intention of talking to him and walked away. That night, Mom peeked into my room and said, "There's someone here to meet you." But when I went to the door, there was nobody there, just a small note on the doormat next to a big, beautiful sunflower. It said, "I'm sorry, Elena, for everything that happened. I know it's no excuse, but I had no idea that things would go this far. I wish I had known you before. I know you will never forgive me now." Even though it wasn't signed, I knew immediately that Steven was the one who'd sent it. But why was he apologizing to me after all these months? My heart melted. I was pretty sure Rachel was the one who had convinced him to prank me. I could forgive him. The day before homecoming, I texted him from the anonymous account and confessed to liking him. He said he liked me too. I told him that if it was true, he would have to break up with his girlfriend and take me to the dance instead. He agreed immediately. It'd be so great when he saw I was behind the account and that I'd forgiven him, I thought to myself. I was finally going to date him and Rachel would get what she deserved. It was the day before the homecoming dance. Today, all of my plans would come into play. First, I rushed to school and waited for the cheerleading practice to start. While Rachel was practicing, I emptied the shampoo bottle she carried and filled it with instant blue hair dye. If anyone was super proud of their blonde hair, it was Rachel, and that was only the first thing she'd lose today. I waited outside the locker rooms. Soon enough, I heard a scream and lots of muffled laughter. I walked away to work on phase 2. I went to the biology lab and released all the frogs and cockroaches. Then I rushed out. I went to Mrs. Hawkins, the lab instructor, cried, and told her Rachel had been waiting for me in the lab. But when I got there, all the frogs and cockroaches were all over the place. She jumped up and rushed to the lab. I heard her cursing. Then she went straight to the principal's office. 10 minutes later, they called Rachel. I hung around the office till I saw her. Her hair looked a horrible shade of blue, and it was so patchy I almost felt sorry for her. Some of the dye had stained her face, too. People were laughing at her. When she saw me, she glared at me and went inside the office. Then I heard yelling and crying. 10 minutes later, Rachel rushed out crying. "You did this!" she yelled. She had been banned from the dance. Finally, it was lunchtime, time for the icing on the cake. As Rachel sat complaining and crying, Steven got up and tried to leave. Obviously, Rachel tried to throw a huge tantrum, but he just shook her off and loudly said, "We're over." Everyone heard. The next day was the homecoming dance, and Steven messaged that he had a huge game before it. He said scouts from huge colleges would be there. I told Steven that even though I wouldn't be able to come to see his game, I was definitely cheering for him. My plan was, he wouldn't see who I really was until the dance. On my way to the game, I saw 2 of the football players who were really close friends with Steven. They were talking about Rachel and Steven. I got closer to hear. "Damn shame that he broke up with Rachel like that," one of them said. "I'm not really surprised. Remember what he did to that freak Elena? His idea for that prank video was genius. He's planning to try out another epic idea on her." He what? I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It was Steven's idea all along, and he was planning to prank me again? I felt like someone had punched me in the stomach. He had almost tricked me again. Just then, my phone buzzed with Steven's text. "Can't wait to see you." I texted him a location and asked him to meet me there. I deleted my Instagram account as I walked out of the locker room. I knew exactly how I would come clean to Steven. I rushed home and grabbed a few cameras and my Wi-Fi device. On the way, I made a quick stop to the toy store. Then I rushed over to where it had all started, the dump. It was evening and the place looked as haunted as ever. But today, I wasn't scared at all. Before he got there, I fitted the cameras in the garage and connected them to my phone. Finally, he walked in, calling me to come out. As soon as he walked in the door, it crashed and locked behind him. On my phone, I heard him laughing. "You naughty girl," he said, looking around for me. I hit play and a recording began playing in the garage. I told Steven who I was. and suddenly I noticed his expression change. He got angry and started yelling for me to let him out. My recording kept playing. Guess who you shouldn't have told about your fear of spiders? It went on. Suddenly, Steven stopped yelling. By now, Steven was begging, but it was too late. I released the toy spiders. I'd gotten the biggest, hairiest ones I could find. I heard him screaming, begging, and apologizing to me. The spiders crawled towards him. I waited for him to realize before I pressed the button that would live stream everything to the big screen that had been set up for the big game tonight. That should make it easier for them to find him. I heard his scream as I started my car and drove away.
Hey friends, I'm Jessica from Pennsylvania. Please like and subscribe. I was born 2 minutes after my triplet sisters, Zoe and Dana. And even though we look alike, Zoe and Dana always made me feel different. They stuck together, wore the same outfits, and even had their own language, just so they could talk about me behind my back.
Hosaka Galago. Kosaka Galaga Mene. What is the deal with you two? You sound so dumb when you talk like a duck. No, we don't. You're just jealous because you're not part of our cool club.
Whatever. They were right. I hated being the odd one out. I think my sisters were jealous because I was prettier, taller, and smarter. And when I turned 13, I landed my first modeling gig for an international teen magazine, and we just grew more distant. They begged Mom and Dad to get them into modeling too, and my parents went out on a limb to get Zoe to walk a fashion show, but she kept throwing tantrums.
OMG. This color makes my eyes look small. Is this Diet Coke? No? Get lost then and get me one. This makeup artist looks like a homeless person. Get me a prettier one.
It was so bad, they kicked her out and she never got a call back.
I don't get it. We're dressed up better, obviously prettier, and yet somehow you get all these great gigs.
Ugh, don't whine if you can't get what's mine. And I'll let you in on my secret, but you have to promise me never to tell Mom. I walk on my arms 3 times a day, every day, for at least 50 minutes.
That's ridiculous. We've never seen you do that.
I won't do it in front of you, dummy. It's called a secret for a reason. Walking on hands helps me with my posture, and I walk better on the ramp. It was a lie, of course, but my sisters were so dumb, they tried doing everything but couldn't even land a handstand. And one time, Zoe ended up falling and crashing right into Mom's $1,000 vase, smashing it into pieces. Mom was furious, and they both ended up getting their butts grounded, while I had the TV all to myself for a good 2 weeks. Absolute bliss. But after that day, they never trusted me, but I couldn't care less. Eventually, they gave up on their dream of ever becoming a model. As for me, I continued being the professional that I was, and I only got more famous. One day while working on an ad, I was a bit confused about my lines. It makes me look hot. Excuse me, this is supposed to be a winter wear commercial, right? The lines are all wrong. Let me see. I turned around and saw Peyton walking in my direction. He was modeling royalty with over 10 million followers on Instagram. I was doing this commercial with him? How did I miss the memo? Say it like this. I feel so hot when I'm wearing these, I can barely feel the cold. You try. I feel cold, hot. No, wait, I can get this right.
It's okay. I have that effect on girls. I'm Peyton, by the way. I'm sure you've heard of me.
Who hasn't? It's such an honor working with you. Peyton and I absolutely nailed that winter wear ad, and our chemistry was so good, we ended up doing a lot of ads together. We started hanging out more and more, and soon became good friends. The more I got to know him, the closer to him I felt.
You know, apart from good looks and almost perfect body, I also happen to be an amazing singer.
Oh, how cool. I've always wanted to be a model, but...
Do you want me to sing for you?
Oh, yes. I'd love to. Before I could even finish my sentence, Peyton started singing, and it was so bad. I could feel my eardrums cry. But despite that horrible singing, when Peyton asked me out that evening, I happily said yes. And when my sisters found out, they burned with rage. Seriously? You think I won't know you're talking about me and Peyton? Guess your secret language doesn't make you cool enough to be with someone like him, so I'm just gonna ignore you.
Ignore us all you want, but you can't ignore the fact that Peyton is too good for you, and you'll never be able to keep him happy.
Say what you want. I'm late for my meeting with my super hot boyfriend. It felt so good to rub it in their faces. The next few weeks were bliss. The news about me and Peyton being an item skyrocketed our reputation, and everyone wanted to sign us up. Life was perfect until my agent booked us for a Christmas ad, and this time they wanted to use my whole family, including Zoe and Dana. I begged my agent not to go through with it, but she didn't give a rat's butt about it. The
press is big on this, Jess. If you guys crack this, people will run to get in line for your autographs. Come on, I'm sure your sisters are not that bad. They're horrible. But if this brings more work, then I'll try and give it a shot. I tried to make peace with it, but the next day when the photographers came, Zoe plopped her butt right next to Peyton, and I felt my insides explode. Every time Dana gave Zoe a look, Zoe whispered something in Peyton's ear, and they burst out laughing. What? What's so funny? Tell me too. Forget it. Your boring brain wouldn't get our jokes.
It's okay, Jess. I'll just tell you everything later.
And with that, Zoe whispered another joke to him. The photo turned out great and did a fab job at making us look like a perfect family. If only they could see my inner rage. As the photographer was packing up, I had some final paperwork to sign. When I looked up, Zoe and Peyton were nowhere to be found. I went to look for them outside when I found the two of them hugging. You know you can tell me anything, right?
Thanks, Zoe. Feels like I can talk about anything with you. Thanks for being the perfect friend.
Excuse me? I thought I was your perfect friend.
Jess, that's not what I meant.
Then what did you mean? Can you stop being so pushy? Jeez, poor Peyton is going through so much in life. Did you even know that he has a sensitive throat? He can't sing anymore. Oh, wow. Really? Newsflash, he could never sing. He sang like a toad with a throat infection. You want to be friends so bad? Then go ahead. But I'm done with all of you.
Jess, wait.
Oh, just leave her. You're better off without her. Peyton kept shouting at me, but I was super mad. The next morning, I was feeling a bit better, so I called Peyton, but he didn't answer. Instead, my agent called me up and gave me the shock of my life. The company we did the Christmas ad for loved Zoe and Peyton's flawless chemistry, and they want to go ahead with them. They want you off the project. Are you kidding me? She's the worst model ever.
I'm really sorry, Jess.
I was devastated beyond words and rushed to give Zoe a piece of my mind. But when I went to her room, I saw something interesting. Zoe and Dana were arguing over Peyton. You shouldn't keep him all to yourself, okay? We decided I'll get a fair chance to impress Peyton too. Really now? I don't think he's interested in anyone. I mean, look what happened to Jess. She's prettier than both of us combined, and he chose me over her. You don't stand a chance. We'll just see about that. Just stay away from him till I ask him out on a date, okay?
Wow, at least they accepted I was better than them.
But this was the first time ever I'd seen them argue. I thought this was the worst they could do. But a few days later at the success party of our Christmas ad campaign, Dana walked up to me asking if I'd seen Zoe, and the perfect idea struck me. I think I saw her go upstairs in the study. Oh, Dana, I think she's with Peyton. If I were you, I'd let them be. She's what? I'm gonna kill that witch! Dana looked like a raging bull as she ran upstairs, and of course, I followed. She opened the door dramatically, just as Zoe was about to kiss Peyton. Get your filthy hands off him. Oh my god, Dana, are you crazy? Get out! Not before you tell me what's happening. What do you think is happening? We're making out? And then Dana jumped on Zoe, and the two broke out in a huge fight. Peyton and I tried to separate them. But suddenly, Zoe lost her mind and somehow ended up smacking Peyton across the face. Oh my god, perfect! Peyton left angrily and Zoe followed him, while Dana ran and locked herself in the room. I celebrated with the team alone and managed to impress them so well, they gave me another individual project. That evening, as I went onto the porch to get some fresh air, I saw Dana sobbing silently. Here, drink this. It's vanilla milkshake, your favorite. What? Suddenly, she hugged me tightly and started sobbing inconsolably. I'm so sorry. I'm the worst sister in the world. Please, please forgive me. Ew, you got a booger all over me. Yuck, Dana. Sorry, it's just that I've been awful to you all my life. I even tried to get in the way of your career and love life, and look where it landed me. My life's a mess. No, it's not. Get a grip, girl. And why are you sorry now? Did you not think about the time you left me alone while you gossiped in Egyptian with Zoe? What? Your dumb secret language? Oh, that was actually nothing. We just said some nonsense to piss you off. It was Zoe's idea. So you're telling me there's no language at all? Man, you guys are evil. Wait, Jess, I know we've been really bad to you, but how about we join forces and get some good old-fashioned revenge on Zoe? You know you want it, and God knows she deserves it. And how am I supposed to trust you? You have to take your chances, but I won't let you down, I promise. I had to admit, that sounded pretty tempting, but I wasn't a spiteful person. Or maybe I was. Either way, I wanted Zoe to pay for butting into my life and stealing Peyton from me. So I agreed. The plan was simple. Every time Peyton and Zoe went out on a date, Dana and I would follow them and tip off the paparazzi to take the weirdest pictures, till one of them eventually got annoyed. It went on for days, till one day, Peyton got so fed up that he turned to one of the photographers with a snarl.
Come on, Peyton, how about a smile for the camera? How about this instead?
Peyton punching the reporter and Zoe's smirking face was all over the papers and tabloids. He lost most of his contracts, and so did Zoe, since she only worked on his recommendation. Once their professional relationship was over, their personal one soon followed. Dana and I watched as Peyton came over to see Zoe. I can't get any work since that terrible night. Why couldn't you control yourself? It wasn't such a big deal.
Of course it's not a big deal to you. You like the attention. I don't.
What do you mean?
I mean that a small-time dumb model like you would want cameras to follow you everywhere.
Wait a minute.
Maybe it's you who keeps tipping them off.
This makes no sense.
Oh, it makes perfect sense. Getting photographed with someone as famous as me would be a dream come true for someone like you.
Shut up, Peyton. You can't talk to Zoe like that.
Why are you jumping to her defense? Did you forget how she took over your life and your boyfriend?
Seems like she did me a favor there, because I can do a lot better than a bug-eating idiot like you. And so can Zoe. Now do us both a favor and get out before I knock your teeth in. Peyton pouted and left, and Zoe turned to me. Why did you do that? I clearly don't deserve your sympathy. You're my sister, Zoe. The only person who can talk down to you is me. But I hope you learned a lesson. I did, and I'm sorry for everything. All the times I've been mean to you. Yeah, we're sorry too. We're the ones who tipped off the paparazzi. It's okay. I kinda deserved it, so we're good? Might take me a little while, but I'll get there. Even if it takes us years, we're gonna prove to you that we've always got your back. Triplets. To the end. A few days later, my agent told me that due to bad publicity, Peyton got dropped from his modeling agency. Zoe and Dana worked non-stop to get back into business, and I helped my sisters in every way I could, till they were eventually good enough to land their own gigs. Working together brought us closer. But I think the best part was when we got to go on vacation and just relax and do little things together like chatting and even learning new languages. Agana binagutke, amugachugadu. Hi, I'm Grace, and I'm a liar. But before that, please like and subscribe. When I was little, my mom worked for this rich woman who was the third cousin of the daughter of the king of bleep. Oops, I forgot. Mom and I signed an NDA, so I really can't say which country or what king. Anyway, the rich woman had a fabulous life. She and her daughter Gigi, who was my age, lived in a beautiful mansion. They went to the spa every week and on vacation every weekend. But the only thing was that the paparazzi never left them alone. They camped in front of the house and hid in the trees to get a glimpse of Gigi and her mom. Gigi and I looked alike, so I'd often pose as her decoy. I'd walk out the front door in her fancy clothes and smile for the paparazzi, while Gigi snuck out the back into a tinted SUV and sped off. Life was great until Gigi and her mom moved back to bleep and Mom lost her job. We moved into a tiny house and Mom had to work 2 jobs just to afford the rent. I hated being poor. It made me sick to my stomach. So I decided I had to be rich one day. I worked harder than ever in school so I could get a good job and make a ton of money. Then one day, I was called into the principal's office and she gave me the best news ever.
Congratulations, Grace! You've been awarded a scholarship to one of the most prestigious private schools in the city.
I was over the moon, but there was one big problem. My new school was filled with rich kids. There was no way I was gonna fit in. That night, I had nightmares about them laughing at me and chasing me through the halls. The next morning, I woke up and prayed that I could win $1 million. And then the craziest thing happened.
I talked with your Aunt Maddie. She lives near your new school. You'll be staying with her so I can save some money.
I jumped for joy. I just hit the jackpot. Aunt Maddie was a filthy rich lawyer. She was so generous that she'd recently adopted a daughter my age. That evening, Aunt Maddie's chauffeur picked me up in a limousine and drove me to her mansion. My adopted cousin Victoria greeted me at the door. She looked like a supermodel, aside from these huge glasses that were way too big for her face. Victoria took me to my room, and as I was unpacking, she kept staring at my clothes. Whoa, what happened? I've seen homeless people wear better clothes. I was so embarrassed. I started crying like an idiot. They're all I have. I'm poor. Oh, don't worry about it, Grace. I've got your back. You can borrow some of my clothes. I've got plenty. Victoria led me to her room, where she opened a walk-in closet twice the size of my mom's house, filled with dozens of Gucci and Versace dresses, shoes,
clothes and handbags. I was in heaven. When we got to school, I strutted like a superstar down the hallway, and all the kids couldn't stop staring at me. In class, the teacher asked us all to introduce ourselves and share something interesting about our families. All the other kids came from wealthy families that owned huge business empires. Some even had parents who were famous celebrities. When the teacher asked me to introduce myself, I walked to the front of the class. I felt really nervous. I couldn't tell them about my poor single mom who worked as a janitor at a beauty salon and waited tables at a 2-star restaurant. Then suddenly, something strange came over me, and the most unexpected words just fell out of my mouth. Hi everyone, I'm Grace, and I'm an heiress to the throne of bleep.
Due to the privacy of the royal family, we cannot...
Jeez, can we skip the legal mumbo-jumbo and get back to the story? Now, where was I? Oh yeah, everyone in class stared at me like I was a unicorn. I took out my phone and flashed one of my photos from a magazine, and the kids went wild. Victoria appeared out of nowhere and pulled me to the side. Have you lost your mind? You just told everyone a big fat lie. My mind is right where it's supposed to be, if you must know. Plus, it's not really a lie. You were Gigi's stand-in. My mom told me all about it. You're stealing her identity. I'm just borrowing it. She won't even notice. Victoria walked away. Then a bunch of popular kids ran over to me. My plan was working like a charm. Are you really in line for the throne? Yep. It's a very real possibility. Everyone in line before me is old and sick.
I thought you moved back to Europe.
That's fake news. But aren't you living with Victoria? Yes. My mother wants me to have a more grounded experience among commoners, but it's just temporary. Ta-ta. Sorry, no more questions today. Maybe we can have crumpets and tea later. Then Damien, the most beautiful boy I'd ever seen, patted me on my shoulder and my heart skipped a beat. His sparkly brown eyes and warm smile made my heart flutter.
Your Highness, would you do me the honor of coming to my party tonight?
He took my hand and kissed it. Yes, please. That night, I raided Victoria's closet and found the perfect dress. I pranced around in the mirror, flashed my prettiest smile, and practiced kissing my hand. What's up with you? I told Victoria all about how Damien invited me to his party, and she looked pissed. Don't you mention that jerk to me. He's not a jerk. He's really cool, and he looks like an angel. Listen, you'll live to regret it if you choose to hang out with that idiot. Are you sure we're talking about the same guy? Damien's at the top of our class. He smells like fresh strawberries. He's super cute and the captain of the football team. He's perfect. Never mind. I'm out of here. Victoria stormed off in a huff, but I didn't have time to figure out what put a bee in her bonnet. I had to get to Damien's party. Of course, Damien's party was awesome. We danced together for hours, and at the end of the night, he gave me the most romantic kiss.
You're amazing, Grace.
I know. People tell me that all the time.
I've never met a girl like you before.
Which made sense because everything I told him was a lie. I must admit, I felt a little guilty for lying, but I wasn't hurting anyone. After that, Damien and I started dating, and we became the hottest couple in school. My popularity was through the roof. Even Victoria stopped shaking her head at me every time we passed each other in the hallway. Life was great until things took a horrible turn. One day, one of the rich kids invited me to an exclusive restaurant. I was busy enjoying my caviar when I looked out the window and saw Victoria and Damien having a heated argument across the street. I was about to go out to snoop on them, but our waiter Brian, this geeky kid from my math class, stepped into my path.
Excuse me, you forgot to pay for your food.
He gave me a bill of over $200. I had less than $20 in my bank account. I was invited to this party.
And we've been told everyone is paying their bill separately.
A couple of popular kids started staring at us, so without thinking, I handed Brian my bank card.
I'm sorry, but your card has been declined.
That's impossible. I'm heir to $1 million fortune.
We also accept cash.
This is no way to treat royalty. I want to speak with your manager now. I dragged Brian to the side, but I was so afraid he was going to call the cops on me that I decided to tell him the truth. Listen, there's no way I can pay all that money. Maybe we can work something out.
You rich kids always try to take advantage of people. Please pay so I can do my job. Aren't you from some royal family anyway?
I'm seriously not a rich kid. That was all a big lie. I just wanted to fit in. Suddenly, tears started streaming down my face.
Oh, geez, please don't cry. Listen, I know what it's like to want to fit in with the rich kids. I'll put it on my tab, but you have to pay me back this month.
I was so relieved. It felt like a huge weight had been lifted. It was was good to tell the truth, but then it hit me. If Brian exposed me, my fabulous life would be destroyed. Could you please keep my secret?
Sure, but only if you agree to tutor me. I'm kinda struggling with calculus, and I saw you got 100 on the test.
I happily agreed. By the time I was done with this drama, Victoria and Damien were gone, and neither of them answered their phones. I called my driver to take me home. I waited in my room for hours, but didn't hear a word from either of them. I was confused, worried, and a little jealous. What on earth could they have been arguing about? A few minutes after midnight, I woke up to hear a car pulling into the driveway. I looked out the window. It was Damien, and Victoria was in the passenger seat. I saw red. I raced down the stairs and ran straight into Victoria. Why are you sneaking around with Damien? We aren't sneaking around. I saw you two arguing at the party. It's complicated, and I'm really tired. Can we talk about it later? It's not complicated at all. You're a jealous witch and a boyfriend stealer. And don't try to deny it. You hate that I'm more popular than you and that Damien's in love with me. Victoria marched to her room and slammed her door in my face. Something fishy was going on between those two, and I was gonna find out what. The next day, I asked Damien about Victoria.
Don't worry about it, babe. She's my partner for a school project. We were only talking about that. You know I only have eyes for you.
After that, Damien got really busy with football practice, so I focused on school and tutoring Brian. To my surprise, I enjoyed hanging out with Brian. He was smart and funny, and we were both huge fans of classical music. One night, he played one of Mozart's concertos on the piano for me. That was beautiful. I didn't know you were so talented.
I'm kind of a music prodigy. That's how I got a scholarship to our school.
A couple of weeks later, Brian aced his calculus test and invited me to his piano recital.
I'll be playing that piece you like, and a new song I wrote for you.
You wrote a song for me? Brian blushed, and so did I.
It's a thank you for all you've done for me.
I wouldn't miss your concert for the world. That night, just as I was getting ready to go to the concert with Brian, Damien showed up in a tuxedo. What are you doing here?
You're funny. I told you I was picking you up.
Oh God, I'd totally forgotten that Damien had invited me to be his date for his family's annual charity ball.
Come on, we don't want to be late.
Damien took my hand and rushed me to his car. When we arrived at the ball, Damien's parents were excited to meet me. They spent the whole night introducing me to all their fancy friends and bragged about how their son had landed the heiress to a throne. I needed a breath of fresh air, so I went out into the back alley for a bit to find Damien and the school's head cheerleader kissing. When they saw me, they turned as white as bed sheets.
It's not what it looks like.
Actually, it is. Damien and I are in love.
I was gonna tell you after the party. I just wanted to impress my parents by saying you were my girlfriend. You're their favorite royal, and they've been dying to meet you.
I slapped Damien hard in the face and stormed out of there. The next day, Brian marched up to me at school with a huge scowl.
I waited for you for over an hour, and you didn't even call.
I'm sorry. I had another engagement.
Like what? Your fake royal duties? If you didn't want to go, you should have just told me. You didn't have to play with my feelings. I may not be one of the popular kids, but I don't deserve to be treated like trash.
Brian stormed off. I was gutted, and just when I thought the day couldn't get any worse, I got an alert on my phone. A gossip website had done a news report on me and outed me as a fraud. All the kids crowded around me like an angry mob. I ran outside and straight into a bunch of crazy paparazzi. They chased me through the parking lot. I darted down the street and jumped into a cab. Get me out of here, please. The driver hightailed it out of there. When I got home, I raced up the stairs and locked myself in my room. Then suddenly, someone unlocked my bedroom door and turned the knob. Terrified, I hid under the bed. My lies had finally caught up with me. The police would haul me off to jail. My mom would be so embarrassed she'd disown me. The whole thing might even go on my permanent record. I closed my eyes and braced myself for the worst. Please have mercy. I'm just a kid. I made a mistake. I'm sorry. Don't be so dramatic. It's just me. I told you all this would blow up in your face. The lying. And most of all, Damien? Was he dating you too? No, gross. Damien and I lived in the same foster home years ago. That night at the restaurant, I got a text about our foster mother. She'd gotten into a bad accident and had to have a major surgery. She'd just woken up and was begging to see me and Damien. That's it. Damien hates that he was poor and he won't tell anyone he's adopted. Or that he and I know each other from a foster home. And he's always trying so hard to impress his snooty parents. You're not that different. He just wants so bad to fit in. That information hit me like a ton of bricks. At that moment, I decided to make a change. I apologized to Victoria and sent Brian a dozen I'm sorry memes. And I came clean to everyone at school. After my truth was revealed, I wasn't popular anymore, of course. I was even mocked and branded as a liar. But I had Victoria, and I eventually made friends with some nice kids. And it took a while, but Brian and I started talking again after I offered to tutor him for free for a year. In the end, I realized that being a popular fake royal didn't hold a candle to being surrounded by friends that loved me for me. I was just walking out of my favorite thrift store when two scary maniacs jumped out of an alley and blocked my way.
Give us your necklace, or else!
I was about to make a run of it when suddenly Tom, appeared at my side. He threw a stinky egg sandwich at one of the maniacs' faces, pushed him onto the other guy, and grabbed my hand. We raced down the street and turned a corner. Just then, I saw Tom staring at my necklace with this stupid twinkle in his eye. I pulled my hand away and turned a corner to ditch him, but he caught up to me. I'm usually a fast runner, but you try running in these heels. Anyway, I was running for my life, and stupid Tom hopped in front of me.
Ava, that's a dead end. We should go this way.
Leave me alone.
I'm trying to save your life.
You're a liar. I don't believe you. All you want is my necklace.
Yeah, but I don't want to see you get hurt either.
Since when do you care about me, jerk face?
Since I realized that I like you.
Hi, my name is Ava, and before I continue, please like and subscribe. Okay, I admit I'm a little weird. It's not my fault. I come from a family of weirdos. My parents own a bug exterminator business, and they're totally obsessed with bugs. Weird, right? Like, they kill bugs for a living, and yet they adore them. They even have a couple pet tarantulas named Simon and Igor. When I was 10, my parents set up a playdate for me and all the kids from the neighborhood. Things were going fine as we played board games and danced to music, but then Dad came downstairs with his huge ant farm.
Kids, did you know that ants don't have ears and some of them don't have eyes?
Ew! Dad went on and on about stupid facts about ants, and just when I thought he couldn't get more embarrassing, he tripped on his shoelace and dropped the ant farm, which broke, and ants flew everywhere. They crawled up a kid's leg, into another kid's hair, and one picked up a handful and ate them. That's crunchy. Their parents were so upset, they banned their kids from coming over. And well, I was now known as the Bug Lady. It wasn't easy to make friends, and eventually, I stopped trying or caring. And then in high school, things got even worse. My parents lost a huge client, and money got really tight. So I decided to get a part-time job to help out. I applied everywhere, but no one was hiring. And then I walked by this amazing thrift store. It had these beautiful secondhand dresses in the window, and I couldn't help staring. Once I stepped inside, I fell in love. The owner was an old lady, Miss Green, and I begged her to work there. Luckily, she gave me a job. I spent half my money helping my parents out, and the other half I used to thrift. I bought the most amazing retro dresses in all these cool colors. Blouses with shoulder pads, bell bottoms, and clunky heels. Every day when I walked down the hall, I'd imagine that I was in a fashion show, but dumb kids would make stupid comments. Oh my god, what year is it? The year fashion went to die? Are you a circus clown, or did a rainbow blow up in your face? But I'd just pull down my sunglasses and look them square in the eye. No, it's thrift chic. Then I'd strut down the hall like a boss. Miss Green and I had a blast at the thrift store. I'd help her dress the mannequins and arrange the clothes, while she taught me the art of negotiating a good deal. She was almost 60 years older than me, but she was my BFF. Life was great, until her stupid grandson Tom came to town. Tom was my age, and he thought he was super cool with his perfect hair, perfect teeth, and expensive clothes. The rumor was he had a genius IQ because he aced every test. All the teachers loved him, and all the popular girls waited in line to date him. Tom moved in with Miss Green because his parents had to travel overseas for business. He started working at the thrift store too, but he was the absolute worst. He'd complain all the time about the stupidest things.
It smells like mothballs in here. This music is so unsophisticated. Can I please have a chair? These handmade Italian shoes weren't made for standing all day.
And then one day, I came in early, and I overheard Tom and Miss Green in the office at the back of the store.
Granny, money. You really should consider selling this place. You're getting too old, plus you're losing money. I found a buyer who's willing to take all this clothes, off your hands. Think of all the extra money you'd have in the bank. We could go on vacation, you could buy me a car, and...
I couldn't take it anymore, so I barged in. You can't sell this place.
No one asked for your opinion.
Please, Miss Green, don't listen to him. This store is too important. Think about the customers. They'll be so heartbroken.
We're losing money right and left. We can barely make rent.
I'm sorry, Ava. Tom is right. I don't know if we can afford it anymore.
I refused to go down without fighting, so I put my thinking cap on and came up with a wonderful idea. I went online and found several chat rooms for thrifters. Then I posted a bunch of pictures with me posing in clothes I bought from the thrift store. The next day, a swarm of thrifters showed up at the front door. They raced through the aisles and bought a ton of clothes. We made twice as much money as usual. That night, Miss Green and I celebrated with a sparkling bottle of apple cider, while Tom sulked in the corner like a 5-year-old. Business was steady for a couple of weeks, but then things quickly went back to normal. One day, Tom ambushed me at my locker at school.
You won't stop me from convincing my granny to sell that stupid store, so I suggest you back off.
The store isn't stupid. Miss Green loves it, and you'd know that if you weren't such a selfish jerk.
You're so naive. You don't even know what you're talking about. I'm so sick of you filling my granny with your dumb ideas. She's only keeping that store because of you.
That's not true.
I've never met someone so lame. Your best friend is an 80-year-old.
At least I have a friend. You're so annoying and boring. I'd rather scratch my eyes out than spend another second with you.
That's just your stupid opinion. Haven't you seen how popular I am around here?
It's just because you have amazing hair, gorgeous eyes, a nice set of teeth, and a pack of abs. Lucky for you, people are dumb and superficial. Imagine if you had to rely on your personality. You'd get the Biggest Loser award.
Are you sure you'd be willing to part with the trophy? It would be hard to give it up when you've been winning 16 years in a row.
I shoved him out of my way and marched off. I couldn't stand his jerk face anymore. Later in gym class, we were playing a game of dodgeball, and the gym teacher put me and Tom on the same team. Tom kept giving me dirty looks. Then I got distracted, and a ball slammed into me and knocked me right on my butt. Tom laughed like a hyena, and I got so mad that I tackled him to the ground. The gym teacher sent me and Tom to the principal's office.
This is all her fault.
He started it.
She's crazy.
The last thing I wanted was to be stuck in detention after school for hours with Tom. This is clearly a misunderstanding. Truly, the ball is at fault. Dodgeball is a dangerous game. Someone was bound to get hurt. I blame the gym teacher. I blame society. The principal still gave us detention, and my animosity toward Tom grew even worse. A couple of weeks later, Miss Green got a bunch of new donations, and as we were going through the box, I found the most beautiful necklace that I immediately tried on. Wow, this is amazing. I've never seen anything like it. You can have it, sweetie. No, I can't take this. It's way too nice. I insist. I appreciate everything you've done for me. Consider it a thank you and a goodbye gift. Miss Green's words rocked me to my core. She told me she decided to close the store next week. No, there must be something we can do. The landlord doubled the rent. Tom and I ran the numbers. There's no way we can afford to keep the store. I felt like a knife had sliced through my heart. Tom glared at me from across the room, and then I got a text from him with a stupid meme that said, "I told you so." I put on the necklace and went straight home. All of a sudden, it was like my world turned gray. I couldn't smile or pretend to laugh at my parents' stupid bug jokes.
What's the matter, Ladybug?
You look as sad as a slug.
A sad slug? That's funny.
I told them I was fine, but I really wasn't. The next day, I was in the library, and the most surprising thing happened. The librarian walked up to me, glanced at my necklace, and suddenly her face turned white as a ghost. "That necklace, where did you get it? It was a gift. Come with me." I followed the librarian to an aisle filled with a ton of old, dusty books. She pulled one off the shelf, then showed me a picture of an ancient Egyptian princess wearing my necklace. The next thing I knew, me and my parents were whisked away to this huge lab where a famous archaeologist examined my necklace. Then he had a huge press conference. "Professor, are the rumors really true?"
Yes, we've confirmed it. The necklace is authentic, and it's worth $200,000.
After that night, my life turned upside down, and everyone around me went bananas. Camera crews camped out on my lawn, and magazines and news stations wanted to interview me. There were even conspiracy theories that said that I was a long-lost princess, and the necklace traveled through time and space to find me. Even my parents started acting crazy. One night, they barged into my room with a projector and a slideshow. You must sell the necklace. It could pay for your college tuition, a sailboat, and a new wardrobe.
We could even expand the bug business worldwide. Cockroaches and termites, beware.
It didn't feel right spending the money on me. I wanted to give it to Miss Green to save the thrift store. The next morning, I went to the store to meet her, but I bumped into stupid Tom instead.
What are you doing here?
None of your business, jerk.
If you're looking for my granny, she's not here. She's out of town, but I'm glad I ran into you. I need that necklace back.
No way! Miss Green wanted me to have it.
That was a mistake. I don't have time to explain. I need that necklace back now.
Tom tried to grab the necklace, but I ran. He chased me around the store. I grabbed a pair of boots off the shelf and threw them at his feet. Tom tripped and fell on his face. I hustled out the door. I was wearing my new ruby red heels, so I didn't move very fast. Just when I thought I was in the clear, these two crazy maniacs jumped into the street. And you know the rest. I guess we can pick back up at the kiss. I like replaying it in my head all the time. Since when do you care about me, jerk face?
Since I realized that I like you.
Then he pulled away, grabbed my hand, and we hopped on a bus. The bus sped away just as the crazy maniacs turned the corner. We were in the clear. I turned to see Tom staring at me. I was totally confused. Just minutes ago, Tom was my enemy, the Joker to my Batman, the pimple to my forehead. And now he tells me he likes me?
Yeah, I'm as confused as you are. I hated you for weeks. Your silly clothes and your obsession with thrifting was so annoying, but then something changed. The truth is, I was just jealous.
Jealous of what?
You're smart and funny. You don't care what anyone thinks. You pull off your hideous clothes with confidence. And the way you are with my grandma, I've never seen her so happy. I've never seen anyone smile like that in my family before. And you're so brave. You never give up. I guess you inspired me.
Then why did you try to steal my necklace?
I wasn't trying to steal it. A couple of days ago, I was at the shop alone when these scary-looking men came searching for the necklace. I didn't know what they were talking about. They said they'd hurt me and Granny if I didn't give it back. I searched everywhere for that necklace, but I couldn't find it.
But Miss Green found the necklace and gave it to me.
That night you were on the news, the bad men came to the store and took my Granny, demanding the necklace as ransom. They said they'd hurt her if I went to the police. I don't know what to do.
I glanced out the window and saw the bad men tailing the bus in a car. Then I got an idea. I pulled out my cell phone and told my parents about our dilemma. They told us they'd meet us at the next bus stop.
Are you sure about this?
Yeah, I come from a family of exterminators. We know how to get rid of pests. Tom and I stepped off the bus, and just as I imagined, the scary men pulled up. Tom started freaking out.
They're coming. We have to run.
But before I could calm Tom down, we were surrounded by the bad guys.
Give up. It's over, you stupid kids.
Then my parents jumped out of the bushes with their gas masks and exterminator gear, screaming like lunatics and spraying them with insecticides.
Stop it! Stop it!
You better hold still then, or I'm gonna release Simon and Igor on you next.
They bite when they get anxious.
The men revealed where they'd been holding Miss Green, and we called the police immediately. They sent a team to rescue Miss Green from an abandoned building, while the bad men were taken to jail. After that, I sold the necklace. I tried giving the money to Miss Green to save the thrift store, but she insisted that we become business partners instead. Tom and I started dating, and he stopped being a jerk. Well, somewhat.
Your jacket is ugly, but you're beautiful, and I love you.
I'm gonna throw your pretentious shoes in the dumpster later, but I love you too.
Hi, I'm Chris, and I live in Los Angeles with my celebrity mom. Before I continue, please like and subscribe to MSA. I never knew my dad, but I totally worshipped my mom. She was a famous singer, and with her sparkly clothes and gorgeous voice, she was perfect in my eyes. Except, mom never seemed to love me the way I loved her. In fact, growing up, she was always so busy, she barely had time for me. Mom, could you help me with my hair? I'm late for school, and this knot is just the worst. Oh, sweetie, I'm late for a recording, but I've got an idea. And with that, mom took a pair of scissors and cut a huge chunk of my hair. I walked around the school looking like a shaved lizard for days. When I was 10, I got selected to play the lead in the play. Mom promised that she would come, but I kept waiting and she never showed up. When I got home, I saw her having a spa session in the middle of our living room. Everything is calm. You're in your happy place, in the middle of the meadows, beneath the sparkling skies. Mom? Shh! She's in her happy place. I don't care. I need to talk to her. But mom just lay there, face down, completely zoned out. I felt so mad. I walked up to the massage lady and smashed the bowl of oil on the floor. What's the matter with you, Chris? Can't you see I'm busy?
You missed my play for a stupid spa session? How could you be so selfish, Mom?
You have no idea about the stress I'm under. Working on my new album to keep my millions of fans happy.
And how about keeping me happy? Ever thought about that?
With that, I just ran up to my room and shut my door. Mom and I didn't speak to each other for days, and after that, she left for yet another tour and didn't come back for 2 whole weeks. Over time, Mom and I just got more distant. She got busier with work, and I got busier with school and theater. With time, I got better and started performing in local dramas. Things were fine, but then I turned 16 and everything changed. Mom told me she was leaving on a tour for a year and I was going to a boarding school. But I don't want to go. My whole life is here. Why are you doing this? Chris, please don't make this more difficult than it already is. You're going to a boarding school and that's final. I kept arguing with Mom the whole night, but she didn't give a hoot, and 2 days later, I was on a flight to my new school. Mom didn't even come to see me off, but by now, I didn't care. From the moment I arrived, I hated the place. The walls were so gray it made my eyes hurt, and the hallways looked something straight out of a horror movie. Just when I thought the place couldn't get creepier, I was on my way to the class when suddenly a girl my age collapsed at my feet. Oh my god, my head is so heavy. I feel like I'm gonna throw up. Take me to the nurse, please. The girl started shivering like crazy and I panicked and took her to the nurse. But she was so busy with someone else and just told me to take the girl to one of the treatment beds. I'm here a lot since I suffer from fainting spells. But you didn't faint, you just dropped at my feet. Right, I mean, normally I faint a lot. But today I just have a broken sock bone. Okay, fine. I'm just trying to get out of class. Please don't tell anyone. You can stay with me in Miss Class too. I'll cover for you. I'm Melody. Chris. Melody and I got talking and instantly connected over our hatred for the boarding school. Incidentally, she was also my roommate and the biggest troublemaker around. She was always sneaking out, bunking classes, misbehaving with teachers. Her dad was one of the trustees, so the teachers didn't really say anything. This one time, Melody dropped fart bombs in the class and everyone went into a frenzy. Obviously, she got busted and threw a tantrum. I was trying to hide my fart smell with that bomb. I have a very weak stomach and I fart a lot. You know how kids can get really mean about these things. You want me to get bullied? What if I start taking drugs? What if I die? And then Melody dropped like a fly to the ground and the teacher ended up apologizing to her instead. Being with Melody was fun and slowly I started liking my life in school. Until one day, I was on stage reciting a Shakespeare sonnet for a school play when I saw Mom walking in. I was so shocked to see her. I forgot all my lines and ran backstage in panic. But I tripped on the stairs and the next thing I knew, I was in the hospital with Mom and Melody sitting next to me. I'm a horrible mother. I shouldn't have come and upset Chris like that. It's my fault. I called you here so we could finally tell Chris the truth, but I guess we messed up big time, Mom. What? When did you wake up? Around the same time you called my mom your mom. I didn't say mom. I said bomb, because your mom's the bomb. Shut up. I might have hit my head, but I'm not stupid. Now tell me, why did you call her mom? It's okay, Mel. I think it's time. Chris, sweetie, Melody is your twin sister. Mom told me how years ago she was in a horrible marriage with my biological father and she had no choice but to run away from home. But after a week, she found out she was pregnant with twins. She couldn't afford to raise 2 kids, so she gave Melody up for adoption. I ran away to LA and met this music producer who helped me out. When I got successful, I tried looking for Melody, but I couldn't track her down. My adoptive dad's witchy girlfriend wanted me out of the house, so he enrolled me in this boarding school. But last week, Dad finally told me about my biological mom. I got in touch with Mom and asked her if she'd want to meet me. And you chose to meet her here, Mom? You didn't think what would happen if I found out? I thought it would be nice to introduce you to your twin sister. Mom, you paid 0 attention to me all my life, and then you show up here, unannounced, and tell me I have a twin sister? What part of this is nice? And Melody, you knew I was your sister and didn't say a word to me? Why? Mom asked me not to. And you listened to her? The woman who abandoned you. This is crazy. My head's spinning. Just leave, both of you. Mom and Melody left, and I just sat in my bed feeling totally betrayed. Doctors discharged me that evening, and soon after, Mom left for home. Back in school, I just avoided Melody like the plague, even though she tried talking to me a million times. Soon, it was time for spring break, and I was packing my stuff when Melody walked in. Are you done? The driver's here to pick us up. What do you mean? I'm going home. My dad is traveling for business, so Mom invited me to stay at your place. I know you hate the idea, but I've waited all my life to have a family. Please, just let me have this one spring break. I promise I won't butt in your life ever again. I wanted to say no, but Melody looked like she would break in a million pieces, so I decided to look the other way. It would be good for Melody to discover what a terrible mom we had, but I was totally wrong. Mom was so excited to have Melody around, she took a break from work, made us breakfast, took us out on shopping sprees, dinners, and she even threw a homecoming party for Melody. Mom had never ever paid me so much attention, and it made me so jealous watching her bond with Melody. Soon after spring break ended, and it was time to get back to school. But a day before we had to leave, Mom gave me yet another surprise. So, I've spoken to your dad, Melody, and we have decided that it's best you girls stay near home. No more boarding school for you guys. Isn't that exciting? Oh, Mom, that's great. It sucks. Mom, I begged you not to send me to that dreaded school, and you didn't listen to me. But now that you have your new daughter, you want her to stay near you? I want both my daughters to stay close to me. I've missed out on so much already, and I just want to make up for the lost time. Yeah, right? You'll just end up disappointing Melody like you've always disappointed me. With that, I just left. And the next day, Mom enrolled us in a school nearby. I just wanted to stay away from home as much as possible. So I decided to join the drama club in my new school. On my first day, we were asked to perform a dialogue from Romeo and Juliet, and I got paired up with this dreamboat of a boy, Matt. He was so cute, I could hardly focus.
Oh, my Juliet, why won't you come down? I want to see your pretty face and your beautiful sparkling eyes.
Go on.
It's your line?
Sure. Oh, Matt, I mean Romeo. You are the light of my life. Your face is so perfect, like a sculpted statue. And those arms, so strong. Do you work out a lot?
I do, but I don't think that's what we were talking about.
Then what are you talking about?
The play? Are you okay? You're not blinking.
I'm fine. I'm just getting into character. You know, Juliet and all. I'm weird. Sorry. Bye-bye. Nice to meet you. I ran in the other direction, feeling totally embarrassed. And minutes later, Matt came behind me. The two of us started talking, and by the end of the day, Matt asked me out on a date. I had the best time with Matt that evening. He was fun, cute, and a really good listener. Pretty soon, I found myself pouring my heart out to him, telling him everything about my family and Melody.
It sounds tough. I grew up without a family too. I mean, I had my dad, but he was hardly around, so I get where you're coming from.
Thanks for listening. I've ruined the date, haven't I?
Maybe there's still time to turn things around.
And with that, Matt leaned in and kissed me, and I kissed him back. We went on a few more dates, and I was over the moon when Matt asked me out officially. Every night, he'd come over, and I'd sneak out with him. We'd go for drives, parties, walks, and it helped me keep my mind off things at home. One evening, Matt invited me to this party at his cousin's place. It was a little out of town, so he told me we'd be staying the night. I was just climbing out my window when Melody walked in. Where are you going? To hang out with your hippie boyfriend? I know you've been sneaking out to spend time with Matt, but Chris, I just don't think he's right for you. I heard he's always skipping school and his grades are trash. And just last week, he almost got arrested for stealing cars. Those are baseless rumors. And you're one to talk. Have you completely forgotten what a mess you were in school? Besides, you should be happy I'm out of your hair so you can spend more time with Mom. I'm just trying to reconnect with my family. And look how great that's going. Now I'm getting late, so go back to your room and stay out of my life. And I just picked up my bag and left. I took a cab and went straight to the location Matt had sent. But when I reached the place, it was totally dark and there was no one around. I walked up to the cabin and knocked, but no one answered, and seconds later, someone tapped on my shoulder. I turned around and saw two big men staring at me, and Matt was right behind them. What's happening? And who are you?
Oh, don't worry, sugar. We'll only keep you here till your mom comes and rescues you.
Rescue me from what? Matt, what is this?
I'm so sorry, Chris. I owe these people a lot of money, and since my dad won't give me any, I had no choice but to kidnap you. Just do what they're saying and we'll all be safe. I promise you.
Are you out of your mind? I trusted you. You're my boyfriend. Oh my god, this is such a mess. Help!
Don't bother. There's no one around. Please, Chris, just sit tight and hear me out.
Get away from me! I pushed Matt away and ran for my life, but one of the two big hounds caught up to me and took me back to the cabin. Just as he was trying to tie my hands, I bit his ear and pushed him away. The other guy launched himself at me, but before I could react, a vase came flying out of nowhere and hit him in his head. He fell backwards, and I saw Melody jump in with a baseball bat. Matt saw everything and rushed out the cabin, but he was stopped by Mom and a bunch of policemen. As they handcuffed and dragged Matt and the two guys away, Mom came running and hugged me tight. I'm so glad you're okay. Thank God. I saw you getting into that cab and noted down its number. He's the one who told me about this place. Don't you dare do something like this again, Chris. I'm so sorry, Mel. I was so mad watching you and Mom together. It just made me jealous and crazy, and I just couldn't think straight. I thought you guys didn't care about me since you had each other. It's my fault. As a single mom, I needed to work hard and I got my career break, but I guess I just kind of got carried away with it. I wasn't there when you needed me, Chris, and I will never forgive myself for that. But I'm here now. Not just for Melody, but for both of you. So please, give me another chance. I'm sorry too. I should have been there for you as a friend before anything else, but I was so happy to have found Mom. I ignored how you must have felt. Hey, at least we're all here and together, and that's all that matters. How about we start with a clean slate? You spoke my mind.
Hi, my name is Eve, and my story animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. You see, I was born to a crazy single mother who had absolutely no idea about who my dad was. She was an ex-model and mostly hung around rich men who could meet her expensive demands. One time when I was 3, she left me alone at home to go out partying with her friends. I left the house and went to the neighbors and spent the night there, and Mom didn't have any idea. On my first day at school, I said to Mom, "Mommy, wake up! It's my first day at school." "School, huh? Who are you? Go away. Let me sleep." Yeah, I dropped myself to school on the first day and every other day because she always woke up in the afternoon. It was pretty much like I was raising her and not the other way around. Well, that was pretty much her routine until my 10th birthday. She suddenly barged into the house with a big box in her hand. Surprise! OMG, she remembered my birthday. I ran to hug her when suddenly she stopped me and said, What are you doing? Trying to ruin my dress? Stay away and listen. I have a big surprise for you." With that, she showed me the rock-sized diamond ring on her hand and told me she was gonna marry a billionaire. I thought she was being funny again, but to my surprise, she indeed got married and we shifted to a pretty big mansion in the city. But I was the happiest about finally having a dad. He appeared to be a nice, humble man. Once he ripped his pants, but then he just sewed a patch on them himself.
"Oh, darling, why don't you just get a new pair?" "Oh, honey, you know I don't like spending much on myself. It's fine."
I was touched by his simple way of living, something Mom knew nothing about. My only issue now was my stepsister, Olivia. She was a year older than me and looked at me like she'd eat me alive when we first met. "Hi, I'm Eve. I hope we get along well." But she just ignored me and left. What was wrong? For days, I thought she was mute, until one morning I heard her shouting at the top of her lungs. "I told you that woman was after your money, but you never listened to me. She was talking about my mom." I rushed downstairs to see what was happening. She took all the money and jewelry and everything else she could get her hands on. What? Mom had run away, leaving me behind? I was devastated and burst into tears, but then my stepdad hugged me.
"Oh, sweetie, don't cry. You're gonna stay here with us."
"Oh my God, you're so sweet."
"You're gonna stay here until I get back every single penny of all the $20,037,576.03 that your freaking mother stole."
What? He was keeping me as a mortgage for his money? What a psycho! I tried to talk my way out of the situation, but he was such a cheap creep. You know my mom would never come back for me. She doesn't care for anyone but herself.
"Then I'll make you work instead. I will make sure I have my money's worth back from you."
Gosh, what I thought was his simple way of living turned out to be his cheap way of living. He literally licked the food off his plates and drank the last drop from the milk carton to ensure nothing was wasted. Ew, that expired last month.
So what? I paid for it.
He was a total psycho. No wonder his daughter was so annoyed all the time. I really wanted to get along with her, but for some reason, she always avoided me. "Hi, Olivia. Do you want to have breakfast with me?" "No." "Olivia, do you want to go shopping?" "No." "Olivia?" "No!" But I didn't even say anything.
Whatever.
Now I was just worried about all the work I'd have to do to repay Mom's debt. I felt like Cinderella, only this time it was the stepfather. But then I had an idea. Every time he'd ask me to do something, I'd make sure to cause trouble. Once he asked me to clean the house, and I picked up the most expensive vase that he owned, and boom. Oops. I'm sorry, it slipped. He went completely nuts and started shouting like a mad dog.
"Are you kidding me? That was so expensive. Forget cleaning. Go do something else."
He made me switch hundreds of different chores before he finally realized that there was nothing I could do without endangering his precious things. And now I was free to do whatever I wanted, except for leaving the house, which wasn't too bad. But I missed going to school. My stepdad had hired a teenage schoolboy, Tim, to tutor Olivia and me at home in order to save the expensive school fee. Tim was 2 years older than me and such a cutie. I had a huge crush on him.
The next few years, I spent all my time learning from him, and we grew quite close. On my 14th birthday, he even bought me a cake. My first birthday cake ever. I was so happy that I hugged him.
Eve, I have a surprise for you. Let's go out and celebrate.
Go out? You know I can't. Stepdad'll kill me if he finds out I'm missing.
No one will know, I promise. I'll get you back before he returns. Trust me.
I could have jumped from Mount Everest if he asked me to with that look on his eyes. So that evening, we sneaked out of the house and he took me to a special place to surprise me.
Open your eyes, Eve.
The zoo? He brought me to a zoo on my birthday to surprise me. What was he thinking?
How do you like it?
Yuck! I hated it, but I had to pretend like I was amazed and excited by his surprise. I love it! I just can't wait to go in and watch all those animals. Imagine what it'd be like to see those sexy, hairy monkey legs up close. Yay!
Huh, I knew you'd love it, 'cause you can actually relate to them so much, right?
What? Relate to them? Did he think of me like some animal stuck in a zoo? All that time, he just kept yapping on endless information about all these animals that I couldn't care less about. By the time we reached home, I was so done with all the animals on this planet. And Tim.
Hey, Eve, I just want to say, it was an amazing day.
Yeah, whatever. This was it. I could no longer stand this weird place and the stupid people in it. I climbed up the window and packed all my stuff. But while I was climbing down the window, I heard some weird noises. I thought I was gonna get caught, but what I saw next shocked me. It was Mom climbing out of the window below me. Mom? What are you doing here? Susie? What are you doing here? You forgot my name? What's wrong with you?
But I still recognize you after all these years.
That's something.
Oh, my baby.
No. Mom, stop. We both fell to the ground in the bushes. What are you doing here?
I'm here for you, baby.
I don't believe you. And what do you have in this bag? Cash? Jewels? Money?
No.
Clothes.
Who do you think I am? A thief?
Yeah. Suddenly some lights turned on in the house, and I hissed to Mom. You tell me why you're here, or I'm gonna shout, and your husband will definitely send you to jail.
Oh, no. Sweetie, I'll tell you. I found your dad.
OMG! My dad? My real dad? You're not lying, are you?
Of course not, honey. Have I ever lied to you? Okay, I swear on all my money.
It was hard for me to digest the fact that Mom had come back just to make me meet my real dad and risk it all. But what if she was right? I had to see for myself. So we smoothly sneaked out of my stepdad's house and got on a plane. I was so excited. When I stepped out of the cab, my jaw literally dropped. This house was even bigger than my previous home. Is this where Dad lives? Are we gonna live here now? He's not cheap, is he? Oh no, he's an amazing man. When we got into the house, I saw an old man walking with a stick. I ran and hugged him. Hi, Grandpa! I'm so happy to finally meet my dad's side of the family. Oh, no, honey. That's not your grandpa. That's your dad.
What?
He couldn't be my dad. I looked nothing like him, and he was already around 80. I pulled Mom aside. Mom, how can this guy be my dad? Do you have any proof? Oh, honey, don't you believe me? Of course not. I didn't believe her, but then the old man came to me and said,
My daughter, you've grown up so much. I feel so sad that we've never met earlier.
And saying that, he hugged me tight. I could literally feel the warmth of his love. He was such a nice person. Well, even if I wasn't his daughter, I felt like I could just keep him company. The next few weeks were the best. We played, talked, and laughed together, and I literally felt like the happiest person on earth. Then one day, he told me that he was gonna put all his money and fortune under my name. No, you cannot do that.
Why not?
Because I'm not your daughter. I was afraid this might give him a heart attack, but what he said next almost gave me one.
I know that.
What? You know?
Yes, of course. That woman, your mother, I've never seen her in my life. She thinks she's fooling me, but the fact is, I don't mind it.
Then why are you doing this?
Oh, Eve, I've never had any kids or family. I was always so busy with work that I never married. Now I have all this money and these riches, but no one to share them with.
But why me?
Because you're a nice person. You've been through so much, and yet you had the courage to speak the truth and refuse all this money. I admire you for that, and I'm even more convinced now that you deserve all this.
Oh, Dad! I hugged him tight. Finally, I had a person who understood me and loved me. I had someone I could call family.
It's okay. You can call me Grandpa if you like.
Of course, I continued to call him Dad, and he was the best dad ever. And Mom, she didn't get a penny. Dad passed away by the time I graduated school. With his inheritance, I opened several old age homes all across the country and donated the rest of the money to charity. I sold Dad's mansion and bought a cute little house, which is always full of good friends, laughter, and warmth. Things that money just can't buy.
I could not believe it was finally happening. I was going to meet my mom. The hospital called at 3:30 in the morning to tell my dad that my mom had finally woken up and was asking for him. I know this sounds crazy, but my mom's been in a coma since I was born. I literally put her in a coma, and she hadn't woken up once in 14 years. Until this morning. My dad burst into my room, almost knocking my lamp over on my bedside table. I startled awake, and before I could even open my eyes all the way, he said, "She's awake!" Before I continue my story, I just want to remind you to like and subscribe to My Story Animated to hear more craziness like what you are about to witness. At first, I thought he was talking about me, and I was about to yell at him for waking me up. But then I realized what he meant. My mom was awake. My mom! I never heard her voice in real life. I never seen her eyes look into mine. I've held her hand, but she's never held mine. She's been here the whole time, but she has been so far away, too. She had had a complicated pregnancy with me. I was a stubborn fetus, I guess you could say. I decided that I wanted to come early, which caused a lot of issues for her, and she was rushed into surgery to get me out. She never regained consciousness after she was put under anesthesia, and because of her family's beliefs, my father never took her off the meds that kept her alive. I'd always had a feeling that at some point, I would have to be the one to end my mom's life. But thankfully, it didn't sound like that was going to happen after all. I bolted out of bed and ran to get my brother up. He was 2 years older than me, so he only remembers small fragments of Mom in real life. He remembers her singing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star every night, and she made the best chocolate chip pancakes in the world. The sad thing is, he doesn't remember her smile or the way she smelled. So this day was the best news for all of us. My brother never said it out loud, but I knew that he blamed me for what happened to our mom. And to be honest, I didn't expect any less. He was nice to me growing up, but I always felt like there was something between us that wouldn't allow us to get closer. He hadn't forgiven me. Did you know the longest time someone has been in a coma was 19 years? Terry Wallace was in a coma for many years before he woke up on June 11, 2003. The ride to the hospital seemed to last forever, and we all rushed in as soon as my dad got the car in park. Our happy reunion was cut short when the doctor stopped us outside of my mom's room. He had a grave look on his face. Something was wrong. "She wants to see Emma," the doctor said, and my dad pulled me forward. He said no problem and tried to get the doctor to open the door. "No, see," the doctor started. "She doesn't understand that Emma is a teenager now. She thinks that she just gave birth to her several hours ago." I think all of our faces turned white. Of course, we had thought this could happen, but we didn't know what to do when it finally came to be. The doctor told my dad that he didn't want to shock my mother until we were all here at the hospital with her, and we could introduce me. This wasn't going to be easy, and we all knew that. I held my breath as my dad and the doctor went into my mother's room. All I could hear was some muffled talking from the doctor and my dad. Then my mom started to scream uncontrollably. "Bring me my baby!" I got goosebumps up and down my arms. This was probably the most afraid that I've ever been in my life. I was so afraid that my mother was going to hate me and that she was going to think I ruined her life too. I almost ran out of the hospital, but my brother nudged me forward. The door to the hospital room stood open in front of me, and I walked through. I had never seen my mom with her eyes open. She already looked so much more full of life than she had just days ago. Hi, Mom, I said, twirling my fingers through my hair. I did that when I was nervous. My mom was doing the same with hers, as she said, Hi. My dad said that it was okay to step closer. I couldn't help but start to cry as I walked up to my mom. She had the same hair color as me, and her eyes were just as blue. My dad had always told me I looked like her, but I never could see it until now. In that moment, I felt like my mom had come back from the dead. I knew she'd been here this whole time, but she was as good as gone. I touched her face and her eyes lit up. It's like she knew it was me. It's like she remembered my soul when she carried me in her stomach. It is you, she said, and she wrapped me in a humongous hug. We bawled together on the bed for quite some time. Then my mom pulled away from me and wiped her tears. It's so nice to finally meet you. The last time I saw you, you were on a black and white screen. She chuckled, talking about the sonogram. I've grown since then, I giggled, and wrapped my hand around hers. Since Mom had been in bed for so long, most of her muscles were weakened. She'd need lots of physical therapy to get them back into shape. She wouldn't be able to leave the hospital for a couple of weeks, maybe even a month. And when she did leave, she would still be required to do lots of physical therapy and other therapies, I guess. Those other therapies would help her deal with all the time that had passed and missing out on our lives and things like that. The one thing we didn't know how to tell her was that our dad was remarried. We'd had a stepmom for the last 3 years. My brother and I had given our dad our blessing to start dating again after the 10-year anniversary of when my mom went into a coma. He'd been so lonely. He'd basically only lived for us, and having someone there to help with the kids would be amazing too. We decided we weren't going to tell my mom that first day. We thought it would be too much to add to everything else that was going on. On the ride home, my brother blurted out that he didn't think we should tell Mom at all. He thought we should make our stepmom move out, which I didn't think was such a bad idea either. Our dad wasn't going for that. He hadn't fallen out of love with my mom. He'd just become stagnant. And the fact that she was awake now seemed to be weighing heavy on his mind. He was silent almost the entire ride home. When we pulled into the driveway, I asked if he was okay. He looked at me with tears in his eyes and said he just didn't know what to do. We walked into the house and gave each other the biggest hugs. Our stepmom walked up and asked if we were okay. She knew what had happened and all of the craziness that was now going to continue. Except she thought that my dad didn't love my mom anymore and that they were actually divorced, when in fact, he'd never divorced our mom in the first place. This was going to be hell for sure. Later on that night, while my brother and I were supposed to be sleeping, we snuck down the stairway to listen to my dad and stepmom talking in the kitchen. So what are we going to do? My stepmom was asking. My dad was silent when she continued, saying that obviously we would need to contact my mom's family and have them help out. My dad said we were her family, and she would stay with us. My stepmom hated that idea and suggested that we get a hotel room for her until we could figure something out. That's when he dropped the bomb. We're still married, he blurted. My stepmom nodded. Yes, we are, and I have every right to say what happens in this house. He gave my stepmom the side eye and said, No, I mean that I'm still married to her. So we aren't even legally married? My dad shook his head. I could tell he was crying again. My stepmom let out the biggest scream I'd ever heard. I think it blew out my eardrums. With ears ringing, my brother and I rushed down the stairs when my stepmom was slinging horrible words at my father, her face in a red rage. Her things were packed within a few hours, and she was off to her sister's house. I could tell my dad was hurt, but he looked almost relieved as well. By the end of the week, my mom was ready to come home. We set up the guest room for her, but we were surprised when she came in the house and went directly to the master bedroom. My dad didn't say anything, but my brother spoke up. He told her to put her things in the guest room, and she looked hurt. It's okay, Mom. You can sleep in the master bedroom tonight, I tried to assure her. Tonight? It's my bed, my house. She looked confused and worried. Then she asked where our stepmom was. We told her she left, and I don't know if I saw relief on her face or terror. We all helped her get settled in the bed, and she took a nap while we discussed how we were going to introduce my stepmom to my mom. However, not long after, our stepmom came to the door and knocked loudly, waking my mom up. My brother answered the door, and in a hushed tone, he told her to be quiet. Just as the door shut again, my mom was on the landing of the stairs. Everything okay? She asked, and came down the stairs, coming face to face with my stepmom. Mom, this is Lisa, I said, stepping forward. Lisa crossed her arms as my mom put her hand out. Realizing that Lisa wasn't going to shake her hand, my mom put hers back at her side. She offered Lisa to come on in, and Lisa snidely replied, I don't need to be invited into my own home. I guess it just shows the type of person my mom is, but she didn't reply with something nasty and rude. She graciously smiled and offered Lisa some tea. Then she said, "We can all call this place home." Lisa scoffed. That's when my mom almost lost her cool. Instead of flipping out and yelling at Lisa, she stirred the sugar in her tea and quietly said, "You're not the one who had their entire life ripped away from them, so I don't know what you're so upset about." "You're taking my husband away," was all Lisa could muster. My mom reminded Lisa that she had actually taken her husband away first. She also said that it was extremely upsetting that Lisa got to watch her children grow up a little while she lay unconscious in a hospital bed. That's when Lisa jumped up and spilled hot tea all over my mom. I quickly sprang into action, as did my brother. I grabbed a towel to help my mom dry off. Luckily, the tea had some milk and sugar in it, so it wasn't scalding, and my brother pulled Lisa away, shoving her out the door while simultaneously screaming for our dad. He ran down the stairs like lightning. "What is it? What's going on?" he asked. We explained what happened, and my dad took off out the door after Lisa. I helped my mom up the stairs, and we got her in the shower to get the tea off of her. Then we heard shouting outside. My stepmom and dad were back. All we could hear was Lisa screaming that my dad lied to her, and there was nothing he could do to get her to forgive him. I was hoping she would leave, but she came into the house and shoved herself into the master bedroom right past my mom. I asked Lisa if she could have some respect for my mom who was changing, but she snarled at me and started stuffing a bag full of clothes. "I'm out of here. Don't bother calling me," she said to my dad as she quickly left again. Over the next few days, my dad tried calling her, but she wouldn't answer. He tried to get a hold of her sister, parents, and everyone else that would know where she was, but no one would give him any clues. During that time, he was also taking care of my mom, driving her to some appointments and making her food when she was hungry. My brother and I were busy with school, so thankfully, he was able to keep her company. A couple weeks after the crazy incident with Lisa, my brother and I came home to see our parents sitting on the couch together, my mom's feet across my dad's thighs. I couldn't believe the sight. When we came in the door, the two looked as if we caught them doing something wrong. They blushed and tried to scramble away from each other. My brother and I burst out laughing. They were married after all. We didn't mind that they wanted to get closer. It had been almost 15 years since they'd been able to do that. That was the moment we thought that we had our mom back. She was still pretty weak and often didn't understand how to use technology, but she was smiling more and cracking jokes. Her and I talked a lot more too, and I told her about almost everything that I've done in my life to catch her up. We cried a lot, and I held her while she apologized for not being around. Then things started to get strange. She'd wake up very early in the morning and turn on all the burners on the stove. The refrigerator door would be wide open, and the house would smell like gas fumes when we woke up in the morning. The last time that this happened, she was sitting out on the porch while everything in the kitchen was running, including the sink and the microwave. The back door was left open, and I saw her curled in a ball. I walked out of the door and asked her if she was okay. She didn't answer. I sat down next to my mom and put my arm around her. When she looked at me, all I could see was pure terror in her eyes. "Who are you?" she asked and pulled away from me. I looked at her utterly confused. "I'm your daughter, Emma." "No, my daughter is a baby. I just had her a couple of months ago. Who are you and why are you in my house?" "Dad?" I called, and it took a few minutes, but he showed up on the doorstep. "Something's wrong with Mom," is all I could say before she grabbed my hair and pulled my head back. She started screaming, "Where is my daughter?" And my dad grabbed her, pulling her arms behind her back. It was then that she snapped out of whatever trance she was in. She started crying and saying, "I'm sorry, Emma." I ran upstairs and locked my door. To say I was terrified would be an understatement. Something was going on with my mom, and we needed to figure it out. My dad called the hospital, and they told him she may have had some memory lapses, but this was way more severe than a slip of the mind. She physically hurt me, and she's a very small woman. There was something else going on here. I spent the next several days trying to keep my distance from her. She apologized to me several times after the incident on the porch, but I was still afraid to get close to her. My father and brother had no problem accepting her back into the family. They would play board games and watch movies together, but every time that I would join in, I could tell that a dark mask fell over my mom's face. She would constantly stare at me out of the corner of her eye, and I swear I could see a red glint flash over her normally bright eyes whenever she didn't think I was looking. Then, one night, I woke up to her staring at me from across my bedroom. I popped up in my bed and asked her if she was okay. She didn't reply, but I could see her eyes in the darkness. They weren't right. I screamed for my dad again, and when he came in the room, he flipped on the light. She wasn't in the chair anymore. We searched for her everywhere in the house, but she wasn't anywhere we could see. That's when we heard the blood-curdling scream. Tune in next time to hear what happened with my mom in the woods.
Hello, my name is Jill. Before I tell you my story, please like and subscribe. If you do, you'll see a double rainbow outside your window right now. I was born to A-list celebrities. Dad was a famous singer and music producer, while my mom was a top actress and model. My parents loved staying in the spotlight, but I hated it. When I was 5, they took me to an amusement park for my birthday. We were always surrounded by bodyguards, but that day, I requested them to wear some hats and spend some time alone with me. And they did exactly that. But sadly, their disguise didn't work.
Barbara, John, one picture with your daughter. Look here, please, one shot.
Mom! Dad!
In order to avoid the crazy cameras, I bolted in the other direction and got separated from my parents. It took them hours to find me. After that day, I avoided going out in the public eye, and soon my parents decided to send me to a quiet town called Cyprus, where no one would recognize me. I stayed there with my aunt, who was an angel, and life went back to normal. Well, it was almost normal, except for my weird neighbor Daniel. He was a total bully and would find the weirdest ways to pick on me.
Stop, Daniel! Give me back my books!
Nope, not gonna happen. You're gonna have to jump higher than that, short pants.
I threw a shoe at him and it went flying past him, hitting May, my best friend and partner in crime. She was the only one who knew about my family, and together, we would always overpower Daniel. He hated that.
Daniel, cut it out, or I'm telling your mom if you keep doing that.
May and I were tight as a wolf pack. She was my biggest cheerleader, and growing up with her, I made some of my best school memories. Even when I became the student body president, she remained my #1 person. As for Daniel, he just got more annoying over the years. On the first day of senior year, I was happily welcomed by May at my locker.
Hey, bestie. How was your summer trip to Paris?
Shh, don't say it too loud. I don't want other people to hear and get suspicious.
Right, sorry. I wouldn't want people finding out you're a prodigy daughter of top celebrities.
Absolutely not. That would be the worst thing that could happen to me. I would have to move again, and I like this place, so I don't want to leave.
Oh no, I don't want you to leave either. It would make me so sad.
May and I laughed about it while walking down the hallway, when the book in my hand suddenly got snatched. Daniel! I was beginning to wonder if Satan called you back.
Wow, sarcasm. Did you learn that from this book? Oh, no, wait. It's a love story? Ugh, are you gonna try and put a spell on me to make me fall in love with you?
You wish. Now give that back.
Okay, I'll give it back on one condition.
Not again, Daniel. That's my aunt's book. I really don't want you playing around with it.
I won't, if you promise to meet me after school in the library.
Fine, whatever. Please don't make this lamer than it already is. The day finally passed, and May and I headed to the library. But as we entered, all the lights were switched off, and I just knew it was just another dumb prank Daniel was playing on me. Furiously, I turned to May, who looked equally annoyed. May, will you just head home first? I need to end this once and for all with him. What do you plan on doing? Oh, don't worry. He's gonna get everything he's given me, tenfold. Okay, call me if you need me. I'll finish him off for you. May went home, but just as I reached the school hallway, I saw Daniel standing with my book in his hand. As he turned around slowly, I noticed that he wasn't so bad to look at. Almost too handsome. It made me gag in my head when it crossed my mind, and I snapped back to reality. But Daniel had already noticed me drooling.
That look on your face says you fell for me.
If I had to choose between kissing you or kissing a worm, I would pick the worm.
Who said anything about kissing? Or was that something you were thinking about?
Whatever. Let's just get to the point. Just give me my book so I can leave.
What's the rush? You haven't heard my condition yet.
What do you want from me? I don't want to keep going in circles with you. Just then, Daniel pulled a picture out of his pocket that made my jaw drop. It was a picture of me with my parents, smiling away into the camera. Where did you get this?
That's the wrong question. You should ask, what do I think about this picture? And what am I gonna do with it?
What is it that you want? Money? An autograph? Fame?
Whoa. Nothing of the sort. I just simply wanted to know if it was true. Are you really the daughter of these A-list celebrities?
Yes, I am. These are my parents.
Wow, this is so crazy. I've pretty much known a celebrity my whole life. Now, how will it sound if I date one?
What do you mean?
So here's the deal. I'll keep my mouth shut if you agree to date me.
What? Have you gone completely crazy?
Not crazy, but smart. I just think it'll be great for my reputation to date a hot, popular girl like you. High school will be over in a year and we'll all go our own way. But I want to be remembered as the guy who dated the most popular girl in school. Also, you can't tell anyone about this deal, especially May. She's a blabbermouth, and I want people to believe you're dating me for real, or the whole thing's off.
I just stared at Daniel as he went on and on about his ridiculous idea. Dating him would be like social suicide since he was the most hated guy in school, thanks to his crazy pranks. But what choice did I have? Fine, but it's only for 3 months. I can't date you the whole school year because
you're afraid you'll end up falling in love with me?
Oh, shut up. For the next 3 months, Daniel became my fake boyfriend. We went on dates together to the movies and to the park for picnics, and I even met his family. He would pick me up from home and we'd go to school together, and he would drop me off at home after. The weirdest part was that while we hung out and we were talking to each other more, I started to notice that he was a lot nicer and sweeter than I thought.
Why do you hide your identity?
I just want to live a normal life. I hate being the center of attention. Thankfully, my parents agree. Dating Daniel wasn't bad at all. But the one sad thing was that May hated our relationship. I wanted to tell her about the deal, but I remembered Daniel's warning about not telling anyone, especially her, and I couldn't risk it. Jill, this is crazy. How could you date him? He's a total bully. Have you forgotten how he made our lives hell? I know, but I've come to realize that he's a nice guy, and he likes me too. So this way, he's off our backs now and not teasing us anymore. That's a good thing, right? Stop justifying your dumb actions by making up nonsense. I can't watch this. May didn't speak to me for days after that, and every time I tried calling her, she would say she was busy or not answer my call at all. In all these years of our friendship, this was the first time we'd gone this long without talking to each other. Meanwhile, Daniel and I got closer, and soon our 3 months were over. On the last day of our deal, Daniel invited me to my favorite restaurant and planned a whole surprise for me. And when I saw him in that black tux, my heart started beating faster than a bullet train. He looked amazing.
Wow.
Cheesy much?
I've got to live up to my reputation, right? Always taking you by surprise.
Well, yeah, makes sense.
I just wanted to say that these have been the most amazing 3 months of my life. And I'm glad I found that picture.
Yeah, about that. How did you get that picture?
Does it matter?
Before I could say anything, Daniel pulled me in for a magical dance, and I forgot all about it. And when he dropped me back home, I could feel myself falling for him hard. I didn't want this to be over. I fell asleep with thoughts of Daniel in my head. And the next morning, I woke up to a million phone calls from Mom and Dad. I wanted to call them back, but I was going to be late for school. And just as I entered, the entire hallway was full of students cheering my name and shoving pens and papers in my face, asking for my autograph. Suddenly, someone pushed me and I fell to the ground, and people went crazy taking my pictures. Just then, Daniel rushed to my rescue and took me to the library where May was already waiting for me.
I am so sorry, Jill. I don't know how this happened.
What's happening? I'm kind of freaking out. Don't freak out, but everyone knows your identity now. The school is surrounded by the media. What? How did this happen? Daniel, you did this? No, it was me. I've always liked Daniel, but he always paid you more attention. And I got insecure and I told him everything about your family. I gave him that picture. I thought he would expose you and you'd hate him forever. But instead, he turned around and asked you to be his girlfriend. It hurt me watching you both happy, so I lost it and posted the picture to the school forum. I didn't know things would actually get this crazy. Her words made me sick to my stomach. I can't believe this. I trusted you, May. You were my best friend. How could you?
Listen, Jill, I know you're mad and you have every right to be, but we'll handle this whole situation together.
We? There's no we. You never told me my best friend betrayed my trust and gave you that picture. And our 3 months are over, remember?
You got to date the most popular girl in school as you wanted. Now do you want to keep dating me because of all the extra attention on me?
Of course not. It's not like that. I really do care.
I don't want to hear it. Just stay away from me, both of you.
And the very next day, I went back to my parents' place.
Where am I supposed to go now? This is a disaster.
How about not going anywhere now? You can't hide and run forever, honey. And you've lived away from us all your life. We miss you. Maybe it's time to accept that your life will always be a little different from other people, and it's okay.
Mom was right. I had to get over my fear of the paparazzi. So the next day, I asked my parents to call a press conference. It was our first public appearance together in ages. I've been running away from media attention my entire life, and I can't do that anymore. But I'm not a celebrity like my parents. I just want to be a normal teenager. Everyone deserves some privacy and space, and I hope that people can respect that. The press conference video was received very well online, with many celebrities supporting my statement and calling out the paparazzi for making famous people miserable with their constant hounding. It felt good to take this step and not run away again. I could handle things better now. A few days later, Mom told me I had a visitor, and I went downstairs to find May in the lounge. What are you doing here? Jill, can we talk? No, please just leave. I know I'm the last person you want to talk to, but please don't punish Daniel for what I did. He genuinely loves you. And why should I believe you? Haven't you fooled me enough? Okay, don't believe me, but you owe him a conversation. I don't owe him anything. And why don't you date him if he's so amazing? You two suit each other, a couple of liars. But he doesn't love me, you idiot. He loves you. And I was a fool for trying to ruin that. He's been miserable the past few weeks. Just one conversation, please? Before I could say anything, Daniel had already appeared from behind with a bunch of lilies. This is an ambush, and I could sue you. You know what? I will sue you.
Fine by me. Listen, Jill, I'm sorry for the whole stupid deal, but you have to believe me. I've always loved you. I always annoyed you to get your attention. The deal was just a way to get you to date me. I couldn't care less about being popular. I know it's twisted, but it's true.
Why couldn't you just tell me all this and ask me out like a normal person?
I know. I didn't say I'm not stupid, but I'm really crazy about you.
His words melted me as he inched closer. I could feel my heart beating faster.
Could we maybe start from the beginning? And I ask you out like a normal person?
No conditions?
Well, only one. Can I kiss you already?
He did, and it was perfect. And me? You still have a long way to go before I forgive you. But let's just start by grabbing some coffee. I zoomed past other cars, my foot hitting the accelerator at every turn, as my friend Vanessa screamed for her life. Just then, I saw this police car tailing us and pulled to the side. Just do as I say, okay?
Like I have a choice.
Shut it. Oh, hey, officer. Was I going too fast?
May I see your license, please?
Oh, sure, Officer Cutie.
It's Curie.
Oopsie, my bad. You know, I had this dream last night that I was stopped by a policeman, and we went to this cute place by the ocean and shared a cold latte, since it's so hot these days. I mean, talk about global warming. You think it's getting hot in here? I think it is. What do you think, Vanessa?
I think you should shut up.
I think so too. Now please step out of the car.
Really? None of my flirting worked, huh? Then I guess I have no choice but to do this. And I stepped on the gas and sped the car away. Hi everyone, I'm Sage, and I'm about to tell you how I messed up my life. But before we get into that, please like and subscribe to MSA. I lived with my single mother and my twin sister Zoe in a small apartment in downtown New York. We didn't know anything about Dad, except that he was a loser who turned his back on Mom and left her totally heartbroken.
One day you're going to come back crawling and begging for forgiveness, and I will spit on your face and make you cry. Mark my words!
That never happened. And Mom never found her true love again. That didn't stop her from trying, though. She worked as a receptionist at this fancy resort outside town,
where she met tons of new people. Every month, she would date some new guy who would break her heart and she'd become a sobbing mess. Like this one time when Zoe and I were 10, Mom started dating this Italian guy who left her because her pasta was too salty.
It's garbage.
At 13, there was a biker guy who thought it was a cool idea to teach Mom how to ride a bike. Needless to say, Mom fell, broke her arm, and couldn't work for weeks. And then, a year later, Mom met this Indian guy who even moved in with us.
Take a deep breath in. Now exhale. Now inhale. Now inhale and exhale at the same time.
It's 5 in the morning, dude. Can we speed this up?
Yoga is all about patience. The more you practice it, the better you get. Now, let's try again.
Ugh, so annoying. But Mom thought he was perfect and sold off her jewelry to invest in his stupid yoga retreat. But he just pocketed all the money and disappeared without a trace.
How could I be so stupid? We were planning to set up this cute bakery next to the yoga retreat. He'd teach yoga and I'd bake cookies.
You know, yoga's a form of exercise, right? Cookies are kind of counterproductive.
Ugh, why are you like that?
Like what? Smart and practical?
No, mean and heartless. Can't you see Mom's in pain?
Maybe I was a bit heartless. Growing up poor makes you accept reality in a harsh way. But with Zoe, it was different. She was Delulu. Thanks to Mom and her awful choice in men, she grew up thinking that the only way to have a good life was to get your hooks into someone rich and successful.
I was reading this fashion blog and they said if I sleep with a clothespin on my nose, I'll get the perfect upturned nose like most rich people have.
That's the stupidest thing I've heard. Your nose is just fine.
Can't hurt to make it better. And what do you know about fashion and skincare?
She even tried poking her cheeks with pencils so she'd get dimples. When that failed, she turned to stupid home remedies.
It's just getting worse before it gets better, right?
What do I know about fashion and skincare? So, yeah, Zoe and I were poles apart, and Mom was always weird. And things just got worse when we turned 18. Mom met some guy at her resort, fell in love, and a week later they got married and moved to Spain. She promised to stay in touch, but all we got were a few bucks and occasional phone calls. With bills piling up, Zoe and I had to pick up housekeeping jobs at the resort. The pay wasn't great, but it was enough to cover school. We even got a room to stay in, which was a huge downgrade from our apartment. Okay, we need to make this work. Zoe, you take the broom and I'll dust the shelves.
I just got a manicure done, so count me out.
Where did you get the money? Wait, have you been using my savings?
Yeah, but think of it as an investment in our future. See, what if tomorrow I run into some rich bachelor who asks me out, then falls madly in love with me, and we get married? And when we move to our fancy new house, I'll even set up a place for you in the garage, where you can stay with your girlfriend and cats.
What girlfriend?
Your girlfriend, silly. You don't need to stay in the closet forever. It's 2024.
I'm not gay, Zoe. I just don't have time for stupid boys. Now help me, or I'll make you sleep on the floor. The next few days were tough. I woke up extra early, worked my shift, went to school, came back, worked again, and passed out. But Zoe barely showed up at work and was more busy flirting with some guy or the other. And then, on the night of our graduation party, Zoe and I were getting ready when I spotted this huge diamond ring on her finger. Where did you get this from?
I bought it?
By selling your kidneys?
Ugh, stop yelling! Okay, fine. I found this lying by the sink in a room I was cleaning today, so I borrowed it for the party tonight. And don't worry, the guest isn't gonna be back before tomorrow morning, so I have plenty of time to put it back.
And what if they come back early, realize their $1 million rock is missing, and they trace it right to you?
Why would they assume it's me?
Because you're a maid, and the maid is always the thief. Who else would go in the room?
Oh my God, you're right. How did I not think about that? Oh, they'll catch me and throw me in jail. I'm too pretty to go to jail. Plus, no rich guy will marry an ex-convict. My life will be over before it even begins.
Just shut up for 2 minutes. Zoe told me the room number, and I double-checked at the reception, and thankfully, the guest was still out. This was the perfect chance to put the ring back, so I tiptoed my way across the hall, popped out the master key, and was about to open the door, when suddenly, my eyes fell on the most perfect guy ever. His beautiful black hair matched his perfectly fitting tuxedo, and he radiated elegance and confidence with his walk. I was sure he was an important guest, but then he stopped right next to me.
Almost didn't expect you to be ready on time.
You're talking to me?
Do you see anyone else around? Let's leave, shall we?
Leave for...
Our date? I'm Carter. Our dad set us up. Vanessa, I thought you had seen my picture. I wanted to see yours, but you're not on social media, and your dad said you hate getting photographed. But I have your room number, 709, so it's gotta be you. Unless you lurk around other people's rooms for some reason.
No! Why would I do that? Of course it's me. I am she, Vanessa. And yes, of course, I've seen your picture, but you have one of those faces that isn't very memorable. A complete lie.
Okay, we have a reservation at the pier. I don't want to lose the table. So let's go?
I smiled weakly as Carter led me to his chauffeur-driven car. Had I just panicked and ended up on someone else's blind date? At one of the fanciest French restaurants in town? I quickly texted Zoe to go to the graduation party without me as we were led to our table. I was overwhelmed by the freaking number of forks on the table, and I couldn't understand anything on the menu. I just let Carter order for me, and we made awkward small talk and then fell silent. Good Lord, I'd never imagined a date with a gorgeous guy could be this painful.
So, Vanessa's a lovely name.
Yeah, I guess. I've never met a Vanessa. Except myself. I'm actually named after Venice. Do you like Venice?
It's nice, yes, but I like Spain more. I travel a lot, actually. It's my way of taking a break.
A break from what?
You know, endless meetings, parties, interviews where I get asked a lot of dumb questions like what do I eat in a day, how much do I work out, how many girlfriends do I have, etc, etc. And I have to answer all that to keep up a certain image, of course. But this life can be very exhausting. You know what I mean?
Frankly, no. You sound like you don't appreciate how lucky you are.
What do you mean?
I mean, look at that waiter, for example. He works his butt off every day trying to make just enough for his rent. You think his life is easy? But he still smiles and serves you. Isn't that exhausting?
Maybe, but that's what he gets paid for. It's his job.
So he's not allowed to be tired because he works for a wage? But you, riding around in chauffeur-driven cars, living in fancy houses, dining in the best restaurants, you can be tired because you have to attend a few meetings and answer a few questions. Don't you think that's a bit hypocritical?
I hadn't really thought about that.
Then maybe you should. Anyway, I gotta go.
But you haven't even touched your food.
I'm not hungry anymore. And I just left without another word and hailed a cab back to the resort. When I got there, I realized that I still had the ring on me. So I decided to give my luck a second chance and tiptoed my way to Vanessa's room, carefully avoiding all the cameras. I swiped the key, gently turned the knob, and walked in, when suddenly someone jumped on me and pinned me to the ground.
Who are you? And why did you just sneak into my room? And why are you wearing my ring? Speak up!
I will, if you just get off me. Thankfully, Vanessa agreed to listen, and I spilled everything about the ring, Carter, and the blind date. I thought she'd call security immediately, but instead, she burst out laughing.
Do you have any idea how much I tried to get out of that date? Phew, you did me a huge favor.
Does that mean you won't be pressing charges?
That depends. You see, I moved to France with my grandma at 5 because my dad wanted to marry a kid-hating bimbo. But now she's left him, so he wants me to come back home. Problem is, I don't want to. I have my whole life in France, including my boyfriend Jean-Pierre, and Dad hates him. He wants me to date Carter or he'll cut me off. And since Carter thinks you're Vanessa, You'll just have to date him in my place.
Wow, you rich folks are complicated. And I can't do that because it's stupid and I'm pretty sure that guy hates me.
Really? Then why did he send me a text asking to meet him again? Listen, just make this Carter guy go away.
What if I say no?
Then your sister will rot in jail and you will lose this job.
But what about my work?
I'll pay you. Does $500,000 sound good?
Sounds great. Vanessa and I shook on it, and that night, I couldn't sleep a wink thinking about how this money could change everything for me and Zoe. But I was pretty nervous about fooling some rich, powerful guy. I wanted to share my doubts with Zoe, but I knew she was a tattletale, so I kept quiet. And the next morning, Vanessa woke me up at 6 and told me that Carter was on his way to take me to a derby match. Is there a reason why I'm dressed like Mary Poppins' cousin? I get that you want him to hate me, but this dress makes me hate me.
The idea is to make you look undateable, and this dress is perfect for that. Now remember, make this the worst day of Carter's life. He should be calling my dad and telling him that I'm a monster. Now go make me proud.
I left the hotel and greeted Carter at the gate, half expecting him to say something about my dress, but he just smiled and complimented me. Was he blind?
Sorry, I think we kinda got off on the wrong foot last night.
Can we do this in the car, please? The heat is making me dizzy.
Sure.
For the rest of the ride, Carter kept trying to talk to me, but I just pretended to be busy on my phone. Soon after, we reached the derby stands and were about to take our seats when I put my plan into motion. Carter! Can you get me something to drink? I'm parched.
But the race is about to start.
You're right. I'll just go and get it myself.
No, wait! I'll get it.
Oh, thanks. Carter pushed through the crowd and came back with a massive cup of soda. I took one look at it and screamed. It has no ice. I want ice. Carter rushed through the crowd again and came back sweating with a new cup of soda. Thanks. Oh no.
What now?
This isn't diet. I can't drink regular soda. It makes me feel bloated and gassy. Get me a new one. Pretty please. Carter shot me an irritated look before running back into the crowd, and by the time he got back, the race was over. I did feel a bit guilty, but then I thought about how he must have made his servants run around 1,000,000 times, so he probably deserved a little payback. What an exciting game. Too bad you missed it.
Yeah, too bad.
Are you mad at me? You are, aren't you? I made you miss the game. You must really hate me now. It's cool if you don't want to see me again.
Nonsense. I love to see you again.
Why? I mean, wow. I must have really left an impression. Carter inched closer, and I literally stopped breathing. I thought he was gonna kiss me, but then he just opened the car door and asked the driver to drop me at the resort.
I'll pick you up tomorrow, princess. Don't miss me too much.
You bet. What the heck was that? Over the next few days, I did everything to make Carter go away, but nothing worked. I threw tantrums over the smallest things, and he patiently calmed me down. I made him wait for hours while I got dressed and didn't even apologize when I showed up. And he just smiled and complimented me. On Vanessa's instructions, I even took him to an amusement park and then faked a hurt ankle so he'd have to carry me around. When he sat me down to rest, I screamed in his ear to get me something to eat. He was at the stall when I pulled out my phone and texted Vanessa. The plan's not working. I've tried everything. The fake ankle, making him carry me. I even pulled his hair a little when I was on his back. He's not budging. Just as I hit send, I looked down and froze. I'd accidentally texted Carter instead of Vanessa. My heart raced as I scanned the crowd and spotted him walking towards me. He handed me the food and took out his phone, but I grabbed it before he saw anything. You're not allowed to see your phone till you feed me.
It'll only be a minute. I think it's from my dad.
You're always on your phone. You never pay any attention to me. I'm hurt, and all you care about is reading a stupid text from your dad. And with that, I threw his phone into a nearby fountain.
Vanessa? Are you insane? What if he has something important to say?
Guess I'll have to wait. Now wipe that frown and feed me.
Eat it yourself. You're impossible, and I'm out of here.
And he just turned around and left. I thought I'd managed to finally get rid of him when I reached the resort and saw him waiting outside with a bunch of roses. I didn't want any attention from the staff, so I dragged him to the side. What are you doing?
I am so sorry, Vanessa. I was way out of line today for yelling at you like that. Please forgive me.
Haven't you had enough? I mean, I'll think about it. Can you leave now?
I'm not leaving till you forgive me.
Fine, I forgive you.
You mean it?
You want me to get it tattooed?
Thank you. I'll see you tomorrow.
Great. And I ran inside before anyone spotted me. I had to do something before this guy drove me insane. So I asked Vanessa for help, and we sat down and stalked Carter online everywhere. One of his Instagram posts said that he hated water. So the next day when I met him, I pitched the idea of scuba diving.
Scuba diving? Why would you want to do that?
Because it's fun. Imagine the two of us, hand in hand, exploring the depths of the ocean. So romantic.
How about we explore the depths of my swimming pool instead? We can still hold hands, and it's a lot more convenient.
It's funny how you're talking, but all I can hear are chicken sounds. Carter's a chicken.
I'm not a chicken.
Then prove it. Carter reluctantly agreed, but the next day when we were out on the water, he said he just couldn't do it. As we stood there with me trying to persuade him, the boat suddenly lurched forward and we both fell into the water. See? It's not so deep and scary, is it? Just then, I noticed that Carter wasn't swimming. He seemed to be struggling to stay afloat. And then he started sinking. I quickly swam to him and helped him back onto the boat, but he'd passed out. I shook him, gave him CPR, and was about to give him mouth to mouth when he opened his eyes and coughed up water. Oh my God, you're okay.
Wait, were you about to kiss me? I can lie back down.
This isn't funny.
Tell me about it. I'm the one who nearly drowned.
You didn't tell me you don't know how to swim.
I know how to swim. I just panicked because we're in the middle of the ocean. I told you I couldn't do it.
I'm so sorry, Carter.
You should be. Now, where were we? Yeah, I had my eyes closed and you're about to kiss me?
Shut up. Once we were back on the main shore, we went to a cute diner and ordered burgers. Carter spotted a jukebox and played some of his favorite songs, but when I played mine, he fell silent. You don't like this song?
No, I love it. It reminds me of my mom. She used to hum this to me whenever I was feeling low. I know I never say this, but I really miss her.
I miss my mom too. Guess we're not that different, huh?
You're way better than I'll ever be.
Carter pulled me close, and as we swayed to the music, I realized he'd never looked so perfect. Under that spoiled exterior was a boy who missed his mom, and all he needed was someone to talk to. I wanted to be that person for him, but I also knew it wasn't gonna last forever. So I just melted into his arms and decided not to think about it. That was until I reached my room and reality slapped me in the face.
Care to explain why you have such an expensive dress in your closet?
It's not mine. I borrowed it from someone at work.
Uh-huh. Then why'd you hide it in your secret spot in the closet?
You went through my secret spot? That's abominable.
Who uses words like that? Also, I don't know what it means. And you've been acting really weird these days. Just last week I saw you sneaking into the room late at night. Where were you?
I went out for a walk, Mom. Now, if you're done interrogating me, I've had a very long day. Obviously, that didn't stop Zoe from snooping around. And with time, she only got more suspicious. I had to put an end to everything soon, so I thought I'd go and talk to Vanessa. But her boyfriend was visiting, and she was always busy with him. And I decided to wait. But then one day during a date, Carter told me he wanted me to meet his dad. Why? I mean, don't you think we're moving too fast? We barely know each other.
I don't know about you, but I think I know you pretty well.
Really? Like what?
Like I know you're pretty, you have the most gorgeous smile in the world, and that you play with your hair when you're nervous. And when you're thinking too hard, you make a weird face. Something like this.
Stop it.
Listen, please just come. It'll mean the world to me. Oh, and I have something for you. This necklace belonged to my mom, and it'll look beautiful on you.
I don't think I can take this.
I insist.
Carter gently put the necklace around my neck, and I felt a million butterflies in my stomach. The entire ride home, I couldn't stop thinking about how I was deceiving him. I gulped down my tears as I kissed him goodnight, and then I barged into Vanessa's room. Carter wants me to meet his dad.
And?
What do you mean? His dad will spot my lie in a second.
No, he won't. I've never met him. And even if I did, rich people have the memory of a goldfish. There's no chance he'd remember me.
That's not the point. If Carter wants me to meet his dad, that means he's serious about me. It'll crush his heart when he finds out I lied.
And why do you care about his heart? Listen, Carter clearly doesn't want to break up with you, but if his dad doesn't like you, he might convince him to dump you. All you have to do is make a horrible impression on the dad. I'm sure you can handle it.
Handle it? I could barely walk in the ridiculous dress Vanessa picked out. I tripped getting out of the car on my way to Carter's mansion. Finally, I saw him waving at the front door, and I felt a bit relieved. But then his dad joined us, and he stared at me with an icy stare.
Dad? This is...
Vanessa, I know. You don't look anything like your pictures.
Yeah, I'm not very photogenic. By the way, it's so good to meet you, sir. And what a wonderful house you have. These paintings and sculptures are really one of a kind. What an exquisite collection. And then I leaned onto one of the statues, and it started wobbling. The next thing I knew, it toppled over and shattered to pieces. As I backed off in horror, I accidentally bumped into a waiter carrying a tray of shrimp and landed right on my butt. Every eye in the room turned to me, and I quickly got up and bolted to the washroom. As I was cleaning up, a pretty girl walked in. It was Sophie, Carter's ex. I recognized her from my online stalking sessions.
That was one heck of an entrance. I'm Sophie, by the way. Carter must have mentioned me.
Actually, no, he didn't. Can I help you with something?
Just wanted to see Carter's new catch. And also, there's something you should know.
As Sophie talked, my heart sank, knowing that I'd probably made the biggest mistake of my life. I could barely process what she'd told me, and I ran off from the party without telling Carter. By the time I got home, I was so exhausted from all the overthinking, I immediately passed out. When I woke up the next morning, my phone was buzzing and Zoe wasn't around. I found out why immediately. The police were calling to tell me Zoe had been arrested for stealing. I took a cab to the police station, and on the way, I called Vanessa to tell her what had happened, but her phone went straight to voicemail. I even tried the phone in her hotel room, but she didn't answer that either. I rushed into the police station, only to find Carter talking to the police, with Zoe standing next to him.
Oh, thank God. I was beginning to think you'd never show up. Now, before these people lied to you, let me just tell you that whatever I did it for Mom.
Who's Mom?
Our mom, you moron. Mom called me yesterday and told me that she wants to come visit us, but she has no money for the tickets. I thought I'd pawn your stupid necklace off to help her out a bit. But that pawn shop guy informed this rich guy's family that someone was trying to sell an heirloom with their family crest. And they dragged me here for no fault of mine.
No fault? That necklace belongs to my mom, and I gave it to Vanessa.
Who the heck is Vanessa?
She is Vanessa, my girlfriend.
No, she's Sage, my sister.
What is she talking about, Vanessa?
It's Sage. S-A-G-E. Dude, you're cute, but you really have your wires messed up.
Shut up, Zoe! Carter, I lied to you. My name is Sage, and I am Zoe's sister. Carter looked shocked as I told him everything about the ring and how Vanessa had asked me to take her place.
So you lied to me all this while?
I wanted to tell you the truth, but I just couldn't.
Why not? If you needed money, you could just ask me.
Yeah, right. Like you'd even look twice at me if you knew I was poor. And you really have money to hand out? Because I found out you've only been dating Vanessa for her fortune. No wonder you kept putting up with me no matter how much I tested you.
Were you?
Don't bother, Carter. Sophie told me everything.
Carter's only after your money. He screwed up a big business deal, and now his dad's forcing him to marry an heiress to save their business. They need your dad to invest and bail them out.
How do you know that?
My dad told me. He's business partners with Carter's father. Trust me, I have no interest in Carter. I'm just helping a girl out here.
And you're just going to believe her, without giving me a chance to explain myself?
Well, is she lying?
No, but...
Then there's nothing left to say. Look, Carter,
We both lied and we're both wrong. The only difference is that I lied for my family and you lied out of greed. And I agree that there were moments where I got carried away, but now I'm back to reality. I'm pretty sure you don't care about me much, but if you do, even a little, please drop the charges against my sister. She's the only family I've got. I must have struck a chord with Carter because he took back his complaint and Zoe was released soon after. But the news of her arrest reached the resort manager and we were both fired on the spot, which was fine. I was done with that place anyway. Zoe and I moved to a small apartment and decided to start our life from scratch. We found jobs at cafes and this time, Zoe stuck to her promise to work hard. She seemed to be actually sorry for all the trouble she'd caused me. And while it was difficult to not think about Carter, I had to push him out of my mind and move on with my life. Then, a week later, I was leaving for work when I found Vanessa standing at my door. What are you doing here?
The night you were at Carter's place, my dad showed up and told me he didn't want me to see Carter anymore. He didn't give me a reason, except that he didn't trust Carter's dad and that he was okay with my relationship with Jean-Pierre and just wanted me to come home.
That's a relief. Congratulations. Anything else?
Here's your $500,000. I'm a woman of my word.
I didn't exactly do the job, and I don't want money for tricking someone.
It didn't bother you before. I guess you must have fallen in love with Carter.
No, that's not it.
Well, that's too bad, 'cause Carter's in love with you. He called me to yell at me for making him fall in love with the wrong person and how he can't get over you.
He doesn't love me. He was just after your fortune. That's why he put up with me for so long.
Something tells me you haven't seen the news recently. Carter officially resigned from his dad's company. I think his dad forced him to be with me just for money, and he was under a lot of pressure, so he agreed, but it looks like he doesn't care that much about money now. Oh, he also announced he's taking care of the student loans of waiters working in 20 restaurants in this town. I don't know what that's about.
I don't believe it. Vanessa showed me the news article, and I was shocked. Oh God, Carter really loves me? I have to tell him how I feel too.
But he's moving to his mom's place in London in like 3 hours.
Then we have to be quick. You have a car?
Duh. You think I walked here? Of course I have a car. But it's a little slow.
Seriously? I can crawl faster than this car.
Told you he's slow. I don't care, 'cause I'm mostly on my phone, and you know how rich people are, always fashionably late. Just sit back and relax. Enjoy the drive.
Enjoy my butt! I asked the driver to stop and step aside while I took the wheels and hit the accelerator. I zoomed past the cars, got tailed by the police, but somehow made it to the airport just in time. I jumped out of the car and dashed towards the gates, still hearing the police sirens behind me.
Go! I'll take care of this.
I rushed through the airport, screaming Carter's name. All I could think of was not being able to talk to him and tell him how much I liked him. And my heart sank when I checked the departure charts and saw that the London flight had already departed.
Hi, my name is Pedro, and I'm from Brazil. Please like and subscribe to MSA. Even though my parents were poor, I always had big dreams as a kid. When I was 8, my best friend Maria and I used to sit at the bus stop on the weekends and would admire all the fancy cars that would drive past. Wow, did you see that BMW? I want one like that when I grow up.
I believe you'll drive a car like that one day, Pedro. Remember what our teacher said. If you believe it, you will have it.
Maria also came from a poor family like me, and I cared about her a lot. Once when we were in the 8th grade, she couldn't bring her lunch for the whole week because her parents were so broke. And even though she came up with all sorts of excuses not to take my lunch, I wasn't going to leave my friend to starve.
Pedro, I'm not that hungry. Please, I don't want to take your lunch.
You know you don't have to have pride with me. Come on, let's share.
Okay, but next week is my turn to share with you.
But when next week came, Maria had more than enough to share with me since her dad got a big job in the city.
I got us candy bars today.
Wow, thank you. I'm really happy that your family's doing well.
Yeah, and there's something else I need to tell you.
She looked a little sad, and then I felt sad when she told me.
We won't be living in the same place anymore. We're moving to the city, and I won't be in this school.
I was happy for Maria because she was going to have a better life, but I was sad since she was my best friend. We promised to write to each other every month, but as time went by, she stopped writing, but I didn't. I started focusing a lot on my studies when Maria left and became the top student in my school. When I was in 10th grade, I got selected to participate in a national math tournament. When I was at the tournament, I was so happy when I saw Maria. She was also selected from her school. Maria? She looked so beautiful now. Her eyelashes even looked longer than a normal person's. Maria looked at me like she didn't even know me. Or maybe it was because I also looked different. It's me, Pedro.
Oh. Hi, it's been a while.
She looked down at my shoes and made a face of disgust.
I'm guessing you're still stuck at the poor people's location?
If that's what you call it.
Okay. I have to go. My friends are waiting.
That was not the Maria I knew, but I didn't let that distract me during the tournament. I beat all the kids, even the rich ones from Maria's school.
Well done, Pedro.
I was surprised that she even congratulated me after the way she looked at me. Thanks, Maria, and it was nice seeing you again. As I walked to the hallway, a tall man approached me. He was the principal of the most expensive school in the city. It was the same school Maria went to. Well done on your achievement today. I would love to have a student like you at my school. Thanks, sir, but I don't think my parents can afford your school for now. You would definitely qualify for a scholarship, and I could help you with that.
He's been an only child in this massive house. It's just me and my father. I'm so glad to finally have someone to talk to. Come on, I want to show you our swimming pool. I've won 5 gold medals because I practice every day.
Thanks, but swimming is not my thing.
What? Swimming should be everybody's thing. What would you do if the world comes to an end and the entire earth gets flooded? It'd have to be everybody's thing then. I'll teach you. Let's go.
Isabella was so persistent about everything. I did everything she asked me to do since her father was super kind to me. She never mentioned her mom, and I didn't want to intrude. When Isabella and I entered the school gates together, all eyes were on us, and I didn't understand why.
Oh my gosh, everyone thinks I'm dating the new hot guy.
Which new hot guy?
You silly. You're really cute. Don't you know that?
I blushed when she said that because I never really paid attention to how I looked since I focused so much on getting high grades. And then as we walked into our next class, all the girls started tapping the seat next to them.
Hey, new guy, you could sit next to me. Oh no, you should really sit next to me. I have all the answers to everything.
Isabella suddenly hid behind me when she saw Maria walk in, and then she took my hand.
He'll sit next to me. We come from way back. Isn't that so, Pedro?
I saw Maria glare at Isabella sternly, and she quickly ran to her seat and didn't look at me for the rest of the day. Maria pulled me along with her everywhere in school, and because I missed her so much, I stuck with her.
I'm so happy that you're in my school, Pedro, but we gotta get you some new shoes, okay?
But these are my favorite shoes, Maria.
I know, but change is good sometimes. Look at me. I live a fabulous life, which starts with how we look.
Isabella walked past me and Maria like she didn't even know me, and when I saw her after school to find out what was up, she acted like everything was normal. Hey, you suddenly avoided me? What happened?
Nothing. I just wanted to give you and Maria your space. She seems to really like you.
Yeah, we're old friends. Are you afraid of Maria?
No. She's just this popular girl who gets everything she wants, and I don't have any trouble at school, so we could just be friends at my house.
Okay, if that's what you want. The next day at school, Maria immediately approached me and took me to a quiet place, and then she took a new pair of sneakers from her bag for me. I felt very uncomfortable taking them. Maria, I told you I don't need new shoes.
Pedro, it's rude not to take a gift. You know that. Remember that time you made me share your lunch, and I took it?
Yeah, but I was
Take my gift, Pedro. Please.
I looked at her eyes, and she looked like she was about to cry, so I took the shoes. But it didn't stop there. Maria changed my whole look, and I kinda liked it, but hanging out with her and her friends felt awkward. Like this one time when we were in 12th grade, they invited me to a beach party, and when I decided to bring Isabella along, Maria acted like she owned me.
Pedro, can I speak to you alone, please?
She seemed angry, and I left Isabella waiting for me.
Why did you bring her to a party that I invited only you to?
I live in her house, and she's my friend, so I thought it'd be okay.
Well, it's not okay, and I'm not happy. You were my friend first. In fact, I think I like you more than a friend now.
Maria suddenly kissed me, which caught me off guard. Before I could react, my phone rang, and it was my dad. Sorry, I have to take this. My dad called to tell me that in a month's time, They would be losing the house because he lost his job. Maria could see that I wasn't okay, and because I was so worried, I ended up telling her everything.
So you're going to be homeless?
No, I won't allow that to happen.
Well, I don't know how you will do anything since you're still in school. But if you send Isabella back home and tell her that she's a loser, then I'll speak to my dad to help your family.
What? I can't do that. Isabella's family is helping me, and she's a good person.
She's a freak, Pedro, and you're hot and smart. And I want you all to myself.
I was so turned off with Maria. She wanted me to hurt another person for no reason, and I just couldn't do it. I went back home with Isabella, and she was happy to get out of the party because it wasn't her vibe either.
Maybe we can go get some ice cream?
Yeah, let's do that.
What did Queen Maria say? You looked so unhappy after you spoke to her.
Don't worry about it. I don't think I'll be hanging around her anymore. After our fun ice cream date, I started growing really fond of Isabella. She was sweet and accepted me for who I am. She was still very hyper about many things, but I started loving that about her. And then, after the weekend when I went back to school, everyone looked at me differently. Even the girls who dropped after me now looked at me like some poor, pathetic boy.
I can't have a homeless boy in our school.
I heard one of Maria's friends as she walked past me, and then I spotted Maria talking to a group of kids. I stood behind her. She was talking about me.
Pedro is a total fake. I had to buy him clothes and shoes because his family is going to be homeless soon. Wow. But how can someone so hot be so poor?
Maria, how could you do this?
Oh, speak of the poor devil.
She looked at me coldly, and then I took off the shoes she bought me and threw them in her face. Congratulations, Maria. Money has turned you into a real witch. I walked away from her, and Isabella ran after me.
Pedro, wait! Don't throw your education away because of her. Maria did something really humiliating to me once before, and that's why I stay away from her and whatever she wants.
What did she do to you, Isabella? Isabella started crying, and I hugged her. Then, she told me that she was the popular girl at school once before, and Maria was her best friend until she told everyone her big secret.
Maria kept asking about my mom, and then I told her something my family never shared with anyone. My mom is in a mental institute. Maria told everyone at school, and from that day, everyone called me a mental case.
Oh, Isabella, why didn't you tell me this before?
Because I didn't want you to think that I was a mad person. I'm not my mother. I'm me.
After what Isabella told me, I wanted nothing more to do with Maria. So I completed my last year of high school with Isabella by my side, and her dad also helped my parents not lose the house. Thank you so much for all that you did for my family. I hope to pay you back one day, sir. You have a bright future ahead of you, Pedro, and it was a pleasure having you in my house.
I'm going to miss you so much.
I got a scholarship to study medicine in one of the most prestigious universities abroad. And my school helped my parents pay for my flight ticket since I was the best student they ever had. I worked hard in university and became one of the best heart doctors in the world. When I went back to Brazil to visit my parents, I also paid a visit to Isabella and her father.
Pedro, I'm so glad to see you.
Isabella looked emotional. What's wrong?
My dad is in the hospital. It's his heart.
I spoke to the head of the hospital that Isabella's father was in, and I was ready to do anything to save him. While I was at the hospital, one of the nurses suddenly approached me.
Pedro?
I couldn't recognize her since she had her hair covered up, and when I looked closer, it was Maria. Hello, Maria.
Wow, you're a doctor now.
Yes, and I am a very busy person, so please excuse me. I walked past her, and I could feel her eyes still on me, but she was someone I forgot about a long time ago. After my successful operation on Isabella's father, he couldn't stop thanking me, and I was happy that I was able to do something good for him and Isabella.
Pedro, you are like my angel. You always come into my life at just the right time. When I was lonely back at high school, you filled up my life, and today, you saved my father.
I hugged Isabella, and then suddenly Maria tapped my shoulder. What can I do for you, Maria?
I just wanted to say I'm sorry to both of you.
She looked really sincere, so Isabella and I forgave her. She asked if we could have dinner together. I looked at Isabella and she nodded, so we hung out together. As we sat in a restaurant, we actually enjoyed ourselves. And when Isabella excused herself to go to the bathroom, Maria held my hand.
I still love you, Pedro. I don't know what came over me in high school, but I've changed now.
I slowly pulled my hand away from her. I'm sorry, Maria, but I'm in love with Isabella, and that's why I came back to Brazil. Maria understood and then got up and left.
Where's Maria?
She's gone, so it's just the two of us. I took Isabel's hand, looked into her eyes, and told her how I felt. Isabella, will you go out with me on a real date? She smiled.
So, I guess I did get the hottest guy in school after all.
She always knew how to make me blush. Never let your current situation determine your future. When life throws you lemons, make sweet lemonade.
Honey, you're saying it wrong. It's, that was delicious, Mommy. I would like some more. Now come on, say it again. Mom's English accent was just as bad as this advertisement. I knew exactly what I had to do. Blah, 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 blah. Hi, I'm Harper, and I'm one of the biggest television stars. Before I continue, please do like and subscribe. Growing up, I always loved watching TV shows, and it was all because of Mom. She wanted to be an actress but couldn't make it, so she made sure I became one, even though I never really wanted to. I was pretty, so I got a few gigs, and before I knew it, I was acting in several movies and TV shows and became extremely famous. But it wasn't as perfect as it looked.
Mom, can I hang out with Tara? She has a new pool.
There's no point being friends with her, Harper. She's your competition. All of them are. They're just pretending to be nice. When they have what they want from you, they'll pretend like you don't exist. Mom was so insecure, she even homeschooled me so I could attend all the rehearsals, acting classes, and auditions. But when I was 12, I was famous enough to not need any of that. And through a tantrum, I was finally sent to school. And I did very well, or so I thought, because a month later, I found out that Mom would give gifts to the teachers to give me good grades. It was a big scandal, and I was left totally embarrassed. I was back being homeschooled, stuck with my mom, and with no friends at all. Friends are stupid distractions. You have a career to make.
Yeah, you would say that. Unfortunately, you can't buy friends with money.
Ugh, she was the worst. And with time, I started hating her more. We would fight almost every day. All I wanted was to live a normal life, and all she cared about was money. Once, when I was 17, she lied to me to get an audition for a high-paying role that was clearly for someone older than me. She is 15. She's just a little short. Look at her portfolio. She has way more experience than all the other kids here. I couldn't believe she would go this far for money, so I went behind Mom's back and declared on my social media that I would donate a big chunk of my money to charity. Mom had no choice but to agree, since everyone already knew. This is outrageous, Harper. You should have told me before making this dumb decision to give all your money to an army of peasants. How could you hide the truth? Well, I learned it from the best. Besides, those underprivileged kids need that money more than us. Why can't you just concentrate on acting and leave the money to me? What's done is done, but there's always a way to fix it, and I will do that whether you like it or not. I didn't care about my mom's empty threats, but I got the shock of my life when she went behind my back and handed over a check with a lesser amount and her signature. It was then that I found out that all of the money was under Mom's name. She was stealing from me. That was the last straw. When I turned 18, I decided to quit acting. You can't! I am still the one that decides whether you can quit or not. Why are you smirking? How dare you behave? I'm not a child anymore. I can decide what I do with my life. Also, I'm suing you for stealing my money. The look on my mom's face was priceless. Mom swore she would take all my money since she drove me around to get the jobs and auditions. I ignored her and packed up my things to move out. I had finally received my own money from my last acting job and was free. You want to know what I did first? I went straight to the beach by my new house with a big tub of ice cream and enjoyed the view. I was ready to live an almost normal life. People still recognized me now and again, but it felt different now because I didn't have to pretend to be happy anymore. But the tabloids had a field day because of my drama. My case against Mom was the headline everywhere, and Mom made it worse by tainting my name on interviews. I can't believe she could do something like this to me. All I've done is put her first. Being a single mom was not easy, and she... I'm sorry. Mom continued this act, and some people took her side. She called me several times to threaten me to come back, but I just blocked her. This was the first time I had to do things by myself, and I was a little scared. Okay, let's do this. Let's see. So this goes here, and the detergent here, and ta-da! Well, that wasn't so difficult. I don't know why I was so worried. Just then, the washing machine began shaking like there was a tornado in there, and there was detergent bubbles frothing out of the machine. Did I put in too much detergent? I tried opening the door to check, but my clothes went flying around the room. It took me an entire day to clean up the mess I made. But eventually, I figured out how to use the machine. I had to Google it, but still. Soon it was time to finish high school, and I couldn't be more excited for my new life. But my excitement turned to panic when I entered school and a crowd of kids surrounded me.
Can I please get a picture with you?
I'm a huge fan. You are so good in that movie. Hey, give her some space. The girl took my hand and pulled me away from the crowd. She introduced herself as Ginny, and I thanked her for helping me out. Ginny was one of the sweetest and boldest people I had ever met. She was the head cheerleader at school and super popular. We soon became best friends. Once, Ginny even asked me why I hated acting so much, and I told her about how my mom had forced me to do it and took my money. She's my mom. Isn't she supposed to be the one looking out for me? Well, anyway, all of that is in the past. Now I have this new life, and you, my very good friend.
Excuse me? I am your best friend, and you won't find anyone as cool as me.
I agreed. No one could compare to Ginny. She was the best friend I didn't know I needed. Ginny also introduced me to her boyfriend, Draco. He was one of the most handsome and kindest guys at school. Together, the two helped me set up my new place, and Ginny let me borrow some stuff from her kitchen so I wouldn't waste money buying new ones. She knew I had to save money since the court battles with Mom were still going on, but she never spoke about them. Why are you so good to me?
You're like my sister. What's mine is yours.
While Ginny helped me around at home, Draco was an absolute gem at school. Like, once I needed help with my books, and he magically appeared out of nowhere to carry it for me. And another time during school beach camp, he gave me his jacket because I was cold. Hey, here you go. Can't have you fall sick now, can we? My stomach fluttered as his hands brushed against my shoulders. He was the sweetest. I looked across at Ginny and immediately felt guilty. I can't fall for Draco. That's just wrong. Oh, but he is so cute and sweet. But I couldn't stop thinking about him, so I decided to put my acting skills to good use and pretended that everything was A-okay. I started avoiding Draco, but for some reason he kept showing up wherever I went. And then one day, while I waited for Ginny to get done with her cheer practice, Draco came and sat right next to me. What is he doing here? Harper, I actually have a small favor to ask of you. I tried getting a reservation at this fancy restaurant for Ginny's birthday surprise, but I couldn't. I was wondering if you could use your celebrity status and get a reservation. I know it might sound weird, but it's for Ginny. No, actually, it's quite sweet. I'll see what I can do. I told him we'll go and talk personally to the manager, and he agreed. The next evening, as we walked into the restaurant, Ginny called, asking me if I wanted to join her for a movie, but I refused, saying I was busy. She's at the movies? By the look on his face, it was obvious that he didn't know about Ginny's plan. I wanted to ask him more, but decided against it. It wasn't my place. I spoke to the manager and got a reservation, and he even offered us free dinner that night. But just as we sat down, I could feel something was troubling Draco. Okay, spill. What's on your mind? I don't know. But I think Ginny is gonna break up with me. What? Why? She loves you, dummy. Isn't it obvious? She never tells me where she is, and we hardly go on dates because she's always so busy. We've been together since we were kids. I don't know what I'll do without her. Watching Draco so helpless broke my heart. I don't know what came over me. I instantly put my hand over his. For a moment, our eyes met, and all I could think was kissing him. You don't think it's in my head? Huh? Yeah, I think head is all. I mean, you're right. I don't think I'm feeling too well. Let's leave. We left immediately. But on the ride back home, I couldn't stop thinking about how much he loved her. With Draco still on my mind, I reached my front gate, but to my horror, it was broken. Someone was in my house. I held my keys as a weapon, and then my mom walked into the living room. She had the most evil smile when she saw me. Aw, look at my little baby all grown up, living by herself. Mummy is so proud of you. What? How did you get in here? It's a crime, you know. It's not a crime to come and see my own daughter. What do you want? Why are you here? All in good time, honey. First, tell me, why are you ruining your name? A good thing I followed you around. I would have never seen you flirting with your best friend's boyfriend. I thought you were one of the good ones, but turns out you'll do what it takes to get what's yours, just like your mother. What are you talking about? Mom flashed her phone with a photo of me with Draco from the restaurant, and I was shocked. Oh, not so fast. If you want this to remain a secret, then drop the court case. Give me what's mine, and let's get you back to work. I was turning red with rage. I had had enough with her. I was not flirting with him, and you're the one ruining my name by saying mean things at interviews. I'm not playing your games. Leave. We'll see who your friend believes. Last chance. Come with me or have your friendship ruined. I'd rather be broke than work with you or give you my money again, Mom. She left. I couldn't believe that she would stoop this low to get her way. I knew I had to meet Ginny before Mom did. I know how manipulative she can actually be. I tried calling Ginny, but she was at the movies and didn't answer. So I rushed to Ginny's place to wait for her. But when I got there, she was already home and she wasn't alone. Oh, honey, good thing you're here. I was just showing Ginny these beautiful pictures of you. And what's his name? Draco. The look on Ginny's face was enough to tell me what pictures she was looking at. I thought you were busy, but you were on a date with Draco? Harper, I never thought you would hurt me this way. No, Ginny, it's not what it looks like, I swear. Please believe me. I've seen how you look at him. Are you saying you don't have feelings for Draco? Mom smiled. She had been watching me for months. She knew I was in love with him. I do have feelings for him. I won't lie about that. But I would never act on them, and he would never betray you either. She admits she's in love, and I have proof they were together yesterday. She lied to you. I see the picture, and I know she lied about where she was yesterday, but I believe you, Harper, not her. No wonder she wanted to run away from you. You're pathetic. The look on my mom's face was worth framing. She was too stunned to speak. Dumb girls! One day you'll know that money is the only thing that matters. I feel sorry for you, Mom. Now if you're done, leave. And don't come back. She stomped her heels and walked out, and I ran and hugged Ginny tight. Draco was planning a surprise for your birthday. That's what we were doing there. I'm sorry I lied, but I swear it's the whole truth. I believe you, but I also know that maybe what I'm doing to Draco is wrong. I don't like him as a boyfriend. Maybe we are just better off as friends. My heart broke for her and Draco, but I knew what Ginny was feeling was justified. The next week she broke up with him, and I spent all my time with her. I even went ahead and filed a much-needed restraining order against my mom, but Draco was still on my mind. One day during school, I was trying to reach for a book when someone offered to do it for me. Draco! We got talking, and I asked him how he was doing. I won't lie, it was tough, but I kinda get it. Ginny was great, and we'll always be friends, but maybe nothing more. Well, in that case, welcome to the Singles Club. I got up to leave, but Draco took my arm. Sorry, Instinct. I was just wondering if you were free tomorrow night. We do have that fancy dinner reservation, remember? She would love to. I turned around to see Ginny walking in our direction. What are you doing? I figured you're too chicken to ask him out, so I'm doing it for you. Besides, I want him to be someone great, and I miss our group. So Draco, will you date my best friend here? Oh my god. In all my years, this is the most embarrassed I've been. So that means you don't like me? I do! I don't! I do! I just... Before I could say another word, my phone rang, telling me that I'd won the case. My mom was finally off my back, and for some reason that made me oddly confident. So where were we? The dinner. You like me? Yes, yes, yes to everything. But before we do that, let's catch up for some ice cream. It's been long.
It all started with my grandpa, who built a robotics empire after falling for my grandma. My dad met my mom on a cruise. They had my siblings, both happily in love. And then there's me, the only single one, until they decided ChatGPT could replace a real boyfriend. Hi, I'm Alina, and I like to believe there's a perfect match for me. Probably because everyone in my family found theirs. My best friend Melissa, on the other hand, thinks I'll die alone in a garage full of cats.
You can't keep blaming your family for setting the bar too high. The problem is you.
Being picky is not a bad thing, okay? It's like finding the perfect shoe. Too tight, you'll get a blister. Too loose, you'll trip and break your neck. You get what I'm saying?
I get that you're a total psycho. You've turned down 4 guys this week, and it's only Tuesday.
She wasn't entirely wrong, but it wasn't my fault all the guys at school were marshmallows. I wanted someone who'd fight for me, who'd cross rivers of lava just to get me McDonald's at 11 p.m. Meanwhile, Melissa would date literally anyone who asked.
You never know until you try.
So, yeah, I stayed single all through high school. And that final summer, while Melissa was off on endless dates, I was stuck in my room, dramatically sulking over my painfully single life. Then one night, Grandma walked into my room.
Come with me to the lab, love. I have something to show you.
The lab was a hidden underground room where my grandparents spent hours experimenting with tech. I loved visiting as a kid, until the day I tripped over some wires and crashed their entire system. That was the end of my lab visits. Until now. Everything looked the same. The massive metal door, the dim room packed with computers and blinking lights. And there, near a towering glass tank filled with swirling mist, stood Grandpa.
What's going on?
We noticed you've been feeling down, so we made you something special.
With that, Grandpa scanned his eye into a console connected to the tank, and it hissed open. Inside stood a boy about my age, inhumanly beautiful, and it looked like he was sleeping.
Oh my god, who is that? Wait, did you guys kidnap someone?
See, darling, I told you it looks real. Fantastic craftsmanship.
It? You mean that's not a real boy?
Alina, meet Zenith 0.1, or as we call him, Alan. Alan, introduce yourself to Alina.
Are you setting me up with freaking ChatGPT?
Greetings, Alina. I have been programmed for one primary function, to analyze and comprehend your heart, to serve as your greatest supporter, your trusted confidant, and to perceive every aspect of you, including your flaws, as beautiful.
Flaws? What flaws?
One super important thing, Alina. No one should ever find out that Alan is a robot. The tech used to build Alan is illegal. If anyone, especially Herman Robotics, finds out about him, we're in serious trouble. That company would stop at nothing to get their hands on him.
Wow, he's just so pretty.
Alina, did you listen to anything I said?
Yes, I heard you, Grandma. I won't tell anyone, jeez. Now, When do I get them all to myself? My grandparents told me that they had a few last-minute fixes to do, and the next morning, I found Alan standing next to my bed, smiling at me.
Good morning, Alina. My scans indicate you have entered the rapid eye movement stage of sleep exactly 32 minutes and 18 seconds ago.
You were watching me sleep? Don't do that. It's creepy.
Noted. Is there anything else you'd like me to do?
I'd love it if you talked like a normal guy.
Noted. Yo, babe, sup? Did you sleep good or whatever? By the way, you looking fire today. Wanna grab a ride?
Okay, no, stop. That's worse. Let's stick to whatever you were doing before. For the rest of the day, I had Alan all to myself. And it was kinda awesome. When I couldn't decide on breakfast, he whipped up the most beautiful smoothie bowl. When I struggled to pick a movie, he suggested a list of highly rated films. And when I got bored of staying home, he suggested we go out for a picnic. Everything was perfect. Until we got there and realized we hadn't brought any food. And then suddenly, Alan started unbuttoning his shirt. Alan, what are you doing? But when I opened my eyes again, I saw his chest opening up like a compartment to reveal a fridge where he stored all the food. How cool was that? The last week of summer flew by as Alan helped me finish my bucket list. Visiting the amusement park, trying desserts, and watching sunsets together. I was so used to Alan by now that it felt weird to go to school without him by my side.
There you are. Was beginning to wonder if someone abducted you, since you've barely answered my calls all summer.
You mean the 5 missed calls you've left me in 60 days?
Okay, fine. I was busy with Broderick. But we broke up. He has a very big head and very small feet. I should have walked away immediately, but... He got me that new harmonica bottle. The one with the harmonica cap.
Wait, you dated him because of a water bottle?
Not just a water bottle, Alina. A bottle and a built-in musical instrument. Hydration and entertainment. I was weak.
Oh, that's actually cool.
Now I'm single and hydrated and ready for your drama. Now you tell me, on a scale of 1 to 10, how boring was your summer?
Actually, I met someone.
You what? Who? Where? Is he cute? More importantly, why was I not informed?
His name's Alan, and he's, the son of the head of marketing at our company?
Are you asking or telling? Never mind. I want to know everything.
I showed Melissa some photos, and I just couldn't stop talking about him. And I thought Melissa was impressed. But during lunch, she came rushing to me with excitement.
Okay, Alan's great, but he's not officially your boyfriend, right?
No, but...
Perfect, because there's this new guy, Mario. He's recently moved to town, and he's in my bio class. And guess what the first thing he asked me was?
If you wanted to go out with him?
No, dummy, he asked about you. I'm telling you, Alina, this guy is perfect for you. He's cute, funny, manly, literally everything you've ever wanted in a guy. He told me he wants to meet you, and I told him you already met someone, but he's persistent.
Meet me, now?
Yeah, if that's not too much of a problem.
I turned around and saw this really tall guy towering over me. Melissa introduced Mario to me and asked if he wanted to have lunch with us. And obviously, he accepted.
So, you're into robotics too? Melissa told me about your family business.
She's into fashion and makeup. Can't you tell by how gorgeous she is? I swear, her eyeliner skills are insane. She could do a perfect wing in 3 seconds. It's basically her superpower.
Gee, thanks, Mel. I hope one day I can save the world with it. And Mario burst out laughing like I'd just cracked the funniest joke on the planet. He even joined us for our study session later and was so pushy with all his friendly questions that I barely got any of my homework done. Thankfully, when I got home, Alan was there to help. While Alan was steady and reassuring, Mario was relentless, and Melissa wasn't helping. She kept insisting he was good for me and started inviting him to everything. The cafeteria, breaks, the library. Mel, I love you, but you've got to stop shipping me with Mario. I'm not interested in him that way.
Then who are you interested in? Alan? Because in that case, why haven't I met him yet?
Because he's not... I think...
Blah, blah, blah. Excuses. Either introduce me to Alan or date Mario.
I knew Melissa wasn't going to let this go. So a couple of days later, I invited her to hang out with me and Alan in the mall. As soon as she saw Ellen, her eyes went wild.
Wow, you're cute.
Hello to you too, Melissa. I've heard a lot about you.
Me too. Is he always this formal, Alina?
He's just really polite.
Politeness often leads to respectful conversations, but I can adapt to the tone you prefer.
It's cool.
We wandered around the mall shopping, and Melissa and I got caught up in non-stop laughter over school gossip. After an hour, she realized Ellen hadn't picked out anything.
Ellen, didn't you see anything you liked yet?
I was waiting for you to finish your conversation.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize. Well, you can pick something now.
Sure. Alina, what would you like me to wear?
Ellen just stood there like a rock, waiting for my command. I awkwardly picked up a pair of blue jeans and a white t-shirt and gave it to him.
Isn't that a little boring?
No, Melissa. If Alina likes this, so do I. It's my job to keep her happy at all times.
I felt a little embarrassed that Ellen had shut Melissa down so abruptly. There was really nothing I could do except smile. We just roamed around for a bit before pushing off home. And the next day at school, Melissa told me what she thought of Ellen.
Isn't he just weird? He agrees with everything you say. And didn't you see how he shut me down when I was on his side?
He just really cares about me. And maybe it's hard for you to understand because you've only dated jerks.
What's that supposed to mean?
I didn't mean to be harsh. But it's not my fault that most of Melissa's boyfriends were selfish and Alan was kind and thoughtful. The tension lasted all day. And then Mario joined us at lunch. Perfect. He wouldn't stop talking and laughing, and Melissa joined in. My mood was a bit too sour to be part of their merrymaking, so I decided to leave.
Leaving so soon?
Let her be. She's just cranky because of that weird boyfriend of hers.
I felt mad that my best friend would say such a thing in front of someone I barely knew. So I ignored both of them and went home. I decided not to speak to Melissa for some time. But later that day, the doorbell rang, and Melissa walked in.
Hello, Melissa. What brings you here at this hour?
I need to talk to my best friend. Alone.
It's okay, Ellen. You can leave us alone. And Ellen nodded and left. Once we were alone, Melissa turned to me suspiciously.
Why is this boy always hovering around you, and why is he at your house so late? Your parents don't have a problem?
That's why you came here? To judge me more?
No, I came here to say that Alan's not good for you. He's too intense, and something about the way he talks is creepy. Take it from me, this boy is bad news.
Really? And who's good news? Mario? Who can't read the room and realize we're annoyed and not in the mood for his dumb jokes?
Oh my god, Alina, he was trying to cheer you up. Alan would have probably encouraged you to fight me right there on the cafeteria table.
That's not true. Alan's sweet and kind.
And acts like a freaking bot, unlike Mario, who's human.
Enough with Mario. I'm not interested. How many times do I have to say that? Before Melissa could say another word, Alan walked in looking angrier than I'd ever seen him and grabbed Melissa's arm.
You need to leave now, Melissa.
Let me go.
But Ellen just opened the door and escorted her out. I was so angry, I stormed to my room, and Ellen walked in right behind me.
Are you okay?
No, I'm not. I don't understand why Mel is so pushy about Mario. Why can't she just let me be? She thinks she's so much better than me because she's been on a million dates, but she conveniently forgets that every single one of them ends in disaster. So maybe she's not as smart as she thinks she is.
If dating is so terrible, why do you want to do it?
Because that's just how it works, Alan. People just want love.
Huh. Interesting.
Ugh, she is so annoying.
Does she bother you that much?
Yes. I don't want her to talk to me ever again. For the next few days, Melissa just ignored me completely. Fine. I didn't care. I had Alan. I spent my breaks texting him, and he was always spot on with his replies. After school, we hung out, but his endless nodding and smiling started to feel empty. I missed Melissa, and I tried apologizing, but she wouldn't respond. We'd fought before, but usually we'd scream at each other, then 5 minutes later, she'd send me a meme and it'd be over. But this felt different. I felt really down one day, so when Alan asked me if I was okay, I simply burst out crying.
Melissa just won't talk to me. Yeah, I said some things, but we always say things when we fight. Why is she dragging this out so much?
Because I told her to never speak to you again.
You did what?
I asked Melissa to...
Yeah, I heard that. But why?
You told me you don't want to speak to her again.
Oh my God, Alan! I said that because I was angry. Don't you get that?
I understand, but my system prioritizes your desires above all else. And you said...
I can't believe how stupid I was! Go! And don't come back! Alan looked confused, not moving from his spot.
Why?
Why? Do you not understand how serious what you did was?
But that's what you asked for. I did what you wanted. I didn't want to...
Alan, do your job properly. Put my desires above all and just leave me alone!
Understood.
Slowly, Alan stood up and walked away. And now, I was truly alone. I had to talk to someone about this, so I decided to tell Grandma what Alan had done, hoping to get some advice.
Oh, wow. He's smarter than we thought.
Well, his smartness cost me my friendship.
No, darling. You lost your friend because you chose perfection over real human connection. Alan follows your commands because that's what he's designed to do. But you can't expect real people to fit into your world perfectly. You have to meet them halfway.
I know, but Alan's the kind of guy I've always wanted. He's perfect. Like Grandpa is perfect for you. Dad is perfect for Mom. Why can't I have someone like that?
When I started working with your grandpa, he couldn't stand me. Neither could anyone else in the lab. They didn't think women belonged there. It took years to prove myself, and forgiving him was another journey. And your mom was tough to live with. Your dad spent years adjusting to her temperament. We've all struggled, sweetie. No one's perfect. That's what makes us human.
Grandma was right. And the next day at school, I walked into class thinking I'd talk to Melissa and fix things. But seeing her with her new boyfriend only made me more sad. She didn't need me. And I was ready to leave when Mario stepped in my way.
You look sad. Let me guess. Your boyfriend did something again?
I'm not sad. And Alan's not my boyfriend. Not anymore, that's for sure.
Great. I mean, I'm sorry to hear that. You know, there's this cute ice cream place that serves the best sundaes. No pressure, but I have a feeling you could use some company right now.
I did need a distraction, so I agreed. And to my surprise, it wasn't so bad. He was funny, sharp-witted, and surprisingly easy to talk to. The more time I spent with Mario, the more I found myself enjoying his company. And I started thinking we could be more than just friends. Until things started to get a little creepy. He kept asking about my grandparents, how they started their business, whether they were still inventing new technology, and if we could visit their labs. And weirdly enough, he was super curious about Alan.
So, is Alan from this town?
Nope.
Then how did you guys meet?
Through my parents.
Do you have some pictures of the two of you? I don't have a social media account, so I haven't really seen how he looks.
Why do you care so much?
I don't. I'm just curious.
Well, if you're so interested in Alan, maybe I can set you two up on a date.
You're funny.
Mario's behavior seemed really off. So one night, I decided to do some online digging. He didn't have any social media accounts, but after some searching, I finally found an old newspaper article. Turns out, Mario's full name was Mario Herman, and he was the future heir of Herman Robotics, the same company Grandma had warned me about. So that's why he was so curious about Alan. He knew he was a robot. That was the only possible explanation. I rushed to the basement. I had to make sure Alan was well guarded now that I knew what Mario was really after. But when I went down, Alan wasn't around. I searched the whole house, even spoke to the servants, but no one had a clue. I was losing my mind when I got a call from Melissa. Melissa?
Hey! Come and get your creepy boyfriend. He's in my house forcing me to meet you because your emotional stability is his #1 priority.
Oh my God. Just
Please sit tight. I'll be right there.
You better, or I will hit him with a frying pan.
I strongly advise against that, Melissa. My exterior casting is tough. Your fry pan will sustain irreparable damage.
You see what I mean? He's crazy.
I immediately rushed to Melissa's house, which was just a few blocks away. I barged into her room, and there, in the middle, stood Alan looking confused. I stepped toward him and reached into my pocket, pulled out the key, and inserted it into the small slot on his back. In an instant, Alan shut down.
What was that? What did you do to him?
Nothing. He's just resting.
That's it. I'm calling the cops.
No, wait. Melissa, let me explain. I told Melissa everything about Alan, how he was a robot and how my grandparents made him for me, and Melissa just looked shocked.
He's a robot? How? He looks so real.
Yes, and I thought I could control him, but clearly I was wrong. But the worst part is Mario. I gave him a chance, but I've just found out he's about to inherit our rival company, Herman Robotics. He was using me to get to Alan. I'm sure of it.
No wonder he was so persistent about meeting you. I'm so sorry, Alina. I shouldn't have pushed you so hard to go out with that weirdo.
It's okay. You didn't know. But now, I have a plan, and I need you.
Whatever it is, I'm in.
I gave Melissa a rundown of our plan, and she loved the idea. We needed a boy to help us out, and she convinced her boyfriend to be a part of it. The next day, we got to work. Mask, makeup, colored lenses, and clothes that made Melissa's boyfriend look almost too perfect to be human. Once everything was in place, we set the plan in motion.
Morning, beautiful. Is everything okay?
Not really, no. It's Alan. He wants to get back with me, but I told him that I like you. And now, he's mad. He says he wants to fight you, but I don't think you should. Instead of looking concerned, Mario's smirk only deepened. This was perfect for him. A chance to finally face Alan in person.
You think I'm scared of him? When does he want to meet? I'll be there.
He's waiting for us in the school courtyard. But please, Mario, don't go.
Don't try to stop me.
Mario puffed out his chest and marched toward the courtyard, and I ran after him. As soon as we reached the courtyard, I pointed to the bench where Melissa's boyfriend sat posing as Alan.
I know what you are.
A guy trying to read in peace.
Oh, you think you can fool me, you freak of nature? Get up and fight me. Let's see what's under this sleeve. I bet everyone here would love to see some gears and wires.
Dude, let go.
But Mario kept tugging at his sleeve, trying to rip his shirt. Just then, a big burly guy stepped in. Mario's brother. I recognized him from the newspaper article.
So, this is the robot you were talking about. Looks pretty real to me.
And now he's ours.
They lunged at Melissa's boyfriend, but he broke free and sprinted toward the cafeteria.
Someone call security!
Mario and his brother chased him into the cafeteria, and Melissa and I went running after. Just as we arrived, Mario hurled a chair at Melissa's boyfriend, and it crashed into a vending machine, sending a loud crack through the room. And all the students froze in place. Mario, stop! You're gonna hurt someone!
Someone? Or your precious robot? I know your family's dirty little secret. My family moved me to your school. Herman Robotics is done being second place to you freaks!
Have you lost it completely? He's not a robot!
Shut up, Alina! My parents have been watching you. I know your grandparents developed this robot in their secret lab using illegal technology and named him Alan. You think I was following you around because I liked you? Get real. Listen up, everyone. Alina's family's crazy. They built this life-size robot because their precious little girl is too dumb to find a real boyfriend. And this is just a prototype. They are building an army of robots using illegal tech so one day they would take over the whole town. Let me show you.
With that, Mario marched over to Melissa's boyfriend and started twisting the top of his head like he was trying to open a jar of jam.
Ow, ow, ow!
Hey, that's enough. You're hurting him.
How the heck is that a robot if he's literally bleeding? Cut it out with this dumb joke already!
Mario spun around, ready to yell at that guy, and Melissa's boyfriend seized the opportunity to break free. He stumbled to the ground, wincing in pain. While a group of guys rushed over to help him up, Melissa immediately ran to his side.
The entire cafeteria erupted as people started throwing accusations at Mario and his brother. They desperately tried to defend themselves, insisting, over and over, that it was really a robot. But at this point, no one was buying it. Meanwhile, I sent a quick message to the principal explaining what was happening. And minutes later, he walked in followed by 2 police officers.
What's going on here?
Sir, this guy is assaulting my friend. He pushed him and started telling everyone that he's a robot.
That's a lie! Sir, Alina's family has a robot in their basement that looks like a man. They built it using illegal technology. They tricked me into thinking their friend was the robot.
Mario, what nonsense! Do you hear yourself?
You have to believe me!
But the principal asked the officers to arrest Mario and his brother for assault and then kicked them off school property.
It's not my fault. Mario's got problems. He's on meds for his head.
I'm not crazy. This whole school is insane.
I hesitantly walked over to Melissa and her boyfriend, a little worried. What if I went too far? What if he actually got hurt? But before I could say anything, Melissa turned to me with a very weird look on her face.
Alina? I don't think this is my boyfriend.
Excuse me? What now? Melissa's boyfriend lifted his head and looked right at me. Now that I was this close, I could clearly see no wig, no contacts. It was Alan himself. Alan? But you were in pain. We all saw it.
Was it convincing? I tried to use everyday language that a teenager would use to fit in, but my calculations suggested I may have overestimated the appropriate pain response. As for the blood, I synthesized it myself and applied it to my hand.
Why are you here?
After you returned me to the lab last night and your grandparents started me up again, someone attempted to hack into my system multiple times. They failed, of course, but based on this, I deduced that their real target was either you or your family. Upon further research, I identified the source, Herman Robotics. More specifically, Mario Herman. And I know you don't want to see me anymore, but I was worried about you. I wanted to protect you, Alina.
Melissa was gazing at Alan with literal sparkles in her eyes, like he was a puppy who had just successfully learned his first trick. I was feeling a little emotional too. How can he be capable of feeling or wanting something? Out of literally nowhere, Melissa's actual boyfriend appeared, out of breath and looking frantic.
I'm here! I made it in time, right? I couldn't get the contact lenses in by myself. What?
I dropped Alan back home and gave my grandparents the full rundown of what happened with Mario and his brother. Naturally, they were furious, but keeping Alan's true identity a secret was more important. So they decided not to go to the police.
Well, at least Alan was there to protect you. I wonder how he got that idea.
That's what was weird. Alan said he was worried about me. He wanted to protect me.
I can erase my progress if you're not happy with it. But personally, I kind of like to keep it.
No, Alan. Sweetie, absolutely not. This is a scientific breakthrough. Do you realize how big this is? This is Nobel Prize material.
After that, Alan practically lived in the lab. Grandma and Grandpa's greatest project. He became family, loved by all. I missed having him to myself, but I had bigger problems, like surviving Melissa's matchmaking.
Hi, I'm Lucy. Get some popcorn and settle down because my story is bonkers. Don't forget to like and subscribe to MSA. My childhood was crazy. Mom was super strict and was always breathing down my neck to make sure I followed all her dumb house rules. Lucy, this placemat is 0.5 inches to the left. I'm so disappointed in you. Seriously? I got no dessert because of freaking placemats. And Dad was a complete weirdo. He stayed in his study all day long and only left at night with a suspicious-looking briefcase. But whenever I asked him what was in it, he would always tell me to mind my own business. So rude.
One day, I was playing football by myself in the park when two mean-looking men grabbed my ball and squished all the air out of it. Hey, are you stupid? You're supposed to kick the ball, not squish it.
She's a little firecracker. Where's your dad, little girl? He owes us an apology.
Why? Who are you? And what did my dad do to you?
You ask too many questions. Let's just say your father isn't a very nice man. Selfie!
And they took pictures with me and left. What was going on? I ran home and confronted Dad. He looked panicked but told me it was no big deal. But I wasn't going to let it go. That night, I sneaked out of my room like a ninja and tried to get into Dad's study. But suddenly, a loud alarm went off and red lights flashed all over the house. I nearly jumped out of my skin in fright. Dad was so furious, he made me write 200 times, "I will mind my own business." But the next day, he was gone. I looked for him everywhere and called him, but his phone was off. And I felt guilty. Had he left because of me? But Mom refused to talk about him. Aren't you even a little bit worried about Dad? He's missing.
He's a grown man. I'm sure he can take care of himself.
People said he's a bad man. What did he do?
What if I told you about listening to idle gossip? And straighten your back.
Ugh, she was the worst. Rather than go to the police and file a report, she moved us to a new city. I was so mad at her that I stopped showering for a week. Then I accidentally smelled my own armpits and nearly fainted, so I finally took a bath. But I stopped doing chores according to her ridiculous rules.
Lucy, I told you to dry the laundry, not dye it.
Oops. But I was only getting started. I always put the forks and knives in different drawers around the house after washing them and screwed up the TV remote so it wouldn't work properly. I dyed my hair orange and got fake piercings and tattoos, but told her they were real. She was so upset, she got me enrolled in an insanely strict school.
They have uniforms and rules. I'm sure they'll knock some sense into you.
Not if I knock them over first. St. Mary's was a mansion with super rich kids. The lawns were perfectly kept, and the halls were so clean they shone like diamonds. But I got in trouble on the very first day. I was putting my books in my locker when suddenly someone threw a hoodie in my face. Wear this. Your ugly face is gonna make me vomit. Then look somewhere else, creep. This is a respectable school. We don't want people like you, so you better clean up. She knocked the milkshake out of my hand and pushed me down in the mess. I saw red. I was about to get up and slap this crazy witch when suddenly a boy came running down the hall and stood between us.
Picking on the new kid on the first day? You're really desperate for attention, aren't you, Crystal?
Mind your own business, Anthony. This is my school, not your dad's office. What I say goes.
Maybe I should give him a call and we'll see who really runs this school.
Crystal looked furious. She flipped her hair and left with her minions, and Anthony helped me up.
Hey, I'm sorry about Crystal. Just because she's the principal's daughter, she thinks she can boss everyone around.
Thanks for coming in like a knight in shining armor.
I always wanted to save a damsel in distress.
Oh, you didn't save me. You saved her from me. But the teachers at the school were like Mom Pro Max. They gave detention for everything. Need to sharpen your pencil twice a day? Detention. Spend more than 5 minutes in the bathroom? Detention. The last straw for me was when one of the teachers took away my bag of candies and threw them in the trash. Just keep your candy at home. Mom is a bigger candy police than the teachers. One time I had more than one M&M and she took me to the dentist for a cleaning.
That's intense. Come over to my place and we can play video games and eat all the candy you want.
Anthony's house was bigger than the White House. There were guards all over the place and a whole room dedicated to gaming consoles, snacks, and a freaking cotton candy machine. Fart in my face to wake me up because I must be dreaming.
You are so weird.
We played till our eyes hurt, and it was the best time I'd ever had in my life. Over a dinner of greasy burgers, I told him all about my parents, how we'd moved so suddenly, and how I'd never had a normal childhood, and how Dad left. I think Dad was a criminal or something. That's the only logical explanation.
Is that why he disappeared?
Maybe. This is the best burger I've ever had. Mom would freak out if she saw me eating this.
That just shows your mom really cares about you. My dad builds bridges and has a whole list of rules that he needs to follow strictly or people's lives could be in danger. Your mom is just trying to build a strong bridge.
I'd never really thought about it like that. maybe Mom wasn't so bad. But Anthony was so wrong, because when I got home, Mom was waiting for me in the living room, boiling with anger. How dare you go to a friend's house without permission? Do I even know these people? You'd know about my friends if you cared about anything other than your stupid rules. You're grounded. I hated my life at home, and Crystal was making me miserable at school. She was the student body president and was always after me for breaking some rule, which she made up herself. Ugh, I know you can't fix your ugly face, but at least have the decency not to smile. Your crooked teeth really make everyone cringe. Detention. For smiling? That isn't against the rules. No, but it should be for you. Well, if I'm gonna do the time, I might as well do the crime. I was getting detention so often that kids in school had started calling it getting a Lucy. It was ridiculous. So I decided to get even in the most Lucy way possible. I came in super early one day, did a little dance for the security camera, and drew poop emojis all over Crystal's locker. But why stop there? The whole school was a blank canvas. So I drew the little brown swirls on every whiteboard and bathroom stall. The school went nuts. One of the teachers fainted. The principal called me into her office, and soon after, Mom showed up with Dad's briefcase. She told me angrily to go outside for a few minutes. You're definitely going to get expelled, Lucy. That's what happens when you don't follow the rules. But just then, the principal came out looking pale and sweaty. Well, Lucy, I've decided not to expel you. I can see you don't do well with rules, so maybe we can relax a few and make learning easy for you. What? I was shocked, but Crystal had a full-blown meltdown. This loser drew poop all over my locker. She can't get away with this. I want her out, Mommy. Kick her out. The principal had to drag Crystal into her office because she was kicking and screaming like a 5-year-old. And Mom grabbed my hand and took me home for the day. What just happened? What did you say to the principal? Did you threaten her? What's in that briefcase? That's none of your business. Just keep your head down at school. I saved your butt this time, but it won't always work. No, maybe you're a criminal just like Dad. I don't trust you at all. I won't do anything you ask until I know the truth. I ran out the door and went to stay with Anthony. It was the only place I felt safe. Mom kept calling, but I ignored her calls. The next day, people in school were looking at me like I was some kind of hero. One of Crystal's minions actually dusted my locker and opened it for me, while another girl brought me coffee and offered to carry my books. What's going on here? Why are you guys doing this? Because someone finally put Crystal in her place. She's no longer the student body president thanks to you. We were all so tired of her being mean to us. Aw, shucks. But I didn't really do anything. Thanks for the coffee, but you don't have to do this anymore, okay? Life was pretty sweet after that. The teachers left me alone, and Crystal's day of ruling the school halls was over. She was always glaring at me like she was planning something evil in that petty brain of hers. And a few weeks later, I found out what. Someone had spray-painted poop emojis on every teacher's car and left a giant cat turd on the principal's windshield. Don't look at me. I didn't do it. Then who did? You're such a witch, Lucy. Everyone tried their best to make you straighten your ways, but you're a lost cause. Once a criminal, always a criminal. You take that back. You're a criminal. I slapped Crystal so hard that her contacts fell out. I was expelled on the spot, and the teachers reported me to the police for destroying their cars. My case was being investigated, and I was probably going to end up in juvie. But I wasn't a criminal like Dad, and I had to prove my innocence. So that night, I sneaked into the school's security room and got all the camera footage on a USB, and then ran to Anthony's place. Lucy, what happened? Why did you do that to all the teachers' cars? I didn't. Someone's framing me, and I'm gonna find out who. We used his laptop to look through the videos, but there were hours and hours of it, and I was getting sleepy. I went to the bathroom to change into my pajamas when I saw something that made the hair on the back of my head stand up. Hey, Lucy, I think I found the footage, but it's no good. The person's wearing a hoodie and a mask. I don't think you'll be able to prove it wasn't you. And that's exactly what you wanted, didn't you? I threw the hoodie and mask in his face. They had the same spray paint stains as the one used to make the emojis. He looked shocked at first, but then an evil grin spread on his face. No one is gonna believe a nobody like you. They shouldn't have believed your dad either. What are you talking about? What does my dad have to do with any of this? He has everything to do with this. When you joined the school and I read your name, I knew you had to be that nosy journalist's daughter. Journalist? Stupid, naive Lucy. Doesn't even know anything about her own parents. Yes, he found some stupid evidence against my dad for fraud and ruined his reputation. He sent him to prison. And now, I'm gonna send his precious daughter to jail. Just then, the door slammed open and the police rushed into the room. Anthony, you're under arrest for property damage. What? It was her. You have no proof it was me. Actually, you slipped up. I have a dashboard camera in my car, and that caught your face when you were ruining it. Lucy, are you okay? Suddenly, Mom came into the room and I was so glad to see her. I gave her a bear hug. I was so scared, Mom. Anthony told me some weird stuff about Dad. He's a journalist? Yes, sweetie. He is a very brave man who exposes criminals and bad men in the government. People are always trying to harm him, so he had to leave the country. And that's why we moved, to keep you safe. But how did you know I was here? I know I'm gonna sound like a psycho stalker, but I got your phone tracked. You weren't picking up and I was worried about you. The minute I saw Anthony's last name, I realized who he was and I knew you were in danger. I am so glad you stalked me. I didn't realize you were living with so much stress. And tell me now, Mom, what's up with the briefcase and how'd you scare the principal? It has your father's research and proof that he's used to expose people. I told your principal I had dirt on her. Do you? Nah, but it scared her enough to let you stay on in school. But you don't have to go back there. We can find you a better school. That's okay. The kids aren't half bad there. But when can we see Dad? I was thinking we could visit him in the summer. Would you like that? I would love it, Mom. Hey friends, I'm Nora from Atlanta. Please like and subscribe to 4Eve for amazing stories. I was born just a minute after my twin sister Suki. She was my twin, but we were nothing alike. We didn't even look like we were sisters at all. Suki, with her long golden locks and blue eyes, seemed like a Barbie doll. As for me, I might have looked like a Cabbage Patch doll. There's a saying that families are like fudge, mostly sweet, but with a few nuts. In our family, that nut was Suki. The girl was crazy. All she ever wanted to do was have fun, and she was born with a really short fuse. Like one time, Mom and Dad took us to a restaurant, and Suki thought it would be fun to squeeze the ketchup bottle at people. Thank God I was safe, but not for long. I'm not with them. Hey Nora, would you like some ketchup? Saying that, Suki squeezed the bottle so hard that the ketchup landed on not just me, but on the waiter as well. Instead of being angry, my parents were laughing. Suki, you sure know how to have fun. Yes, you are so naughty, but Mama loves you. I wasn't surprised when the waiter tried to stop her. She went ballistic, and eventually we were kicked out of the place and banned from ever coming back. Even when we would have exams, Suki would never take studies seriously, but still somehow managed to pass. But that wasn't for long. When we reached 10th grade, she failed and had to repeat the class. I wasn't happy that she flunked, but I wasn't sad either. I got to enter 11th grade without Suki, and it was awesome. I was finally my own person and no longer the sister of the most gorgeous and hot-tempered girl at school. I focused really hard on studies and aced every exam, and soon was top of my class. I had my life goals set. I needed to be the best and get that one scholarship to my fave university that was offered to our school. While my parents were happy that I was excelling in my studies, they were even prouder that Suki joined the cheerleading squad. Mom went so insane that she threw a full-fledged party for Suki, wearing her cheerleading uniform from ages ago. Oh, my love, you keep making us proud, following your mom's footsteps. Seeing how everyone was just hovering all around Suki, something inside me flipped. Like seriously, celebrating she joined the cheerleading squad? In case you guys haven't noticed, I aced my 9th standard exams. Okay, fine, I might have overreacted, but I did have a point. Mom and Dad just rolled their eyes and went on to enjoy the party, while I felt like I'd get a headache, so I went outside in the garden to catch some air. Feeling frustrated, I kicked the dirt, and that's when I saw a guy. You idiot. You stupid, stupid idiot. Huh? What the heck? Hey, watch your mouth. You're standing in my garden calling me an idiot and stupid? How dare— The guy raised his hand, and when he removed his phone from his ear, I felt my cheeks turn red. He wasn't talking to me. Beautiful, gorgeous. That's what I'd call you, not idiot and stupid. It was just my friend on the phone, who decided to let his pet fish swim in the bigger sea by flushing it down the toilet. Let's just say the fish is in heaven now. Who was he? He did look familiar, and then it hit me. It was Dad's friend's son, Ian. Our family used to be super close, but Ian and his family moved to England like 8 years ago. It's you, Ian, the guy who always stole my ice creams. Yep, it is I. The guy who heard you tell your mom on a beach picnic how bad you needed to scratch your butt because of the sand. Oh gosh, why did he have to remember that? Once summer vacation ended, I found Ian in my class. Perfect, as if having Suki in high school wasn't enough. Ian was the most annoying guy ever. First, because he knew so much about my childhood and would keep telling classmates how I used to be a cranky, weird kid. And second, because he was so competitive. He wanted to be number one at everything. He played in the school's soccer team and was also excellent in studies. A jock and a nerd. But I was a tough cookie. I was always one step ahead of Ian, and I wasn't gonna let him get my scholarship at all. One day, I was in the library preparing for this really tough advanced math quiz. Just as I was trying to figure out a very difficult equation, someone snatched my notebook. It was Ian. You're welcome. I was standing behind you, and I just couldn't bear it anymore. If you had paid attention to the prime number theorem, you wouldn't have to find a workaround for this question. OMG, how dare he? But I did forget to use it. I would have figured it out, but yeah. This way it does seem easy. Well, I guess thanks are in order. I already said you're welcome. Saying that, Ian sat next to me and we both started practicing together. After that day, Ian sort of grew on me and I started to like him. Soon we became really good friends. We always studied together and made our assignments together. We both wanted the same scholarship and hoped the best one would get it. One fine day as we were sitting in the cafeteria, Suki came out of nowhere and tried to be a little too sweet with Ian. Thank God he ignored her, but once we were at home, Suki had a full-blown meltdown about it. Are you just hanging out with him to make me jealous? Like, he is so cool? How can he even talk to you? How dare he ignore me? I don't know. Maybe because he knows I know what the cube of 2 is, while I guess you don't. Plus, haven't you noticed? He isn't into you. Nerd. Fine, he is cute, but not that cute. Saying that, she left in anger. If Ian had chosen me, she had to accept it. But had he chosen me? He was always so charming around me. I would often catch him looking at me and he'd give me just the cutest smile ever. We'd always sit together and study together in the library. He even walked me home every day after school, too. Every time he'd touch my hand, I felt as if my heart flipped, but we were just friends, nothing more. One day, Ian and I had to meet in the library to discuss an assignment, but he didn't show up. When I went looking for him, I saw him with Suki in the empty hallway. He was holding her hand and they were super close. I felt gutted, and I ran home and locked myself in my bedroom. Mom and Dad tried to talk to me, but I didn't let anyone in. Later that night, I felt hungry and went to get dinner. That's when I heard Suki talking to one of her friends. I almost ignored it, but the moment she said Ian's name, I lost it and barged into her room. I know what you're doing, witch. Stay away from Ian, got it? Is that him on the phone? How could you, Suki? What the heck? Get out of my room, Nora! Stop being a nosy jerk! Saying that, Suki pushed me out of her room, and the entire night, I felt so angry. It was my fault. I had been too scared to tell Ian how I felt. I needed to fix this. So the next day, the moment I saw Ian, I dragged him into the library and confronted him about Suki. What are you even talking about? Nora, I don't know. She was fine 1 minute and then she fell and I just gave her a hand to help her up. That's all. Oh, okay. I might have overreacted. No biggie. Really? And here, I was happy that you might have felt at least a bit jealous, because I feel like that when you talk to another guy. Oh, you do? And why is that? Because maybe I'm falling for you. Me too. Saying that, Ian leaned in and kissed me. It was beautiful. The following week, it seemed as if Ian and I were inseparable. I felt like I was on cloud 9. But Suki? Gosh, every time she'd see Ian and me together, Her face would turn red as a tomato, as if I cared. One night I was in my room, ready to sleep, when Suki knocked on the door. Hey, I was wondering, can we talk about, whatever it is, make it fast. Nora, I know I'm the perfect sister, and I guess I steal the spotlight from you a lot of times, but still, I am your sister, and I want to tell you that Ian, well, he isn't exactly the guy you think he is. He sort of hit on me, and he's using you, Nora. He is... Oh God, this was a new low for Suki. I knew me being with Ian made her feel jealous, but this was way too much. Without even thinking, I grabbed her arm and shoved her out of the room. Suki, you are not the sun. The world doesn't revolve around you. For once, it's about me. Stay back. I was fuming with anger. The next day, I woke up a little late for school, and when I reached there, I realized something was off. All eyes were on me. A girl told me to go to the gym room, and when I got there, I saw Suki yelling at Ian, and he had a bruise on his eye. Nora, thank God you're here. Your sister? She is crazy. She asked me to date her instead of you, and when I said no, she punched me. She actually came at me. Everyone saw it. I was inches away, and she attacked me. I would have also kicked you. Nora, this jerk, you know what? Before Nora could say anything more, I gave her a tight slap. I was so sick of her. What is wrong with you? Why can't you be happy for me? I hate you, Suki. Don't ever talk to me again. Before things could escalate, the teachers took Suki to the principal's office, and she got a much-deserved suspension for the stunt she pulled. And finally, for once, at home, Mom and Dad grounded her. Though Suki tried to talk to me many times, I totally shut her out. When she returned to school, she was dropped from the cheerleading squad and was always so quiet. The whole stress of Suki and Ian had me so distracted that I wasn't even doing well in studies. I knew I didn't do well in the exams, and I was certain that I'd have to kiss that scholarship goodbye. But when the results for the 12th grade came in, I was stunned to see I had failed. This can't be happening. But how? There must have been some mistake. I went straight to the school. I was going to get my assignments and exam answer sheets tested, but when the teacher informed me that I had not submitted a couple of very important assignments, I felt the earth beneath me shatter, and to my shock, Ian was there, with a grin on his face.
Oh my God, the look on your face? It's epic. Totally epic. Wait, let me take a picture and show you. Ugh, how fun it was. Nora, you were so easy to fool. I guess all girls are so easy to fool. Give them a bit of attention and they'll lose focus. And you know what? Your sister was onto me. She saw me throw your sorry excuse of an assignment in the bin instead of submitting it. But I played it so well that you didn't believe her.
I felt my ears burn. I was so going to get this butthead. But before I could lunge at him, someone jumped at Ian. It was Suki. Oh gosh, my sister had Ian in a chokehold. You jerk! My sister deserved that scholarship. You won't go far in life by stepping on others. Karma will bite you in the butt, Ian. I'm gonna tell the world what you did.
Good luck proving that.
I had to stop Suki. She had already gotten one suspension because of Ian. Another meant expulsion. Suki, leave it. He's not worth it. He's just a blood-sucking worm. Come on. Hearing my voice, she did let go of Ian and came running to hug me. I hugged her too and rubbed her back to calm her. I was sad for weeks. No, months. I felt so depressed and just wanted to stay in my room all the time. The pang of betrayal was falling hard on me. Seeing how homebound I was, Mom and Dad took us to a restaurant, the same one we had been banned from. Just as I was going to take a bite from my burger, Suki squeezed the ketchup bottle and a load of ketchup landed on my face. Suki, you idiot! Wait, I'll get you. As if you can. Come on, let's see your aim. Saying that, I did the same. And in no time, our family was acting like the crazy they were. We were. In the end, Dad had to pay for minor damages our family's ketchup fight caused. And guess what? We were banned again. But I didn't care. I felt alive after such a long time. And I knew Suki totally did that on purpose. When the schools opened again, I felt ashamed to go back. But Suki was by my side. Hey, it's no big deal. I studied 11th grade twice. No worries. Try until you succeed. She was so right about it. At the start, kids would tease me for repeating the same class, but in a few weeks, they forgot about it. Well, I guess my winning streak was broken because it took me 4 attempts in 12th grade to clear it. But when I did, I got into my favorite university. After graduation, Suki and I opened a restaurant together. And guess what? It had a separate section for kids to go wild. One time as we were closing up, we saw a homeless man and gave him some food. Just as he looked up at me, I was shocked to see it was none other than Ian. Ian, what happened? Then Ian told me how he got into college and how a girl broke his heart, making him go into a depression and lose focus and failed miserably. Even his parents disowned him in the end. I knew it was karma, just like Suki had said many years ago. I gave Ian a few dollars and held Suki's hand as we both walked towards home. Remember to always be kind. My friends must have thought I went home. I looked around, and the beach was empty, which was really weird at this time of year. I tried to take out my phone from my back pocket, but it wasn't there. Apparently, someone had stolen it, or I had dropped it somewhere. I freaked out, not because it had all my pictures in it or anything like that. The problem was that the beach was really far away from the town, and I hadn't told my parents that I had gone to the party. I walked for at least an hour to get home. The weird thing is that everything was closed and there were no cars around. The town looked deserted. I was really confused and I ran home to ask my parents what was going on. But when I got home, the door wasn't locked and my family wasn't there. What the hell was happening? I desperately started looking for a note, but there was nothing. I didn't know what to do or how to contact them, so I went to my friend's house, then to the school and the police station, but no one was there. It seemed that I was the only one left in the entire town. Then a thought crossed my mind. This has to be a dream. There is no other explanation. Of course, it's a dream, Beatrice. Otherwise, how do you explain your parents leaving town without telling you? I felt my heart racing and my head exploding. I was panicking big time. I tried to calm myself down, but it wasn't easy. I thought to myself, whatever is going on, I need a plan. Right now, the most important thing is food. I decided to go to the town center where all the stores were. To my surprise, all the stores were open. I ran into the supermarket to eat something. I was starving. I was alone in a town full of shops that were open just for me. And the best part was that I did not need any money. I decided to explore the abandoned shops. I started with the most beautiful clothes shop in town. I tried on some sunglasses and high-heel sandals and started walking like a model in the dressing room. I tried on all sorts of dresses and outfits. The fabrics were amazing and the jewelry was impressive as well. I danced for a while and the next day, while I was shopping at the supermarket, I realized that if everything is open, the bank must be too. I grabbed an iced coffee can and some brownies and went to check the bank. Unfortunately, when I got there, it was closed, but I had an ace up my sleeve. I remembered the back entrance my father talked about. My father worked at a bank, and sometimes he had to start working really early, so he used an old entrance that was at the back of the bank. One time, he had to take me to a doctor's appointment, but he needed to drop off some papers at the bank first. So we left early, and he used the old entrance because the bank was closed. I observed him and memorized the passcode. If I was lucky enough, the passcode would be the same. Well, it turns out Lucky is my middle name. I opened the door and started exploring the bank. At some point, I saw a large round door with some kind of metallic ship wheel and a code next to it. I assumed that would be the vault. No wonder this bank was robbed twice. I mean, if a teenager can get in without setting off the alarm. I approached the vault. Apparently, the video games and movies I've been playing and watching are quite accurate when it comes to bank vaults, because after a few tries, I somehow managed to open it. The inside was full of safe deposit boxes. I tried to open each and every one of them, but there was no use. They were all locked. When I was about to get back out, I noticed a small key with the number 58 on it. I picked it up and looked for the safe deposit box number 58. It opened. I looked inside and there was so much money inside. I took a stack of cash and made my way out of the vault. I closed it and went back outside. It was dark. I hadn't noticed how fast time passed. I guess opening the vault took me more time than I had thought. I was tired, so I went back to the mattress store and lied down, but I could not sleep. I stared outside at the calm street. I thought, if this is a dream, it feels more real than I expected. I was starting to get a bit scared. I needed answers. As usual, I woke up and went to the supermarket to eat. Then I decided to go to Tommy's, my crush's house. I mean, if no one was there, it wouldn't hurt to take a sneak peek. Plus, I might get some answers. Who knows? The door was locked, so I had to climb to his window, which, thank God, was open. I jumped inside and instantly started looking for his diary. I thought, if I want to get the dirt, I need the most reliable source. While searching for the diary, I noticed a phone. and it had no PIN code. I'm saved! I yelled frantically. I tried to call my parents, but there was no signal. I checked the phone, and it was supposed to work. The SIM card was inserted, and the phone seemed to be a new model. I sighed and continued the search for the diary. Found it! I was really excited. I wanted to know what Tommy thought of me. Sometimes when I was at the store, we flirted a little. I had actually managed to get his phone number, and we've been texting lately. But he never asked me out, and I wanted to know why. I started reading the diary, and I could not believe my eyes. There was a chance that I might have been the only one who was doing the flirting. In fact, the last page of his diary said, "Should I tell my parents I'm gay? OMG. I've had a crush on this guy since forever, and he is gay." I was crushed and felt so stupid for a moment. How could I not see it? I put the diary back in its place and made sure to take the phone with me, just in case the signal came back on for some reason. I went down the stairs and opened the door from the inside. I didn't feel like climbing down the window again. I went back to the supermarket, loaded a cart with a bunch of junk food and a gigantic box of ice cream, and headed to the cinema. I had worked there, so I knew how to operate the projector. I sat in the back row so that I could keep my cart close. I grabbed a plastic spoon and dug into my chocolate ice cream to console myself. Now I know who's been robbing my ice cream. I jumped at the sound of a boy's voice. "What the hell?" I said. "I thought I was alone." The boy said, "Well, that makes two of us." I looked at him in disbelief. He looked at my confused expression and said, "I'm Derek, remember? We have algebra and biology together." Of course I remembered him. He was Tommy's best friend, or now that I think about it, maybe his boyfriend? Derek looked worried. Beatrice, you okay?" Yes, I'm okay. I'm just surprised to see anyone," I said. He looked at me and asked, "Do you know what happened?" I shrugged and told him how I woke up at the beach and had to walk back to town, only to find that everyone was gone, and that I've been wandering in the town for days. He told me that he's been wandering the town for days as well, but that he came to this area just yesterday. I looked at him while he was talking, and for the first time, I realized how cute he was. No, he was actually handsome with those blue eyes and black hair. That sure is a winning combination, I thought to myself. Derek looked at me and asked me, "So, what are we watching?" I blushed and told him that this was a romantic movie you watch when you feel down. Derek and I talked through the entire movie. I wanted to watch the movie, but I didn't mind. Derek is actually awesome. We turned out to have a lot in common. Actually, we were so caught up in our conversation that we didn't notice when the movie was over. After a while, we decided to go outside. It was already dark. I told Derek I was sleeping at the mattress store, and if he needed a place to sleep, he should come with me because the store was full of comfy mattresses. Derek was a ray of hope in this nightmare. I didn't want to let him go. He agreed, and we went to sleep on 2 mattresses in front of each other. The next day when I woke up, I caught Derek looking at me and smiling. He said, "Good morning, sunshine." I can swear my cheeks caught fire. We got up and had breakfast. I told Derek that there were still a few places I had not explored and that I would love it if he were to join me. He gave me the biggest smile and told me, "Of course, I'll come with you. It's not like I have better things to do anyway." And he winked at me. I was so glad I wasn't alone anymore. We spent the next 2 days talking, eating, and flirting, actually. He was so sweet and handsome, and I was actually falling in love with him. One day, while we were having a picnic in the park, we started hearing a lot of noise and saw a few cars arrive. I jumped up smiling and said, "We are saved!" To my surprise, Derek looked really anxious and scared. He grabbed my arms and pulled me down and said, "We need to leave. Now." I stared at him confused. "What are you talking about? We've been alone for days, waiting for someone to come back." "Now that they do, you want us to run away?" Derek grabbed my arm and told me, "I don't have time to explain now. Come with me, please." Then, without waiting for an answer, he pulled me up and started tugging my arm to make me follow him. I was starting to get scared. He noticed my expression and I could see the guilt in his eyes, but he said nothing. I felt like we had been walking for an hour when we finally stopped. We were at the beach. I looked around, but I did not recognize this part of the shore. There was an old cabin that looked like it had been abandoned for years. He led me into the cabin and closed the door behind us. I could see that there was a bed and some canned food and sodas. OMG, did he just kidnap me? I hit him in the stomach with my elbow and he let go of my arm. I ran to the other wall. He told me, "Please, don't be scared. I mean you no harm." I did not believe him. "Beatrice, I need you to listen to me." "What could you possibly have to say?" I asked. "I have a confession to make," Derek said. I stood there silently. Everyone was evacuated because They thought a tsunami would have hit the coast. I stared at him in disbelief. He continued to explain. It turned out that the whole town was evacuated very early in the morning, and the beach was too far for me to hear the emergency sirens. My parents tried to come back, but the police wouldn't let them and told them that everyone had been evacuated. I took my parents' car and came to check on you after I heard your parents say that you did not leave with them. I needed to know you were okay. He explained that on his way back, he heard on the radio that it was a false alarm and that it would take some time to get everyone back into their town because the authorities did not want to cause chaos. They had decided to start sending people back to their towns, but decided to do it one town at a time in alphabetical order. Our town was called Saugatuck, so he was pretty sure he had a few days to spend with me and then tell me the truth. So he acted as if he knew nothing about the emergency evacuation and told me that he did not know why there was no one else left in town. He said that the authorities managed to get everyone back faster than he had expected. He looked at me with a sad expression and said, "I'm sorry, Beatrice. I just wanted to spend time with you, and I saw an opportunity." "And you took it," I said angrily. "Yes, but I always intended to tell you the truth, not just about the tsunami." "What else were you keeping from me, Derek?" I asked. His answer left me stunned. He said, "I love you. I always have, but I never had the guts to tell you." I stood there confused. I wanted to tell him that I loved him too, but he lied to me, and he had just kidnapped me. I thought I would never see my parents again, and it seemed that there's a good chance I won't, all because of him. He could have told me, but he chose to let me believe I was alone. I stared at him for a moment and said, "You say you love me, but you lied to me. And on top of that, you kidnap me?" "Kidnap you? No, this is not what this is." "Oh, I'm sorry. The last time I checked, when you force someone to follow you against their will and you lock them up somewhere deserted, it's called kidnapping." He looked at me with a confused look, opened the door and said, "I'm really sorry, Beatrice. I hope you'll forgive me." He went outside and locked the door behind him. I ran to the door and tried to open it, but with no luck. Then I started pounding on the door, screaming my lungs out, but there was no point. I sat on the floor and cried in fear. I thought no one would find me. This part of the beach was totally deserted. After a while, I fell asleep. When I woke up, I saw a disposable phone next to me. I opened it and saw there was a text message. It said, "I'm terribly sorry. I never meant for this to happen. I had actually planned to take you on a romantic date to this cabin. That's why there are candles lying around." I looked around me and noticed the candles. He was telling the truth. He went on, "I put your parents' phone numbers in this phone in case you do not remember them. Call them. You're at South Beach, half a mile from the lighthouse. I hope you'll forgive me one day. I left you something in your bedroom. Again, I'm sorry." I looked at the phone, not sure what to do with this. I went to the door and I opened it. The key was on the outside. I locked the door behind me and called my mom, who started crying at the sound of my voice. I sat on the beach, waiting for them and watching the sunset. It was beautiful. I could see why Derek wanted to bring me here. Why did I still have these feelings for him? He kidnapped me and lied to me, but I still wish he hadn't left. The more I thought about it, the more I convinced myself that he wasn't a bad person. He was just in love. When my parents arrived, they ran to me crying and they hugged me. When they asked me what had happened, I could not bring myself to tell them about Derek. After all, he did not mean to kidnap me at all. So I told them that I had been wandering the town alone for the last few days, and I had found a disposable phone at one of the shops, and I couldn't get any signal, so I tried to come to the beach and check if there was any signal here. My parents didn't question me. They were just so happy that they had found me. When I got home, I remembered what Derek had told me about leaving something in my room. I excused myself and told my parents that I was really tired. I went to my room and started looking around. Then I found an envelope. I opened it. Derek had printed a few selfies that we took with his camera. We looked so happy, and I remembered being happy at the time. Little did I know what would unravel later. A few days after everyone had returned and life went back to normal, the police called. They told my parents that I had robbed the bank during the evacuation. Apparently, the surveillance cameras were still working and filmed me taking the money from the vault. I know what you're thinking. Who is stupid enough to forget that there are surveillance cameras at the bank? But hey, I thought it was just a dream. Anyways, we went down to the police station to answer some questions. When I went in, a police officer asked me my name, and when he looked at the file, I could tell he was about to laugh. He told us to sit down and explain that the bank manager decided not to press charges because he knew me since I was born and did not want to compromise my future. Even though he did not press charges, the officer told me I had to complete 40 hours of community service, which I didn't mind. "There's something else you should know," the officer said with a smile on his face. "You have accidentally robbed your father." I looked at the officer in disbelief, while my father giggled. Even though I was relieved, I was so embarrassed. The police officer proceeded to tell me that I could go, but that my father had to stay in order to fill out some documents to state that he would not press charges against me. That sounded absolutely ridiculous to me. In any case, a month had passed after these events, and I couldn't stop thinking about Derek. In the end, I caved in and called his parents. They told me that he had left town the day after everyone had come back to stay with his uncle for the summer vacation. This meant that I would not see him for another month. The idea of not seeing him made me feel sad and mad at the same time. How could he just leave like that? Did I mean nothing to him? I would have at least expected a proper face-to-face apology for what he had done to me. I was raging with madness. I took my bike and started riding it as fast as I could, hoping it would make my stress go away. I pedaled and pedaled until I realized where I was going. For some reason, I had ended up at the cabin. I got off my bike and tied it to a palm tree on the sidewalk and started walking toward the cabin. Then I stopped. In the corner of my eye, I saw someone sitting on the shore. I knew my mind was probably playing tricks on me, but from the back, it looked like Derek. I had so many mixed feelings. I was scared and yet still wanted to talk to him. So I thought to myself, for 3 days you did whatever you wanted because you thought you were dreaming. Just do what you want to do. Stop overthinking this. I took my own advice. I slowly started approaching Derek and the beautiful sunset. The closer I got, the faster my steps were, as if there were a magnetic attraction between us. I put my hand on his shoulder and he turned to look at me. 1 heartbeat later, his lips were locked with mine in front of the beautiful sunset.